Chapter 51. Along with the cards, golden light emerged and gradually gathered into a figure. It was a huge reptile that looked like a monitor lizard. There is still hair on the head, fierce eyes, and ferocious bone claws. One of the inheritance items. This is the serial number -682, the fire lizard. Ye Qing's breathing became a little short. He never expected that this time it could be regarded as a real blow to the soul. In the last inheritance entry, he opened a little peanut. But this time, he directly drove out the fire lizard. The strength of the immortal lizard is definitely at the level against the sky. In different settings, the identities of the non-fire lizards are also different, but all of them are strong. And at this time, before Ye Qing's eyes, a panel about Immortal Xianxia also appeared. Name: No Fire Lizard, number -682, race: Monitor Lizard / level: Epic type: Divinity talent skills: High dimensional projection, passive; Absolute adaptation, passive; Morphological evolution, passive; Description: Immunity to magic, immunity to spells, immunity to concept obliteration. Truly perfect creatures, with potential against the sky, can evolve into a higher existence. Hiss, as expected of 682. Looking at the description of 682's characteristics in the card, Ye Qing was very moved. Even though he already knew how powerful 682 was, he was still shocked after seeing the various abilities of 682. However, this level, why is it just an epic? Tay. Ye Qing suddenly thought of the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper is nothing more than a legend. In front of the gatekeeper, 682 can only be killed in seconds. Although the gatekeeper can't kill 682, but at the same level, it is undoubtedly stronger. It's just that, because of 682's special talent, it's not limited to being as simple as equal rank. 1-5. Even if there are a few more legends, 682 can suppress those legends. Moreover, 682 is still divine. Asterisk number 1. Ye Qing was a little surprised, and then suddenly realized that, indeed, 682 is indeed divine. In the official setting, this 682 is really a divine existence. Of course, among some secondary settings and some peripheral settings, 682 may be even more terrifying. Perhaps, the so-called evolution in the description should be this. Ye Qing is in a daze. The potential of 682 is absolutely against the sky. He took a deep breath to get rid of distracting thoughts. Get it out, get it out. He hurriedly checked the materials needed to create 682. Soon, the items that 682 needed to consume were listed in front of Ye Qing line by line. However, the more Ye Qing looked at it, the more terrified she became. Phagocytes? Death grid? The source of evolution? High-dimensional fragments? A giant lizard body? Ye Qing's complexion changed again and again, after a long time. FK. He swears directly. Is this going to kill me? The phagocytic cells, the grid of death, the source of evolution, and the body of the monitor lizard are all fine. These things, in fact, are also created by the major world masters, and they are still sold in the market. As for the monitor lizard, it also exists in his world. The most critical thing is the high-dimensional fragments. What is high dimension? That is the level that Ye Qing can only reach from the high-dimensional perspective of the world master. Ordinary world masters can only enter the high-dimensional perspective, but not high-dimensional. As for high-dimensional fragments, it is even more difficult to deal with. The word high-dimensional alone is worth immeasurable, and high-dimensional fragments are needed. There is no doubt that this immortal lizard will become the most expensive existence so far. Ye Qing took a deep breath, and soon, he came back to reality, and he began to search for relevant material prices on the internet. Phagocytes can swallow everything and convert it into the energy you need. Price: 30 million. Reaper's Grace, Death God's Godhead. After fusion, you can cultivate Death God. Control life and death, or live forever. Different godheads have different characteristics. Minimum price: 150 million. 1. The source of evolution: unlimited adaptation to the environment and evolution. Price: 300 million. Undoubtedly the most expensive. This thing is more applied to biological evolution. With the hourglass of time, in a short period of time, the evolution of creatures will accelerate. In an era, if Ye Qing can evolve advanced intelligent creatures like lambs, the world master who has the source of evolution can not only evolve advanced intelligent creatures within an era, but also allow these intelligent creatures to create civilizations in a short period of time, raising the world's civilization level to a higher level. This is the horror of the source of evolution. It is much more cowhide than the source of life. With this thing, it can be said that the starting line is 2 levels higher than others. Only relatively speaking, the price is also very expensive. 300 million. But not everyone can get it. Of course, for Ye Qing, these are all small problems. Phagocytes, the grid of death, and the source of evolution, the total is only 480 million. He still has 800 million left, enough to buy these things. Just, Naravi shards. Ye Qing checked again on the main official website of the world. Unsurprisingly, this thing didn't sell at all. Ye Qing searched on the internet again, and there are many introductions of high-dimensional fragments, but no one really bought them. This thing is not enough for my own use, let alone bought. High-dimensional fragments, that is, the existence of small world personalities. Let the world have endless potential, and at the same time, let the creatures in the world increase their potential. It can be said that every world master needs this thing, but this thing is not so easy to get. Either a higher level world master is going to intercept the high-dimensional fragments, or, if you are lucky, there are 2 heaven-defying world masters fighting in the high-dimensional above your head, and some of the high-dimensional fragments are just picked up by you Hitui. Hey! High-dimensional fragments! Where can I find these things? Ye Qing sighed, he was really helpless. The kind of pain that obviously has a baby in front of it, but just can't open it is really tormenting. So, is there a possibility for those monitor lizards to evolve into non-fire lizards? What a bullshit! Even if these monitor lizards evolve for hundreds of millions of epochs, it is impossible to evolve into non-fire lizards. So, where else can you get high-dimensional shards? Ye Qing searched various things on the internet again. In the end, I really found something. According to gossip, this year's main college entrance examination in the world, each province can get a piece of high-dimensional fragments to enhance the world's heritage. The provinces solve the yuan. Ye Qing slightly raised his eyebrows when he saw the untrue news. This involves the college entrance examination. Today's college entrance examination is somewhat similar to the ancient imperial examination. However, some cumbersome content has been removed. College entrance examinations will be held in each province, and the one who ranks first in the college entrance examination is called Jiyuan. After that, there will be a national college entrance examination, which is to let Jiyuan from all provinces participate in the competition together, and the first one will be called the number 1 scholar. Can Xia Yuan obtain high-dimensional fragments? Ye Qing pondered, and immediately, starlight flashed in his eyes. This first, he took it away. In order not to destroy the evil lizard. Ye Qing let out a long breath. At this moment, he had determined his direction. High-dimensional fragments must be obtained. No matter how strong the World Lord is this time, no matter how intense the college entrance examination is, from now on, continue to improve your own strength. At the same time, a panel appeared in front of Ye Qing. The last card left in the last 10 consecutive draws. Mim cards. Shua. Ye Qing turned over the mim card without hesitation. OM. Accompanied by the gathering of golden light, accompanied by streamers of light, finally, the specific content of this mim card was revealed. However, Ye Qing felt a little weird when he saw it because, in the picture, there is a phantom silhouette of a human figure, that silhouette seems to be sleeping, and the others do not exist. However, at the same time, the contents represented by this card also appeared before Ye Qing's eyes. Name, Contagious Coding Obsessive Compulsive Disorder, No 1059, *:*. Level. Type, MIM Characteristics, Encoding, Passive, Description, this MIM will delete some unimportant information and rewrite or code it. When seeing this piece of information, it will subconsciously make the patient think that it is very important confidential information, even if it is finally confirmed that it is just ordinary. After reading the information, I will think this information is more important. Oh, coding. Seeing the MIM effect, Ye Qing raised her eyebrows slightly. Is this thing useful? Ye Qing shook his head, but this is also a characteristic after all. He looked at the materials that need to be consumed. Then I discovered that there is no need to consume any materials at all. The MIM card is different this time, it doesn't need to be loaded on any creature, it just needs to be loaded in the world. At that time, this MIM effect will naturally appear in the containment world. Ye Qing naturally chose to load it. Anyway, he can modify this thing if he wants to modify it. Moreover, most of the creatures in the containment world have some means of anti-cognito hazard. This kind of small-scale coding mim is not a fatal mimetic injury against this guy. After doing all this, Ye Qing is planning to call the system for a 10 consecutive draw to strengthen his background. However, at this moment, jingle bell. Ye Qing's cell phone rang suddenly. It was Zhang Yuqing calling. Ye Qing was a little surprised. At this moment, if you don't sprint hard, what are you doing on the phone? He picked up the phone, and then heard a crisp female voice from the opposite side. Hi, where have you been? Ye Qing? What the hell? He was a little stunned. What did I mean? Can I still go there? Of course, stay at home and run the world. Didn't you receive the notification? Zhang Yuqing was also a little surprised. What notice? Ye Qing was at a loss. Did the school have a notice? Why didn't he know? A notification about the mock exam? The news has been sent to the group, but you haven't seen it. Zhang Yuqing asked a little strangely. Mock test? Group. Ye Qing was at a loss, and hurriedly opened the group chat. This was the group chat they were pulled into after the World Masters awakened successfully. Sure enough, the news has already reached 999 plus, and there are still a lot of news about AT members. Ye Qing scrolled up, and soon, he found the so-called notification. That was posted yesterday. It is said that the college entrance examination is approaching. Let all candidates prepare. In the next 7 days, there will be 3 mock exams, so that all students can get good grades in the college entrance examination and show a good demeanor. And today is the first mock exam for the World Masters. Of course, it's not just group chats, even text messages have been sent a lot. Even, a lot of phone calls. It can be said that the notification must be in place. However, the corner of Ye Qing's mouth twitched. He has already blocked the group messages, and at the same time, he has also turned on rejecting calls from strangers, so he can't get through the phone, and he has to read the text messages. The most important thing is that in the past 2 days, he didn't look at his mobile phone, and he used it all for business. Mock exam? So, I don't want to participate, can I? Ye Qing was a little dumbfounded. How about mock exams? Does he need a mock test? With this time, wouldn't it be good to run the world well? Need a mock test? Then I don't know, you have to find the principal. Zhang Yu opened his mouth softly, said, and thought for a while, but it seems that the school will give rewards for every mock exam. Award. Ye Qing pouted, it's nothing more than a reward from some resource cards. Resource card, he really doesn't need it. As far as his current resources and funds are concerned, he can have as many resource cards as he wants. Some mosquito legs, no need to waste that time. Instead of taking some mock exams, he might as well do a mission to purify the world. No. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuqing's voice sounded again, looking at the discussion in the group. The first place can get the law fragments, and the first place in the 3 mock exams can even get high-dimensional fragments. It was the principal who plundered in high-dimensional. The fragments are very precious. High-dimensional fragments. Ye Qing was stunned for a moment, and said in astonishment, what are you talking about? High-dimensional fragments. Ah, is it a high-dimensional fragment? What's the matter? Zhang Yuqing asked a little strangely. Laughed. At this moment, Ye Qing really laughed, and immediately became more and more presumptuous. Damn, it's really sleepy to send a pillow. He was still thinking, this fire evil lizard can only be obtained after the college entrance examination is over. But I don't want to, the trees held by the school all get chicken pieces. You wait, I'll be right there. Ye Qing quickly hung up the phone, and hurried out to school. High-dimensional fragments. 1.0 He is bound to win. He was a little excited, this is really true, the world and the earth work together. At the same time, at the gate of Guangling No. 1 Middle School, the pure and beautiful Zhang Yu, with her high ponytail and school uniform, put down her phone in confusion. All the previous expressions of not wanting to participate and being dismissive. Why are you so excited when you hear high-dimensional fragments? What are high-dimensional fragments? In the past 2 days, she has achieved quite a lot in managing the world, but she didn't pay attention to these things, so she didn't know what the so-called high-dimensional fragments were. Now, looking at Ye Qing's reaction, it seems that this thing is really unusual. She hurriedly started to check what the so-called high-dimensional fragments are on the main official website of the world. Soon, she found a post that introduced high-dimensional fragments in detail. High-dimensional fragments improve the world's personality, enhance the origin of the world, and enhance the potential of the world's creatures. The high-dimensional fragments themselves are very precious, and a high-level world master is required to enter the high-dimensional interception to obtain a small piece. A small piece of high-dimensional fragments the size of a fingernail is worth $1 billion in the market. The point is, there is no market for this thing. Because not all high-level world masters can successfully intercept high-dimensional fragments. See this. Zhang Yuqing's small mouth has opened into an O shape. 1 billion slices? Headmaster, is this a waste of money? A billion. That's $1 billion. She was dazzled for a while. Let alone 1 billion, even 100 million is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Until now, she finally understood why Ye Qing was so excited. Billion. High-dimensional fragments. It only needs to be resold and sold, and the road of the World Master in the future will be smooth. Chapter 52. What are you still doing? Hurry up and go in. At the entrance of Guangling No. 1 Middle School, Ye Qing quickly got out of the car with the harsh sound of brakes. Seeing Zhang Yuqing who was still standing in front of the school gate, he hurried forward. Oh. Zhang Yuqing returned to his senses, and hurriedly put the phone away. At the same time, he couldn't hide his excitement and said, Ye Qing, did you already know the value of the high-dimensional fragments? A small piece is worth $1 billion. Principal, what is this? It's really costing money. I didn't expect the principal to come up with such a thing. Ye Qing was also a little excited. Wouldn't he be excited if the fire lizard was right in front of him? If it's resold, it will cost $1 billion. I never dreamed of owning so much money. Zhang Yu calculated in a low voice. How many things can 1 billion buy? How can you improve your own strength, etc.? It's just that Ye Qing's complexion is a little weird. Resell. Ye Qing looked at the silly girl in surprise. Is this thing for sale? Such a precious thing has a price but no market, of course it is used to improve oneself. Pattern. This is the pattern. If you have $1 billion, you may not be able to buy high-dimensional fragments, but if you have high-dimensional fragments, the future is really bright. Ye Qing really couldn't figure out what was going on in Zhang Yuqing's little head. Oh, by the way, how big is your world now? At this time, Zhang Yuqing looked at Ye Qing with curious eyes. You know, Ye Qing is the dark horse this year, and the area of the initial awakening world is 33 kilometers. Known as a rare genius in 1,000 years. Although only 2 days have passed, the area of the world has grown extremely fast in the early days of the trainee world master. In the void, there are countless meteorite belts around the newly born world. You only need to integrate these meteorites into the world, and the world area will increase. Pressure. Coupled with the engulfment of the void energy, within 2 days, all the resources around the void will be transformed into the world area, which is definitely an explosive growth. Me. Ye Qing pondered for a while, looking at the current world area of 670 kilometers, the corners of his mouth twitched, and then he said vaguely, it's probably only a few hundred kilometers. Not much. How about you? Ye Qing asked back. Me, it's a full 330 kilometers. Zhang Yuqing raised her head with a little pride. Huya began to demonstrate again. 330 kilometers. Ye Qing was a little surprised, and looked Zhang Yu up and down for a while. It's only been 2 days since I saw him, and it's been 330 kilometers? Are you kidding me? Am I a genius, or are you a genius? Hehe, I can only say that this lady is lucky. There will be more or less meteorite belts around the newly born world, and my world happens to be located near a void magic mine meteorite belt. It took 1 day to cultivate extraordinary creatures that can walk in the void, and it took another day to convert the magic mine into resources, and the world area skyrocketed, which is 10 kilometers away from the main seedling owner. Zhang Yuqing was a little proud. 2 days, a miracle. Are you cheating? How many resource cards do you have? Can you cultivate creatures like this? Ye Qing was a little surprised. However, when he said this, Zhang Yu sighed lightly and darkly, all the savings in the family have been used to train me. It took 3 million in 2 days, 3 million. For an ordinary family, it is definitely difficult to come up with a huge sum of money. Zhang Yuqing's family still has a little money, but it's not enough to put it on the world lord. Cultivating a world master requires a lot of money. How many people can come up with 3 million? Ye Qing is silent. Although 3 million is nothing to him, but beforehand, 3 million is enough for him to catch up. How about it, do you know the gap? Tell me, how many kilometers is your world? It can't even be 300 kilometers, right? Zhang Yu smiled lightly and looked at Ye Qing. She felt that she could finally beat Ye Qing one end. However, she also knows that Ye Qing's world is definitely not small. She spent 3 million, but Ye Qing has extraordinary creatures. This extraordinary creature, if it just stops in the void, and then plunders some meteorites to come back, the area of this world will only increase faster. She is just curious now. Curious about the size of Ye Qing's world. Well, forget it, I don't want to say anything, I'm afraid I will hurt you. Ye Qing said with a smile. Humph, that's not your way of doing things. Zhang Yu hummed softly. Ye Qing's style of doing things. In the past, Ye Qing was as strong as she wanted, hitting her anytime and anywhere. That's how she grew up under the halo of Ye Qing's genius that day. That is never to be discouraged, never to admit defeat. Once you catch up with Ye Qing, you will have to spare no effort to be proud for 2 or 3 days. You don't know, you don't even have 300 kilometers. Zhang Yu snickered and looked at Ye Qing, and immediately, with another big sister attitude, patted Ye Qing's shoulder, and said with a smile, this time the first one, I'll take it for you. I count on you. She looks innocent, but she is actually a black-bellied female monster. That's what you said last time. Ye Qing looked at Zhang Yuqing strangely. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yuqing's expression froze. She felt that Ye Qing didn't seem very worried. Is it possible that the world is really big? She was a little puzzled, her bright eyes turned around, and she smiled like a little fox and said, then what level is your world civilization? World civilization? Ye Qing frowned, and looked again. After such a long period of development, almost all creatures have learned thaumaturgy and become masters of miracles. It's just that I is displayed in the column of civilization level. That is the first level of civilization. Civilization is not divided according to your strength. It has perfect rules and regulations, a complete system, and a complete social structure from bottom to top. Because of the particularity of civilization, Ye Qing's sheep-human civilization is almost at a standstill. Almost everyone is a miracle master, who will build civilization. Now it is still in the city-state era, and only one main city provides residence, and the rest is used to study thaumaturgy and the lightsaber. To be able to reach level I of civilization is considered a benefit brought by thaumaturgy. Level I. Ye Qing said straight to the point without hiding it. Level I civilization. Zhang Yuqing's eyes widened at first, and she looked at Ye Qing in disbelief. Then, her red lips gradually revealed a smile. Immediately, her smile became brighter and brighter, and even her eyes narrowed into a. Seeing Zhang Yuqing like this, Ye Qing knew what this little girl wanted to do. Without saying a word, he continued to walk towards the principal's office. Hey, Ye Qing, look, how many buildings are there in our teaching building? Zhang Yuqing hurried to catch up, and began to ask some questions. Teaching building, 3 buildings. Ye Qing kept silent. Oh, Ye Qing, look, how many people are there in front? Zhang Yuqing asked again, pointing at the students in front. The classmates in front, the 3 of them. The corners of Ye Qing's mouth twitched, and he smiled angrily, okay, I know you are a level 3 civilization. Anyone can see the implicit hints. Wow, you don't know, this level 3 civilization is really difficult to manage. Zhang Yuqing was still talking about it, saying that he never leaves the level 3 civilization. There is no doubt that in terms of civilization level, she is already super young. Being able to surpass Ye Qing in a certain aspect is simply a sense of accomplishment for her. By the way, what kind of system did you develop? At this time, Ye Qing also became curious. I don't know. But he didn't want to. Zhang Yu shook his head lightly. Have no idea. Ye Qing looked at Zhang Yuqing a little strangely, how is it displayed on the panel? The panel. Zhang Yu pondered for a while, then waved her hand, a panel appeared in front of her, and she adjusted the panel so that others could see it. At this point, Ye Qing could clearly see Zhang Yuqing's world panel. World, Super Leaf Realm World Area, 330 kilometers total population, 129,000 race, human, beastman, demon civilization level, 3 system. Super Yeja? Are you bored? After Ye Qing saw Zhang Yuking's world name, the corners of Ye Qing's mouth twitched wildly. Hey! Zhang Yu snorted lightly, raising her snow-white neck. Ye Qing didn't bother to pay attention, and then, her eyes fell on the race of the world. Demons! Ye Qing looked at Zhang Yuking unexpectedly. Where did you come from? The demon race? The meaning of this demon race is different. The demon race is a race, it is not something that can be achieved by practicing evil skills. This demon clan only represents one, the Abyss Demon Clan. In other words, in Zhang Yuking's world, abyssal demons appeared. You said this. I saw someone selling the blood of the supernatural Abyss Demon on the main official website of the world. 100,000 drops, so I bought a few drops, and then, I cultivated the demon race. Zhang Yu said lightly, then, took out her mobile phone, found the corresponding product panel, and began to give Ye Qing Amway again. A drop of 100,000 is still the extraordinary blood of the abyssal demon. Strong. I wanted to buy a few more drops at first, but it is said that this thing is very rare, there are only 10 drops. If you want to get it again, you have to make an appointment with a price increase. Ye Qing looked at the products on the main official website of the world, and the corners of his mouth twitched. 100,000 one drop? Extraordinary abyss demon blood? Still rare? What the hell? Isn't this the blood of the extraordinary abyssal demon that he sold? He sold a full 100 tubes. One tube can extract at least 100 drops. He only sells a tube for 1 million yuan, and these profiteers sell one drop for 100,000 yuan? The difference in price is outrageous. Plus. However, Ye Qing took a closer look, and found that the blood of these extraordinary demons has been processed. It is not as simple as a drop of ordinary blood, but the kind of blood that can be loaded into the biological panel and then activate the blood. However, with the drop of 100,000, this group of guys also made a lot of money. How much is the processing fee in the middle? Anyway, they made money. Ugh. Ye Qing let out a long sigh, looked at Zhang Yuking, and said quietly, in the future, don't buy anything in this store. Ah? Why? Zhang Yuking was puzzled. $7. Ye Qing shook his head. He can't control this matter, but next time something like this happens, instead of making it easier for outsiders, it's better to make it easier for him, an old classmate. If there is a next time, I will give priority to asking this old classmate if he needs it. With this in mind, Ye Qing no longer struggled, he turned to look at Zhang Yuking's system. It's all question marks. Ye Qing has also experienced this situation. It should be a system that has not yet appeared. So, Zhang Yuking also embarked on this path? Your system? Ye Qing he frowned, and then asked, what's the situation with your system now? That's the one. However, at this moment, Zhang Yuking faltered, her face flushed slightly. Hey! Ye Qing was a little strange, asking you about the world system, why are you blushing? That's right, what's the matter? Oh, that's right, people and beasts, and then there were orcs. Later, the demon clan system was added, and it became even more chaotic. Demons, monsters, and demons beastmen. Zhang Yu said lightly, her face blushed more and more. At this moment, she wished she could find a crack in the ground and turn in. Ye Qing was dumbfounded. CO author, what is the situation of this orc? Good guy, open your eyes and belong to yes. Well, it can be regarded as normal reproduction, so, is there any problem with your system? Ye Qing asked again. It is indeed a normal reproduction, many so-called orcs come from this way. Okay. Zhang Yuking also gradually returned to normal, murmured, and organized the language. They seem to be creating a new system, through reproduction, to make the offspring stronger. Orcs are stronger than ordinary the human, Niu Zhao's, race has more advantages. The orcs combine the strength of the orcs and the IQ of the human race. People, some Warcraft people, are stronger. This is the ultimate stitcher. Ye Qing was silent, and immediately looked at Zhang Yuking strangely. Your system, can I call it a hybrid system? You're a hybrid system. Zhang Yu glanced at Ye Qing reproachfully. Well, no kidding. Your system should not exist at present, so, what do you want to do next? Ye Qing asked curiously. As long as the original system does not conflict with other systems in terms of rules, more things can still be added. For example, let these people practice immortality, practice magic, or something else. Of course, you can also go all the way to the dark, and see what ultimate Stitch monster can be born in the end. However, that is an unknown system after all. If you want to study it yourself, you don't know that you will have to study it until the year of the monkey. Well, from the current point of view, it's actually not bad. After the iteration of the bloodline, the generations of Warcraft people have become stronger and stronger. Up to now, there is already an epic-level Warcraft man. Zhang Yu lightly said casually, and glanced at Ye Qing. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This little girl started to show off again. However, with her system, it is really convenient to become stronger just by multiplying. To be honest, with this system, Ye Qing is envious of Lung. At this moment, the principal's office finally arrived. Ye Qing chuckled, "I'll be doing the mock exam later, but I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of ultimate Stitch monster your epic creature is." "You are the ultimate Stitch monster." Zhang Yu rolled her eyes lightly. Originally, she wanted to ask how Ye Qing's creature was doing, whether the statue became an epic or something. However, seeing that she had already arrived at the principal's office, she stopped talking. Chapter 53. Headmaster. As they entered the principal's office, Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing greeted the familiar old principal. The old principal smiled and nodded. Especially Ye Qing, he took a second look, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. At this time, in the principal's office, all the students who have become world masters have arrived. Including Ye Qing, there are 15 people in total, and Nae is also there. However, Lu Yi didn't look at Ye Qing. Ye Qing didn't care too much, and soon he found a seat and sat down. "Okay, everyone is here." The old headmaster opened his mouth, looked at the crowd, and continued, "After 2 days of development, presumably, even if you have not become a qualified world master, you should have a certain understanding of the world master. And you, if you want to become a true world master, you have to pass the hurdle of the college entrance examination. If you pass it, the sky is as high as the birds fly, and the sea is as wide as the fish leap. Become a master. You can't pass all that. I can only rely on myself." The old principal, Balabala, made another big talk, and soon, he said again, "This mock exam is a mock practice for the college entrance examination. It is divided into 3 sessions, each of which is different. It will also be the main direction of your college entrance examination in the future. Today, it is just test the most basic responsibility of the World Lord and purify the world." Purify the world? I heard that there are similar tasks in the Extraordinary Guild. The rewards for any task are extremely generous. I heard that there are countless opportunities to purify the world. Not only can you search for treasures there, but you can also devour the world's origin and make the world's area skyrocket. Even if you only complete one task, you don't have to worry about it for the rest of your life. What? You're only thinking about the benefits, but that's a fallen world. If you're not careful, you may be in danger. How can it be so easy to purify the world? At this moment, all the students were discussing, whispering. Is this what the college entrance examination depends on? Ye Qing was a little surprised. He had actually fought once to purify the world. Although it was full of twists and turns, it was completed anyway, and got an S-level evaluation. But I don't want to. The college entrance examination is actually a test of these 3 mock exams? For the content of the college entrance examination? The first scene is to purify the world, so what are the next 2 scenes? Ye Qing thought about it, never encountered it before, and had no experience. When the students were almost done with the introduction, the principal smiled and said, "Purifying the world is a comprehensive test of whether you can become a qualified world master. The simulated world that needs to be purified in this mock test is the standard 300 kilometers. 3 extraordinary creatures, 100 high-level creatures, and 1000 mid-level creatures. Your task is to find the core of the world and break the world core, then the simulated world will naturally collapse, and it will be considered a victory." With the introduction of the old principal, the students opened up one round. 300 kilometers? No way! This mock test is so difficult? I improved from 10 kilometers to 200 kilometers in 2 days. I thought I was a genius who was once in 100 years. As a result, the mock test is only 300 kilometers. There are still 3 extraordinary creatures? How do I fight them? I am only a high-level creature so far. Even if all the creatures in the world are piled together, I can't pile up 1. 3, it's even more difficult. Good guy, is this the college entrance examination? It's really difficult. 300 kilometers. The size of the world alone overwhelms me. At this moment, most of the students were wailing, feeling a little unbelievable and complicated. 300 kilometers? This is just like a joke. Who can soar 300 kilometers in 2 days? Unless it's a genius. Well, let alone. Most of the students present were howling, only Ye Qing, Zhang Yuqing, and even that Liu Yi looked calm. Ye Qing glanced at Liu Yi. Has this guy also grown to 300 kilometers? He shook his head secretly and didn't care about it. Okay, be quiet. This is still a mock exam, just calm down, the old headmaster said, and immediately, he talked about some details about purifying the world. These are valuable experiences, such as how to target certain creatures in the world, feints, tactics, etc. These are the foundations of the foundation. All the students listened with gusto. Even Ye Qing, who had been in actual combat, nodded secretly. After all, the old principal is a senior world master, and he knows how to purify the world and how to divide tactics. After all, he is an experienced old man. However, you should also remember clearly that the fallen world is full of strange things. Everyone is the master of the world. No one knows what kind of backhand there is in the world. After all, there is a big difference between actual combat and simulation. Everyone should be careful, exhorted the old headmaster. At the same time, that gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, looked at Ye Qing. Understood. Everyone said in unison. Ye Qing also nodded. Okay, the next step is to purify the world simulation test. Of course, in order to motivate all students, this simulation test also has a certain level of rewards, AEF. The first place can get pure law fragments, which can supplement the origin of the world. The second place can get the hourglass of time with 3 times the flow rate of time forever. The third place can get a fountain of life, which can enhance the potential of the world's creatures to a certain extent. The rest of the students, according to their rankings, can also get a lot of divine resources. The old headmaster said with a smile. Hearing this, all the students who knew the inside story were incomparable. Is this worth hundreds of millions? The old headmaster really spent his money, didn't he? But in front of the reward, all the students were full of enthusiasm and energy. After 2 days of operation, although they have not become official world masters, they are more or less different from before. The area of the world in the initial awakening does not mean anything. Who can make a big splash in the college entrance examination, that is the most important thing. They are gearing up and can't wait to prove themselves. Hey, aren't you nervous? At this moment, Zhang Yuqing's nervous voice came from Ye Qing's ear. What's there to be nervous about? It's just a simulation, not real. Ye Qing was a little amused. Hehe, sure enough, a genius is a genius, and what he says is different. At this moment, a chuckle sounded, and it was that Liu Yi again. Ye Qing glanced at Liu Yi, too lazy to talk nonsense with this kind of person. This kind of person really needs to be dealt with. He provoked again and again, and was slapped in the face again and again. In the end, he still refused to repent and came to provoke. This kind of person, only by pressing him to death on the ground and slapping his face thoroughly can he be honest and know what the difference is. Otherwise, if he gets a little chance, or becomes stronger a little bit, he will be able to expand to no end. Ye Qing ignored it, but Liu Yi yelled again, Hey, Ye Qing, last time you made 800 million by selling blood, how is it? You have developed well these 2 days? Are you interested in competing with me? How about the loser, kneel down and kowtow to the other party to apologize? As soon as these words came out, Ye Qing didn't respond yet. The students around exploded the pot. FK? Selling blood? 800 million? What the hell is this? Is it real or not? Good guy, what kind of blood is this? Can it be sold for 800 million? Ye Qing won't sell her own blood, will she? Hey, 800 million, what kind of concept is this? I can't make so much money in my whole life. At this moment, the surrounding students looked at Ye Qing in surprise. 8 billion. It's against the sky, it's simply too against the sky. At this moment, they were also moved. If selling blood can really sell 800 million yuan, they would like to have their blood drawn. 8 billion. That is an astronomical figure that they have never seen in their entire lives. Selling blood? Are you going to sell blood? At this time, even Zhang Yuqing looked at Ye Qing with some doubts. The corner of Ye Qing's mouth twitched. He knew that some words would change completely after they were spoken from Lu Yi's mouth. To this Lu Yi, he really didn't have a good face. The situation does not allow it, otherwise, he will really abolish this guy. He snorted coldly and didn't care, he didn't pay attention to that Lu Yi at all. Genius yet, are you afraid? With 800 million funds and such huge resources, don't you dare to compete with me. Lu Yi spoke again, full of provocation. This guy is always thinking about competing. Really boring. Ye Qing gave a hello, looked at the principal and said, Principal, when will the mock exam start? I'm sleepy. You. Being ignored by Ye Qing again, Lu Yi was really angry. All right. At this moment, the old headmaster suddenly said, the competition between you can be conducted in private. Now, it's time for the mock exam. Everyone, stand in the mock room, and the mock exam will begin. As the old principal said, he stretched out his hand on the tabletop. Boom. As if some switch was touched, there was a vibration under the feet ka. Another mechanical sound sounded, and cracks appeared on the ground, and the simulated cabins full of technological sense rose from the ground. That thing is like a virtual game in some online novels, however, let alone, the functions of the simulation cabin and the game cabin are really not bad. Boy yet, you come first. The old headmaster looked at Ye Qing and said with a smile. Okay. Ye Qing did his part, stepped forward 2 steps, and lay down in the first simulation cabin. Close your eyes and wait until the brain computer is connected, then you can enter the simulation world. The old principal explained. Yes. Ye Qing nodded, and immediately closed his eyes. Not long after, there were bursts of sounds in his ears. After the brain-computer connection is complete, do you want to start the simulation test? On. Ye Qing confirmed. In the next second, he only felt the sky and the earth spinning for a while, as if he was teleporting. Under the eyelids, there were countless light spots flickering. Finally, when everything stabilized, he opened his eyes again. It wasn't until the moment he opened his eyes that he realized that everything around him had changed. The boundless void is full of stars. Ahead, there is a standard world area of 300 kilometers, full of vitality, surrounded by intertwined laws, and the world is solid. Indistinctly, many creatures can be seen in it. Is this a simulated world? Ye Qing was a little surprised, looking at the incomparably real world, and looking at himself, he felt that everything seemed real, without any sense of disobedience. Okay, Ye Qing, next, you can project the world and purify the world. At this time, the voice of the old principal came to Ye Qing's ears through the fusion. Ye Qing nodded. Projection containment boundary. Ye Qing said softly. In the next second, a huge phantom of the world appeared out of thin air. Huge world area, vibrant world. A terrifying shadow fell, and the world wall and the virtual world began to collide. A series of data appeared before Ye Qing's eyes. The world projection is successful, the containment world and the world wall of the simulated world are fighting, calculating the world area of the containment area, calculating the biological strength of the containment area, calculation results, the world area of the containment world, 670 kilometers. According to the calculation results, the containment world is full of vitality and species are flourishing. Containment world vs simulation world. Result of the confrontation, the containment world has completely crushed the simulated world. World will competition result of the confrontation, the containment world has completely crushed the simulated world. Congratulations, you have gained an advantage. All members of the containment community will get a 30% strength bonus when fighting against creatures in the simulated world. As expected. Ye Qing smiled lightly. This result was naturally what he had foreseen. How can a world of 300 kilometers fight against his containment world? What is this if it's not full-scale crushing? At the same time, what Ye Qing didn't know was, in the outside world, in front of Ye Qing's virtual cabin, a virtual projection screen also appeared in front of his cabin. Everything that happened to Ye Qing in the virtual void was intuitively displayed in front of everyone. 670, fully crush the simulation world. The eyes of everyone who read each piece of news were wide-eyed, full of disbelief. FK, 670 kilometers? Is it true or not? 670 kilometers? Damn, Ye Qing is on the hook? In 2 days, it has skyrocketed by 600 kilometers? Damn. I thought I would be a once-in-a-thousand-year genius when I was promoted to 250 kilometers, but I didn't think that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people, and I am a 250. Damn, 10 kilometers because of Badian. How did Ye Qing do it? 800 million? It must be the 800 million. Ah, I want to sell blood too. At this moment, countless students were full of envy and shock, and looked at the screen with various unknown emotions. Real. The moment Ye Qing's world area came out, everyone was dumbfounded. FK, 600 Tian kilometers? Is this still human? Although Ye Qing first awakened, it was a full 33 kilometers, crushing everyone. But when they started to develop and the area of the world continued to expand, they swelled up, thinking that they were geniuses, or that their adventure against the sky was the fate of the protagonist. Until I saw Ye Qing's world size. 670 kilometers. Zhang Yuqing's small mouth was also opened into an O shape, and her face was full of disbelief. She used to be complacent about her world area of more than 300 kilometers, but she didn't want to. Ye Qing came back with 600 kilometers and completely crushed it. On the side, Lu Yi's face was also full of shock, and immediately, an imperceptible joy flashed in his eyes. At this time, the old principal looked at everything that happened on the virtual screen and nodded in relief. Sure enough, this kid has already risen. It seems that Ye Qing, the Transcendent Guild who completed the S-level evaluation, is Xianxia. 2 days, a miracle. This is truly a miracle. Just when everyone has different thoughts and complicated emotions. A notification tone suddenly sounded. The simulated plane war is over, time consuming, 10 seconds. This simulated plane war, rating, S+. Student Ye Qing, congratulations on passing the mock exam. Accompanied by the notification sound, at this moment, a needle can be heard in the principal's room. Zhang Yuqing? Students? The old headmaster? Shit, what happened? Chapter 54. Senseless. At this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. What happened? Everyone looked at the virtual warehouse where Ye Qing was in a daze, and looked at the screen where the settlement had started on the virtual screen, and everyone was a little unresponsive. It's over? This is the end? What did they hear? 10 seconds. It only took Ye Qing 10 seconds to end the anomaly war? Are you kidding me? The headmaster is also confused. He knew that Ye Qing had already fought in actual combat, evolved a world, and even got an S-level evaluation. That's why he asked Ye Qing to come up as a demonstration, and at the same time, to see how big Ye Qing's world is. But I don't want to. This demonstration has not started yet, everything is over in just 10 seconds. What about plane wars? It was agreed that you would come and go and fight with each other? As a result, Tian Miao? Is it really a spike? Wow! At this moment, the hatch of the virtual cabin slowly opened. Ye Qing opened his eyes again, got up, and left the virtual cabin. As soon as she came out, Ye Qing felt the strange gazes around her. What's wrong? Ye Qing looked at the crowd with some amusement. You, how did you do it? Zhang Yu asked in a daze. She was also frightened. 10 seconds. It's over in 10 seconds. S end rating. That's just like a joke. Is it difficult? The simulated world is just a virtual war, and it's not real. Ye Qing laughed a little. No. Didn't you say that your level of world civilization is only good? How do you? Zhang Yuqing was still a little incredulous. A super civilization, in 10 seconds, wiped out a world of 300 kilometers on one side? Oh? Who told you that the level of civilization is linked to strength? Ye Qing curled his lips. He said that he is a level I civilization, but it doesn't mean that the strength of creatures in his world is linked to the level of civilization. You. Zhang Yuqing looked at Ye Qing with a complicated expression, and for a while, she didn't know what to say. Ye Qing wiped out a world of 300 kilometers in 10 seconds. Doesn't that mean that I can't last long in front of Ye Qing? Zhang Yuqing was in a daze, only feeling that the gap between herself and Ye Qing was getting bigger and bigger. Zhang Yuqing is like this. The rest of the people looked even more complicated. Didn't everyone say that Ye Qing is useless? Why is there such a heaven-defying strength? 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, the world of 300 kilometers was wiped out? Doesn't that mean that I don't even have the qualifications to last 10 seconds in front of Ye Qing? Is this really a hang-up? Plus everyone was surprised and uncertain, and their faces were very ugly. It's really... Even the old principal was a little bit emotional, and looked at Ye Qing with a complicated expression. Is this Ye Qing's rise? With the ability to purify the world alone, coupled with the huge world area. Ye Qing, it really has a certain climate. He is a little relieved. Those guys really missed it. Fallen genius? Hey! What are you kidding? This is clearly the rising true god. Little Yezi, if you don't mind, can you watch the replay? The old headmaster asked. Unknowingly, he had already started to seek Ye Qing's opinion, and his attitude towards Ye Qing changed slightly. Oh, that, it doesn't matter, let's see. Ye Qing nodded with a smile. Isn't it just playback? Look. He has nothing to hide, just look at it. Hearing this, the old headmaster stepped forward and tapped a few times, and soon, the screen gradually appeared on the virtual screen, and it was switched back to the original screen where Ye Qing entered the virtual starry sky. With the replay appearing, at this moment, everyone is watching intently, holding their breath, not daring to breathe, for fear of missing some important clip. They want to know how Ye Qing did it. Screen starts. As Ye Qing summoned the containment world, the wills of the two worlds confronted, and Ye Qing won with a crushing attitude. Finally, the two worlds began to collide, the space portal opened, and then... Buzz! A terrifying golden light flashed away. In the blink of an eye, the 300-kilometer virtual world collapsed instantly. Everyone? What the hell is this? They rubbed their eyes, suspecting that they were wrong. But in that void, the world is broken, fragments are everywhere, laws collapsed, data is disordered, there is no doubt that this virtual world has been destroyed. Fast, too fast. There was a flash of gold, and then it was all over. Plus this is a monster, right? 10 seconds? How can there be 10 seconds? It's only a second. Does the 10 seconds before CO authoring include preparation time? In a real battle, Ye Qing only took 1 second. 1 second, quality. Instantly kill a world of 300 kilometers. This is still human? At this moment, everyone looked at Ye Qing with complicated eyes. What kind of monster is this? It's enough to grow the world by 600 kilometers in 2 days, but 10 tricks can kill everything in seconds when purifying the world? Unbelievable. It's really too bad. At this time, the old principal took a deep breath, frowned, thought for a while, and began to slow down the playback multiple. Twice as slow, still a golden light, killing everything in seconds. Slow down 5 times, this time I can finally see it a little bit, but still a golden light appeared from the containment world, and wiped out the virtual world doctor. Slow down 10 times, at this time, everyone finally saw that at the space portal, a flaming holy sword flashed away, and a terrifying golden light destroyed the world and destroyed the virtual world in an instant. This is all that is shown in all the pictures. It is obviously impossible to see what is in Ye Qing's world projection. They only know that in Ye Qing's world, there is definitely a strong man, a terrifying kind of strong man. At this moment, everyone began to discuss and speculate. Ye Qing naturally has no need to explain. That blow, of course, came from the goalkeeper. One sword, destroy the world. Of course, it's not just the gatekeepers. No matter how strong the gatekeeper is, it is only a legendary creature after all. No matter how small the world of 300 kilometers is, it still contains the will of the world. With the support of the will of the world, if a legendary creature wants to destroy the world, it is simply a dream. In fact, this blow included the blessings of all miracle masters in the containment world. They either enhance the gatekeeper's sword light, or make it bigger, or increase its power. In short, the buff is almost fully stacked. This caused one blow to destroy everything. The speed of Jianguang has surpassed the speed of light, destroying the core of the world in an instant, causing the world to collapse. And then it's over. Okay, it's your turn. At this moment, the old headmaster coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention back. Here they are. At this moment, everyone was a little nervous. Originally, they wanted to see how Ye Qing purified the world, so as to accumulate some experience. Result. Ye Qing's operation, they really can't learn it. At the same time, they also expressed great pressure. There is no doubt that Ye Tu is definitely number 1. The 10-second score and the S and evaluation made them desperate. However, the mock exam is to be taken after all. With apprehensive hearts, they stepped into the mock cabin and started the mock exam. Seeing that all the students had entered the simulation cabin, the old headmaster looked at Ye Qing, who seemed to be doing nothing, and couldn't laugh or cry. "You boy, don't you know how to restrain yourself?" He wanted Ye Qing to demonstrate high-end operations, eat away at the world, and purify the world step by step. Ye Qing turned out to be fine. Directly show what is called against the sky operation. Restrain a little? Pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Ye Qing was a little amused, then shook his head and said, "After playing the pig for a long time, you will really become a pig. In a world of big fights, let's fight. The edge is too easy to break, you boy, you still need to understand the truth that a tree is as good as a forest, and the wind will destroy it." The old principal looked at Ye Qing seriously. Ye Qing seems to be a genius, but sometimes, he really needs to restrain himself. What Ye Qing said was not without reason. But he wants Ye Qing to grasp the speed. "Don't worry, principal, I can handle it," Ye Qing said with confidence. "As long as you know." The old headmaster nodded, and immediately, he blamed again, "You boy, why did you go to the extraordinary guild without saying a word, and even went to do the task? Do you know how dangerous it is? Isn't that all right?" Ye Qing was a little embarrassed. "You boy, oh." The old headmaster sighed. If he had known in advance, he would never have let Ye Qing go to the extraordinary guild to do the task. Ye Qing can be said to be a pure little white, who has never experienced a war between planes, so he is so rash to purify the world. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. It also gave Ye Qing an S-level evaluation. Judging from the results, it must be good. But that doesn't mean the old principal isn't worried. "If you don't understand anything in the future, just call me and ask me." The old man has no other skills, but he still has some experience. The old principal pushed the reading glasses on the bridge of his nose and said slowly. Ye Qing can hear the concern in the old principal's words. Maybe it's because he cherishes the genius, or maybe it's because of other reasons. Anyway, this feeling, Ye Qing submitted it. Today's matter will be spread no matter what, and combined with your actions in the Extraordinary Guild, you will definitely be targeted in the next provincial college entrance examination. Have you thought about how to deal with it? Suddenly, the old headmaster said. 0. Ask for flowers. Today's matter, no matter how strict he is to keep his mouth shut, it is impossible for him to keep everything secret. Who can guarantee that today's matter will never be mentioned? Not a word? Even if there is a hush money, it will be useless. What should be leaked is not leaked. Ye Qing, a dark horse, will definitely be listed as the focus of attention by major universities. Who doesn't want the students in their school to go one step further and win Jiwen? At that time, it will be the glory of the whole school. This is not called suppressing geniuses, this is called competition. If you can compete, you are called a genius. If you can't compete, you can only leave the stage sadly. You can only say that your skills are inferior to others. As long as you don't use those low-level methods, you can study tactics, study the opponent's world, and study the opponent's shortcomings. Target. Ye Qing murmured, and then smiled, then, before the official college entrance examination, become stronger again. Let all their targets and all their news be outdated. You boy, you are really confident. The old headmaster shook his head and smiled, and suddenly said, I heard that there are some good seedlings in various colleges and universities, who are also geniuses and come from a good family background. The so-called good family background, in a simple description, is not short of money. As long as the money is in place, trash can become genius. Well, this is really troublesome. Ye Qing pondered. What? Lost confidence. The principal was suddenly a little surprised. This was the first time he saw Ye Qing like this. It's so difficult for a poor family to compare with a family of aristocrats. Ye Qing sighed. Alas! The old headmaster also sighed, and his expression was a little complicated. 0. Yes. How does the poor family fight against the old family? In a trance, he thought of himself back then. Principal, you have seen my potential now, why don't you give me the high-dimensional fragments in advance, so that I can win glory for you and the school? Ye Qing suddenly said with a smile. Okay. The old headmaster came back to his senses, and immediately his face turned black. Okay, let me tell you why your boy suddenly changed his S*X, and you are waiting here for the old man. Ahem. Ye Qing was a little embarrassed and touched his nose. You boy. The old headmaster shook his head with a smile, and then said again, if there is any, the old man can give it to you. What do you mean? Ye Qing was taken aback. It means that the high-dimensional fragments are still high-dimensional. If you want to intercept them, you have to intercept them at a specific time and place. The old man calculated that 4 days later will be the best day. A high-dimensional point it will become weak, it is a good time to intercept, the old headmaster said. Ah this. Ye Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said speechlessly, you started saying that there are high-dimensional fragment rewards before you get it. Wouldn't it be more embarrassing if you can't take it off at that time? What are you talking about, boy? 4 days later, the principals of all universities will enter the high-dimensional, cast spells together, and intercept the high-dimensional fragments. This is the key, the old principal explained. Oh? It means that other colleges and universities are also holding mock exams. Ye Qing was taken aback and asked curiously. This is indeed a test before the college entrance examination. At the same time, it is also a reinforcement. Everyone hopes that the geniuses in their school can soar to the sky and stand on a higher stage. The old principal said with emotion. Ye Qing nodded, then, Principal, can you tell me about the talents in other universities? I'm not sure about this, it's all very precious and well hidden, but this mock exam should reveal a thing or two, said the old headmaster. Understood. Ye Qing nodded, and immediately looked at the situation of the mock exams of the others. As far as he was discussing with the principal, the war between the planes of the people had already started, and some people had even entered the heat of the war. Among them, the most eye-catching one is undoubtedly Ye Qing. With a world area of 330 kilometers, it is full of vitality. Both the world area and the world will have achieved a certain degree of advantage, and they have gained a home field bonus. Several warcraft besieged the extraordinary creatures in the virtual world. As for the epic warcraft man, Ye Qing didn't see it, Ye Qing probably hid it. Immediately, Ye Qing looked at Lu Yi again. Then Lu Yi's world area is not bad, 310 kilometers, the world's creatures are a group of fierce beasts, and it will be steady for a while. As for the rest, it's just average. Ye Qing took a few glances, then shook her head, feeling much lazy. His thoughts began to wander. His enemies are naturally the geniuses from the universities. World child. Sufficient funds. Trash can become a phoenix. He acted like he didn't care before, but in fact, he still has a certain amount of pressure. With money, you can really do whatever you want. It seems that it's time for a wave of 10 consecutive draws. Ye Qing narrowed her eyes slightly, corpse. Chapter 55. Student Ye Qing. The simulated plane war is over, time consuming, 40 minutes. This simulated plane war, evaluation, A. Student Lub. The simulated plane war is over, time consuming, 55 minutes. This simulated plane war, evaluation, B+. Students, at this time, with the passage of time, all the students have also ended the mock exam one after another. The best result is Ye Qing. But obviously, whether it was Ye Qing or anyone else, those tens of minutes were in sharp contrast to Ye Qing's 10 seconds. This gap is really not a star. Compared with other people, Ye Qing is like a person from two worlds. Of course, Ye Qing also saw that these guys were more or less suspected of hiding their strength, and they didn't come up to amplify their moves from the beginning. Just like Ye Qing, he never dispatched an epic-level ultimate stitch monster from the beginning to the end. If she really releases it, this time may have to be shortened by twice. However, even if it is doubled, compared with Ye Qing, there is still a big gap. Perhaps it was also because the gap was too large that these guys chose to give up the sprint, but to explore and purify the world honestly and steadily. Finally, the results came out. Ye Qing is absolutely number 1. The second is Ye Qing. Then there is Lu Yi. The rest of the people also have their own achievements. There are even people who failed to purify, were invaded by creatures from the virtual world, failed the exam, and their own world collapsed. Fortunately, this is just a virtual battle, and the world they projected is just a phantom. Even if they fail, there is no harm to the world lord himself. However, it is inevitable that some guys will turn pale. Seeing my own world explode with my own eyes, that feeling. I can only say that whoever experiences it will know. Of course, even for the failed students 730, the principal also gave different degrees of rewards from Shen Yuan. There is still a place in failure. Even the last one will be rewarded with 3 divine sources. Lu Yi, this is your fountain of life. After distributing the divine resources of the rest of the students, the old principal took out a resource card and handed it to Lu Yi. The B-level resource card, the fountain of life, can increase the potential to a certain extent, which is not bad. Thank you, principal. Lu Yi took the card and thanked him respectfully. Work hard and keep getting stronger. The principal tried his best to say a few words, and then looked at Zhang Yuqing again. He flipped his wrist, as if by magic, and pulled out an hourglass. The hourglass is a little rough in workmanship, and there is less gravel in it. The hourglass of time with 3 times the flow rate of time is priced at 100 million. This is your hourglass of time. Work hard and strive to become stronger, said the old principal, and handed the hourglass of time to Zhang Yuqing. Thank you, principal. Zhang Yuqing took it happily. The hourglass of time can control the flow of time, she has been popular for a long time. But this thing is worth 100 million. Not something their family can afford. But now it's all right, this thing is a perfect match for her system. As long as there is enough time and the biological bloodline is iteratively renewed, she will become stronger and stronger. At this time, Lu Yi, who was on the side, looked at the hourglass of time in Zhang Yuqing's hand, and his eyes were full of envy. Compared to the hourglass of time, is his fountain of life a fart? But there is no way, he can only be envious and jealous. Boy, yeah, it's your turn. The old headmaster looked at Ye Qing again, and said, he flipped his wrist, and a bright crystal appeared in his palm. In the crystal, there is also a translucent, glass-like fragment sealed. Fragments of law. Can make up for the laws of the world. This is definitely a treasure that enhances the potential of the world. The more complete the world is, the stronger the creatures and stronger people will be. This fragment of the law is equally precious, and it also requires great power, and it can only be obtained by intercepting it in the broken world. Is this the fragment of law? Ye Qing took the crystal, looking at the translucent fragment of law in the crystal, a little surprised. This is the first time he has seen the law fragments. This thing is not sold on the official website, it is very precious. The rest of the people looked at the fragments of the law in Ye Qing's hands, their eyes were red, they were really envious and jealous. Once the own world is integrated into the law fragments, not only the laws will be perfected, but the world area will even be expanded. Roughly estimated, with the law fragments in Ye Qing's hands, it is not a problem to increase the land of 100 kilometers. Adding the 670 kilometers before Ye Qing, it is a full 770 kilometers. Everyone is just envious. They can't wait to get the fragment of the law of the world. The point is, this is just the first mock exam. With Ye Qing's strength, she will definitely rank first in the next 2 mock exams. Ye Qing got 2 more fragments of the law of the world, and by then, it would be 970 kilometers away. Plus, the more you think about it, the more everyone wants to cry. This is so bullying. Has anyone ever seen a trainee world with a world area of 1000 kilometers? It would be fine if Ye Qing was from an aristocratic family. If he had money and resources, spending money like crazy would be against the sky. However, Ye Qing's family background is known to everyone. This is so frustrating. Ugh. People are more popular than people. Okay, work hard, and don't be proud. You must know that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people, the old principal urged. Before, he had talked enough with Ye Qing. Understood. Ye Qing nodded. If it were before, Ye Qing would naturally think that his 670-kilometer world is huge, plus the legendary goalkeeper, this year's college entrance examination, he will have to get a solution. But the old headmaster said that there were certain sons from aristocratic families. He is under pressure. Only get stronger, get stronger. Before the college entrance examination, use all the resources and transform them into combat power, so that he can feel at ease. Okay, let's go back. 2 days later, there will be a new mock exam, prepare well. The old principal began to chase people away. Ye Qing and others nodded and said yes, soon, but there is no doubt that everything today will soon be spread. Ye Qing's incredible 10-second clearance and SN score will definitely spread the word. Ye Qing didn't take this to heart, this effect was what he wanted. He will let others guess and fear. Ye Qing, how on earth did you do it? On the way, Zhang Yuqing struggled, and finally mustered up the courage. She looked at Ye Qing without blinking her beautiful eyes, and asked curiously. How did you do it? Ye Qing was taken aback and asked back. That's right, the world area of 670 kilometers. Zhang Yuqing gestured, still a little unbelievable. In her mind, Ye Qing is tens of kilometers bigger than her, and the world area of 100 kilometers is as big as the sky. But it wasn't until the end that she realized that Ye Qing's world was twice as big as hers. How does this make her accept? This, my luck is better, there are more meteorite belts around, that's it. Ye Qing said something similar to Zhang Yuqing. Ye Qing didn't think of the meteorite belt until now. Because of various situations before, he didn't care about the meteorite belt, and he didn't cultivate void creatures. The surrounding meteorite belt is simply a treasure land waiting to be developed. Meteorite belt. Zhang Yuqing was speechless. How big a meteor belt does this have to be to increase the size of the world by 600 kilometers? Never mind. She didn't get entangled anymore, she changed the subject, and asked in a low voice, do you have a legendary creature? Almost. Ye Qing nodded. I knew it. Zhang Yu nodded lightly. How should I put this matter? Unexpected, but reasonable. Ye Qing created an extraordinary creature from the beginning. 2 days have passed, as long as the resources are available, it is not unacceptable to upgrade KO Fan to Legend. World Area, Initial Creature. These are the novice benefits for apprentice World Masters. As a trainee World Master, there is a terrifying outbreak period in the process of ascension. Of course, after the outbreak period, there will be a long vacuum period. Because the meteorite belt is exhausted, the initial resources are exhausted. If you want to improve further, you have to spend money, or you can join the God system and get resources. This is why, the trainee World Master has 7 days to prepare for the college entrance examination. The initial world area is 1 point, but after 7 days, it is completely finalized, and then the real future of a World Master can be seen. By the way, that Lu Yi said before, you are going to sell blood, what's going on? Until this time, Zhang Yuqing started to bring up the old story again. She looked at Ye Qing with worried eyes. Sell blood? That's not a good word. Ye Qing's growth is so fast, it must have something to do with selling blood. She thought so, and before Ye Qing could respond, she subconsciously said, if you really lack resources, I think, I can still. What are you thinking? Ye Qing stretched out his hand, tapped Zhang Yuqing's forehead, and said a little funny, could it be that you really think I'm going to sell my own blood? Also, you are the only one who supports me? You are not enough yourself, how can you support me? Don't forget, I sold blood for 800 million. Ugh! Zhang Yu rubbed her forehead lightly, but when she heard Ye Qing's words, she felt something was wrong. So, what's the situation with your blood? 800 million. What kind of blood are you selling? It's not just blood. The blood is actually a small part, mainly the World Crusher. Ye Qing said, and immediately gave an overview of what happened before. 2. What? Are you being targeted by the Abyss? Zhang Yu exclaimed lightly, her beautiful eyes widened, a little shocked. Forehead. Ye Qing froze, what are you doing with such a big reaction? Anyway, it's over. Yes, Ye Qing didn't say that there will be an army coming from the Abyss later, and choose to hide, so as not to surprise this little girl. You are really... I don't know whether to say that you are lucky or unlucky. Zhang Yuqing said a little angrily. To be honest, she was a little scared. Just listening to Ye Qing's description makes my heart tremble. One mistake, the world may be destroyed. Well, it's all over. Why are you so worried about me? Do you like me? Ye Qing suddenly looked at Zhang Yuqing with a smirk. Zhang Yu's face turned red immediately, his eyes dodged, and he stammered, Who likes you? I'm so affectionate. Hey, are you still blushing? Why are you blushing? You don't really like me, do you? Well, it's normal, after all, as handsome and outstanding as a genius like Ben, any girl would like it. Ye Qing said. Narcissistic tone, that's called arrogance, go to hell. Zhang Yu lightly squeezed her fist and hit Ye Qing on the shoulder. Fighting and fighting, the figures of the two gradually faded away. But at this moment, at the school gate, at the corner, Lu Yi looked at the backs of Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing leaving, and frowned slightly. Being targeted by the Abyss. He subconsciously clenched a card full of ominous and treacherous atmosphere. Fortunately, he had some joy in his eyes, but also some reluctance. He knows a lot about the abyss. I did it the first time, but what about the second time? There is still time for the second invasion of the abyss. At that time, it will not be 2 or 3 big cats and kittens. It's an entire abyss battleship. Among them, the strong are like clouds. There is only a 10% chance of Ye Qing surviving this crisis. Oh, plus the combat power that Ye Qing showed before, it might be 30%. Or another person. Lu Yi hesitated. Never mind. After a long time, he put away the cards in his hand, turned around and left. There was a little red light in his eyes. After 7 days, if you are not dead, I will give you glory again. However, the glory at that time is not your glory. Outside the Extraordinary Guild. Squeak. With the sound of the brakes, Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing got out of the car. Extraordinary Guild. Zhang Yu lightly looked at the huge landmark building, people coming and going, and the beautiful environment, and was a little surprised. Why did you bring me here? Bring you to open your eyes. Ye Qing said with a smile. Is there any girl who doesn't like shopping? Is there any girl who doesn't like to go out? Wow! Zhang Yuqing's eyes were full of little stars, looking at the greenery in front of the Extraordinary Guild, looking at the fountain, looking at the statue building, everything was full of novelty. Come on, take a picture of me. Zhang Yu said softly, greeting Ye Qing. Very lively, very active. Full of youthful spirit. Ye Qing smiled lightly, enjoying this rare moment. Finally, the outside shopping is over. Let's go. Zhang Yu said softly. What? Aren't you going in? Ye Qing was a little surprised. He came here, so he just took pictures outside? Take a look outside? Too expensive. Zhang Yu shook his head lightly, instead of wandering around in it, it's better to go back and cultivate the world. It's okay, let's go. I happen to be short of 2 things that need to be purchased, so you should just accompany me. Ye Qing said with a smile. Okay. Zhang Yuqing hesitated, but finally reluctantly agreed. Inside the Extraordinary Guild. That is really a dazzling array of golden lights. Babes everywhere. The person watching is dazzled. Zhang Yuqing's eyes twinkled with little stars, and then ran to a counter, seeing the things inside the counter and couldn't walk. Ye Qing stepped forward curiously, looking at what Zhang Yu was looking at lightly. Well, that's something that looks like a scale. Name, balance 1.4 Libra. Description, it can balance blood vessels, prevent blood pulse bursts, and is effective for extraordinary and below creatures. Price, 53 million. Want it? Ye Qing asked. Zhang Yu nodded lightly, then immediately pursed her lips, shook her head and said, but it's so expensive. She has wanted this for ages. Her world is where bloodlines are iteratively updated to create more powerful creatures. Obviously, there are pros and cons bloodlines will conflict with each other, and there are more deformed monsters in her world. Really powerful and perfectly compatible creatures are really rare. It's all down to luck, look at the face. And if there is this balance scale, the situation is different. Let's go. Zhang Yuqing walked away reluctantly. She is eager, but the price really puts off. Ye Qing smiled, and soon, he went to buy what he wanted. What he wants is naturally phagocytic cells, the grid of death, and the source of evolution. He was prepared for the fire lizard. These things add up to 480 million. Not a lot. It's also a good thing that Zhang Yuqing didn't keep up, otherwise, he wouldn't have fainted from the price. Let's go. Ye Qing said lightly to Zhang Yu with a smile after purchasing everything. Zhang Yuqing didn't ask Ye Qing how much he spent or what he bought, and then left the Transcendent Guild. Soon, we arrived at the gate of the community. I'm going home, see you next time. Just wait, next time I will definitely surpass you, better than you. Zhang Yu waved his hand lightly, and little Huya started to demonstrate again. Remember to pick up the courier when you get home. Ye Qing said with a smile. Express delivery? What express delivery? Zhang Yu was taken aback. But obviously, Ye Qing didn't mean to explain, turned around and went home. Finally, back home again. Ye Qing took a deep breath, his expression concentrated, he hadn't forgotten the business. System, start 10 consecutive draws. Chapter 56. Zhang Yu is light at home. Before her parents came home, Zhang Yuqing quickly returned to her room, and she had just sat down when an alert appeared on her computer screen. You have a new courier, please sign for it. There is really a delivery. Zhang Yuqing was a little surprised, she didn't know how Ye Qing did it, she obviously followed Ye Qing every step of the way, but Ye Qing just bought something, it was sent to her home. She didn't want it, but after thinking about it, she still wanted to see what Ye Qing sent over. She clicked to sign for it, and immediately buzz. In front of her, a space door appeared, and the kamikaze robot walked out of the space channel carrying a small box. Zhang Yuqing quickly completed the signing work. Looking at the small box, thinking about it, I decided to take it apart. In the box, a scale engraved with exquisite patterns lies quietly in it. Name: Boutique Balance Scale. Description: it can balance blood vessels, prevent blood pulse bursts, and is effective for epic and below creatures. Price: 103 million, shocked. After seeing the introduction of this balanced scale, Zhang Yuqing was completely stunned. 103 million? Expensive. Her first thought was expensive. This thing is too expensive. 100 million. This is a billion. In her opinion, Ye Qing also needs resources. 800 million is a lot, but as the World Lord, she also knows very well that no amount of money is enough for the World Lord. Ye Qing's ability to increase the world's area by 600 kilometers must have something to do with the 800 million. But now, Ye Qing took out 100 million and gave her such a fine balance scale. She looked complicated, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Move? But more complicated things made it difficult for her to understand. There is a feeling of being pitted by Ye Qing. Wow! At this moment, a piece of paper fell from the balance scale. Zhang Yu lightly picked it up and took a look. Are you moved? Are you crying? Let me tell you, it's because Zhang Uncle helped me when my family was in the most difficult time. This is just a return gift to Zhang Uncle. It has nothing to do with you. 080, do you think it's too precious? Do you think it's repayment? Are you thinking that you can only pay off your debts by marrying me? Tisk, what you think is so beautiful. We are tall, rich, and handsome now, and we are also a rare genius. After a long list of boastful words, Zhang Yu's face darkened slightly, and she didn't read it. Hey, I only want to marry you. Zhang Yu spat lightly. However, looking at the exquisite balance scale, her heart still warmed up. This love, she remembered. 100 million is a lot, but after becoming a world lord, he will only earn more money in the future. But the concept of being rich in the future is different from being rich now. Now is the time to race against time to lay the foundation. Money is really an axe. This is the so-called timely delivery of charcoal and icing on the cake. And at this time, Ye Qing's home. Ye Qing naturally didn't think about how Zhang Yuqing would react. At this moment, there were light curtains in front of him that only he could see. Now, he is drawing 10 consecutive draws. Along with flashes of golden light, system notification sounds sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 containment cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a divinity card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a green card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a blue card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a red card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got 1,000 yellow cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a white card. Divine cards. Ye Qing's pupil shrank. At this moment, a smile appeared on his face again. Here comes another divinity. What is this? So far, in his containment world, there have been 3 divine existences, the gluttonous rabbit, the plague doctor and the gatekeeper. At the same time, there is an on-fire lizard waiting to be created. Among them, the gluttonous rabbit and the epidemic doctor became gods because of their huge consumption. The gatekeeper and the unholy lizard belong to the existence of divinity. Now get another divinity card. Very good. There are more cards in this hole. This is, possessed by the Emperor of Europe. Yes, it must be the possession of the Emperor of Europe, definitely not some guarantee mechanism. But the color card is interesting. Green, blue, red, yellow, white. One of each color? By the way, I still have a white card. Ye Qing pondered, he still has a white card and a black card that he hasn't opened yet. Black definitely cannot be flipped. White words. Ye Qing thought, it seems that it is time to turn out these white cards and use them. You have to know what you have turned out and what kind of whole cards you have. Thinking of this, Ye Qing stretched out his hand to grab it, and the two white cards appeared in his hand. White card, good luck card. It is definitely his lucky day to be able to draw this card and another divine card today. Open. Without a word, he flipped over two cards at the same time. OM. At this moment, surrounded by streaks of white light, different patterns gradually emerged on the two white cards. Two white cards. One is a bottle of clear liquid. One is the tentacles of a starfish. Card title, Longevity Medicine Description, you have obtained the secret treasure of the supervisor, and you have been cured. Effect, when used, it can completely cure all the ailments of the living beings. Card title, Starfish Caress Description, one of the 5 arms of the universe sea brushes over you, you are strengthened. Effect, in the next 3 shots, increase 100% attack power / 100% defense power / 80% speed / 100% life value. Good things, all good things. Ye Qing smiled, this is definitely a good thing. The elixir is the spring water numbered -006. And that starfish is actually a starfish of the Supreme Divinity Universe. It can be said that the white card is an absolute buff bonus. Especially the caress of the starfish. Increase 100% attack, 100% defense, 80% speed, 100% health. What the heck, the strength has been doubled properly. If it is used on the gatekeeper, tut tut. Ye Qing already thought of the scene where the gatekeeper destroyed time and space with a sword. Ahem, it's a bit crazy to destroy time and space, it should be to destroy the world. Ye Qing muttered. Although the bonus is only 3 shots, it's not bad. Then, next. Ye Qing looked at the remaining cards of various colors, and was a little tangled for a while. In the end, he fixed his gaze on the yellow card. I didn't turn over the yellow cards before, but now there are more yellow cards. The yellow card seems to be, the income is coming? No matter, let's open it first. With this in mind, Ye Qing stretched out his hand to grab it, and the yellow card appeared in his hand. Along with flipping it lightly, rays of light appeared in the yellow card, and patterns began to appear. Card title, Lost Aztec Gold Description, you found the golden reward of a lost civilization. Enjoy your bloody money. Effect, receive 300 million blue star coins. Oh. Ye Qing looked at the effect of this card, his eyes lit up slightly. Yellow cards are income cards, and different money can be obtained according to different cards. Originally, most of these yellow cards were several hundred, and the most expensive ones were only 5,000. In the end, when it came to Ye Qing, it turned out to be 300 million. Good guy. Ye Qing called it a good guy, how many times has it doubled? Not bad. Ye Qing nodded, shook both hands, and used the card directly. Not long after, a text message from the bank came, and as expected, 300 million arrived in the account. The bank does not have any abnormal records, and no one will doubt the source of Ye Qing's 300 million. Ye Qing didn't even bother to think about where the 300 million blue star coins came from. Anyway, it's useless to think about it. If there are a few more yellow cards, hey! Ye Qing thought so. If there are a few more, wouldn't he get rich immediately? Although some things cannot be solved by money, money can definitely solve most problems. However, this is just a thought. Soon, Ye Qing looked at another card. The green card, the environment card, he had drawn a dimensional dark gap card before, but he still hasn't used it yet, so it can be regarded as one of the bottom cards. The blue card, companion card, he drew a bird with a broken beak before, which is actually one of the contained objects. He has almost no sense of presence in the containment world, and no one can understand his bird language when he is alone there. So far, it can be regarded as the most miserable containment object, and the creatures in the containment world regard him as an ordinary bird. To be honest, Ye Qing kind of doesn't want companion cards, it's really useless. The last red card. This card is undoubtedly the existence that can draw the artifact. With a thought, Ye Qing smoked green first, then blue, and finally red. Lay the mat first, then shoot into the soul, and pull out a god-killing gun. Ye Qing was very excited. Without further ado, he turned over the green card. The cards gather, and finally, a figure gathers among the cards. It was a huge tortoise that looked like an island. Card title, Island Turtle. Subtitle, Lazy Islands. Category, Land. Description, if you are in the sea, this card will generate an island turtle to help you cross the sea. If you are not there, this turtle will still be generated, and then die of dehydration. Ye Qing nodded, neither disappointed nor happy. This card is really useless. If it is useful, it is nothing more than adding a very large tortoise species to his containment world. He didn't expect anything good from this green card. Immediately, Ye Qing looked at the blue card again. For this thing, Ye Wei didn't think he could prescribe anything good. Those so-called companions are really not too powerful. He decisively turned out the cards. Buzz. At this moment, along with the turning of the card, streaks of golden light converged, and finally, a figure appeared in the blue card. It was a researcher-like existence in a white coat, with a top hat on his head and a shotgun on his back. Most importantly, his pair of eyes. His eyes, one green, one blue, are different pupils. What's more, he still had a weird Cheshire cat-like smile on his face. This is... Ye Qing's pupil shrank. He seems to have created something extraordinary. Is this guy really an existence that blue cards can draw? Card title, Dr. Clef. Subtitle, Agent Ukulele, Weapon Master Chowder. Category, Companion. Description, summon Dr. Clef, one of the legendary 4 Doctors of Apocalypse, as your companion. You can trust his ability, but you should never trust his mouth. Dr. Clef. Yes, that is the famous Weapon Master. With a thought, Ye Qing came to the containment world, and at the same time, with a shake of her hand, she directly chose to summon Dr. Clef. With 743 figures appearing in front of Ye Qing, at the same time, a corresponding attribute panel also appeared in front of Ye Qing. Name, Ukulele, Dr. Clef, Race, Human Level, Extraordinary Type, Divinity Talent. Skills, Reality Distortion, Active, Hot Weapon Mastery, Passive, Liar, Passive, Mem Resistance, Passive. Description, one of the 4 Doctors of Apocalypse, a high-strength reality bender, or reality slot, may be the first bride of the Crimson King, and used to be a GOC agent. Ukulele. The standard equipment is a shotgun. Suspected Satan, the Crimson King in the periphery, the base in the wind, and all things. Reg. At this moment, Ye Qing was really stunned. His understanding of Dr. Clef is limited to knowing that there is such a person, and what kind of abilities he has. But he never expected that this guy was also classified as a divine existence. And, what the hell is the description behind it? Possibly the Scarlet King's first bride? Suspected Satan? In the peripheral settings, he also became the Crimson King? Plus, how does this summon a boss? Yo, hello. My, creator. Just at this moment, the slightly teasing and frivolous voice sounded. Dr. Clef spoke first, looked at Ye Qing, and began to say hello. The moment he was summoned, he already understood a lot. At least Ye Qing in front of him was his companion and also his creator. Of course, his memory has also been revised. Still, it's the same as the original Dr. Clef. Yet. Ye Qing nodded, and immediately looked at Dr. Clef's neck. There is an existence that looks like a scar, which is a bit ugly. But Ye Qing knew very well that it was not a scar. Actually, it was an eye. Yes, Dr. Clef has 3 eyes. It is speculated that Dr. Clef's mimetic resistance and cognito-hazardous resistance have something to do with these eyes. Anyway, no matter what, Dr. Clef is very strong in battle, a master of weapons, smart in mind, a goddamn god, and a level 3 reality bender. FK, this is really against this guy. Don't look at his level as extraordinary, but if you give him a few guns and a few heavy weapons, he can turn the tables against the wind, and forcefully killing epic creatures is not a problem. So, creator, do you need me to do something for you? At this time, Dr. Clef asked with a smile. Well, go make trouble yourself. Ye pointed to the containment area. He really didn't have much to order, it was up to Dr. Clef to figure things out. Just waiting for your words. Dr. Clef's eyes lit up, and he showed a weird smile. Immediately, he took off his top hat, put it on his heart, saluted Ye Qing very gracefully, and said slowly, follow your instructions, and I will lead the containment world to brilliant. Chapter 57, One Shot into the Soul. No 096 shy people. Lead the containment world to glory. Ye Qing looked at Dr. Clef, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. If you don't completely collapse the containment world, I'll thank you so much. Still brilliant? Brilliant a hammer. He shook his head and ignored it. After letting Dr. Clef go to the containment world to do things by himself, he looked at the last card. Red card. Dr. Clef was issued before, but this red card, can it still be a good one? Ye Qing took a deep breath. Slowly turning. Along with flashing red lights, finally, a figure appeared in the red card. It was an existence that looked like a slightly ancient pocket watch in the early days of the Industrial Revolution. Card title, Time Welding Repair. Subtitle, When you need to spend a few more seconds. Category, Ability, Timeliness. Description, allows you to control the terrifying cosmic time power. The user can go back in time for up to 10 seconds, and die after using it 3 times. Does not count as a paradox. Ye Qing's pupils shook. Hey guys, of course it's this one. Go back in time? +3. This is such a proper god-defying artifact. Although it can only go back 3 times, even though each time is only 10 seconds at most. Even after using it 3 times, you will die. However, this is still an absolute artifact. He can be used by creatures in the containment world. At critical moments, this is definitely a god-defying artifact that can turn the situation around. Very good. Although he didn't draw the Spear of the Unbelievers, but he was really the Emperor of Europe if he won the Spear of the Faithless. Hey! After a long time, Ye Qing let out a long breath, shook his hand, the card turned into golden light, and immediately, a retro pocket watch fell into Ye Qing's hand. The pocket watch looked very ordinary, without any special date zone. But as the master of the world, Ye Qing can clearly feel the mysterious power of time contained in the pocket watch. This thing. Ye Qing put it away carefully and solemnly. This is a stronger whole card than the black card. In the face of the power of time, all unfavorable results are false. Not bad. Ye Qing nodded with a relieved smile on his face. At this time, Ye Qing looked at the remaining cards again. 4 containment cards, 1 divinity card. The storage card, of course, is to be flipped casually. Buzz. At this moment, Ye Qing directly opened the 4 containment cards, and golden lights appeared. Finally, the 4 cards froze, and 4 completely different things appeared. A ceramic mask, a strange man covering his face, a group of squirrels dressed as knights, and a small iron rod. Ye Qing's pupil shrank. At the same time, relevant information also appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Occupy Mask, No 035, Level, Extraordinary Type, Containment Talent Skills, Seizing House, Passive, Spirit Corruption and Bewitching, Passive, Corrosiveness, Passive, Description, the mask that confuses living beings. Once you put it on, you will be brain dead in an instant, and it will become you. Until you become a whole body. Name, Shy Person, No 096, Race, Human. Level, Epic Type, Containment Talent Skills, High Dimensional Perception, Passive, Indestructible, Passive, Description, when you see its face, whether it is a photo or a video, it will perceive it, and no matter where you are, you will be hunted down by 096, and you will never die. Name, Squirrel Crusader, No 2050, Race, Squirrel. Level, Intermediate Type, Containment Talent Skill, Intelligence, Passive, Description, Eliminate Heresy and Blasphemy. P.S. Heresy refers to mice. Name, Serial No 2711, Ding Gaishensen, Ruyi Golden Cudgel. Level, Extraordinary Type, Containment Talent Skill, Ding Shui, Passive, Description, The Needle of Fuxi, recast by King Yu, fixes all waters, traps fierce beasts, genuine. 4 containments. But Ye Qing's gaze was fixed on the 096 card from beginning to end. Even 096 has been drawn out? What the hell is it, an epic containment? Ye Qing was delighted, really delighted. The characteristics of 096 are really against the sky, high-dimensional insight, immortality. Coupled with 096's own characteristics, that almost indestructible body, the combat power is absolutely against the sky. Moreover, he still has 173. Damn it. 173 posted a photo of 096 on his forehead. Isn't this God blocking and killing God? and Buddha blocking and killing Buddha? Laughed. Ye Qing really laughed at this moment. Before, Little Peanut's mobility was very poor, and there was almost no sense of presence. Now that 096 is out, this wave belongs to Little Peanut's enhancement. Extraordinary with epic, directly throw Little Peanut to another world, invincible. This wave is absolutely invincible. As for other containment items? Well, occupying a mask is quite useful, and the Ruyi Golden Cudgel is just average, and it is equivalent to a large-scale sealing method for setting waters. As for the Squirrel Crusader, it is purely funny than funny. Soon, Ye Qing saw the materials needed for these containment. To occupy a mask, you need a mask, no matter what material it is made of, you also need a soul essence, and a source of corrosion. It's nothing special, even if a mask is endowed with some special attributes, the price is only 10,000 yuan. The essence of the soul is also an ordinary substance, let alone bought outside, the World Master can extract and create it himself. The source of corrosion is a bit expensive, but it is only a few million, or even less than 10 million. Compared to the hundreds of millions and billions of other contained objects, this is really cheap. Others, what Squirrel Crusade, what Wishful Golden Cudgel, the price of the required materials is also very low. The Squirrel Crusade simply needs to be wise, and then find a group of squirrels. Ruyi Golden Cudgel only needs a slightly harder iron rod. The most expensive, of course, is the 096. Shen Yuan, Immortal Golden Bone, and the third Super Sense. The price of this indestructible golden bone is about 150 million. Finally, there is the third Extra Sense. There is no specific object for this third Super Sense, whether it is the third eye, or any other extra bones or extra hairs, it will do. As for the price, according to different characteristics, the price is different, the cheapest one is only a few million, and the most expensive one is hundreds of millions or billions. Ye Qing looked at his balance, and there was 517 million left. He did some calculations, and if he wanted to create all these 4 containment objects, it would cost at least 260 million yuan. Fine. He has enough money. Soon, Ye Qing came back to the real world and started shopping online. As for the third Super Sense, Ye Qing chose a sternum, the price is not expensive, only about 100 million. Finally, after everything was purchased, there were 257 million left in his account. The courier robot appeared again, holding a huge box. Kamikaze Express, your courier has arrived, please sign for it. The robot looked at Ye Qing with a strange face, it was the same robot twice before. Can't you buy everything in one go? Once in a while, I'll be tired too, okay. The robot's unique cold mechanical electronic sound appeared from the speaker, and the electronic eyes looked at it strangely. Ye Qing. You robot, are you still complaining? Ye Qing looked at the robot with some amusement, and immediately signed for the delivery directly, no matter how much. Ye Qing. The robot looked at the sign-in name of the courier in its hand, and the data flashed in the electronic eyes. Immediately, it looked at Ye Qing, and there was a humanized expression on the mechanical face. Is there a problem? Ye Qing put down the package in his hand and frowned slightly. Does this robot have human emotions? This humanized expression hesitates to speak. If you put a human skin on it, those who don't know it will really think it is a human being. Originally, this is customer information, but because it involves me, so, according to my analysis, it is still necessary to tell you. The robot said mysteriously, as if to reveal some big secret. Oh. Ye Qing was a little surprised, subconsciously asked, what's the matter? Recently, it seems that a lot of people are checking you, and on our side, they bought your online shopping list. The robot said in a cold, emotionless electronic voice. However, these words, falling into Ye Qing's ears, made Ye Qing frown. Buy his shopping list? Isn't this just trying to understand his strength in disguise? The key is. He looked at the robot with a bad face, so, this is how you protect the privacy of customers. The house of the Lord of the world, as long as the money is in place, only you can't think of it, and if you don't, you can't buy it. The robot's electronic voice trembled, and it was ridiculously catchy. The corner of Ye Qing's mouth twitched. Disclosure of customer privacy exists everywhere, whether it is in the past life or in the present life. If you play a game, your privacy will be leaked, let alone other things. But, buy my shopping list? Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, it seemed that someone really started targeting him. How long has it been? It started? These guys are really... With a thought in his mind, he immediately said, then I want to know, can I know who bought my shopping list? This. The robot hesitated, and shook his head in a humane embarrassment, those are all our most respected and beloved big customers. So? Ye Qing looked at the robot blankly. Add money, the robot said quietly. Well, the business of your world lord's house is getting bigger and bigger, seeing. It's really handcuffed. Tell me, how much is it? Ye Qing snorted coldly and asked directly. One customer needs 1 shenyuan, and there are 8 people buying your shopping list. Do you need the information of all customers? Or just a few of them, the robot said quietly. Oh? It's cheap, 80,000? Shenyuan. Ye Qing opened his mouth and charged a shenyuan. Ugh. The robot looked at the shenyuan in his hand, a little confused, and immediately reminded kindly, it's 8 people, not 1 person, this shenyuan is not enough. Isn't it enough? How do I feel that it's enough? Ye Qing looked at the robot, narrowed his eyes, and spoke quietly. Hey! The robot was taken aback. It seems that I have to follow you have discussed the matter of leaking customer privacy, of course, before that, I don't mind dismantling a robot to practice. Ye Qing saw that the robot still didn't understand, with a tone of voice more and more silent. 17 The data of the robot was in chaos for a while, and after a long time, the expression on his face changed into a humanized flattery, and he hurriedly said, enough is enough, 1 shenyuan is enough. This is what you need, the customer information you want. As the robot spoke, paper began to be printed on his shoulder, and soon, a list appeared on the paper. The robot handed over the list, turned around and ran away. Seeing that the portal disappeared, he silently dissipated the power of the world in his hands. If the robot says no, he will stabilize the space and forcibly dismantle the robot. Today's matter, no matter where he went, he was justified. Until then, Ye Qing looked at the list in his hand. 1 list, 8 people. It's just that he doesn't know any of these 8 people. After thinking about it, Ye Qing began to search on the internet again, and the results showed that there were only some plausible names, and none of them were related to major universities. Even, Ye Qing called the old headmaster and asked again. Sure enough, the old headmaster didn't know the 8 people on the list. Trust me. Ye Qing's eyes flickered. Although he didn't know who was buying his shopping list, he also knew that it must have something to do with those college world masters or principals. Everyone is in a competitive relationship, and mutual understanding is inevitable. Is it just your shopping list? Ye Qing was silent for a while, recalling what he had bought online during this time. Well, some resource cards, and the creation materials for containment, obtained Zhao, objects. Guess, if you can guess, I'll convince you. Ye Qing smiled lightly, and in an instant, he came to the containment world with the purchased materials. In Jiangnan province, the principal's room of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. This Ye Qing has sold so many things. His strength is extraordinary. At this time, on the sofa, a middle-aged man who looked 40 or 50 years old with a dignified face looked at the list in his hand. He frowned slightly. Holy flame sword, angel ring, holy blood. It seems that he should have created an angel species. In the previous simulation test, the sword that destroyed the world should be this day. Have you done it? Beside the middle-aged headmaster, a young man with a handsome face, wearing a suit, who looked like a rich young man said with a smile. Well, it should be. Angel species, among all systems, also belong to the ranks of powerful creatures. The middle-aged headmaster nodded. Didn't he create an independent system? In the end, he couldn't bear it and turned to another system? Suwei is ridiculous. However, if he only has an angel species, this is Ye Qing, nothing to worry about. The young man said, with a look of contempt. It's definitely not as simple as an angel species. You see, he also exchanged for a drop of phoenix true blood that contains divinity. And this gluttonous stomach, gluttonous is also a powerful creature. Chang opened his mouth and pointed to 2 precious items with red indicators. The complexity of the system is nothing to worry about. The Wild World Master is the Wild World Master. There is no inheritance, no system, and no specialization. The young man still shook his head. However, it should not be underestimated. It can destroy a simulated world of 300 kilometers in one blow, which is enough to show its strength. If you match, you must be careful. The principal warned. It's something, but that's about it. The young man chuckled. In the First Order world, he can move vertically and horizontally, but he can face me. He said, shook his head, no more words. And at the same time, in Jiangnan province, similar things almost happened in the principal's offices of major colleges and universities. Chapter 58, Number 076, Abel. The brutal Dr. Clef created a new race by himself. Phew. It's finally done. Inside the containment area, Ye Qing looked at the figures in front of him, and let out a long breath. In front of him, there were two human figures. A slender, pale-skinned weird human figure covering his face, not daring to see people, this is naturally 096. And the other one is wearing a bronze mask with a strange smile. It has a normal body shape, but it is a bronze figure model. This is naturally the 035 occupying the mask. Yes, Ye Qing not only created the mask, but also created a bronze statue to occupy the mask. Occupying a mask can occupy not only human beings, life, in fact, even a statue, as long as it has a face, it can occupy it. And two more. One is the Ruyi golden cudgel. The other is a group of squirrels, roughly estimated at least 1,000 squirrels. This group of squirrels belonged to the original species of the containment world, and they were picked up by Ye Qing and became his test subjects. Now, each of these squirrels can talk, and each of them has a lot of wisdom. They are chattering, and it is really lively. However, being weak is really weak. Even if a group of mid-level creatures can speak and have wisdom, they are still the bottom-level creatures in the containment world. Of course, Ye Qing didn't just create the containment objects. He also used fragments of the world law to make his containment world more perfect, and at the same time, the world area has also increased to 770 kilometers. On the surface of the sea, a huge island also appeared. However, that is not a land resource, but a huge turtle. This tortoise is also a kind of high-level creature. There is no strength against the sky, but the swimming speed is extremely fast. So far, he has finally finished everything. From now on, you should live well in this containment world. Ye Qing urged. Then 096 didn't know whether he understood or didn't understand, covered his face, and fell straight into the containment world. Dear Creator, you are my God, you are my Lord God. I will definitely teach the creatures to be brilliant. That 035 smiled and said, and then came to the containment world. Another liar full of lies. I don't know what wonderful chemical reaction will happen when this thing meets Dr. Clef. For the glory of the Lord, destroy the heresy. Brothers, follow me. Among the Squirrel Crusaders, one of the Squirrel Crusaders was a little bigger. The number 350 was called the Marshal of the Northland. The big squirrel of the Squirrel Duke screamed, and raised the knight in his hand. Jian turned around and jumped back to Rongzi. The rest of the squirrels followed suit. A group of weak chickens, plus a group of funny ones. Ye Qing looked at the back of the squirrel leaving, a little dumbfounded. He's not sure how long the squirrels live. Even if they become containment objects, they are still squirrels in essence, and they may be swallowed by other creatures easily. In front of the high-level ferocious beast creatures per capita in the current containment world, these seemingly normal squirrels really have no choice but to hide in the ground and linger on their last days. He didn't bother to take care of it, let them develop it themselves. A lamb can become the overlord of the world, and a squirrel might even build an underground kingdom. Shake your head and get rid of distracting thoughts. Until now, Ye Qing looked at the last divinity card. To be honest, today's card has already given him too many surprises. Not only did we find Dr. Clef, but we also had time to repair cards, and 096. The last divine card. He pondered for a while, and finally, he gently opened the card in his hand. At this moment, with the gathering of golden light, one after another characteristics appeared, and streamers of light began to surround it. In the end, on the card, something similar to a coffin appeared. In that coffin, lay a strange figure. At the same time, a related panel appeared before Ye Qing's eyes. Name, Abel, No 076 Hevel, Race, Demigod Level, Extraordinary Type, Divinity Talent Skills, Wormhole Transport, Active, Immortality, Passive, Madness, Passive, Cold Weapon Proficiency, Passive, Fighting Proficiency, Passive, Description: possess super physical fitness, a monster-like fighting will, the son of Adam, a Sumerian demigod in a battle-damaged state. Able. Ye Qing stared blankly at 076 in the card. Good guy, today's luck is against the heavens. It's just a pity. Ye Qing looked at the coffin in the card and sighed again. Seeing the coffin, he knew that what he drew was not Able at his peak. Able in his peak state, that is the existence that sealed the Crimson King and slaughtered the gods, that strength, absolutely epic and even a legendary figure. And Able in his current state has actually belonged to a period of being played badly after sealing the Scarlet King. Able has been sealed in the sarcophagus all year round and is in a half-dead state. However, after opening the sarcophagus, he will come back to life again. Once he walks out of the confinement around the sarcophagus, he will lose his mind and enter a state of madness. After entering the state of madness, he began to look for the surrounding humans, and when he found a human, he would fight with them and never die. Possess terrifying strength and speed, and even more terrifying fighting ability. Even if the head is pierced by a bullet, the killing can last for several minutes. Even without oxygen, it takes an hour to suffocate. Even, special black weapons can be summoned out of thin air. Of course, even after Able was killed, it wasn't really death. His body will turn to dust, and when he dies, the lid of the coffin will be closed again, and then everything will start to restart, and Able will regroup in the coffin and be resurrected again. This is Able. Don't think it's just a transcendent existence, but in fact, in Able's case, it's not a problem to kill epic creatures alone. And, most importantly, this is not yet Able's peak state. With a thought in Ye Qing's mind, relevant materials appeared in front of his eyes in the next second. Miniature wormholes. Particle reorganization devices. Demigod blood. Ye Qing frowned as he looked at what he needed to consume. He quickly returned to reality and began to check the prices of these things. Miniature wormholes, worth 150 million. Particle recombination device, an epic creation in the world of science and technology, worth 300 million. Demigod bloodline, worth 30 million. *4.8 NIZ. It's really not cheap. Ye Qing sighed, he looked at the demigod blood, and frowned slightly. Sacred blood doesn't cost much, so why does this demigod's blood cost 30 million? He still remembered that when he first bought the holy blood, it was only a few million. This demigod blood is more expensive than holy blood? He looked again, and finally understood. This bloodline is different from blood. Bloodlines can stimulate things at a deeper level, and as for blood, that's all. Just like his gluttonous rabbit, when he draws blood now, he can only draw out rabbit blood, not phoenix blood. But it's different when the blood is loaded, such as the blood of the demigod. The blood drawn out is the blood of the demigod. This demigod blood can even be sold for money. This is the difference between fish and fishing. However, this is not too expensive, only 30 million, he can still bear it. It's just that the others are a bit more expensive. The money is not enough. Ye Qing looked at his account balance and sighed. Now only 257 million are left. He thought before that the height of this divine containment also needs a special material to create it. Just like the plague doctor. Therefore, he didn't save money, and thought about seeing what materials needed to be consumed before doing the task. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. Ye Qing pondered, resting for a day first, let the containment community recuperate first. Wait for tomorrow to return to the full state, and then, IFJ, to do the task. There will be mock exams the day after tomorrow. I don't know what the new mock exam is like. Thinking this way, Ye Qing opened the hourglass of time again, and opened it at 10 times the flow rate, allowing the world to evolve again. Looking at the sky outside, before he knew it, it was almost evening. After a day of fatigue, Ye Qing only felt physically and mentally exhausted, so he hastily cleaned up his dinner, washed up quickly, and fell asleep. Early the next morning. After Ye Qing woke up, she slept until noon. Sleep until you wake up naturally. He naturally blocked the system messages, otherwise, he would really be fine. Sure enough, when he woke up, a series of system prompts appeared in his ears. At the same time, prompt boxes on the system panel also appeared in front of his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a new race has been born in the containment world, the dragon race, the containment point plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a new race has been born in the containment world, Murlocs, containment point plus 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a new race has been born in the containment world, Tiger People, containment point +8. Ding, congratulations to the host, a new race has been born in the containment world, Human Goat Race, containment point +3. Ding, congratulations to the host, a new race has been born in the containment world, Lizard Human Race, containment point +7. Ding, congratulations to the host, a new race has been born in the containment world, Winged Humans, containment point +6. New races, new hints. Hey, the evolution is so fast this time? Dragon people? Murlocs? Tiger people? Lizard people? Wing people? But, what the hell is this sheep family? Ye Qing was a little surprised. The evolution and development of the major ethnic groups is so fast? This is impossible without the effort of 2 epochs, right? Also, what happened to the people and sheep? His containment world, before, obviously had the goat race? This goat race? Ye Qing frowned, always feeling that today's reminder was a bit strange. Immediately, he opened the world log directly, intending to see what happened in the containment world during this time. Log, mid-second era, with the addition of various races and different creatures, the containment world has ushered in unprecedented prosperity. In the middle of the second era, the goat human race has been iteratively updated, and Wang Hong has been given the crown by the creator. The Tyrannosaurus Rex family began to dominate the containment world, the dragon snail family, and the monitor lizard family also worked hard to become stronger and help the world lord. After 500 years of recuperation and development, the various ethnic groups gradually returned to their peak state. Middle of the second era, Dr. Clef walked in the containment world. During his long exile, he got acquainted with Occupy Mask, the Plague Doctor, and even recruited a group of squirrels as thugs, and took a scary rabbit as a mount. A new star force was born, and began to have a little friction with various races. Dr. Clef wants to dominate the entire containment world. Second epoch in the Middle and Late Yuan dynasty, Dr. Clef relied on self-made firearms, controlled heavy weapons, led the Squirrel Crusaders, and started the Eastern Expedition. The Alien Tiger clan, under the ruthless suppression of Dr. Clef, chose to surrender. The mimetic characteristics of the leader of the Alien Tiger clan, the Alien Cat, has no effect on Dr. Clef, and the Magic Moon Silver Bell has no effect on Dr. Clef. In the end, he became Dr. Clef's hand-a-pet in Middle and Late Second Era. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex is dissatisfied, thinking that they are all veteran heroes and should not be treated like this, and intends to declare war with Dr. Clef until CI Drive F was hit with a gun and almost crippled him. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex chose to submit, and was willing to become Dr. Clef's mount. Under the leadership, I also submit to Dr. Clef. Middle and late period of the Second Era, after seeing the fate of all the elders, the goats couldn't sit still, and Xianxia was wearing the boots of the ghosts, planning to attack Dr. Clef. As a result, he was shot in the head by Dr. Clef, and almost died. The 3-level miracle masters of the goat human race took turns to fight, and they planned to have a break with Dr. Clef. As a result, after Clef in front of a level 3 reality bender with a doctor, a level 3 miracle master is nothing at all. Headshots with guns, heavy weapons play tricks, and one-person group wiped out 18 level 3 miracle masters. It was Wang Hong, a half-step forth, who came out to be the peacemaker, and this battle that affected the entire containment world was over. Late Second Era, Dr. Clef became the king of the containment world invisibly, and began to research and integrate various resources. Dr. Clef established a laboratory, started to study lightsabers, studied some mime effects that appeared in the world, and counted all creatures, and gradually communicated with various races. They had some superficial exchanges. Dr. Clef successfully married Wang Hong's daughter, and the world's first human goat was born. Late Second Era, with a scientific and rigorous attitude, and Dr. Clef's love, through Dr. Clef's efforts, the world gradually gave birth to dragon races, fish races, human race, tiger race, lizard race, winged race, and Dr. Clef, also known as Venerable Father. His status is second only to the world's Lord Father God. Ye Qing was stunned. FK, the dragon people, the Murlocs, the tiger people, the lizard people, the winged people, the human goats, what the hell was made by ukulele? Ye Qing looked at it incredulously. This world log. Immediately, the complexion became more and more strange, more and more surprised. Sure enough, he knew that Dr. Clef was definitely not a good person. Even Goddess Lily can be his wife, what creature can't be Dr. Clef's wife? With this kind of result, it can only be said that Dr. Clef has exposed his true nature. Is it okay to directly let the major races iterate with one's own strength? Number. He just knew that Dr. Clef was not a good guy. It's only half an era, and he has done so many things. If there are a few more epochs, Dr. Clef will not be able to help the lightning on the gatekeeper. Chapter 59. Off. Ye Qing let out a long breath. Calm down first. When Dr. Clef was first summoned, he had thought of taking it over in a worse way. Now, although it's not good, it's not bad either. On the contrary, it's an improvement in the containment world. He continued to read. At the end of the Second Era, with the change of bloodlines, only the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex remained in the Tyrannosaurus rex clan and maintained its original body shape. Evolved into the tiger people and monitor lizards. Except for the leader of the monitor lizards, most of them have also become lizards. The new murlocs wandered in the ocean, and the new winged people established the city of the sky. The sheep people, after blood changes, birth, old age, sickness, and death, with the passage of time, more and more people have become human sheep. They have lost some curly white hair, and their bodies are more like human beings. Only the curved horns on the top of their heads indicate their former identities. They used to be sheep. The patriarch of the human race, Wang Hong, gradually felt powerless, and gradually handed over the position of patriarch to Dr. Clef, and also handed over the crown bestowed by God to Dr. Clef. And his lifespan was completely exhausted, and he was dying death. At the end of the Second Era, Dr. Clef completed the Great Unification and became the king of the new era, and began to deduce the progress of civilization, granting knowledge, imparting words, and storing objects. So far, the Second Era is over and is about to enter the Third Era. Take a deep breath. Ye Qing took a deep breath. After a long time, he slowly spit out. After sleeping, all creatures in the world have evolved. With a thought, he descended directly to the containment world. The containment world at this time is really turned upside down. Once upon a time, the containment world was a row of primitive scenes, with towering trees everywhere, and an undeveloped red grassland full of wilderness. The ominous black land is clearly divided, and the blue sea water is yearning. Now, everything has changed. On the ground, there are many buildings, all of which are reinforced concrete buildings, and it is difficult to see the relevant barbaric atmosphere. The ground is clearly divided into 9 major urban areas. In the first city, the buildings are generally huge, and there are dragon people who are 2 circles larger than humans, and it is located in the east. In the second urban area, the buildings are fairly normal, and there are tiger people who are similar in size to humans, and it is located in the west. In the third urban area, the buildings are fairly normal, and there are lizard people who are a circle larger than humans, and it is located in the slightly cold northeast. In the fourth urban area, the buildings are normal, and the human goat people live more like humans. It is located in the center of the world. In the fifth urban area, there are fewer buildings, more plants, and a family of dragon snails. It is located in the south. In the sixth urban area, there are almost no buildings, and the trees are flourishing, like a primeval forest, where the squirrel crusaders live. It is located in the southeast. In the seventh city, there are almost no buildings and few trees, like a prairie, where the gluttonous rabbit clan lives, and it is located in the southwest. The eighth urban area is located on the huge island Tortoise. There are buildings on the island Tortoise. At the same time, there are buildings under the ocean, where the murlocs live. The 8 major urban areas, compared to before, seem to be in order. Of course, it's not just these 8 urban areas. In fact, in the sky, there is another 9th district that is not counted. That huge city was built in the north of the world, and the 9 huge concrete pillars propped up the city. The city is more prosperous than the ground, with tall buildings, and even plants, lawns, and waterfalls falling from the city in the sky. It can be said that it is flying straight down for 3,000 miles, and it is suspected that the Milky Way falls 9 days. Wing people come and go, very leisurely. And that palace city, the highest palace, is Dr. Clef's residence. Of course, now he is no longer a doctor or a doctor. The moment he conquered the world, he was already known as the Apocalypse Emperor. He seems to be playing a story called Rebirth, I Am the Great. The promoter of the era, the great man of the Industrial Revolution, the Emperor of the New Era. Oh, it's not old age yet. Ye Qing had a thought, and in the next second, Dr. Clef, who was enjoying his comfortable life in the palace, appeared in front of Ye Qing. Hey! Dr. Clef was taken aback for a moment, and after seeing Ye Qing's golden figure, he came back to his senses and hurriedly saluted. Emperor Apocalypse, have you played well these years? Ye Qing looked at Dr. Claire in front of him with a half-smile. Ahem, academic research, academic research. Dr. Clef coughed twice and hurriedly said. The goats can understand. After all, they are about the same size as humans, but dinosaurs, lizards, birds, fish, how did you do it? Ye Qing looked at Dr. Clef strangely, he really didn't understand. What the hell can't understand? Even if your hobbies are a bit special, it won't be like this, right? Ahem, it's actually the discovery of high-tech equipment left over from ancient times, which was bred with genetic samples from humans and various races. Dr. Clef hurriedly explained that this image cannot be ruined. Oh? High-tech equipment? Ye Qing was taken aback for a moment, and soon he thought of the original Force world. At that time, the Xiaoyang people did grab the high-tech equipment there, but most of them didn't know how to use it. After so many years of research, they didn't understand it. Their scientific knowledge was too lacking, and many of them couldn't understand it. And Dr. Clef was different. In fact, he has modern thinking and advanced ideas, plus he is also a reality bender, and he is also the director of the 4th level department in the original containment universe, and one of the 4 doctors of the apocalypse. Although the high-tech equipment is special, although the system is different, it is not a big problem for Dr. Clef to figure out how to use it. Only then did the so-called dragon people, murlocs, tiger people, lizard people, and humans come into existence. However, the human goat race was really born from his daughter with Wang Hong. I can't say that Dr. Clef is abnormal, but I can only say that love is unstoppable. Ye Qing nodded, that's fine. But has it been found that these new creatures have innate reality benders? Ye Qing asked. After so many years, Dr. Clef used his own bloodline genes as samples to cultivate creatures. Although the various clans are technological and ruthless, the human goat clan has truly inherited the blood of Dr. Clef. Anyway, there are a few actual containments, or reality benders, right? Ye Qing still clearly remembers that the daughter of Dr. Clef and Goddess Lily is also contained, number -166. But at this time, hearing Ye Qing's inquiry, Dr. Clef raised his eyebrows, and began to happily explain the changes for Ye Qing over the years. His first child is a congenital reality bender. When he was just born, he was able to induce water currents and manipulate the ocean. He named him, Art. Taken from the king of Atlantis. Later, Ye grew up and began to like the ocean more, and even became the master of the ocean. Now, he has become a level 3 reality bender, leading the murlocs of the ocean, known as the Murloc King, the king of Yate. His second child didn't show any special abilities at first, but when he grew up, he discovered that his power was getting stronger and stronger. He was born with supernatural power, and he should also be a reality bender. Dr. Clef named, Herax. Taken from the name of the Greek god Hercules. And Herax has a close relationship with some dragon people, and even married a dragon girl as his wife, and became the new king of the dragon people, and was called the mighty dragon king Herax. His third child, a girl, was born with the ability to fly, and was born with a level 3 reality bender. Her strength was a little uncontrollable when she was born, and she made the city in the sky float out of thin air, rising 100 meters, almost inspired Dr. Clef's fighting instinct. Fortunately, he forcibly restrained, and finally, the third child was named, Keisha. Today, Kaisa has become the leader of the winged human race, and is even called the Holy Kaisa. This is all his children. The corners of Ye Qing's mouth twitched wildly. Do you want to be the king of the gods? Do you want to be like Zeus? Ye Qing looked at Dr. Clef strangely. What kind of bad name does this get? Do you really think of yourself as the king of the gods? Moreover, the children born here are all born reality benders? Sure enough, worthy of being a divinity, worthy of being a reality bender, Dr. Clef is indeed against the sky. Ahem, we will spare no effort to strengthen the containment world. Dr. Clef coughed twice in embarrassment. The crown on his head is not a crown shining, and the ruby golden cudgel in his hand is surrounded by black light, and the shotgun behind him looks out of place. However, Ye Qing did not expect that the previous sheep-human patriarch died after his lifespan ran out. Normally speaking, as for Wang Hong's half-step level 4 miracle master, his life expectancy is tens of thousands of years, not to mention eternal life. As a result, How many years has it been? He died? Ye Qing suddenly thought of the last battle. In the last battle, in order to break the flute sound of a certain dark elf, Wang Hong forcibly performed thaumaturgy, which resulted in a strong backlash. Perhaps, at that time, he was trying his best to consume his own lifespan, which finally became like this. Alas, what a pity! It was originally a person who was expected to become an epic existence. However, if you die, you will die. After worrying about the sheep people for so many years, it is time to rest. This containment world was handed over to Dr. Clef, although it was a bit of a mess, but for the creatures in the containment world, there is no doubt that it is correct. The name of Emperor Apocalypse was also spontaneously given to Dr. Clef by all living beings. 0. Seeking flowers. Let me meet your 3 children. Ye Qing said, with a thought. The next second, 3 golden lights appeared out of thin air. After the golden light dissipated, 3 figures appeared out of thin air in front of Ye Qing and beside Dr. Clef. 1. The sea is wet, bare-chested, with rough face, blonde hair and blue eyes, with a golden crown on his head, holding a golden harpoon, strong muscles, a burly figure, and every move is full of majesty. This is the current leader of the Murlocs, King Arthur. The other one next to him is also bare-chested, with thick muscles, a rough face, black hair and black eyes, full of wild aura, and even, on his head, there are 2 black ferocious thorns. This is the current leader of the Dragon Clan, the second son of Emperor Apocalypse, King Herux. The last one is blonde, bright and charming, with a graceful figure, wearing a gorgeous dress, surrounded by ethereal meaning, surrounded by strands of divinity, the 3 daughters of Emperor Apocalypse, the leader of the winged human race, the Holy Xianxia. At the same time, before Ye Qing's eyes, a panel of attributes related to the 3 of them also appeared. Name, Lord of the Ocean. Art race, Protoss, Dr. Clef claims to be, level, extraordinary type, reality bender talent skill, ocean manipulation, active, description, Emperor Apocalypse is the eldest son, who has the innate ability to control the ocean, is called the Lord of the Ocean. Name, Great Dragon King Herux race, Protoss level, extraordinary type, reality bender talent skill, strength, passive, description, the second son of Emperor Apocalypse, born with supernatural power, known as the Dragon King. Name, King of the Sky. Holy Xianxia race, Protoss level, extraordinary type, reality distortion / divinity talent skill, control the sky, active, description, the daughter of Emperor Apocalypse, who innately controls the power of the sky, known as the Lord of the Sky, Holy Xianxia. Good guy. Ye Qing looked at it and called it a good guy. Especially that Holy Xianxia, who is still a divinity. Dr. Clef's genes are really powerful. 3 kids, all 3 are reality benders, and 3 are all superhumans. Ko Fan looks very low, but they are reality benders, fighting without consumption. It is so against the sky that it is unimaginable. Especially the Holy Xianxia, as a divine existence, even playing some epic creatures is not a problem. Abel didn't create it, but his containment world had 3 more generals. And at this time... Hey? Here is... What happened? Who? As the 3 of them were teleported out of thin air by Ye Qing, the 3 of them became vigilant for an instant. After seeing each other's existence and seeing Zunfu standing in the center, they let down their vigilance a little bit. Vigilant. And when they saw Ye Qing, their expressions became terrified again. They have been kings for a long time, but when they saw Ye Qing, they only felt that they were no different from the most ordinary commoners. Ye Qing seems to be in control of everything in the world, in control of everything. He is the creator of this world, the creator god of this world. Everything about them comes from Ye Qing. A fear that came from the blood instinct filled my heart. At the same time, the moment they saw Ye Qing, they also instantly understood who Ye Qing was. Art and Hercules were a little confused. The Holy Xianxia, however, was straightforward, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, "Meet the Holy Lord God. She is the Lord of the Sky, and she has communicated with the gatekeeper more than once. Although the gatekeeper seldom pays attention to her, she also knows some secrets and some stories of this world. I have also heard the legend of Ye Qing, the creator, and I yearn for plain wars to see the heavens and worlds." So, the moment she saw Ye Qing, she directly lowered her head. And the other 2? They looked at Ye Qing in surprise. From their birth until now, I have heard a lot of legends, but I have never seen Ye Qing. Years have passed, and they have long believed that the creator is just a legend, a lie created by their father, Emperor Tiankai, to fool the world. As a result, today, the creator Ye suddenly appeared. What is this? The faces of the two struggled, and in the end, they could only grit their teeth and bow their heads. Somewhat unwillingly, they said reluctantly, "Meet the Holy Lord God." Oh! Ye Qing looked at Art and Hercules, looked at their reluctance, and suddenly smiled. Have a problem with me, the creator? Hee, people. Chapter 60. Humph. Ye Qing looked at the unwilling Ader and Hercules, and snorted coldly. Boom. At this moment, the color of the sky and the earth changed, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder and lightning flashed, and a terrifying coercion shrouded Art and Heracles. God's power is like a prison, God's grace is like a sea. The terrifying coercion made the two of them feel their hairs stand upside down, and their foreheads were covered with cold sweat. A suffocating pressure came, and both of them had difficulty breathing. Song felt as if they were going to die in the next second. Panic. At this moment, the two of them really panicked. The previous reluctance and previous displeasure completely disappeared at this moment. Ye Qing is the god of creation, the real creator, and they are not something they can make mistakes. Even if you feel a little uncomfortable, that's okay. Not to mention them, even the so-called Great Emperor Apocalypse, in front of Ye Qing, did not dare to really make mistakes. Naturally, Ye Qing has to give it a good beating, otherwise, these two guys will be in trouble in the future. Lord God, calm down. Holy Xianxia hurriedly said, interceding for the two big brothers. The Lord God, calm down. The ignorant are not guilty. We must discipline them well in the future. At this moment, even Dr. Clef lowered his head and begged for mercy. Lord God, calm down, Lord God benefactor. Art and Hercules also hurriedly spoke, and had no intention of making mistakes anymore. That's all. Ye Qing let go of his thoughts, and immediately, the terrifying coercion disappeared without a trace, and the world returned to its original peaceful state, as if there had never been any coercion. The cold sweat on Kate and Herax showed that the pressure was real, and everything before was not fake. They really offended the Lord God before. If the father and sister hadn't interceded, I'm afraid, 353 they are already a corpse now. It's like walking around before the gate of hell. May I ask the Lord God, is there a new plane war about to start with this coming? At this time, the clear voice of the Holy Xianxia sounded, and she hurriedly changed the subject. Ye Qing looked at the Holy Xianxia in surprise, with a slight smile on his face, nodded and said, yes, in the next period of time, there will indeed be a new war of planes, so be prepared. Xianxia takes the order, draw the sword for the Lord God, and fight the heavens. The Holy Xianxia hurriedly said, her eyes were sharp, and she was heroic. Heracles took the order to expand the territory of the Lord God and conquer all worlds. Heracles also hurriedly said, at the command, the ocean of the great sea will surely swallow up the heavens and the world. Arthur also hurriedly said, they are uniform and unanimous. The breath in the body is stirring, and each one is even more excited. From their birth to the present, they have gone through ups and downs and struggled all the way, and now they have finally become new. But they are all fighters. When they are free, they are really bored. They can't wait to find new enemies and new opponents. Otherwise, they will have no choice but to become kings in a foolish way. Finally, Ye Qing is here, and it's really going to start a plane war. Go on, tell all the clans, the plane war is about to start. Ye Qing waved his hand. The three bowed to accept the order, turned and left. At this moment, as the oracle issued, the entire containment world was filled with a chill. The storm is coming, the battle is about to start. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex that had been sleeping all year round also woke up, and the strange cat also stretched out and imprisoned. May I ask the creator, how long will it be before the start of the plane war? At this time, Dr. Clef suddenly asked. What? Do you have an idea? Ye Qing looked at Dr. Clef and asked. Is such that? Dr. Clef quickly explained, I found some powerful genes in the blood of the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex, which should be the legendary giant dragon creature. For a long time, I have been researching whether I can create a family of giant dragons. Oh! Ye Qing became interested, and asked again, do you have a clue? Well, I have a certain idea. Once, I used the blood of the winged humans, the blood of the dinosaurs, and the blood of the monitor lizards to try to create new creatures, but in the end, it still ended in failure. I always feel that something is missing. Dr. Clef said, frowning. Fail? What's missing? Ye Qing pondered. Dr. Clef is trying to create an ultimate Stitch monster? According to Dr. Clef's experiments, it is actually possible to create giant dragons, but Dr. Clef is different from his creator. He can stitch everywhere because he has cards, and in the end, even if there is a conflict, it will be balanced by the cards. But Dr. Clef didn't. He wanted to create a giant dragon. It was wishful thinking. Unless, there can be exact dragon blood. It's blood, not blood. The giant dragon clan is considered a powerful race. With the giant dragon clan, it will definitely enhance the strength of the containment world, and real dragon knights will appear. But there is no rush, just wait for the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus to evolve on its own, there is no need to intervene. Ye Qing urged. Dr. Clef nodded, and immediately said, Creator, I think. As he spoke, he looked at the sun in the sky, which is the gatekeeper. Hey! Following Dr. Clef's gaze, the gatekeeper instantly opened his eyes and looked at Dr. Clef coldly. The corners of Ye Qing's mouth twitched. My good fellow, is Dr. Clef really trying to get the gatekeeper's attention? However, this is also normal. After all, the gatekeepers are angels. If a group of angelic army can be created, it would be against the sky. Moreover, there are innate templates, such as the winged people. The winged people really look like angels. Moreover, Dr. Clef also wanted to create a family of angels from the very beginning. As a result, a little bit of a problem happened at the end. Those winged people are different from the legendary angels, they have wings but no hands, just like a group of bird monsters. Dr. Clef was thinking that if he added the gene of the real angel of the gatekeeper, maybe he could really create a group of angels. But the gatekeeper's reaction. Sensing the gatekeeper's gaze, Dr. Clef shrank his neck. He was really afraid of being hacked by the gatekeeper. Never mind. He muttered, looked at Ye Qing again, and begged, if it's possible, I hope that the creator will choose one with an angelic creature during the war between the planes, so that I can catch 2 of them. Well, it's best yes, there is still a family of giant dragons. Ye Qing glanced. Dr. Clef's neck shrank again, not in the slightest way the Emperor Apocalypse should have. Immediately, he said with a glib attitude, then what, you are busy with your work. Don't worry about me, I just have a small opinion. With that said, Dr. Clef ran away in despair. Ye Qing was a little funny. But angel, giant dragon. Ye Qing pondered, it's not impossible. Anyway, his next goal is just to make money. It doesn't matter what kind of world it is. However, there are angels and dragons in the world. These 2 are also legendary mythical creatures. With the existence of these creatures, the world level is definitely not low. As for the containment world, Ye Qing looked up and looked at the situation of each ethnic group. The dinosaur family, the overall group, should have a scale of 80,000, but most of them are still in a high-level state. Of course, because of the Dragon Balls, these dragon races have also been affected a lot, and their combat power is a little stronger than the Tyrannosaurus Rex of the same rank. Moreover, the dragon people are born as middle level, and when they grow up, they are high level. If they are adults, they may be extraordinary. However, the dragon race has a very long lifespan, and none of them has reached adulthood yet. The only 2 superhumans are the former leader Tyrannosaurus Rex and the new leader Hercules, the great dragon king Herux. Of course, the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex must be stronger. After all, it is a veteran Superman, and now it has become a high-level Superman. Perhaps, it won't take long for him to pass the plane war and advance to the epic. Of the Tiger tribe, currently only Yumao managed to become extraordinary by relying on his seniority. The other Tiger tribes are all high-level, with a total of 60,000 tribesmen. As far as the lizardmen are concerned, the situation is not very optimistic. The development over the past few years has not been tepid, and there is no one who takes the lead. Up to now, there is still no extraordinary existence. Only a small part is high level, and the rest are middle level. The general level varies, and the ethnic group is only 30,000. After all, it was branched out by the dinosaur family back then, and it was not bad to be able to become an independent race without being annexed. And the satyr, oh. Now we can't say people and sheep, we should call gods. The current human goat race has changed the most. Basically, the appearance of sheep has faded away, and more people look like humans. With two curved horns on the top of their heads, they look more like dragons than the dragon human race. Of course, there are also some veterans left over from ancient times. Like Na Xiang. After suffering for so many years, Xianxia finally managed to become a supernatural being, and continued his life, otherwise, he would have died of old age long ago. The rest, the guys who have become Protoss, most of them have strong talents in thaumaturgy, and all of them are level 3 miracle masters, and there are even several half-step level 4 miracle masters. In general, it is much better than the goat people at the beginning. The ethnic group is also very large, more than 100,000 people. There are more miracle masters than ordinary people, and ordinary people have become a rare race. As for the Dragon Snail clan, they haven't made much progress, and their strength is still the same as before. Most of them are middle level, and the leader of the Dragon Snail is a high level one. The lifespan of the Dragon Snail is also very long, and the leader is still the original leader. Now the Dragon Snail group is also huge, second only to the Protoss, with a population of 90,000. There are also new races, the Murlocs and the winged humans. The scale of the Murlocs is also very large, with a total of 80,000. But the strength of the Murlocs is generally weak, enough to reach the middle level. Moreover, the Murlocs are also very restricted, and can only display their maximum strength in the water. Winged humans are not perfect after all, they are just a group of bird monsters, their strength is also very low, only intermediate level, and there are vicious ordinary creatures, there is no way. Even if they are led by the Holy Xianxia, they cannot become strong, it's a genetic restriction. As far as the total group is concerned, there are only a poor 30,000. Immediately, Ye Qing paid attention to the Plague Doctor, the Gluttonous Rabbit and the Squirrel Crusader. As far as the Epidemic Doctor is concerned, his strength is still high level, and he has not made any progress. Perhaps his evolution conditions are a bit harsh. The words of the rabbit family. Because of the gluttonous rabbits, the rabbit family is no longer the original rabbit family. Now, it is officially renamed the gluttonous rabbit family. These rabbits have either inherited the food-eating ability of the gluttonous rabbit, or the rabbit's rebirth ability, but their strength is only average, and the intermediate level is not a bit worse than the epic level gluttonous rabbit. As for the last Squirrel Crusade, the squirrels are no longer the squirrels they used to be, and a large number of them have died of old age. However, the squirrels born later also have a certain degree of wisdom and can speak. The formed Squirrel Crusade almost wiped out the rats. The size of the ethnic group is also very large, but they are all middle level, and there is no high level existence. These squirrels are just a mascot. Ye Qing shook his head, and immediately, with the thought, the next second, a world attribute panel appeared before his eyes. World, Containment World Area, 782 kilometers total population, 500,000 races, gods, dragons, tigers, lizards, murlocs, wings, dragon snails, squirrels, gluttonous rabbits. Civilization level, 2 system, abnormal due to the development during this period, the world area has increased by another 12 kilometers. The world's total population is 510,000, and the world's area is 782 kilometers. To be honest, it was actually quite crowded. If it wasn't for the subsequent construction of a city in the sky, which relieved part of the population pressure, coupled with the construction of the town, with the second, third, and even higher buildings, I am afraid that people would have already crowded the containment area. But even so, the will of the world gave Ye Qing an overwhelmed feeling. 2.9 In this case, either increase the world area, or clean up a group of people. If it is Qing people, it will definitely not work. If the area of the world is increased, the surrounding meteorites have brought him no use until now. Well, it is enough for the winged human race to try. See if you can fly into the void, because of mining meteorites. Of course, the easier way is to start a plane war. With his current strength, clearing some D-level rated world quests is easy, even if he clears C-level quests, he is confident. Even if it's a B rank. Forget it, B-level should not go to Huo. Hey, it's time to go to the Extraordinary Guild. Ye Qing murmured. However, before that, he first ordered Dr. Clef to investigate the meteorite belt around the containment area so that it could be converted into resources. At this point, he brought his consciousness back to reality. Nothing to clean up either. As soon as he thought about it, he planned to go out. However, at this moment, 0125012008 Fila 1503122290 bang bang bang. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The knock on the door was urgent and dull, as if someone was looking for something. Okay. Ye Qing frowned, and shouted, "Who is it?" In silence, the knocking on the door stopped. No one responded, and there was no action in the area. However, at this moment, in the void, chains rose one after another, and the space was blocked. The entire room connected to Ye Qing was completely isolated by this blockade. Med. Boom. A terrifying, death-like light that seemed to be able to destroy the world instantly bombarded from outside the window. Ye Qing's pupil shrank. Chapter 61. All-consuming power. What the hell is this? Ye Qing looked at the sudden death light in horror. The death light carried a terrifying breath of death and annihilation. If it was really hit by this death light, let alone him, the whole room, the whole building might evaporate and disappear, completely annihilated into fly ash. Someone is doing something to him, and he is killing him. The most important thing is that with his current strength, he can't handle it at all. Ye Qing's face changed wildly, and he wanted to escape, but found that the space on the first floor of his house was locked, and he couldn't escape at all. You can't prevent it, you can't escape it. FK him. This is definitely an unprecedented crisis he has encountered. Death. Absolutely a catastrophe. Who the hell wanted his own life? He couldn't figure it out. He thought to himself that he hadn't sinned in the past 3 days. Who was right? Lub? Impossible. In Lu Yi's situation, it is impossible to invite such a powerful existence, so it is definitely not Lu Yi. So, besides Lu Yi, who else? Did I invisibly block someone's way? Well, it is also possible that some students from other colleges think that they are not their opponents, and because they have energy at home, they want to kill him in the cradle? This possibility is not impossible. It's just that it's pointless to speculate now. In the flash of his mind, he had already thought a lot. He watched the death light getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, he even saw the windows begin to annihilate, the walls began to collapse, and the invisible space blocked everything. The aftermath of the incident was stopped, so that the outside didn't even know what happened. The death light was getting closer and closer. At this moment, Ye Qing calmed down instead. There's no way, it won't work if you don't stay calm. He was thinking, what cards did he have to survive? Time to solder your pocket watch. He immediately thought of this artifact. Can go back in time, up to 10 seconds. And, it can be used 3 times. 08 Although you will die after using it 3 times, the first 2 times are free. Use. Ye Qing was already S1, the death light had already reached his eyes. He flipped his wrist, and a pocket watch appeared in his hand instantly. The death light had already broken through, and Ye Qing could even feel that his body was beginning to annihilate, everything began to disappear, the power in his body was passing away at this moment, the golden light of the World Lord's body protection could not even last a second, everything was annihilated up. The only thing he can do is press the button on the pocket watch hard. Click. The crisp amplifier sounded. At this moment, the world seems to freeze. Da-da-da. In the void, a huge pocket watch appeared, and the hands of the pocket watch began to rotate. However, the pointer does not rotate clockwise, but counterclockwise. And as the pointer rotates counterclockwise, the whole world, even the whole universe, starts to go backwards in time. The death light that annihilated Ye Qing began to recede, and Ye Qing, who had been annihilated for most of her body, began to recover. The shattered furniture, walls, and windows are also restored at this moment. Time begins to turn backwards. In the community, the passers-by who were walking forward also started to retreat, and the death light completely left the room, as if nothing had happened. Ye Qing's irony also blurted out, and at the same time, outside Ye Qing's room door, there was another hasty and strange knocking sound. Ye Qing started to retreat, Ye Qing retreated into the room again, Ye Qing started tidying up again, Ye Qing sat on the bed again. Time, go back to before thousands of seconds. Slap. In the void, the hands of the pocket watch finally froze, and the time went back to 10 seconds ago. This is, going back in time. Ye Qing felt the power of time before and was deeply shocked. Really back to 10 seconds ago. He just had the mentality of giving it a try before, and he never thought that welding and repairing pocket watches at this time would also work in reality. In other words, this thing itself is aimed at reality. However, now is not the time to think so much. 10 seconds. 10 seconds is enough for him to do a lot of things. There must be someone outside the door, however, Ye Qing didn't have the idea of finding out these guys. In other words, he has no intention of finding out these guys now. There is a limit to his time going back, and there is a price. He didn't want to waste time on this, and when he escaped this disaster, he would have plenty of opportunities to investigate these guys. He glanced out of the window, wanting to find out who was emitting the death light, but obviously, no matter whether it was the direction of the previous death light emission or other directions, there was no shadow of a person at all. Stealth, or other means. I can't manage that much anymore, let's run for my life first. Wow! He stepped forward quickly, and opened the window directly. The next second, with a push of his hand, he jumped over the window and jumped out. Dong dong dong! At this moment, he heard a faint knock on the door. But Ye Qing can't control that much anymore. The wind howled, and the ears were full of cold wind. His family lives on the 23rd floor, the floor is very high, but he said it doesn't matter. The current him is, after all, the lord of the world, and there are also existences of extraordinary ranks. Not to mention the 23rd floor, even if it is the 30th floor or the 100th floor, he will be fine if he jumps off. Even if he has something to do, he should dance today. That annihilation death light is no joke. If you jump, you may still have a chance to survive, if you don't jump, you will definitely die. At this moment, Ye Qing only felt that the ground was getting closer, his heart was beating wildly, and his adrenaline was rushing. The feeling of weightlessness made people panic, but he had to do it. From the 23rd floor to the ground, it takes about 3 seconds. However, these 3 seconds, Ye Qing felt extraordinarily long. In his previous and present lives, this was the first time he jumped off a building, and it was the 23rd floor. It would be a lie to say I'm not nervous. Finally. Boom. Ye Qing suddenly fell to the lowest point, violent smoke and dust instantly covered everything around, Ye Qing's legs bent, cracks began to appear on the ground under his feet, and the terrifying shock wave shook the surrounding car alarms. At this moment, Ye Qing only felt numbness in his legs, and the terrifying shock force made him burn inside, his blood surged up, and he felt dizzy for a while. Fortunately, he saved his life. This internal injury is better than death. He quickly came back to his senses, without even looking back in the direction of his home, he quickly walked towards another building. The journey was safe and sound. Maybe it was because he jumped down from upstairs and made a big hole, which attracted passers-by around him to point and point. Ye Qing didn't care about this, he quickly passed through the crowd and entered another building. Soon, he took the elevator and expanded by 30 floors. Dong dong dong. He knocked on the door. Here we come. A clear female voice came from inside the room. As the door opened, Ye Qing, who was wearing pajamas and home clothes, with loose long hair and baby slippers, appeared in front of Ye Qing. You. Zhang Yu looked at Ye Qing lightly, and was taken aback for a moment, then looked at her own image, and then at Ye Qing's appearance, her face turned red at that moment. You, why are you here? She asked back a little awkwardly, a little uncomfortably. Let me in first. Ye Qing walked into the room without saying a word. Before Ye Qing could say anything, Ye Qing quickly closed the curtains. It was originally a sunny day at noon, but because the curtains were drawn, it looked a bit dark. What are you doing? Zhang Yu looked at it lightly, widened her eyes, covered herself subconsciously, and said with some doubts, Ye Qing, don't act recklessly. Let me tell you, don't think that you can act recklessly just because you gave me a treasure worth 100 million yuan. Me? Ye Qing rolled his eyes at Ye Qing, but ignored him. He stood by the window, squinted in the direction of his home through the gap in the curtains. Yes. From the window of Ye Qing's house, his house can be seen completely. Of course, he is not only looking at his house, he is also looking at the door of the unit. He wanted to see if there was any suspicious guy. The key is... He couldn't believe that those people didn't notice the big movement he made when he jumped off the building. I must have noticed it, but for some reason, I didn't dare to do it. Before recombining, the space on his floor was blocked. He had reason to suspect that because there were too many people, they didn't dare to do anything. Having reached this conclusion, Ye Qing was slightly relieved. Fortunately, those guys are not crazy. Hey, Ye Qing, what's going on here? Until now, Ye Qing finally noticed something was wrong. Ye Qing is full of travel and dust, and looking at the situation outside through the gap in the curtains now. Like a fugitive evading capture. Having trouble? The enemy came to the door? There are so many thoughts in her mind. Don't talk. Ye Qing whispered, those eyes were still staring at Shan Wu's door without blinking. Even though it was the 30th floor, with his current eyesight, he could still see the ground clearly. But he waited and waited, but he couldn't see the suspicious person appearing. Perhaps, it was the suspicious person who dressed up as an ordinary person and walked out swaggeringly. He recalled what he saw earlier, the people who came out from the door of the unit. The powerful brain starts to calculate and deduce. But obviously, those people were all he had seen before, and it could basically be concluded that they were residents living in his building. Either, the guy who knocked on them hasn't come out yet, or that guy also has some kind of invisibility, or that guy is one of the residents of his building. At this moment, Ye Qing thought a lot. He must think a lot. This is related to his life and safety, so we must be cautious and most important. Ye Qing, what are you looking at? At this moment, Zhang Yuqing's low voice sounded in his ear again. Before he knew it, Zhang Yuqing had already moved to his side, and also curiously looked in the direction Ye Qing was looking at. But she didn't find anything, but she saw a big hole Ye Qing made earlier. Did you jump off a building? Are there really enemies chasing you? Zhang Yuqing was stunned. Yeah. Ye Qing nodded. Oh, you. Zhang Yuqing was just joking, but she didn't expect Ye Qing to really respond. She opened her small mouth wide, looking at Ye Qing in disbelief. What kind of enemy is it that made Ye Qing choose to escape by jumping off the building? No, you made me repeat, it's a bit messy. Zhang Yuqing was a little confused. Fortunately, she is not stupid, and she quickly figured out the cause and effect. The unknown enemy should be very destructive. Ye Qing even jumped off the building to escape. Who did you offend? Zhang Yu became anxious, even panicked. She is only 17 or 18 years old, and she is only a high school student. Where has she seen such a scene? Before becoming World Lord, who is not an ordinary person? But now, this kind of accident suddenly appeared, which caught her off guard and really panicked. However, facing Zhang Yuqing's question, Ye Qing just shook his head, I don't know. Maybe I'm blocking the way of some people in 317, or maybe it's just because I'm unhappy. Are you serious? Zhang Yuqing was stunned. Ye Qing nodded. Let's find the principal. If it doesn't work, let's call someone from the public security station. Zhang Yuqing hurriedly said. This was the only way she could think of. Even if the principal is really capable, do you think he can arrive in a short time? Not to mention the security station, if it wasn't for what happened, they would come as fast as the rush hour. Ye Qing curled his lips. Then what should we do? Zhang Yuqing panicked and became even more nervous. Ye Qing opened his mouth, just about to say something. Dong dong dong. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Short, rapid, familiar melody. Ye Qing's scalp was numb, and her pupils constricted. Here we come. Zhang Yuqing said subconsciously and instinctively. However, at the moment Zhang Yuqing responded, the void began to tremble, and the chains of nothingness began to condense and began to wrap the entire space. The space is blocked again. The enemy has appeared again, at the door again. It's like a god of death is asking for his life. Ye Qing's scalp was numb, and her heart was beating wildly. He can't figure it out, he can't understand. When exactly? As soon as I entered the door with my front foot, that person appeared behind me? Can that person jump off a building faster than him? Also, how did he accurately find his position? Oh shit! Ye Qing looked at the faintly appearing seal chains around him, his eyes were tearing apart. This is... Zhang Yuqing was still ignorant, and some didn't understand what happened. However, in the next second, the familiar horror time comes. However, this time, not from the window, but directly from the roof. Boom! The roof was blasted through, the walls began to annihilate, and the chandelier ceiling began to dissipate into nothingness. Zhang Yu was shocked. Ye Qing gritted her teeth. And again, and again, and again. Don't let me know who you are, or you're dead. With a thought, Ye Qing planned to use the time again to weld and repair the pocket watch, and go back to 10 seconds ago. However, the moment the pocket watch appeared in his hand, he suddenly stopped. Facts have proved that even if he goes back to 10 seconds ago again, he still can't change anything. Enemies are like tarsal maggots, always following you. What can you do if you go back to 10 seconds ago? Run away again? But this time, where did he escape to? So, this time. Ye Qing's heart trembled, his thoughts moved, and in the next second, a card suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a deep black, only a little scarlet. This is, Dimensional Gap card. Chapter 62. Ye Qing. At this moment, with the advent of that terrifying time, Zhang Yuqing panicked and subconsciously looked at Ye Qing. She never thought that the mutation came so fast that there was almost no time for people to react. However, at this moment, Ye Qing gritted his teeth, and there was an extra card in his hand. Card? Zhang Yuqing couldn't understand, what's the use of taking out the cards at this time? Then, when she saw it, Ye Qing pressed her fingers slightly. At this moment, I saw that the card turned into a little bit of golden light. The golden light gathered, and finally, the golden light gathered on the ground, and a machine like a vacuum cleaner appeared in front of Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing out of thin air. What is this? Zhang Yuqing stared blankly at the thing that looked like a vacuum cleaner, unable to react. At such a critical moment, what's the use of Ye Qing summoning this kind of thing? Could it be that the vacuum cleaner can still swallow up those dead lights in the sky? Zhang Yuqing couldn't figure it out. Regarding this, Ye Qing was very calm. Seeing the machine appear, Ye Qing smiled confidently. Sure enough, the next second. Boom! The machine started to run, and a terrifying suction came from the machine. Hala. Accompanied by this terrifying suction, everything around him began to be sucked away, even Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing were no exception. In an instant, Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing disappeared completely. At the moment when Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing disappeared. Boom! The dead light slanting down from the ceiling completely flooded the entire room, and in an instant, everything was wiped out, leaving only the foundation of an empty room. It's like a sample room that hasn't been renovated yet. The space is blocked, and the death light will only erupt in this space, while everything else is safe and sound. Even the outside world doesn't know what happened here. The death light came too fast, from the beginning to the destruction, it only took less than 2 seconds. And at the same time, it's pitch black, you can't see your fingers, there is no concept of time, no concept of space, no distinction between up and down, left and right, only a little scarlet world. Ye Qing and Zhang Yu are ups and downs. Ye Qing, where is this place? Zhang Yu said lightly, looking around in a daze, she was still a little surprised and flustered. In the last second, I saw that death light destroying everything and devouring everything. But in the next second, she only felt a blur in front of her eyes, and she appeared here. There is a strange feeling, only the body feels light and light. If she hadn't been protected by the power of the world, she would have been in a daze and didn't know what to say. This is the dimensional gap. Ye Qing explained, and at the same time, he was relieved. Because of the protection of the power of the world, his consciousness is still clear and his thinking is still clear in the dark gap of this dimension. This dimensional dark gap card can not only be used to kill enemies, but can also be used as a life-saving magic skill. The dark gap in the dimension? Then, how do we get out? We won't be trapped here for the rest of our lives, right? Zhang Yuqing looked around worriedly. It's really pitch black, nothing up and down, no concept of time, no concept of space, it's like entering chaos. Don't worry, I'll be out in a while. Ye Qing chuckled, for this, he still believed in the system. What he drew was a consumable card, instead of actually drawing out the containment of the dimensional dark gap. Oh! Zhang Yuqing nodded half understood, then frowned and said, Ye Qing, who is going to kill you? Who did you offend? How could I know? Ye Qing was a little speechless, he still didn't understand the situation. Then, Zhang Yuqing wanted to say something else. Ye Qing's expression froze suddenly, don't talk. Ah! Zhang Yu was at a loss. Immediately, Ye Qing waved his hand, and a virtual light screen appeared in front of the two of them. The bright light of the virtual light screen slightly illuminates the dark gap in the dimension. However, this is not the point is the picture in the virtual light screen. In the picture, it is the situation of Zhang Yuqing's family. This is Ye Qing's high-dimensional perspective. Is there a gap between the dimensions before the blue star and the small world? Ye Qing murmured. He didn't expect that the high-dimensional perspective could be used in this. However, just right. He wanted to see who was killing him. Pound asterisk. At this time, Zhang Yuqing finally recognized from the layout of the room and even the condition of the door that this room was her home. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Because, at this time, the well-decorated three-bedroom house in her house has become a rough house. What furniture and home appliances, what decorative chandeliers, all disappeared under the annihilation of the dead light. This power. Ye Qing sighed. He had seen the terrifying power of the death ray before, but he didn't expect that the death ray would annihilate everything. If they didn't run fast, they might be no different from home appliances. Damn guy, don't let me know who you are. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth lightly and looked at the screen fiercely. Squeak. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a man with an ordinary face and a height of only 1.7 meters walked in from the door. Looking at the room that has become a rough room, he gently raised his hand to reveal the watch on his wrist, and immediately said softly, "Report, the target has been cleared. Be sure to find the key." A deep voice came from the watch. "Received," the man said, and immediately, his eyes were sharp and he began to search in the blank room. But this room is really like a rough house, there is nothing left, not even a single hair. Not to mention his so-called keys. After a long time, he stood in the living room, frowning, his face sank slightly. Immediately, he raised his hand and looked at the watch-like thing on his wrist. Soon, a virtual projection appeared on the watch, and the red dot that should have existed on the virtual projection completely disappeared. Disappeared. He was a little confused. It doesn't make sense, the key can't be destroyed by the death light. Could it be that the kid put the key of the Death Star in the small world? He murmured, feeling a little troubled. After a long time, he started talking again. "Report, I didn't find the key, and it seems that the kid put it in the small world." He reported truthfully. Apparently, he couldn't avoid being scolded. Finally, the deep male voice in the call remembered, "Investigate that kid's background, make sure to find his small world, and get the key." "Yes." The man turned and left the room with a serious expression. 0125012008 Fila 150322050 key. At this time, in the dark gap of the dimension, Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing murmured almost at the same time. All because of this key. If it wasn't for this key, these people wouldn't have come to the door, and if it wasn't for this key, they wouldn't have suffered from this unwarranted disaster. "Ye Qing, what kind of key is it? Whose key did you steal?" Zhang Yuqing hurriedly asked. "The key." Ye Qing frowned, and for a while, couldn't figure it out, really couldn't figure it out. What key could he have? He carefully recalled everything that happened in the past 3 days. The key must be with him, and he got it by accident, but he didn't know it. "So, have you gotten any strange things these days?" Ye Qing's expression suddenly froze. He figured it out. He really has a strange, incomprehensible thing that he got. He flipped his wrist, and in his hand, a badge that looked like a Death Star model appeared in an instant. This thing has been worn by him all the time. If it wasn't for the sudden attack today, he still wouldn't know what it is. Death Star key? Death Star. Ye Qing's expression froze. This thing is indeed extraordinary. The Force world is destroyed, but this thing is fine. This is the Death Star. Even Zhang Yuqing recognized the small badge on Ye Qing's hand. The Death Star is a well-known creation of cutting-edge technology. It is definitely a legendary star-defying star-killing weapon. Who doesn't have a Death Star dream for the world master who takes the technological route? Before, Zhang Yuqing had learned a lot about the systems of the major world masters, and had also studied the potential of the technological world. She recognized the Death Star at a glance. She's not stupid either, she got it quickly. CO author, did Ye Qing get the key to the Death Star and was coveted by others? By the way, how did you get the Death Star key? Zhang Yuqing asked curiously, frowning slightly. Well, it's a long story. Ye Qing thought for a while, and he was fine now, so he roughly talked about what happened to him at that time. The more Zhang Yuqing listened, the weirder he felt. You're so lucky. She couldn't complain, she didn't know what to say. I'm called Destiny's Child. Ye Qing said with a smile. What about Destiny's son? Zhang Yu rolled her eyes lightly. Ye Qing, which Destiny's Child have you seen being chased into the sky? Heaven will send a great mission to the people of Sri Lanka, and they must first suffer their minds and minds, exhaust their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, empty their bodies, and disturb their actions. Ye Qing said jokingly. When are you still in the mood to joke? Zhang Yu rolled her eyes lightly, and immediately became a little worried. So, when can we go out? The surroundings were pitch black, and she always felt that there was some extreme horror of the abyss. I don't know. Ye Qing shook his head. After entering the dimensional gap, you will either be saved by divine grace, or rely on Scranton's grapple to get out, otherwise, you will have to wait. Wait for a random time to teleport them out. This random time is uncertain, it may be the next second, it may be a few hours later, or it may be a day later. Anyway, the world is uncertain, but what Ye Qing can be sure of is that both of them can go out safe and sound. B. Zhang Yu bit her lip lightly, and said again, in other words, what do you plan to do with the key to the Death Star? If this thing is still in your hands, it will definitely cause trouble. Moreover, those people seem to be investigating you too. Your identity background is gone, when the time comes, your world will definitely usher in an invasion. Put it in the small world first. I can't wait for them to invade. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, and the cold light in his eyes flashed away. He was extremely aggrieved by this matter today. Being hunted down, there is no way to go to heaven, and no way to go to earth. In the end, if it wasn't for a sudden whim, he really couldn't escape in a short time with the dimensional dark gap card. There must be hatred. There are also complaints. Hate more. Also, how dare these guys do it? How dare you lay down an assassin in the urban area? A bunch of desperados. It seems that it is necessary to investigate the existence of the Force world. To be honest, although Ye Qing knew the reason for being hunted down, there are still many questions that are not clear. However, it would be nice to wait until later to investigate slowly. In this regard, Ye Qing is not in a hurry. Put the Death Star key away. Even if this thing can be located, he doesn't care, this thing is a treasure, the Death Star key must be related to driving the Death Star. If he can fight back to the limit in the end, it is not impossible to obtain a legendary top-level technological creation. In the dark gap of the dimension, Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing waited boredly. Fortunately, there are two of us, so we won't be bored to the point of going crazy. I don't know how long it has passed, and finally In the dark gap of this dimension, streaks of red light suddenly appeared. The red light enveloped the two of them in an instant, and an extremely strong suction appeared on the two of them, pulling them away in an instant. Accompanied by bursts of whirling, at the same time, a sense of powerlessness rose from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, when the eyes were wide open and the dazzling sunlight fell on the two of them, the two finally got rid of the dark gap in the dimension and were successfully teleported out. For some reason, my body is wet, as if I just picked it up from the water. The body is still a little weak. Ye Qing, she indeed, is okay, after all, she already has an extraordinary physique. Zhang Yuqing is different. At this time, she was lying on the ground wet, her pretty face was still blushing, and she was in a state of exhausted aftertaste. Tisk tisk. Ye Qing looked down and couldn't help being amazed. Ah! Zhang Yu came back to her senses, looked at herself, and immediately exclaimed, and hurriedly covered her face, her pretty face turned even redder with embarrassment. Fortunately, there is no one around, otherwise Zhenshi would die. Cough cough, change quickly. Ye Qing waved his hand, summoned some clothes styles from the small world and handed them to Zhang Yuqing. Zhang Yu blushed lightly, and hurriedly put on her clothes, a golden light flashed all over her body, and immediately put on those clothes. Tisk tisk. Ye Qing looked at Zhang Yuqing who had changed her clothes, and was amazed again. This dress is the holy Xianxia style clothes, which outlines the exquisite curves with unevenness. The pure white gown with patterns outlined, crystal high heels, and long legs make her look like a royal beauty. Look! Zhang Yu lightly chopped peppers, his face was red to the ears. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect that little girl to look so good. Ye Qing was amazed, of course, he also chose a dress, which looked quite satisfactory, an inner suit and a white shirt, looking like a researcher. You're just a little girl. Zhang Yu pursed her lips lightly, then looked around and asked again, by the way, where is this? Xe. Ye Qing raised his eyes and saw a wide field of vision around him. It didn't look like the main road, but it looked like it was on the roof of a certain building. Then, he saw the extremely eye-catching characters Supernatural Guild. Extraordinary Guild. Ye Qing smiled, let's go, just do some tasks and earn some money. Today, if I don't find out the person behind the scenes, my surname will not be Yet. There was a dangerous light in his eyes. Today, those guys can't say anything. Chapter 63. Extraordinary Guild. Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing came down from the roof. Soon, Ye Qing took Zhang Yu to take the elevator to the 83rd floor of the Extraordinary Guild. Immediately, Ye Qing took Zhang Yuqing, turned left again, and arrived at a small shop that didn't look very eye-catching. This small shop looks like it sells computers. No matter who it is, if you just look at it, it's just an ordinary computer store, and the audience is only ordinary people, not world masters. Hello, guest, do I need to choose a computer? As soon as I entered the door, a young lady stepped forward to ask, smiling and saying hello. I'm here to find someone. Ye Qing said suddenly. Oh, may I ask, who are you looking for as a guest? The young lady said politely with a professional smile. Find someone, I don't know who it is. Ye Qing said quietly. Okay, sir, this way please. The young lady brought Ye Qing into the room with a smile on her face. On the other hand, Zhang Yuqing was in a dazed state the whole time, and didn't understand what Ye Qing was doing at all. She could only follow Ye Qing ignorantly, and was led into the inner room by the young lady. Entering the inner room, turning hundreds of times, the dark passage is dark and deep. Finally, at the end of the passage, an alloy door slowly opened, revealing the inner room. Seeing this, Zhang Yuqing almost didn't drop his jaw in shock, looking at the layout of the room in disbelief. If the small shop before was just an ordinary shop selling computers, then here is a hall with a sense of technology, just like the future world. The pure white space, metal reflections on the ground, and all kinds of monitors on the walls, all kinds of data are dazzling and dizzying. There is another person sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, drinking tea leisurely while staring at the screen. Oh? Come to live. The man turned his head, looked at Ye Qing, and smiled slightly. Wearing glasses, he looked very gentle. He waved his hand to let the young lady back down. Immediately, he led Ye Qing to the sofa and asked with a smile, Want to find someone? Not bad. Ye Qing nodded. Is there a portrait, or a name or something? The man said, and then said, It doesn't matter if you don't have a portrait or a name, you just need to tell me a general idea, and I can find it for you, but time and money, you understand. As he spoke, he showed a knowing smile. Go straight. Can. Ye Qing nodded, there are portraits. That's easy. The man's eyes lit up, and he immediately handed Ye Qing a sketchpad. Ye Qing reached out to take it, weighed it, and immediately, the power of the world was poured into it. I saw that a virtual 890 panel appeared on the sketchboard, and a portrait was quickly sketched and interwoven in the virtual panel. The man had an ordinary face and no specific features. And this person is the man who last appeared in Zhang Yuqing's house before. This is not just as simple as a portrait, but also for reading memory, and it is a part of related memories imported by Ye Qing. Finally, when the portrait was fully formed, Ye Qing handed the sketchpad to the person. Okay, please wait a moment. The man nodded, took the sketchpad, went to the computer, imported the portrait information, and started the nationwide appearance screening. Ye Qing, what's going on here? Zhang Yuqing read it in a daze, still a little confused. Of course I'm looking for someone. Ye Qing said with a smile. I know I'm looking for someone, but I want to ask, how do you know about this place? Zhang Yu asked softly, still in disbelief. I saw it on the internet, and I had the mentality of trying it out, but I didn't expect it to exist. Ye Qing said with a smile. I saw it on the internet? I believe you. Zhang Yu muttered softly. Ye Qing smiled and said nothing. However, he did see it online. Of course, it wasn't what he saw, but the original owner. Because of the accidental death of his parents, the original owner was depressed for a while, trying to find the murderer, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and he couldn't find it at all. Therefore, in the end, he saw all kinds of information at night, only to find out that there is a shop in the Extraordinary Guild that specializes in finding people. Of course, it's the kind of people who can't see the light. However, how could the original owner manage so much? It doesn't matter whether you are not visible or official, in the end, you resolutely ran to this store, paid a high price, and finally found the murderer. Drunk driving, hit and run, that person is still in prison. Because of this reason, Ye Qing also knew about such a shop. Black is darker. Find someone, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. However, this is only for ordinary people. Putting it on the World Lord, this money is nothing. Finally, just then. Found it! The boss's voice suddenly sounded. Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing stood up and looked intently at the virtual panel on the wall. Sure enough, the virtual panel on the wall has shown a person's file, and that person is the guy they saw before. AICA, look, is it this person? The boss asked with a smile. Yes, this is it. Ye Qing nodded, and Zhang Yuqing also nodded. Okay, 500,000 sincerity. The boss said with a smile. 500,000 is not much, but that is for the World Lord. For those ordinary people, 500,000 is not enough. And the boss in front of him is indeed an ordinary person, but he is just a hacker against this guy, and he has connections to get some high-tech equipment from various worlds, which is why he has such a scale. As an ordinary person, it is not bad to be able to mix up to this point. Also transfer money easily. It wasn't until the money was transferred that the various file information on the virtual panel was unlocked. Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing looked intently. Name, Zhang Wen S*X, male age, 35 years old. Alliance certification, Tier 2 World Master registration address, North Street District, Nanjing City, Nanya Province. Current address, number 367, Wenhua Street, Guangling City, Jiangnan Province. Education, personal contact information, a very detailed file. What a boy! He's still a second-tier World Master. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, and immediately he signaled the boss to click on the 10th column of World Masters. Soon, more detailed information will appear on the virtual panel. Tier 2 World System, Technological Force World Area, 2,100 km. Currently the strongest known creature / combat power, epic. PS, there may be errors in the statistical data, results. Once in the college entrance examination, won the 3rd place in the province. D-Level Purification World Mission, received evaluation, B. D-Level Purification World Mission, evaluation, B+. D-Level Purification World Mission, rating, B. D-Level Purification World Mission, evaluation, A. C-Level Purification World Mission, get evaluation, C. C-Level Purification World Mission, get evaluation, B. C-Level Purification World Mission, evaluation, B+. Veteran Second Order World Master. Ye Qing's eyes flashed, my good guy, this record is not really rich enough. Even participated in the B-Level Purification World Mission? Most importantly, there is still a world area of 2,100 km. The strongest creature is epic? Well, this is just for reference, it doesn't mean that guy really only has epics. Maybe, he has a legendary creature? Who doesn't have a card yet? So strong. At this time, Zhang Yuqing also murmured. Such experience, for these trainee world masters, is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. Although in this resume, there are only some D-level and C-level purification world tasks, and even the highest evaluation is only A. But it is still much better than these trainee world masters. Not to mention his achievements, but the size of this guy's world is not something they can shake. What should I do? Zhang Yu looked at Ye Qing lightly and asked with a frown. Second rank World Master? Don't worry, I'm almost there. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, and there was a flash of cold light in his eyes. Now, he has a world area of 782 km. He only needs to reach a world area of 1,000 km, and he can be regarded as a second-order World Master. Although the area of the world is still not as good as human beings, the outcome depends not only on the area of the world. The biological combat power in the world is the most important thing. Even if that guy really has a legendary creature, he is also confident that his gatekeeper can fight it, at least have the power to fight. Are you crazy? Zhang Yuqing looked at Ye Qing in disbelief, a little anxious, and said in a low voice, he is a veteran second-tier World Master, we are not his opponents. Don't worry, I'm sure. Ye Qing chuckled. Zhang Yuqing was numb. Is this an absolute difference? Even if you really become the second-order World Master, so what? You only have a world area of 1,000 km, but others have 2,100 km, which is twice as large as yours. Where does your confidence come from? Where does your confidence come from? Ye Qing, why don't we bear it? For a while, the weather will be calm and the sea will be calm, and the sea will be brighter. Wait until the college entrance examination is over this year, and turn resources into combat power, and then go find trouble with that person. If it doesn't work, we can also inform the public security station. This is not something we can face now. Zhang Yuqing was still there to persuade. She is quite sensible and knows the gap. 2,100 kilometers, really a big gap, okay? But Ye Qing just smiled and didn't speak. Zhang Yu was speechless. It was the first time she saw Ye Qing so stubborn. She was dying of anxiety, but Ye Qing still acted like a normal person. Can't bear it anymore? Let's go. Ye Qing turned and left. Where are you going again? Zhang Yu asked with a slight frown. Of course it is to make money and improve my strength. I am not stupid, of course I know the gap with others. Ye Qing said with a smile. You still know the gap. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes lightly at Ye Qing. Looking at Ye Qing's appearance earlier, it was as if he wanted to kill that person immediately. But, by the way, how do you make money? Selling blood again? Zhang Yuqing looked at Ye Qing suspiciously. Ye Qing's face darkened. It's hard to get by with selling blood, right? Without saying a word, he led Zhang Yuqing downstairs. Soon, they arrived at the mission hall. Looking at the mission hall, Zhang Yuqing understood. Immediately, I was even more surprised. Are you going to purify the world? Are you crazy? The lowest level here is the D-level mission world. Even if it is just an ordinary D-level task, it is still a second-level world. Yes, in the mission hall, the lowest level is D-level missions, and the lowest level is the second-order world. Because the first-order world has almost no qualifications to survive in the void, and it won't take long for the first-order world to be blown away by the void storm, and there is no qualification for growth at all. Zhang Yuqing couldn't believe that Ye Qing didn't know this. She really can't figure it out. Ye Qing said, what are you thinking? It's only been a few days since we saw each other, and she feels more and more unable to see through Ye Qing. It's okay, I've already purified it once, I have experience. Ye Qing said with a smile. Immediately, instead of going to the counter, he found a nearby tablet and started looking for tasks on it. Soon, Ye Qing arrived at the D-level mission area. Zhang Yuqing came over curiously looking at the so-called D-level mission on the tablet. Unconsciously, the subconscious thought came out of his mouth, D-level purification world mission, the world of science and technology. Due to the infection of the abyss, the world's creatures mutated into zombie monsters. The distance has been reduced to 1,500 kilometers, and there are epic-level tyrannical zombies at the most. The mission is successful, and the reward is 1.5 billion. Epic. Zhang Yu lightly calculated, while substituting herself, except for the world area being crushed, she can make gestures for the rest. She also has epic creatures. If it's Ye Qing. She thought of Ye Qing's horrific results in the mock exam, and then her complexion became a little weird. It seems that it is not difficult. Zhang Yu looked at this task lightly, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. It's really not as difficult as imagined, except that the world area is crushed, the rest are very easy and simple. Epic to epic, extraordinary to extraordinary, she has the confidence to conquer the technological world. It's not difficult. Ye Qing smiled, and immediately said, however, if you think you can win with a 30% or even 50% weakening, you can try it. Try to purify this world. Weaken by 30%? 50%? Zhang Yu's face changed slightly when he heard that. This is equivalent to a half discount. Even if she has epic creatures, even if she is as powerful as the epic creatures in this world, she can't beat them. She smiled wryly, thinking of the oppression of the world. Sure enough, the world purification task is not so easy to do. She only has a world area of more than 300 kilometers, how can it compare to the world area of 1,500 kilometers? But changing to Ye Qing is different. Ye Qing should also have a world area of more than 700 kilometers. Although there is still a gap, the creatures in the world can definitely make up for this gap. She thought so. Just when she thought Ye Qing was going to accept this D-level task, Ye Qing scrolled down, shook her head in disappointment, and then turned to the C-level task chapter. C-level mission. Sure, there are tons of epic creatures. At the same time, the difference is 2,000 kilometers. Practice with this first. Ye Qing said with a smile. He has even selected one of the C-level tasks that he is quite satisfied with, and is about to accept the task under Zhang Yuqing's unbelievable gaze. However, at this moment, did it die? The tablet in Ye Qing's hand, and even the entire mission hall suddenly flashed a red light alarm. On the virtual projection screen on the wall, and even on the tablets of everyone present, warnings appeared one after another. Warning! Warning! The front line is urgent, there are a large number of fallen monsters invading. Here we recruit everyone to fight on the main front of the world. Chapter 64. The audience was shocked. Enlist. Ye Qing looked at it and was slightly taken aback. What the hell is this call? Looking at the world masters around them, they all stood up suddenly, their eyes flickering, and the golden light flickered. Even, he has already seen quite a few world masters, accepted the recruitment mission directly, and went directly to the teleportation house. What is this call-up mission? Zhang Yuqing was inevitably curious, she was the first to hear about the call-up mission. Ye Qing also frowned, and at the same time, he also saw a recruiting task area appear on the tablet screen in his hand. There is only one task in this call-up task area, which is the call-up task that was sent out suddenly before. Recruitment mission description: in the depths of the void, there are a large number of fallen monsters and abyssal monsters invading, and now we are recruiting the world masters to go to the void to kill. Area: Void World on the 18th, urgent call, the ladder to defend against the enemy, urgent call, and the front line of the far sky, urgent call, number 18 Void World, front line supply and rear, need a large number of world masters to defend. No limit to the level of world masters. Enemy defense ladder, front line supply transportation line, defense line, a large number of world masters are needed to kill the enemy. Only the second level middle level world masters are required. Front line in the far sky, the front line of the battle urgently needs a large number of world masters to kill the enemy. Only the third rank world master is required. Reward: a lot of military achievements. A lot of contribution points. A lot of blue star coins. Achievement? Contribution points? Ye Qing's light flashed. Contribution points, he knows, 10,000 points are worth 1 billion flowers. He also received 100,000 contribution points because he received an S-level evaluation before. And that military exploit. This is the first time Ye Qing heard it. However, you don't need to think about it, this military merit is definitely more formal than contribution points. Go. Whether it's because of military merit, contribution points, or blue star coins, he will definitely go for this trip. All he wants is resources. Moreover, this is about fighting on the front line. As the World Lord and a member of Blue Star, he has no reason to be afraid of fighting, so he must go. He took the task directly and prepared to go to the teleportation room. I'll go too. However, at this moment, Zhang Yuqing suddenly spoke. You. Ye Qing looked at Zhang Yuqing and was slightly taken aback. I'm also a member of Blue Star, and a World Lord. Even a trainee World Lord has an obligation to do something. Zhang Yu pursed her lips and said softly. Her voice was soft but firm. Moreover, the only place she can go is number 18 Void World. It's just defense, and there is definitely no danger. Ye Qing was silent for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. This is the responsibility that they, the World Masters, need to bear. Although they are not yet certified by the Alliance, they are also trainee World Masters and members of Blue Star. Now that you've seen it, there's no reason to give up. The two quickly walked to the teleportation room. At the same time, the entire Extraordinary Guild also received the news. Each and every one of them looked terrified, put down their work without saying a word, and ran towards the teleportation room of the mission hall. Everyone is in wartime mode. Faced with such a recruiting task, countless people are obliged to do so. There are a lot of people in the teleportation room, almost to the point of crowding and pushing people. Even, a large teleportation room was opened, capable of teleporting hundreds of people at a time. But even so, the teleportation room is still very crowded. Finally, the golden light shone in the large teleportation room, and there were fewer and fewer people in front. Finally it was the turn of Ye Qing and others. In the teleportation room with hundreds of people, everyone stood up. Teleportation also costs nothing. As soon as it is full, send it directly. It fills up quickly. TEBD. OM. Rays of light surrounded everyone, streamers flickered, and in an instant, everyone seemed to have entered the space channel. At the same time, a deep and thick male voice sounded in everyone's ears. That's not electronically synthesized sound, it's someone specifically saying let's go, fight for the protection of the family, and fight for mankind. Salute to all the heroes who have sacrificed for mankind. Triumph! The sonorous and powerful voice sounded. At this moment, everyone seemed to see someone saluting them and saying goodbye to them. Ha ha ha, spin! I can't wait to cut off the heads of those dogs. Don't talk about triumph. I'm going to kill those dogs. At this moment, everyone was full of pride and ambition, clamoring one by one. But no one refuted and sang a naysayer. Now is the time when they are needed. Hero? That's right, a hero. Regardless of strength, as long as you fight for the country and mankind, you are all heroes. At the critical moment, they stand up without hesitation. What is this but a hero? Everyone was laughing, all of them were murderous and fearless. Just like the so-called abyssal monsters, the fallen creatures are just chickens and dogs. Even Ye Qing was somewhat affected by this atmosphere. A little excited, a little passionate, and even more ambitious in my heart. Finally, Ye Qing only felt a blur in front of her eyes, her vision completely changed, and it began to open up. Arrived. At this time, hundreds of people like Ye Qing were standing in the square, with teleportation runes under their feet. Looking around, they seemed to be located in the depths of the starry sky, in a huge world floating in the sky and round the sky. Surrounded by stars, the earth stretches as far as the eye can see. It's just that, at this time, the land is covered in darkness, with military camps everywhere, and people everywhere. This is Shibachong Void Bean. It is the rear of the front line. The most important thing is that the world is beyond. In all directions of the number 18 Void World, there are steps similar to void ladders. Those steps are affected by the power of the world and lie in the void, forming ancient roads in the starry sky. There are 8 starry sky ancient roads, according to the directions of the 8 directions. The ancient roads spread to the deep space of unknown distance. The most important thing is that around the ancient road, there are dense light spots, bombarding and killing those ancient roads. On the ancient road, there were also world masters who, under the protection of the power of the world, blasted and killed those photoelectric lights. Even, it can be vaguely seen that in the depths of the starry sky and the depths of the ladder, there is a huge phantom with a terrifying figure surrendering. Boom! A deafening sound came from the void, and the light illuminated the void nebula, shaking people's hearts. On the battlefield, there is a group of chills, which makes people cheer up unconsciously. This is the frontline battlefield. At this time, Ye Qing saw that the world masters who came with him quickly got off the teleportation platform and walked towards the surrounding crystal pillars. From time to time, a piece of information, a piece of data flow, appeared on those crystal pillars. This should be the place to report. Save manpower and material resources. The First Order World Masters and Second Order Junior World Masters certified by the Alliance will naturally defend themselves in the number 18 Void World. World Masters certified by the Alliance as second tier, mid-tier and above will be assigned to different ladders to fight depending on whether they are voluntary or not, as well as their strength. Everything is in order. In this Void Great World number 18, you can even see the World Lord directly summoning your own world, allowing your powerful world creatures to fight, even heal, and so on. Each has its own use. In short, no one is idle. Is this your first time in the Void World? At this moment, Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing heard a gentle voice. Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing turned their heads and saw a rough-faced, unshaven uncle wearing battle armor. There is still a scar on the uncle's face, which looks extremely hideous. There was a sense of ferocity and chill all over his body. It's indeed the first time here. Ye Qing and Zhang Yu nodded lightly. I knew it. The uncle smiled and nodded. Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing, they can be regarded as the youngest 2 people present. After being teleported to the place, they still look around. Isn't this a rookie novel? Okay, you guys come with me, I'll take you to report. The uncle said with a smile. Obviously, he is also the officer of this void world. Immediately, he led Ye Qing to one of the crystal pillars. He indicated that it is enough to only enter face information and palm prints. This crystal pillar is linked to the official brain database of the Human Alliance, and the information will not be wrong. This crystal pillar is divided into 3 sides, which can provide 3 different world masters to report. Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing stood in front of each other, and according to the instructions, first put their hands on the crystal pillar. Mead. Surrounded by streams of light, the palm print entry was successful. At the same time, a scanned reflection appeared on the crystal pillar, and the entry of Ye Qing's appearance and iris and pupils was completed. At the moment when the recording was completed, messages appeared one after another on the crystal bead. Drip, successful recording. Apprentice World Master, Ye Qing. Achievement, D-Level Purification World Mission, Evaluation, S-Level. Next to it, on Zhang Yuqing's crystal screen, similar characters also appeared. Drip, successfully entered. Apprentice World Master, Zhang Yuqing. Achievement -- the entry was successful. However, the uncle next to him was stunned. See, Trainee World Master. He looked at Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing in a daze. He looked at the two young people, but he never thought that Ye and Zhang Yuqing were actually Trainee World Lords. What is Apprentice World Master? That is an existence that has not yet been certified by the Alliance, has not yet taken the college entrance examination, and has not yet officially become the Master of the World. Although the Trainee World Master is not much different from the First Order World Master, as long as the world area is less than 1000 kilometers, they are all First Order World Masters. 0. Seeking flowers. But an apprentice is an apprentice, and it cannot be compared with a First Order World Master in the true sense. One is formal, the strength may be weaker, but it is experienced. One is a rookie who has just been born, is equally weak, and has little experience. Can this be the same? However, seeing Ye Qing's achievements, his complexion gradually became more exciting. Apprentice World Master? D-level task? S-level evaluation? What kind of monster is this? Even Zhang Yuqing was stunned when she saw the column of Ye Qing's achievements. There are thousands of thoughts in her mind. Good guy, how much did you do behind her back? Did you do D-level missions before co-authoring Ye Qing? Also received an S rating? She no longer knew how to describe her mood at the moment with her own words. Before Zhang Yuqing could say anything to that uncle. At this moment, a roar suddenly erupted in the distant barracks. FK. Who the hell brought 3 trainees World Lord? What the hell are you going to die for, right? Fighting on the front line, what are the trainee World Lords doing here? Apparently, the information about the Crystal Monument was transmitted to a certain officer. No wonder the chief is so angry. But at this time, after hearing that roar, all the World Masters present were stunned. Apprentice World Master? What the hell, did they hear correctly? Which 3 young and ignorant boys actually came here? 000 Do you really want to die? Damn, you don't have enough strength, what are you doing here? Do you want to deliver food? Although there is no mandatory requirement for the level of the World Master in the defense mission of the Void World on the 18th, this is not a place where trainee World Masters can come, is it? And at this time, Ye Qing was also taken aback. 3? And a third. Ye Qing was a little strange. He and Zhang Yu count as 2, who is the other? Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing looked at each other. Damn it, hurry up and bring me here. At this moment, the officer's voice from before resounded in the large barracks. Forward. At this time, the uncle standing beside Ye Qing gave a wry smile, but he had no choice but to take Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing to the barracks over there. Seeing this battle, the World Masters around are pointing and whispering one by one. Good guy, trainee World Master? Just a trainee World Master, dare to come to the front line. Tisk tisk, think back to when I was still preparing for the college entrance examination at home, it's true that people are more popular than people. A trainee World Master again? My good guy, are all the trainee World Masters like this? What? Haven't been back for a long time? Did something happen before? You guys don't know, I heard that 2 days ago, there was a trainee World Master who accepted the task of purifying the world with a D level. As a result, that kid not only came back alive, but also got an S-level evaluation. FK, is it true or not? Damn it, are all trainee World Masters like this? My mother-in-law hasn't gotten an S-level evaluation yet. Everyone whispered. The voice fell into Zhang Yuqing's ears, but it made Zhang Yuqing look at Ye Qing frequently. Don't think about it, those guys must be talking about Ye. At this moment, Zhang Yuqing felt unprecedented pressure again. She only felt that Ye Qing's footsteps were getting faster and faster, and a gap had formed between them invisibly. She bit her lip and remained silent, she could only lower her head and follow along. And the uncle who led Ye Qing and the others turned his head frequently to look at Ye Qing. This kid is a bit against this guy, isn't he? Apprentice World Master, D-level task? S-level evaluation? No matter which one, it has nothing to do with the 5 characters of trainee world master, right? However, such a person appeared in front of him. Crazy. The world is just crazy. He hasn't been back for several months. Has Lansing become so curly? Finally. Amidst the pointing, guessing, and discussions of people around, Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing were quickly brought into the huge tent. At the same time, in the camp, apart from the man who could be known to be the officer at a glance, there are 2 other people. One, like that uncle, is a soldier officer similar to this place. And the other one, like Zhang Yuqing, is a young girl who looks very young at first glance. This little girl is wearing a red leather jacket with big waves. She is dressed maturely, looks rustic and majestic, but she can't hide the immaturity in her eyes. At this time, seeing Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing come in, her eyes were also full of curiosity. She looked Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing up and down, a little surprised. She didn't expect that there would be someone with the same mouth as her. Chapter 65. The military account is simple, except for a few large equipment, only the huge sand table is left. Get out! At this time, the straight figure, stern and resolute face, and the unsmiling officer glanced at the 2 uncles, and spoke lightly. Yes. The 2 quickly saluted, turned, and left the military tent. Until then, the officer looked at Ye Qing and the others. He stretched out his hand and tapped on the sand table, and immediately, 3 lights appeared. He looked at the information in the light curtain, and then at Ye Qing and the others. Xianxia, a third-year student at Wuling University, who is a trainee for World Lord, has completed a D-level mission and received an A-level evaluation. He read, looking at the little girl in the red leather coat. Yes. The girl nodded, quite confidently. Ye Qing was a little surprised and looked at the girl. Good guy, is this woman so fierce? D-level mission? A-level evaluation? Ox. There is something. Even Zhang Yuqing was a little surprised. She only thought that Ye Qing was an exception, but she didn't think, there are other guys who are not afraid of death? But at this time, feeling the eyes of Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing, Xianxia smiled slightly, and raised her head a little arrogantly. Like a proud big CK. The officer couldn't stand it anymore, and snorted coldly, D-level missions are just A-level evaluations. What is there to be proud of? This is a battlefield, not a place for you to show off your achievements. However, since I can complete the D-level world purification task and get an A-level evaluation, it means that I have the ability to protect myself. Xianxia said. Regarding this, the officer just glanced at him without saying anything, and immediately looked at Zhang Yuqing again. Zhang Yuqing, a senior high school student at Guangling No. 1 Middle School, is he an apprentice to the Lord of the World? Yes. Zhang Yuqing also nodded. Xianxia glanced at Zhang Yuqing and didn't care. Just an ordinary trainee world master. At this time, I saw that the officer finally looked at Ye Qing, looked at the information. 997 paused for a moment, and then said, Ye Qing, a senior student at Guangling No. Passed a D-level mission and got an S-level evaluation. Yes. Ye Qing nodded. But at this time, Xianxia, who was still like a proud big rooster before, suddenly turned her head, her eyes instantly locked on Ye Qing, and she exclaimed in a low voice, It's you. Oh? We know each other. Ye Qing looked at Xianxia in surprise. Xianxia pursed her lips and did not speak, her eyes were still fixed on Ye Qing. Ye Qing's name, how could she not have heard of it? Yesterday, it was low. She came to the Extraordinary Guild, just thinking to buy something, but she didn't want to. As soon as she entered the Extraordinary Guild, she heard that a certain trainee world master named Ye Qing had obtained an S-level evaluation in the D-level purification world mission. Everyone is discussing that Ye Qing, which is called a fever. Apprentice world master, S-level evaluation. Either way, it's full of topics. She has always regarded herself as a genius in Wuling High School, and she even thinks that there is no one more talented than her in the entire high school world. Unexpectedly, Ye Qing appeared and slapped her face fiercely. She refused to accept it and accepted the task. Although she has done well enough, in the end, she only got an A-level evaluation. Perhaps, for others, this is already very good. However, in front of Ye Qing's S rank, what is her A rank? Later, she even heard that there was an evildoer in Guangling No. 1 Middle School. In the mock exam, it only took 10 seconds to pass the level in a flash. After checking the results, good guy, it's that Ye Qing again. Such a genius made her a little breathless. Today, it happened to be a recruiting mission, so she came here without hesitation. The purpose was to surpass Ye Qing. Although she had never met Ye Qing, she regarded him as her biggest competitor. 2. She never expected that Ye Qing also came and stood in front of her. She squinted her eyes, subconsciously clenched Xiaofen's fist. And at this time. Okay. I don't care how talented you are, how confident you are, how accomplished you are, now, immediately, go back to me. This is a battlefield, not a place for you to play games. We old guys are not dead yet. Return the round. It won't be until you child soldiers come to the front to fight. At this moment, the officer spoke. He paused on Ye Qing and Xianxia. I have to say that these two guys are indeed geniuses. But it was also because of their geniuses that it was impossible for him to let them mess around here. Even, there is no need to doubt that Zhang Yuqing must also be a genius. Who dares to come here, who doesn't have confidence in himself? Confidence? Therefore, if anyone is here today, he has no way to explain to the high level of the human alliance, nor can he explain to the principals of Guangling No. 1 Middle School and Wuling High School. Sir. Ye Qing said, although it is only a trainee world master, it is also a member of Blue Star and a member of mankind. Since we are here, we should contribute more or less, even if it is to assist in the rear. Even if it is to assist in the rear. The officer stared, and laughed out of breath. My boy, are you still thinking of going to the front line? Do you know what this place is? It is the most dangerous place in the entire starry sky. Even the third order world master will fall, let alone you trainee world masters. Go back and prepare for the college entrance examination. This is not a place for you to mess around. Oh, uncle. We just came here to gain experience, and it is also beneficial to future growth. We just stay in this empty world on the 18th, and we don't go anywhere, just play support. Zhang Yuqing said hurriedly. Yeah, uncle, we are here to gain some experience, so that we can contribute to mankind in the future. Ye Qing also said with a smile. Don't they all say that everyone is equal? Some official and serious first-order world masters of the alliance, the world area is smaller than mine, why can they go to the battlefield, but I can't? Xianxia also asked. The three of them are determined to practice here, and they can't leave no matter what. You. The officer frowned, although Xianxia was right. But, can this be the same? Regardless of experience or the like, geniuses are always special. If geniuses can grow up, it will be more beneficial to the situation of mankind in the future. It's not that the three little guys are useless here, and they may drag you down and need to be taken care of by others. What else does he want to say? Uncle, genius also needs to be honed and grown. The flowers in the greenhouse can't stand the wind and rain after all. How can the genius grown in the ivory tower be as good as the sharp knife in the battlefield? Ye Qing said. As soon as these words came out, the officer's brows became deeper and deeper. What Ye Qing said is not without reason. Only. Oh, that's all. The officer finally sighed. Ye Qing and the others are determined to come to the battlefield, so come on. Gaining experience is also good. It can be regarded as cultivating talents for the future. Since that's the case, you go to the third area, which needs to be defended. The officer said, and with a wave of his hand, 3 token-like things fell into the hands of the three. The token is exquisite in workmanship, flying like dragons and phoenixes. There is also a majestic word army engraved on the front. This is the badge of the army. It is specially used to calculate military exploits. Killing enemies can absorb energy and count the number of enemies killed. Basically, every world master who has been on the battlefield has such a token. Xiao Wang, take them there. The officer shouted again. Okay. At this time, a young man who seemed to be in his 20s walked in outside the door. The young man looked at these juniors who were younger than him, and smiled kindly. Before, he naturally heard the conversation inside, and knew that the 3 guys in front of him were trainee world masters, absolute geniuses. The officer called him, and he naturally understood what the officer meant. And, Area 3. He didn't say much, and took Ye Qing and others to the third area. Soon, the group arrived at the so-called number 3 area. This so-called number 3 area is naturally connected to the so-called ladder. However, compared to the ladders in other places, the ladder on that day is much more deserted, the enemies are not very strong, and there are very few people who come to sneak attack. Area number 3 is also known as the safe area. There is no doubt that the officer still has the intention of protecting these 3 geniuses. Your task is to strengthen the world wall here. If there are wounded people who retreat, you can heal them again. If there is healing medicine in the small world, you can also take it out and use it. Of course, I will not treat you badly. It counts as military merit. The little Wang said, gave some advice, and then left. The COM number 3 area forms a strong contrast with other Hakka areas that are in a state of combat readiness. They fought bloody battles and summoned all kinds of creatures in the world to kill their enemies. Even if the world's creatures die, they are fearless, rushing forward by themselves, fighting the enemy to death. Someone fell on the battlefield, and was pierced through by the fallen monsters that broke out from the siege. Someone was swept away by the terrifying light, and turned into ashes in an instant. The brutality of the battlefield makes people's hearts ache. This is the battlefield. Zhang Yuqing's face turned pale, and she was really frightened. Xianxia was also a little uncomfortable. Where had she ever seen such a scene? Rao is Ye Qing, and she can't stand it. Seeing someone being pierced through the body with my own eyes, the blood is flowing everywhere, and I can't die with peace. The impact of the battlefield is far from being felt by imagination alone. Hey! Ye Qing let out a long breath to calm himself down. This is the battlefield. The battlefield where humans have long fought against the monsters of the abyss. And I will also go to this kind of battlefield in the future. Now, it's just to familiarize yourself with the environment in advance. Ye Qing walked around the number 3 area, and soon learned about the general situation of the number 18 void world from some old people here. This void world was specially created to resist the fallen monsters from the abyss. In the deep space near the blue star, there are a total of 23 void worlds. They are numbered from 1 to 23. The internal environment of each void world is different. The only thing in common is that there are ancient ladders and starry sky roads around each void world. Even, the ladders of the adjacent void worlds are still connected. The purpose is naturally to resist the monsters of the abyss and prevent the fallen creatures from invading the blue star. As for the number 18 void world where Ye Qing is currently located, the internal situation. There are 9 regions in total. Among them, the 8 major areas are separated from all directions, and the central area is the transmission platform and the headquarters. This situation has lasted for 200 or 300 years. Rao Ye Qing was mentally prepared, but she didn't expect that the seemingly peaceful blue star had such an unknown side outside. How can there be any quiet time? No, it's just that someone is carrying the burden for us to move forward. Ye Qing said with a wry smile. On the side, Zhang Yuqing and Xianxia, who had been following, nodded in sympathy. If you have never experienced the battlefield, you will never know how tense the front line is. Finally, when they got to know each other well, they also began to integrate formally. Of course, there must be very few wounded, and there are not many enemies here. However, the world does not need to be reinforced. The Void Great World on the 18th is very large, covering a full 10,000 kilometers. The world wall itself is also very thick, but that doesn't mean it doesn't need to be reinforced. The world wall is a whole, so no matter when, someone needs to strengthen the world wall. Only when the world wall is stable can the Void World on the 18th be able to carry it down. The Great Void World is Blue Star's line of defense, and nothing can happen to any of them. Once something happens, it will be Blue Star who will be hit. However, strengthening the world wall is also an easy job. The world injects the power of the world into the world wall immediately. Their jobs are easy. Well, it should be said that all the world masters who have stabilized the world are quite relaxed. It's so boring. At this moment, Xianxia sighed. After the initial discomfort, she looked at other theaters with envy. She also wants to go to battle to kill the enemy, not to stabilize some world here. She came to hone herself, not to open her eyes. Walking around the battlefield and fighting on the battlefield are simply two concepts. Ye Qing, why don't we compare, who kills more enemies and has more military exploits? Xianxia suddenly looked at Ye Qing, and smiled slyly, her eyes were full of provocation. She was naturally unconvinced, and she was thinking of competing. She came to this void battlefield just to compare Ye Qing. Let others talk about the trainee world master, the first thing that comes to mind is Xianxia, not Ye Qing. Competition. Ye Qing smiled, and there was another one who wanted to compete with him. He subconsciously glanced at Zhang Yuqing. This one too. What are you looking at? I'm not that boring. Zhang Yu curled her lips lightly, but she looked at other theaters with envy. Obviously, this little girl also wants to go to the battlefield. The battlefield is cruel, but it can't extinguish her heart. Tisk. Ye Qing looked at Xianxia, then at Zhang Yuqing, and said, "Don't run around, the officer has already said, this is a battlefield, do you really think the battlefield is your home?" As soon as these words came out, the two women stared wide-eyed. "You still have the face to tell me?" Xianxia pointed at Ye Qing's foot stepping out of the world barrier, gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing?" Zhang Yuqing also has no face to look at 5.6 brazen. Obviously he wanted to go out too, but in the end, he still used the officer's words to prevaricate. Pooh. Ahem. Ye Qing was a little embarrassed, coughed twice, and was about to say something. "It's coming, hold on." Suddenly, a loud shout sounded. At the same time, those world masters who were resting before stood up in unison, and quickly arrived in front of the world wall, injected the power of the world, and stabilized the world wall. But I saw, at the ladder in front of me, a terrifying red light blasted here from far to near in an instant. Ye Qing's pupil shrank, and she hurriedly withdrew her feet, at the same time. Boom! The red light hit the world wall in an instant, a terrifying shock force came, the world wall in front of it rumbled, and a terrifying tremor came. Even though the world wall is strong, the world masters who stabilized the world wall were still burnt to the ground, with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. Ye Qing is no exception. This is the monster of the abyss. This is the battlefield. Just because the mist attack is so terrifying, it's hard to imagine what it will be like on the frontal battlefield. Okay, take turns to warn. Although we are not a frontal battlefield, don't take it lightly. At this time, the world master who warned before said, looked at everyone, and urged everyone nodded in agreement, and one by one began to recuperate. After this incident, Xianxia and Zhang Yuqing never mentioned any more competitions. However, Ye Qing just smiled, and suddenly said to the previous warning world, "Report. Speak." The man turned his head, and a fierce murderous aura instantly enveloped Ye Qing. He is the battalion manager of this place, and he has a military rank, so he has been guarding the third area all year round. Years of battling against abyssal monsters and fallen monsters naturally cultivated a murderous spirit, which is not something ordinary people can bear. However, one took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The sky ladder defends against the enemy." Chapter 66. Up the ladder. Fend off the enemy. At this moment, everyone present looked at Ye Qing in unison. They are either surprised or amazed. Anyone else actively wants to go up the ladder to defend against the enemy? Are you a rookie? It's the first time I come to number 18 Void World, and I just want to go to the front line to fight the enemy? Hehe. Well, in fact, they used to have this idea, but afterward, those thoughts were gradually extinguished. Without him, the enemies on this ladder are too strong, and they are not something ordinary little world masters like them can deal with. After several beatings, they knew that they were still safe in this defensive world. Everyone looked at Ye Qing, just smiled and didn't say much. Who hasn't been young? Who hasn't been passionate? Earlier, the battalion manager looked at Ye Qing, but narrowed his eyes. Originally, he didn't care about this kind of proposal. If you want to go to the battlefield, then you go. Don't blame others if you die. It's your own choice. 8.2. At this moment, a virtual light screen appeared on his wrist, which was the information of the third person. Apprentice World Master. He even received some news from the chief, asking him to take care of these three people properly. These three people are all talents, so they can't be ignored here. FT. Take care. When all these news came to him, he instinctively thought of the purpose of these three people. UPJ. It's nothing more than to come here to be plated with gold. The trainee world master has been on the battlefield, and his grades are unintentionally able to increase his points in the college entrance examination. He instinctively disliked this kind of person. The battlefield is not a child's play, but there are still people running over to gild it. The point is, that's all, you are honest, keep yourself safe, in this world you can stabilize the world, and guard the great world of Void, that's all you need to do. What's more, you want to go up the ladder? Do you really regard the battlefield as your home? Rao had the officer's words before him. At this moment, he couldn't care so much. Do you want to be gilded? It is good. If you want to be gilded, you have to suffer. Don't let you know the cruelty of the battlefield, do you really think it's a play? Allow. He gave a low cry, and at the same time, looked at Ye Qing with cold eyes, and said, don't blame me for not reminding you, this is a battlefield, not a playhouse, if you die, don't blame anyone. Yes. Ye Qing shuddered, and nodded in understanding. He naturally didn't know how many thoughts the battalion manager in front of him was thinking. He now knows that he can go out on his own. At this moment, Zhang Yuqing and Lin Xia looked at Ye Qing. Zhang Yuqing's eyes were filled with worry, but Lin Xia's eyes flashed with admiration. Knowing the danger outside, Ye Qing stood up and wanted to go out, which already showed Ye Qing's extraordinary confidence, and even confidence in herself. Really? Ye Qing has such a result, it is definitely not as simple as good luck. While she was admiring, she was also a little unconvinced. Ye Qing can do it, why can't she do it? She hesitated, gritted her teeth, and was about to report. However, Ye Qing didn't care what Lin Xia did, she took a step forward, crossed the barriers of the world, and stepped onto the first ladder. As soon as Ye Qing stepped into the void, Ye Qing felt it was difficult to breathe, and a sense of suffocation came. At the same time, in the void, there was an endless squeezing force. His temperature dropped rapidly. This place is void, there is no air, no temperature, and the terrifying force of vacuum squeezes through it. If an ordinary person comes here, he will be frozen into an ice sculpture and become space junk in an instant. Fortunately, at this moment, the power of the world began to flow in Ye Qing's body, and he began to protect himself. A warm current appeared in the body, slightly removing the water-cold circle. Except for the suffocation, which I have not yet adapted to, the others are much better. Although there is no air, but with the protection of the power of the world, even without oxygen, he can still live. It's just that the power of this world is more consumed than he imagined. It must be due to lack of adaptation. Ye Qing thought so, at the same time, rubbed his wrists, moved himself, and began to adapt to the situation of fighting in the void. Finally, when she was getting used to it, Ye Qing had a thought, call. Surrounded by strands of power from the world, in the void, a bright light appeared. A statue just appeared in front of Ye Qing. That's number -173. Today's little peanut is still of extraordinary strength, and has hardly grown. Of course, it's not just peanuts. At the same time, behind Ye Qing, another phantom appeared. It was a somewhat weird humanoid monster with pale skin and strangely long arms. However, this humanoid monster covered his face, as if he had no face to face anyone. This is, number 096, a shy man, an epic creature. Can I only summon two? Ye Qing looked at Peanut, looked at 096, felt his own world power again, and sighed helplessly. Sure enough, the world is still too small. The power of the world is not very strong, so the number of creatures summoned in such a void battle is pitiful. Originally, he wanted to summon all his extraordinary epic combat power. But in the end, only 1096, a little peanut, can be summoned. As for the gatekeepers, if he consumes all the power of the world, he can give it a go and summon a gatekeeper alone. But in that case, he would not have enough world power to protect himself. The best configuration is an epic creature, an extraordinary creature. In this way, he can still have extra world power to protect himself. That's enough. Ye Qing thought so. Immediately, he strode towards the ladder. One step is void, one step is one abyss. The further you go, the more dangerous it is. In this regard, Ye Qing mustered all his energy to prevent some abyssal monsters from appearing suddenly. Behind him, 096 followed step by step, but little Peanut flashed directly, extremely fast, and also followed Ye Qing. The further you walk, the colder it becomes. The void is silent and silent, no sound can be heard, only the visible light in front of you. At the end of that endless ladder, there should be a world lord fighting. Ye Qing can also vaguely see some abyssal monsters looking left and right. You can also see the existence of other ladders. Over there is even more golden light, and a terrifying figure appears. Terrifying sword energy shakes the void, and gorgeous magic explodes in the void. There are also high-tech void fighters crisscrossing the battlefield, and there are even more beasts and beasts commanded to fight. In comparison, Ye Qing's ladder is really peaceful, with almost no abyssal monsters and fallen monsters invading. Ye Qing walked forward step by step deeper. That day, under the ladder, his footprints were left behind, the space was empty and silent, and he even walked without spirit. The void is deep, and there is an illusion that makes people fall into it. He could only try his best to stabilize his mind and stare at the ladder. Finally, he reached the ladder in the middle of the ladder. In the rear, the great void world can be vaguely seen, and similarly, a world master holding a great sword can be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged in front. His whole body is surrounded by devil blood, and the ladder has been infected with devil blood, exuding depravity and ominousness. Apparently, countless demons have already been beheaded by his sword, one person at a time, flying across the starry sky. The world master at the end of the ladder that day seemed to have noticed something, tilted his head slightly, glanced at Ye Qing, as if nodding, and immediately turned his head again without talking too much. This line, although there is no rush, it is good to have someone defending Duan yet. Ye Qing also nodded slightly. Immediately, he imitated the world master, sitting cross-legged on the ladder, while adjusting his breathing, he also looked around the void vigilantly. No monsters. But he wasn't disappointed either. With a thought in his mind, an extra photo appeared immediately. That photo is surprisingly the frontal photo of 096. Something ugly and something weird. As the world lord, Ye Qing naturally has the privilege in this regard. Since he created 096, he has left photos of 096 for the first time. At the same time, he has long wanted to experiment. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he pasted 096's photo on 173's forehead. This combination is absolutely against the sky. However, at the moment when Ye Qing pasted 096's photo on 173's forehead. Ah! Woo, Ye Qing turned his head suddenly, but he saw that 096's emotions began to seriously lose control. He covered his face with his hands, started screaming, started crying, and there were some meaningless voices in his mouth, as if he was saying something helpless like a child. It was empty and silent, but the crying and screaming resounded through the bottom of Ye Qing's heart, making Ye Qing's heart shudder. The moment Ye Qing saw 096 crying, her pupils shrank and her heart tightened. 096. What does crying mean? It means that someone has seen his face, triggering 096's feature. Before this, 096 had always covered his face with his hands and lowered his head. Logically speaking, no one would see it. Until Ye Qing pasted 096's photo on 173's forehead. In other words, there is a hidden enemy in this void. He was very sure that it was definitely not the world lord at the end of the ladder, because, after he turned his head, he spat out the photo he had just posted. Therefore, there is definitely an invisible enemy. Seeing the photos of 096, only then stimulated the characteristics of 096. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked around calmly, and then, he pretended to appease 096. Finally, about a minute or two after 096 wept and grieved. Whoosh! 096 stepped down, his figure flashed, and with a terrifying aura, he jumped into the void in an instant. The sharp and flashing claws in his hand suddenly grabbed at the void. Boom! At the same time, a terrifying shock spread through the void, and a figure turned from virtual to real, revealing its true colors. It was a slender, human-like monster. He has a dark body, a cloak on his shoulders, a horrible bone spur on his elbow, deep and dark eyes, and a single horn shining brightly on his forehead. This is a typical image of an abyssal demon. And at this time, even he was a little surprised by the sudden attack. Without any warning, how did this weird and ugly person find him? He has some doubts. But now, he can't think so much. Boom boom boom. At this moment, 096's sharp claws were cold, killing the enemy in front of him with violent and terrifying claws. As long as you see his face, then, you will never die today. It's just an epic level. The abyssal demon is unhappy. He is also an epic level, but he is a high-level epic, but the little leader of the abyssal demon. How dare an ordinary epic level dare to be presumptuous? It's just life and death. Boom! He kicked 096 flying, and another claw. Chi chi chi! A series of dark and deep paw prints landed on 096's body, a terrifying force of erosion appeared, and 096's flesh and blood flew everywhere, and his wounds were hideous. But even so, 096 is still relentless, regardless of his injuries. Like a mad dog, he launched an attack on that abyss monster. He frowned slightly. What the hell is this, really die? Really boring. Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. With a thought in his mind, a dark and terrifying energy ball suddenly appeared in his palm. It is like a black hole, absorbing everything around it, annihilating everything around it. However, at this moment, his heart suddenly turned cold, his pupil shrank, his body suddenly flashed, and he turned around immediately, looking at the person standing behind him in surprise. But I saw, a statue, under the support of the power of the world, has appeared behind his previous position at some time. If it wasn't for his strong intuition and fast running, he might have been successfully attacked by that statue. Pfft. However, in the next second, a pale figure flashed away, with a flash of sharp claws, leaving 3 terrifying scratches on his body in an instant. The abyssal monster looked at the scar on his chest, and his face was extremely ugly. Another sneak attack. An epic, an extraordinary. It's just ants. What he didn't care about at all, but didn't want to be hurt by this ants. His eyes stared at 096 with 480 degrees. However, at this moment, his heart shuddered again, and he stepped back abruptly, looking behind his original position again. Before he knew it, the weird statue came behind him again, silently, as if it would teleport. So fast. When? No movement at all? A little cold sweat oozes from his forehead. He has already opened a long distance before, even if it is an epic level, it will take 3 or 2 seconds to sneak attack, let alone an extraordinary creature. However, the speed of that weird statue is so fast that it is unimaginable, silently attacking. Boom! He suddenly turned his head and punched 096. The terrifying shock wave spread, the energy tilted, and instantly blasted 096 into the air. You are so annoying. His eyes were cold, his figure flashed, and he rushed forward, fighting close to him. The sharp thorn on his arm pierced 096's chest. Boom! He waved his hand casually, and that 096 hit the ladder heavily. Whoosh! At this moment, his heart felt cold again, and behind him, the statue appeared again. Roll! He snorted coldly, slammed his side leg, and instantly sent 173 flying. Solved. Effortless. Boy! I have to say, you 2 monsters are a bit tricky, but that's all. In front of the abyss gods, all creatures are chickens and dogs. In the void, the abyss monster looked at Ye Qing coldly, he opened his mouth slightly, and the faint voice echoed in Ye Qing's mind. Abyss Protoss? What the hell, why does everyone call themselves Protoss? Ye Qing was speechless. Oh, you came out so hot, aren't you afraid of that one beheading you? Ye Qing pouted, looking at the World Master guarding the end of the ladder. Hat. I'm too busy to take care of myself. Do you really think he has the ability to save you? The abyss monster laughed mockingly. Overwhelmed? Ye Qing narrowed her eyes slightly, obviously there was nothing going on over there. What does it mean to be overwhelmed? Before Ye Qing could figure it out, at this moment, the abyssal monster slowly stepped forward and said calmly, you are still so calm when you are about to die? Why, do you think that epic monster of yours can save you? Hehe, I might as well tell you, even if it is also a high-level epic level creature, getting hit by my poisonous sting is a dead end. He is very confident. Oh? Is that so? Take a closer look. Ye Qing smiled, and pointed behind him. The abyss monster narrowed its eyes slightly, but even the human world lord couldn't turn the tide. That's right, he turned his head slightly and looked behind him. But I saw that 096 had stood up crookedly, and the wound on his body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was so weird and frightening that it made one's scalp tingle. How is it possible? He was shocked. Boom! In the next second, 096 stepped on the sky ladder, violently heading towards him and continued to bombard him. At the same time, the abyssal monster was even more chilled. The statue appeared behind him unknowingly. Chapter 67. Cold. At this moment, the heart of the abyss monster was really cold. That weird humanoid monster climbed up again? The statue that was blown to an unknown distance also reappeared behind him. These 2 guys, like tarsal maggots, haunted him, making his scalp tingle. Why didn't the humanoid monster die? His stinger has killed countless world lords and monsters. But, when it got to that guy, it failed. Also, why is the statue so fast? Silent, faster than epic creatures? Why? He couldn't figure it out, his mind was filled with endless questions. The following battles will basically be in a state of siege. Ye Qing was standing on the sidelines watching the drama, enjoying it. Along with the battle, finally, the abyss monster seemed to find that as long as he set his eyes on the statue would not move. But the fact that the statue doesn't move doesn't mean 096 doesn't move. Really, the cooperation of 17,096 is simply against the sky. 096's pursuit is endless, as long as the abyssal monster falls on 096, 173 will start a sneak attack. Although the speed of the abyss monster is very fast, it can avoid the obliteration of 173, but there is still 096. Once his attention fell on 173, 096 started all kinds of raids and attacks. There are more and more wounds on the abyssal monster creature, all of which are scratches, all of which are hideous wounds. Even though he is an epic abyss monster, his defeat will happen sooner or later. He wanted to run away, and wanted to kill Ye Qing, the culprit, looking back, but there was no way to do it. In the end, he could only be tortured and killed by 096 until he lost his strength. In the end, he was directly twisted and broken by 173, completely burping. Even if it turned into a corpse, 096 did not let go of the abyssal monster, whether it was blood or stumps. In the end, under the devouring of 096, it completely disappeared without leaving any remains or traces. Buzz. At the same time, in Ye Qing's hand, the military badge flashed a light, and began to record military achievements. Very good. Ye Qing smiled. The 173 and 096 returned to his side, as if nothing had happened before. The wounds on 096 began to heal, and there were no wounds on 173 except some white marks. Is this the battle with the abyssal monster? It feels like a plain war. Ye Qing murmured, and immediately continued to sit cross-legged on the steps and began to adjust his breath. However, his eyes fell on the World Master at the end of the ladder. Earlier, the abyss monster said that the man was too busy to take care of himself, and seemed to be in some trouble. He wanted to step forward to take a look, but he didn't want to. The man just turned his head slightly, looked at Ye Qing, and then shook his head slightly. Ye Qing's heart shuddered. He had no choice but to continue to stay here. What is the reason? He couldn't think clearly, but he couldn't think too much. But at this time, suddenly, Ye Qing saw it. The man seemed to have noticed something, suddenly stood up. In his hand, the big sword gleamed coldly, the cold light flickered, the killing intent boiled, his eyes looked coldly at the void. OM. At the same time, ripples appeared in the void, and the void began to tremble. A terrifying figure crossed the void, as if traveling through space, and stepped out in one step, appearing on the void at the end of the ladder. Encountered a boss. Ye Qing was taken aback. Looking intently, the general figure of the boss of the abyssal monster also came into view. It was a lava armor shawl, with no normal facial features on the head, only two red lights in the eyes. The two horns on the top of the head are like cows. He has a burly body, with barbs all over his arms and wrists, and the combat boots on his feet are also full of barbs. The point is, this guy is holding a huge weapon that looks like a sickle and a hammer. That weapon, one end is sharp and ferocious, the other end is as thick as a hammer, the terrifying aura spreads, and the scarlet light surrounds the body. It's really a boss. The point is, when he appeared, the void under his feet began to stagnate, manipulating the space, and condensing the space. The space began to spread towards the surroundings, and a huge platform was created out of thin air by him. At the moment when this platform appeared, one after another spatial fluctuations spread, and a figure exuding a terrifying aura crossed the space and appeared behind him. Among them, there are 4 epic-level monsters that Ye Qing killed earlier, with different skin colors and different armors, but the same as the epic atmosphere full of tyranny. And behind these 4 epic abyssal monsters, there are 10 little witches who look like human figures, hold a sickle-mounted weapon, and wear simple clothes that only cover important parts of their bodies. And these little witches are all extraordinary creatures. They are not abyss demons, but fallen world creatures. Just behind these depraved little witches, there are densely packed monsters of all kinds. There are monsters with dark skin and red eyes, similar to goblins. There are dark, red-glowed, ferocious, and evil slime-like monsters. There are a group of monsters like big spiders with bone spurs all over their bodies, surrounded by evil breath. And the fallen Tauren. There was also that ferocious beast lying on the ground that had been transformed into something unknown. There are also skeleton monsters. A magic-eyed monster with only one eye. There are also creature-like monsters condensed from fire elements and ice elements. Abyssal monsters are invading massively. Ye Qing's pupil shrank. Sure enough, he knew that since these abyssal monsters were invading, it was impossible to let go of any place. Where is there any safe place? It's just a matter of precedence. No matter what, it will always be the third area's turn in the end. Keep it safe. At this moment, a low, hoarse and slightly tired voice came from Ye Qing's mind. Ye Qing looked up, and as expected, he could see that the World Lord who was guarding the end of the ladder tilted his head slightly, and the previous voice was from him. Guard. Yes, no matter what, you need to be careful. If these guys are really allowed to attack the world barrier, no matter how big the world is, the barrier won't be able to withstand it, so, no matter what, you must guard the ladder well, and you can't let any guy pass by. Ye Qing smiled wryly. Just the two of them, plus 2 world creatures, how can this be kept? I can't hold it at all. How to fight the abyss monsters, plus countless fallen monsters? Senior, where are your world creatures? Ye Qing looked at the World Lord who was alone, facing countless monsters, and hurriedly asked. 20, the man paused slightly, and then said quietly, I have already died in battle. Ye Qing was silent. And at this time, it can be seen that the abyss monster over there, who looks like a big boss, opened his mouth and seemed to say something. However, that World Lord just sneered disdainfully, turned the big sword in his hand, and in an instant, the sword was shining brightly, full of murderous aura. The terrifying sword intent spread, making one's scalp tingle. He alone can stop thousands of troops. Strong. There is no doubt that that person is definitely a strong man. Even if you die in battle, you won't back down. However, Ye Qing's brows are getting deeper and deeper. The situation is not good. Without the creatures of the world, the combat power will be greatly reduced, but now, there are so many enemies, how can we fight? His mind was filled with countless questions, and he couldn't figure out why that person didn't withdraw. After withdrawing, wouldn't it be the same to send other strong men to guard it? Ye Qing sensed something was wrong. At the same time, he also turned his head, wanting to give an early warning, so that someone could be sent to help quickly. However, too far. In his line of sight, 18 strings of empty worlds are like 10-sided enclosures. Even number 18 void world is like this, let alone number 3 area. He can't see what's going on in area 3, and likewise, he doesn't know what's going on in area 3. There should be some way to call for help and warn. Ye Qing frowned. At this time, the dilemma of insufficient knowledge reserve appeared. He didn't go to college, and likewise, it was the first time he came to this void world, the first time he went to the battlefield, and he didn't know the specific information. It's impossible to get an SOS out, right? He was thinking about it. At this moment, it can be seen that the big boss abyss demon is pointing his fingers towards this side. Whoosh whoosh. The elemental beings are surrounded by the power of the elements, the skeleton monsters raised the old long knives in their hands, the transformed ferocious beasts grinned, and the fallen Tauren raised the giant sword in their hands. The axe, the huge spiders crawling, the slimes wriggling, the black goblins jumping. Countless mid-level and low-level monsters are attacking the ladder densely. Zhang. At this moment, the sword blared, and it could be seen that the great sword in the hand of the World Lord swept away, and in an instant, the terrifying sword energy shook, and the sword spread across the 19 continents. Puff puff puff. The moment those middle and low-level monsters were touched by the sword energy, they were cut in half in an instant, like mowing grass. A sword vertically and horizontally, just like a sword fairy coming to the world. What a scary guy! Ye Qing was horrified. He knew that the World Lord guarding the ladder alone was very strong, but seeing it with his own eyes was another feeling. It's literally mowing the lawn. Moreover, that is not a world creature, that person is a real World Lord. For a World Master to have such strength, at least it is an epic existence, and it may even be a legend-level world creature. How strong is the world creature cultivated by such a strong person? But that's it, the world creature of the predecessor died in battle? Ye Qing really couldn't figure out what kind of enemy he was fighting with before. Clang clank. A burst of sword sounds erupted, and the void trembled. The terrifying sword light shook the heavens and the earth. Countless monsters and fallen monsters were completely wiped out by the sword light. But even so, even if he Wushu and mowed the grass, he couldn't kill all the monsters. There are too many monsters. They just need to invade, just invade. They came from all directions, surrounded by the sky ladder, densely packed monsters covered the sky. They either attacked the World Lord, or abandoned the World Lord, headed towards the sky ladder, and came towards Ye Qing. Here we come. Ye Qing's expression froze. Fortunately, that senior resisted most of the monsters, and there were actually very few who missed it. And these fish that slipped through the net are just middle and low-level degenerate creatures. Ye Qing directly put 173 with the photo of 096 on the ladder, and then those spiders, goblins, slimes, fire elements, and ice elements, all suffered 096's ruthless destruction. Regardless of whether you are an energy life or a flesh and blood life, if he makes a move, he will devour it all without mercy, leaving no adult or ants behind. It can be said that there is no dead body. Kill crazy. 096 really killing crazy. These middle and low-level monsters and fallen monsters can't even hold 096's claws. In a blink of an eye, those fish that slipped through the net were cleaned up. The army token is flashing non-stop, recording Ye Qing's achievements. Look at that World Lord. He no longer knew how many middle and low-level monsters he had killed. In front of him, there were all corpses, and even some corpses stretched across the void, turning into pieces of space junk. But the monsters he killed, those monsters poured in even faster. Gradually, his pressure increased. Because, high-level and even extraordinary abyssal monsters have entered the arena. Those extraordinary, depraved little witches grinned grinningly, the sickle in their hands was like the sickle of death, and crescent-shaped sharp blades were inspired by those little witches, heading towards the world the Lord is crushing. 10 little witches, Yingyi and Jianyan's silver bells and laughter are all in their minds. But their hands are non-stop, every move is rushing to the vital point. Pfft! Even, a few sword lights fell directly on the senior's body, and the flesh and blood flew out, and the blood flowed out instantly. Ye Qing frowned. He could tell that the World Lord was exhausted. It seems that his state has not been very good since he reached the ladder. Poor condition, plus no helpers. No matter how low the level of the enemy is, they will be consumed sooner or later. At this moment, Ye Qing suddenly saw that a light flashed in the hand of one of the little witches, and a whip made of energy suddenly took shape. Crack! Void twitched, and the whip instantly wrapped around the World Lord's wrist. The little witch pulled hard. The World Lord's eyes were cold and stern. He glanced at the little witch, and with the same force in his hand, he pulled the little witch over in an instant. Pfft! The long sword pierced through the little witch's body in an instant, and blood flowed horizontally. That bewitching face is full of poignant beauty. He threw it away casually, and looked at the other little witches. The sword energy shook again, and the large numbers of monsters couldn't hold back his sword. It can be said to be chopping melons and vegetables, and the combat power is simply against the sky. Ye Qing looks fascinated. One's own strength is the real strength. That kind of combat power is simply yearning for. Look at him again. Okay. There is no extraordinary body, no corresponding combat power. It is said that the World Master becomes stronger because of the world. What kind of system is in the world, what kind of system the World Master will follow be. He didn't feel that he had any special characteristics, nor did he feel that he had become a reality bender, nor did he feel that he had the ability of thaumaturgy. Is there some hidden condition that has not been fulfilled, so I still look so weak? If he had the ability to distort reality, would he still be hunted down? If he had the ability to distort reality, not to mention this overwhelming monster, even the big boss, he would have praised him too. Pfft! After 096 eliminated a few more fish that slipped through the net, finally, at this moment, the atmosphere suddenly changed. A strange and subtle feeling came. The large areas of monsters have basically been eliminated. Even those 10 extraordinary little witches died unexpectedly. On the space barrier platform, only the big boss and 4 small bosses are left. His subordinates were almost dead, but the big boss didn't care at all. He was just trying to consume that man's strength. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes. The point is, this wave of consumption is really in place. The man was already very weak, the long sword in his hand was stuck on the ground, and his breath was a little unstable. Not to mention that the oil is exhausted and the lamp is dry, the sky is not bad. At this moment, facing the big boss who is in full state, it is really hanging. What to do? There are many thoughts in Ye Qing's mind. Yes, the light flashed, and a card landed in the hand. On the card, there is a bottle filled with a transparent liquid. This is the white card pharmaceutical of longevity, which can cure all ailments. However, the moment Ye Qing took out this card, a voice sounded in Ye Qing's mind at the same time. Kill. Don't waste resources treating me, and don't come to support. Ye Qing was taken aback, confused. What do you mean? No treatment? Does not support? Can't wait to die. Chapter 68. What do you mean? Ye Qing hurriedly asked back, looking at the cards in his hand with some doubts. At this time, a voice sounded faintly in my mind again. Here, it is the 5th Demon King in the number 18 Abyssal Fissure area. Even if I am in my prime, I am not his opponent. Is that so? Ye Qing thought for a while, with a golden light in his eyes, and suddenly said, if Senior returns to his full strength and gains 100% strength improvement, can he be killed within 3 moves? As soon as these words came out, the voice in Ye Qing's mind fell silent. He seems to be thinking. After a long time, he said quietly, 3 strokes can't kill him, but 3 strokes, I can seriously injure him. Is it just a heavy injury? Ye Qing was a little unwilling. Yes, this 5th Demon King is the most powerful Demon King in the number 18 Abyss area. His life is very hard. He once drank the blood of a demon god and has an immortal body. No matter how powerful an ordinary world master is, it is also very difficult to kill it. Severe injuries are fine. Can they retreat if they are seriously injured? Ye Qing nodded and asked again. Won't. The voice sounded again, even if the 5th Demon King is seriously injured, he will recover in a short time. Unless a few more guardians forcibly kill him, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to retreat. This. Ye Qing was stunned, and was in trouble for a while. The body is not dead, it is difficult to kill. Do you have to kill them before you can retreat? Then what should I do? I really have to wait to die? Ye Qing asked again. Even if it's death, I won't make it easy for 5th Nan. Speaking of this, he paused again, and immediately said, don't worry, I have notified the command post, there will be strong people coming here soon, don't worry, you will be fine. At this moment, as the voice fell, the World Lord was surrounded by light, and a terrifying aura shot up into the sky. He really intends to fight to the death. Boom. At the same time, a huge world appeared above his head. The sky is round and the area is at least 10,000 kilometers. Among them, there are divine beasts surrendering, fairy birds flying, and even the cultivator who breaks through the void. This is the world master of a third-order fantasy system world. Seeing it, Ye Qing felt a little anxious. What the hell is this unsteady looking for death? He hurriedly said, I still have a special ability, I want to try it. What special ability? The voice sounded again. If you're lucky, 830 can kill his existence. Ye Qing hurriedly said. Silence again. The third-order world master was speechless. This kind of thing depends on luck? What about bad luck? He asked again. I don't know, even if they are unlucky, they will not have a good time. Ye Qing said. That's right. Ye Qing wants to use black cards. Black card, negative buff card. Among them, there are several characteristics. Ye Qing does not know how it will be in reality, but it is not a good thing anyway. No matter what, it is beneficial to his existence. So, he wants to try. Since that's the case, let's go. Do you need me to do anything? In my mind, the voice sounded again. No need. Ye Qing shook his head. Immediately, a black card appeared in his hand. This is the only card that Ye Qing hasn't revealed yet. He didn't dare to turn it over. This thing is a card with negative characteristics against the sky, whoever turns it over will be unlucky. So, he has stayed until now. And at this time, Ye Qing looked at the 5th Demon King standing above the space, narrowed his eyes, and in the next second, the black card flew out instantly, and threw it towards the 5th Eagle Zhou. The card was extremely fast, like a ray of black light, cutting through the void, and arrived in front of the 5th Demon King in an instant. Hey! The 5th Devil froze slightly, looking at the cards flying towards him, subconsciously frowned. Of course, this so-called fast is also for others. For him, the speed of this card should not be too slow. The reason why he didn't move was mainly because he recognized the card. Some kind of resource card for humans. The 5th Demon King smiled, and immediately looked at Ye Qing, who was standing in the middle of the ladder, and said faintly, "Boy, are you trying to bribe me?" His voice was hoarse and weird, with an indescribable evil in it. "Why don't you turn over the card and see if it's enough for you to retreat?" Ye Qing smiled and transmitted the voice. "Scheming boy." The fifth devil smiled disdainfully, "It's just some small tricks, let you completely despair." He didn't believe that Ye Qing would really give him any resource card and bribe him. No need to think about it, this card is definitely not a fun thing. However, he is extremely confident in himself. He was lucky enough to drink the blood of a demon god, possessed an immortal body, fought and killed all the way, and became the fifth demon king. It is simply the protagonist template in the human novel story. He likes to shoot those who are self-righteous. I want to see their despair, their struggle before dying. Even though Ye Qing is just an extraordinary ant, he still wants to see Ye Qing struggling. With a chuckle, he turned over the card directly. However, the cards are different from the human resource cards he has seen before. Buzz. As he flipped over the card, streaks of black light condensed in the card. Surrounded by black light, immediately, a fist-like silhouette gathered on the card. At the same time, another line of font appeared. Card title, dedicated to you. Description, someone is very dissatisfied. The sun god Nigel wants to crush you. Ah. Effect, the holder is punched to death by the supreme divine existence. Hey! The fifth demon king was taken aback. What is this? What kind of weird card is this? He has been fighting humans for a long time, but he has never seen such a weird card. But before he thinks it through, buzz. The card suddenly turned into dots of black light, and immediately. Boom! In the void, a terrifying fist surrounded by endless flames instantly condensed. In the next second, that fist instantly blasted towards the fifth demon king. The fifth demon king hesitated, and under conditioned reflex, he instantly raised the weapon in his hand, wanting to forcefully carry. However, space began to distort, and everything around it began to stagnate. Crack, crack! The weapon in the fifth demon king's hand began to crack inch by inch, and a terrifying, crushing divinity fell on the fifth demon king. What? The fifth demon king was horrified, and his knee fell down uncontrollably. His pupils constricted and his heart was beating wildly. Powerful. Strong. This is definitely an all-out blow from a demon god-level existence. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, however, the next second, boom. The fist flashed past, and it disappeared in an instant, and the fifth demon king fell completely. Died. It's that simple, easy, and dead without the ability to resist. What an undead body, what blood of a demon god. Under that punch, everything was wiped out. Even the 4 epic bosses around the fifth demon king were annihilated under the aftermath of that punch. Shocked. At this moment, the third-tier world master, that boss, was completely stunned after seeing this scene. Died. The fifth demon king, the most difficult demon king recognized by the void world on the 18th, just died like this? Died on a card? Died at the hands of an extraordinary world master? Plus. Crazy. Really crazy. Where did this god-defying extraordinary world lord come from? Is it so outrageous? He's numb. What kind of card are you? He turned his head to look at Ye Qing and asked with a complicated expression. Well, it's just a card for luck. It seems that his luck is not bad, and he even got the best card. Ye Qing smiled lightly, feeling quite good. It is also the honor of the fifth demon king to die under the hands of the supreme divinity. Supreme divinity, sun god Nigel. Although he, Ae, is not the strongest supreme divinity in the containment universe, he is not something ordinary demon kings or demons can resist. One punch. It was a punch to death. At this time, the big bosses of the world masters of the 3 realms have fallen silent. Isn't this card really too heaven-defying? How many cards like this do you have? After a long time, he asked quietly. Just this one. Ye Qing smiled awkwardly. Just one piece. He stared suddenly, looking at Ye Qing in surprise. What's wrong? Ye Qing asked blankly. If you punch the Abyss Demon God with this punch, it's better than killing a 5th Demon King. Such a heaven-defying card, just used on a Demon King like this? Number J. His heart is so cold. Ye Qing was also a little embarrassed. However, it doesn't matter anymore. After all, the 5th Demon King is also a big boss, isn't he? By the way, how did you get this card? Why haven't I seen such a powerful card before? At this time, the voice sounded again, asking with some curiosity. This. Ye Qing hesitated, not knowing what to say. Forget it, everyone has a secret. Seeing that Ye Qing hesitated, he stopped asking, and immediately said, "Thank you for saving my life today. Li Jianyi, if you need help, just let me know." "Senior Li, you are too polite," Ye Qing said hastily. "What is the name of the dignified third-tier world master? This thing is useless to me, just take it, maybe there is some use for it." At this time, Li Jianyi's voice sounded again, and immediately, a bright light flashed, and appeared in front of Ye Qing in an instant. It was a sword that shone with golden light. However, this sword is very strange, there is no blade, and no tip. This is a sword fetus. At this time, Li Jianyi's voice sounded again, and he began to explain what this thing is. "This thing is my world, the accompanying divine sword used by the strongest creatures, but it is a pity that it was damaged in the previous battle and fell to a lower level. It is just an extraordinary treasure, but if it is well cultivated, it has the potential to become a legend in the future." Ye Qing's eyes lit up. Although it is only an extraordinary treasure, it has legendary potential. Not bad. Pick up another legend for nothing. "Hey, why are you so embarrassed?" Ye Qing said so, but put the sword embryo away without any politeness. Li Jianyi laughed dumbfoundedly. "However, don't care by the way, Senior Li, don't you really need healing?" Ye Qing frowned again and asked. "If you don't heal your wounds anymore, what will you do if another Demon King comes over?" As far as Li Jianyi is in this state, he is really worried. "Don't worry, I won't die for a while." Li Jianyi said he didn't care. It's just breath adjustment. Easy. In this regard, Ye also can't say anything. However, now that we are talking. Ye Qing's heart moved, and he asked curiously, "Senior Li, by the way, why did this abyssal monster and fallen monster suddenly attack aggressively?" Li Jian was silent for a while, and after a long time, he said, "In the area of the number 18 abyss fissure, the old gods have fallen. All the demon kings want to compete for the position of the demon god. Naturally, they can't do any challenges like competitions. So, they set their target on the void world on the 18th. Ye Difference asked. Good. Li Jian nodded and said, "Whoever captures the void world on the 18th will be qualified to sit on the throne of the demon god." "Ah, this." Ye Qing was taken aback for a moment, and then asked back, "What if you can't attack?" "It's good to have a high skill, and it doesn't matter if you can't attack. Their main purpose is to kill the defenders of the ladder," Li Jianyi said quietly. Ye Qing was taken aback, then looked at the sky ladder, then at Li Jianyi, after a moment of silence, suddenly asked, "How many guards are there on that sky ladder?" "A sky ladder, there are 3 guardians all the year round, and I am the last one," Li Jianyi said quietly. The reason why he said that he didn't need treatment before was because he knew that he would die. The 5th Demon King is too strong to beat at all. Therefore, there is no need to waste resources on treatment. You only need to wait for Ye Qing to run back, and then ask the headquarters to send a third-tier world master to come over temporarily to sit in charge, and the situation will be resolved. Number T. At this time, Ye Qing was silent again. Of the 3 Sky Ladder Guardians, 2 have already died. The one who can become the guardian of the Sky Ladder is definitely a third-order world master. But now, the 2 are dead, and looking at Li Jianyi's situation, if Ye Qing hadn't killed the 5th Demon King suddenly, Li Jianyi wouldn't be able to resist for long. At that time, the ladder in the 3rd area will completely collapse. If the monsters from the abyss are really allowed to enter the void world, they can break through the surface and bend. Ye Qing gasped. Although it may not be as simple as he thought, but the situation is definitely not optimistic. The matter has come to this, that's all. Li Jian shook his head, with a slight smile, covering up the sadness in his heart. "By the way, Senior, I have a question," Ye Qing asked after thinking for a while. "Oh? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As long as it doesn't involve confidentiality, it's okay to tell you." Li Jian laughed heartily. "I see other world masters, those cultivating immortals, those cultivating bodies, are either surrounded by immortals, or broken through the void with martial arts. How did they do it?" Ye Qing asked the question that was pressing in his heart with curiosity. Okay. However, these words stunned Li Jian. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Ye Qing strangely. Isn't that basic common sense? It can be seen that Ye Qing's really ignorant look, coupled with Ye Qing's immaturity. In his mind, an incredible idea suddenly appeared. Against Ye Qing, he suddenly asked, "Boy, don't tell me, you are still a trainee world master." Chapter 69. Forward. At this moment, Ye Qing was stunned. What do you mean? Now 4 people can see that I am an apprentice world master? Is there any problem with the question I asked earlier? He was a little dazed. But at this time, when Li Jian saw Ye Qing's reaction, he understood. Then, there was silence. Apprentice world master? She's really a trainee world master, isn't she? He was a little dazed. Is the current trainee world master already so tyrannical? He saw that Ye Qing also had an extraordinary physique, and there was also an epic creature and an extraordinary creature. Coupled with the previous whole card, it directly killed the 5th Demon King. No matter how you look at it, at least it is a second-order world master certified by the Stable Alliance. However, Ye Qing's mother is a trainee world master. At this moment, he just wanted to curse. What was he doing when he was Ye Qing's age? Look at Ye Qing again. Damn, I have already started to go to the battlefield to kill enemies and earn military merits. Oh shit. People are more popular than people. Li Jian was silent for a while, and after a long time, he said quietly, "Who sent you to the battlefield?" "When I saw the recruitment mission, I didn't think too much about it, so I came here," Ye Qing said. Li Jianyi was silent again. He seemed to sigh, and then said, "That's all, you boy, it's really." He was a little bit emotional, but he finally got back to the topic. "Since you have already asked for advice, let me tell you. This is not a secret. The strength of the world master is related to the world, and the larger the world area the bigger you are, the stronger the power of the world you control. And the power of the world is not as simple as you imagine. The power of the world can be simulated and transformed into the power of your own world system. Just like this." As soon as Li Jian spoke, he raised his hand, and the giant sword fell into his hand. The power of the world was running, and immediately, a terrifying energy and blood shot up into the sky, a sword slashed out, and the terrifying sword energy shook the sky. Using the power of the world. Ye Qing was taken aback. Before, he thought that the World Lord also had some kind of cultivation method, but he didn't think it turned out to be like this. The power of the world simulates the energy of the system in the world, and then uses it. Ye Qing pondered for a while, and the practice system of Xianxia flashed in his mind. After so many years of development, thaumaturgy can be regarded as developing well. Although there is only a complete system of level 3 thaumaturgy up to now, and level 4 thaumaturgy has not been developed yet, it can be regarded as a complete small system. It is nothing more than using the energy in the body, or even the energy in the void, and then exerting an ability similar to reality distortion. And Ye Qing's power of the world can completely replace this energy zone. Yes, that is. With a thought, Ye Qing looked at the sword embryo in her hand, and immediately. The sword embryo instantly grew bigger, like a huge sword stretching across the sky. With another thought, the long sword surrounded him like an arm. At this moment, Ye Qing is really like a sword fairy coming to the world, and the sword energy is shaking. What a boy! Li Jian was amazed when he saw it. Although the use of the power of this world is neither too secret nor too esoteric, Ye Qing is a trainee world master after all, and has never been exposed to this aspect before. He just demonstrated it a little, and Ye Qing understood it. This is so FG genius. By the way, what kind of system is this kid? I haven't seen him practice this sword before. It can be manipulated to make it bigger or smaller, and it can also be manipulated like an arm. Something. Li Jianyi was a little surprised to see Ye Qing getting more and more proficient and handy. After a long time, feeling the consumption of the power of the world, Ye Qing quickly stopped, and the sword embryo also changed back to its original shape and fell into his hands. This is thaumaturgy. Ye Qing felt it a little bit. He can probably simulate the level of a third-level miracle master now. The side effects of thaumaturgy are not bad, as long as there is no large-scale surreal modification of reality, the problem will not be big. However, Ye Qing would rather have the ability of a reality bender than thaumaturgy. A reality bender, that is almost a non-consumable ability to distort reality at will, and change reality at will. This is a reality bender. But Ye Qing tried, but ended in failure. Everyone's reality distortion ability is different. Similarly, this reality bender cannot be regarded as a type of system, because there is no effective system at all, and others cannot learn it. This thing is born. Not only is the reality distortion ability not working, but other things, such as the special characteristics of the contained objects, cannot be simulated and used by him. Some regrets. Ye Qing sighed, could this be the only way to go in the end? After a long time, he asked curiously again, Senior Li, is there a way for the World Lord to have some kind of strange ability of the world's creatures? You boy, you will draw inferences from one instance. Li Jian said with a smile, however, you are right. There is indeed a way for the World Lord to have the corresponding ability, but the price is death. Death. Ye Qing was taken aback. That's right, when a world creature dies in battle, it can condense its core and fuse with the World Lord. Of course, the condition is that the creature is either a divine creature, or it must be a legendary creature. All details will wait for you in the future. I know. But this is still far away from you, take your time, one step at a time. Li Jianyi said with a smile. Ye Qing looked a little weird. Divine creature? Legendary creatures? I don't seem to be missing myself. The existing divine creatures are Gatekeeper, Gluttonous Rabbit, Dr. Clef, and Holy Kaisa. The ones that will be created soon are Immortal Lizard and Able. Ye Qing fell silent again. Do you need to die in battle to condense the core? This price is really a bit high. 3. He shook his head, not thinking so much. At this time, Li Jian heard it again, and said, Boy, I am optimistic about you. In the future, you will sweep the heavens and become the God King of the heavens. Hearing this, Ye Qing's expression became a little strange. He always felt that there was a little bit of disobedience when Senior Li said such words. He couldn't help asking, Senior, how many people have you said this to? Ahem. You boy, what are you talking about? I see that you are talented, but not everyone can get my evaluation. Li Jian coughed twice, and hurriedly opened his mouth. Then I will inherit the auspicious words of the senior. Ye Qing smiled, and naturally didn't take these words to heart. Immediately, the two fell silent. They each started to adjust their breath. Ye Qing also consumed a little. Before performing thaumaturgy, because of the first time, the consumption was greater than he imagined. As for Li Jianyi, he was really running out of fuel, and if Ye Qing hadn't finally killed the fifth Demon King, he would have died here today. Fortunately, the death of the fifth Demon King also bought Li Jianyi a lot of breathing time, at least, his life was saved. Li Jianyi naturally remembered this in his heart. The grace of dripping water should be repaid by springs, let alone the grace of saving lives. Of course, Ye Qing is not so much at this time. In his mind, various system abilities related to thaumaturgy were flashing. Now, he can also use thaumaturgy, so naturally he has to study hard. The so-called thaumaturgy, you can think of it as a castrated version of the reality distortion ability. It's the same with the reality distortion ability, everyone's corresponding ability is different. However, in general, this thaumaturgy falls into two categories. One category, increase. One class, release. Of course, there are also some small branches for the increase class and the release class. There are self-augmentation, augmentation of others, augmentation techniques, and augmentation concepts. As for the release, there are spells similar to magic, and there are also those that directly distort reality and change information. However, Ye Qing's current strength can only reach the level of casting spells. Words that distort reality. The real problem of distorting the small world is not big, but if distorting the high-dimensional reality of Blue Star, it will pale in comparison. Unless he himself becomes a legend, otherwise, distorting reality is a joke. However, he is also very satisfied with this. This at least gave him a certain degree of self-protection. That's enough. Finally, I don't know how long it has passed, on the ladder, someone finally came. The new Tier 3 World Lord has come to change the guard. Li Jianyi could finally go down and rest. And Ye Qing naturally chose to return to number 18 Void World and number 3 area. As soon as Li Jian left, Ye Qing still stayed in the third area. Hey! The long-lost heir! Ye Qing took a deep breath as soon as he stepped into the world barrier, with a satisfied look on his face. In the void, even without oxygen, he could feel that he survived only with oxygen. But at this time, with the appearance of Ye Qing, everyone around looked at Ye Qing in unison, and everyone was a little surprised. Many people present have been on the ladder, and know the feeling of the ladder. If you face densely packed enemies again, the feeling of suffocation is still unforgettable. Look at Ye Qing again. Hey guys, what the hell is this look of enjoyment? Didn't scare out the psychological shadow? At this time, Zhang Yuqing and Xianxia hurried forward and asked curiously, how is it? They saw a scary fist before, and then there was no more. On Ye Qing's side, a terrible battle must have broken out. Zhang Yuqing was almost dying of worry, fearing that Ye Qing would run into some trouble. 0. Seeking flowers. Fortunately, Ye Qing returned safely. Well, it's more dangerous than I imagined, but it's not a big problem. Ye Qing said with a smile. How many enemies have you killed? Xianxia asked curiously. That's all she cares about. Only 1 or 200. Ye Qing said vaguely. 1 or 200. Xianxia thought to herself. She has never been on the battlefield, so she doesn't know what a concept of 1 or 200 is. However, she secretly made up her mind that if Ye Qing could kill 1 or 200, then it wouldn't be a big problem for her to kill 2 or 300, right? Soon, Xianxia followed suit, and without saying a word, she was thrown off the ladder. Although the 5th Demon King here has been killed, there will still be some little bosses who will bring fallen monsters and abyssal monsters to attack for a while. In the next period of time, Xianxia and Zhang Yuqing will take turns going up the ladder, and the record is pretty good. As for the overall number of kills, it is definitely not as many as Ye Qing. How can the number of monsters they encounter compare with Ye Qing? In addition, Ye Qing would go up the ladder from time to time, and the number of kills would only increase. Finally, Ye Qing came down from the ladder again. It's about to end. Suddenly, a voice came from beside his ear. That voice was very familiar. Ye Qing turned around and saw that who else is it not Li Jianyi? However, today's Li Jianyi is somewhat different from before. Today's Li Jianyi looks gentle and elegant, with no injuries on his body, and his face is a little ruddy. He is wearing an ancient costume and has long hair. He looks like an ancient man. It's a completely different person from the previous appearance holding a fierce sword. 0 Senior Li? Why are you here? How are you? Ye Qing looked at Li Jianyi in surprise. In Li Jianyi's state before, Ye Qing was worried that he would die in the next second. But I don't want to. How long has it been? Is this alive and kicking? It's just a few minor injuries, it's not a big problem. Li Jian said with a smile, and immediately looked at Xianxia and Zhang Yuqing, also a little surprised. He in the headquarters before, naturally got to know Ye Qing a little bit. He thought Ye Qing was just a stunned young man, but he didn't think that there were 2 other stunned young men. But it's all good, the strength is acceptable. This year, he was much stronger than he was back then. Especially Ye Qing, at such a young age, he just completed a D-level task and got an S-level evaluation as an apprentice to the World Master, which is simply against this guy. Plus the 5th Demon King that Ye Qing killed before. He seems to have seen a new star rising. As for Ye Qing, in the past, it would not be a big problem to compete for the national champion. This year's words. His eyes flickered slightly. Senior, what do you mean it's about to end? They're going to retreat? Ye Qing asked curiously. Looking at the situation of each ladder, the battle is fierce, dense monsters have invaded, and some have even invaded the middle of the ladder. Such a battle situation is falling into a state of anxiety. How can we talk about the end? This has to be attributed to you kid, you have become the biggest hero in this battle. Li Jianyi looked at Ye Qing strangely, and he was also emotional in his heart. Damn it, the biggest hero in this battle is just a trainee world master, no one will believe it. Me? Ye Qing was taken aback. The 5th Devil King who is the most difficult to die is dead, and all the Devil Kings only think that a strong man will come to guard the Void World on the 18th. Li Jianyi sighed. A little trainee world lord, the trump card he used made the devil afraid, this is simply... No. Ye Qing frowned, and said again, but even so, it's not enough to make them retreat after fighting this far. Really? Li Jian nodded and said, however, you have to be clear about their purpose. They are fighting for the position of demon god. Naturally, it is impossible to bury their lives here. In addition, their biggest, the original rival, the 5th Mausoleum King, died. Speaking of this, Ye Qing already understood. But at this time, Xianxia and Zhang Yuqing beside them were listening in a daze. What fifth demon king, what demon god? The anticlimax is over, I thought it would last for days. Ye Qing couldn't laugh or cry. It can't be said that it is anticlimactic. This invasion is not a large-scale general attack. Li Jian shook his head. At the same time, he explained that the abyssal demons invaded from time to time, but today there were only a little more. In the coming time, there will still be abyssal demons invading, but the total amount will be relatively small. You boy, you have gained a lot of military achievements this time. If all of them are converted into resources. Hey, I can't say, I can still see you on the national stage. Li Jian said with a smile, it has been many years since I have seen such an outstanding young junior. When Ye Qing heard this, his heart moved, and he hurriedly asked, Senior, what can you exchange for this military achievement? Chapter 70. What does the military function replace? Now, what Ye Qing wants to know most is this. This. Li Jian thought for a while, then smiled and said, this military achievement is much more than what you can exchange for blue star coins. There are only things you can't think of, and there is nothing you can't exchange for. This sentence again. Ye Qing was a little powerless to complain. The main official website of the world also said so, but it turns out that there are many things that cannot be exchanged. You can see for yourself. Li Jian said with a smile. If so, go check it out. Ye Qing thought about it, and immediately, under the leadership of Li Jianyi, he went to the military merit hall of number 18 Void World. Zhang Yuqing is no exception, let's follow the past to have a look. Xianxia really wanted to earn more military merit, but she was also very curious about what the military merit could be exchanged for. Then, she followed Ye Qing to the military merit hall. The so-called military merit hall is also set up in the central area. This military merit hall has a large area and looks very majestic. At this time, the military merit hall is crowded with people, and there are world masters everywhere. The previous recruitment mission actually recruited many world masters. Although the battle on other lines is not over yet, many world masters are free and start to check their military achievements. There are also many crystal pillars in this mission hall, and these crystal pillars have similar functions as the crystal pillars reported before. Soon, Ye Qing, Zhang Yuqing, and Xianxia stood in front of a crystal pillar. This crystal pillar is the same as the crystal pillar in the previous report, and it also has 3 sides, which can be operated by 3 people at the same time. Ye Qing took out the military token, followed Li Jianyi's instructions, and gently pasted the military token on the crystal pillar. A burst of 783 scanning beams appeared, and while scanning the military token, it was also scanning Ye Qing. After a long time, lines of text appeared on the crystal pillar. Apprentice World Master, Ye Qing kill, 276 total military merit, 19,380 19,000 military achievements. Zhang Yuqing and Xianxia looked curiously at the side, and then took out their own military badge, put it on the crystal pillar, scanned it. G. Apprentice World Master, Zhang Yuqing kill, 170 total military merit, 2,300 Apprentice World Master, Xianxia kill, 201 total military merit, 2,851 2003, 1 2008. Look at Ye Qing again, 19,000 military achievements. Stunned. At this moment, Zhang Yuqing and Xianxia were completely stunned. They knew that Ye Qing killed a lot of enemies. After all, Ye Qing went first, and then killed a lot of enemies one after another. The last statistics, as expected, killed 276 enemies. Oh. Everyone obviously has more than 100 and 200 kills, so why does Ye Qing have an army of 19,000? And they are not as much as a fraction of Ye Qing? Xianxia looked at Ye Qing's terrifying 19,000 military achievements, and was a little dumbfounded. Is this a mistake? Where did the 19,000 military achievements come from? Absolutely wrong. She can probably guess that there is a certain degree of gap between herself and Ye Qing, but, in his opinion, the gap should not be too much. But when the statistics of military achievements came out, she was completely dumbfounded. This gap is not a little bit big. It's just horribly big. She couldn't believe it. It's fake, isn't it? Even Zhang Yuqing was surprised to see Ye Qing's terrifying military achievements. Appalling. This is simply appalling. 19,000 military exploits? What the hell, there are even more fractions than them. On the other hand, Li Jianyi smiled and said nothing. He was not surprised by Ye Qing's military achievements. If Ye Qing didn't have the 19,000 military achievements, then he would be a ghost. Vegetables are vegetables. Ye Qing glanced at Xianxia. You. Xianxia was furious. Is this the first time she has been talked about? She was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. How did you achieve your military achievements? Zhang Yuqing looked at Ye Qing's terrifying 19,000 military achievements with some curiosity, really curious. After thinking about it, Ye Qing clicked on the column of killing enemies. Kill the enemy legendary abyssal monster, the 5th Demon King, obtained, thousands of merit. Epic level abyssal monster, Void Demon, get, 1000 military merits. Epic level abyssal monster, Frost Demon, get, 1000 military merits. Epic level abyssal monster, Yin-Yang Demon, get, 1000 military merits. Epic level abyssal monster, Night Demon, obtained, thousands of military achievements. Epic level abyssal monster, Poison Demon, get, 1000 military merits. High level abyssal demon, the dense statistics of killing enemies will dazzle the eyes. The most eye-catching one is naturally the legendary abyssal demon on the top, the 5th Demon King. You killed a legendary abyss demon? You killed the 5th Demon King. Xianxia exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Ye Qing in disbelief. Shua. At this moment, with Xiao's exclamation, countless world masters present instantly turned their heads and looked at Ye Qing in unison. The corners of Ye Qing's mouth twitched, and he looked at Xiao speechlessly. Xiao also hurriedly shut up, looking at the world masters around her with some embarrassment. But at this time, the world masters around shouted, and they didn't care about the matter at hand. They came forward one by one, looked at Ye Qing, and looked at the enemy killer on the crystal pillar in front of Ye Qing, one by one. Another gasped, good boy, you actually killed the 5th Demon King. Bull. This brother, you are the hero this time. Niu Pai, you still killed 5 epic level demons, it's against this guy. Good guy, the 5th Demon King fell into your hands? Brother, are you interested in joining our legion to develop? You just need to come, and the position of deputy head is reserved for you. Hey, what kind of broken legion of yours also wants to pull people? Brother, come to my demon-killing legion. As long as you come, the deputy head will give it to you. In the future, we will kill the demon realm, break the abyss, and set the legend. At this moment, everyone was talking in a hurry, which is called enthusiasm. But anyone who hangs around in the void great world on the 18th, there is no one who does not know the 5th Demon King. The 5th Demon King, that is definitely an unattainable and powerful Demon King against the sky. Ordinary third-tier world masters are not his opponents. The 5th Demon Lord is actually dead. The world lords thought that there was a strong man coming to support them, but they didn't expect that the one who killed the 5th devil turned out to be this young man in front of him. Good guy. They call it a good guy. They're still chattering away. However, at this moment, brother, the system won't go wrong, right? Why does it still show that you are an apprentice world master? This is a bug, you have to respond to the above, maybe you can get military merits. After speaking, everyone looked at the top of the crystal monument in unison, and as expected, they saw Ye Qing's name there, and also saw Ye Qing's identity in front of him. Apprentice World Master. Dude, is something really wrong? Apprentice World Master? Ha ha ha, sometimes the system goes wrong? Can the Apprentice World Master kill the 5th Demon King? Is this system having a convulsion? At this moment, everyone was joking. Obviously, they all think that the system has gone wrong, and they don't think that Ye Qing is really just a trainee World Master. Just a joke, which trainee World Master can kill the devil? Can he kill the legendary level? Things that even a third-tier World Master might not be able to do, let alone a trainee World Master. Regarding this, Li Jianyi just smiled and did not speak. Ye Qing didn't explain either. In the eyes of others, killing the 5th Demon King is enough to defy the sky. If he is still a trainee World Master, then it is no longer a matter of defying the sky. Ye Qing is a little more polite with the people around, why not leave names for each other, make friends? Ye Qing never refuses anyone. After a long time, the formalities were finally over, and everyone left and went about their business. However, they remembered a name, Ye Qing. Being able to kill the 5th Devil King at such a young age, there is no doubt that this is definitely a rising star. Well, some people always feel that this name sounds familiar. However, everyone didn't think too much about it. There are so many people in the world, even if the names are repeated, it's normal. It's finally over. Ye Qing let out a sigh of relief. What could have been done in 3 or 2 minutes had to take so long? No, Ye Qing, how did you kill the 5th Demon King? Until then, Xianxia asked in a low voice, still full of disbelief. Others don't know, but she knows it all too well. Ye Qing is a real trainee world master. It is unbelievable for a trainee to kill a legendary Demon King. How the hell did that happen? A whole card. Ye Qing said with a smile. Whole card? Kill the legendary whole card? Xianxia was silent. This whole card is too heaven-defying, right? Fortunately, this is not the college entrance examination. If it is put in the college entrance examination, it will be able to work Ye Qing's whole card? It's too complicated, this year is really too complicated, I knew I would have stayed a level. Xianxia complained. She thought that her genius was enough to defy the sky, but she didn't think that there were more geniuses than her. What the hell is going on this year? Where did the dark horse Ye Qing come from? She really can't figure it out. At this time, Ye Qing finally opened the corresponding military achievement panel. All of these are treasures that can be exchanged. Among them, there are a large number of recovery potions, which are specially designed to restore the World Lord. One bottle only needs to do military work. The effect is also good, one bottle can restore 30% of the state. There are also many badges related to the World Master, power badges, speed badges, stamina badges, etc. The effects of these badges are also strong and weak, and the value of a badge ranges from 80 to several hundred military achievements. Even, there are many biological cards. Mid-level biological cards are worth 80 military merits, high-level biological cards are worth 800 military merits, and extraordinary biological cards are worth 80 military merits. There are even epic creature cards. Of course, this epic creature card is also very expensive, worth 80,000 military merits. In addition to biological cards, there are various resource cards. Of course, there are many kinds of equipment that the World Lord can use, such as the Ring of God, the Scepter of God, the Clothes of the Holy God and so on. These are things that can harvest beliefs, enhance cohesion and even release the magic of the World's Lord. Seeing Ye Qing is dazzling. Finally, at the end of the flip, Ye Qing looked at the 2 treasures, his pupil shrank, and his heart beat wildly. World Law Fragments, priced at 5,000 military merit. High-dimensional fragments, the price is 10,000 military merits. Military, there is no comparison between power and blue star coins. No matter how many blue star coins you have, there are things you can't buy. And as long as you have military merits, you can exchange for anything. High-dimensional fragments are priceless outside. The same is true for world law fragments. A small piece as big as a fingernail is worth hundreds of millions, and it is also priceless. Today, 5,000 military merits can be exchanged for a fragment of the law of the world, and Ye Qing also saw the mark, which is a fragment of the law of the world in standard size. Standard size, roughly equivalent to 3 fingernail-sized fragments. A piece of standard world law fragment can increase the world area by 300 kilometers. The most important thing is the high-dimensional fragments. Ye Qing has been coveting this thing for a long time. At first, he thought that the high-dimensional fragments could only be obtained after the college entrance examination was over. Later, he suddenly discovered that the first place in the mock exam can also get high-dimensional fragments. Up to now, he has discovered again, what the hell, when military achievements can be exchanged for a dimensional fragment. Happiness came so suddenly that Ye Qing was in a daze. Change. Ye Qing directly changed a high-dimensional fragment without saying a word. His military achievements shrunk in an instant, leaving only 9,300. Immediately, Ye Qing replaced another piece of world law fragment. For the remaining 4,300, he changed some resource cards, as well as demigod bloodlines, particle reorganization devices, miniature wormholes. These are the materials needed to create Able. In the end, he has no role as a general left, so let's stop. There are several bottles of recovery medicine in hand. Just fighting a war of attrition, he can consume an ordinary 2.2 legendary Demon King. Xianxia witnessed what Ye Qing exchanged for the whole time, which was called envy. Ye Qing was already strong, but now, after buying so many things, she will only become stronger, but... Ye Qing, see you in the college entrance examination. If you want to go to the national stage, you have to pass me. Xianxia waved her hand, turned and left. Yes, her military achievements are not as good as Ye Qing's, her achievements are not as good as Ye Qing's, but her family is rich. During this time, she needs to improve herself. As long as you have money, what can't you buy? There are people in the family, and she can even get the fragments of the law of the world. It is absolutely impossible for her to admit defeat until the final moment of the college entrance examination. Ye Qing looked at Xianxia's leaving back, shook her head, and didn't take it seriously. Senior Li, is there a quiet room here? I want to transform these resources. Ye Qing looked at Li Jianzan. Of course there are. You come with me. Li Jianyi said, turning his head and leading the way again. Soon, he brought Ye Qing to the so-called quiet room. Ye Qing's eyes flickered. Finally, I can recreate the containment by myself. Abel and the fire lizard. Abel, the perfect transcendent creature. The immortal lizard, a perfect epic creature. No matter which one is created, his combat power will skyrocket. In addition, there are fragments of the law of the world. As soon as Li Jian looked at Ye Qing, who was going to the quiet room, he was also very emotional. He witnessed what Ye Qing exchanged the whole time. Coupled with Ye Qing's previous combat power and achievements, he can even admit it for the official. Ye Qing is definitely the strongest trainee world master in history. The strongest high school student in history. Not to mention that there is no one to come after, but it is definitely unprecedented. Chapter 71. Quiet Room. Ye Qing's voice quickly sank into the containment world. At the same time, all kinds of card props and resources in his hand were also dropped by him. The number of edible biological species in the world is increasing again. In the river, fish and shrimp are everywhere. And the chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, horses, and donkeys. At the same time, Ye Qing added 2 more rivers. The rivers have special effects, which can effectively divide and reproduce, accelerate evolution, and enhance biological potential. After finishing all this, Ye flipped through with his hands and took out the fragment of the law of the world. The fragments of the world law are only the size of a batch, which can increase the world area by 300 kilometers. Today, his world has an area of 782 kilometers. Add another 300 kilometers, which is 1082 kilometers. He can even use this to cross over and become the second-order world master. Although he has not yet been certified by the Alliance to become an official world lord, his strength lies here. As long as the college entrance examination is over, he will be a serious second-tier world lord. After thinking up to this point, Ye Qing smiled slightly, and in the next second, directly used the fragment of the law of the world. At this moment, the containment world began to turmoil, ripples began to appear in the void, the laws became more and more perfect, and the earth rumbled. 800 kilometers. 900 kilometers. Ye Qing watched her world grow bigger and bigger, with a satisfied smile on her face. Very good. The larger the world area, the stronger his strength. However, seeing that the area of the world had reached 999 kilometers and was about to exceed 1000 kilometers, the expansion of the world suddenly stopped. The world is rumbling and shaking, no matter how it expands, it will not expand. It abruptly stopped at a world area of 990 kilometers, and it was impossible to move forward. Hey! Ye Qing was taken aback, what is this? He arrived at the world barrier to see. Outside the barriers of the world, there is indeed an area, a very large area, visually, it is about 83 kilometers. But these 83 kilometers are outside the barriers of the world. Although they are connected to the containment world, there is no way to transform 08 into resources of their own world. Ye Qing frowned, for a while, it was a little hard to understand. What's the matter? Still stuck at 999 kilometers? Could it be possible? What conditions are required to advance from the first rank to the second rank? Ye Qing didn't know what was going on, and some didn't understand. The point is, no one ever told him about it. With the thought in his mind, his consciousness came back to reality. Pushing open the door of the quiet room, as expected, Li Jianyi hasn't left yet. Come out so soon. Li Jianyi looked at Ye Qing curiously. Although the flow of time in the small world is different from that in the big world, isn't it too fast? According to his estimation, Ye Qing will need at least half an hour, or even an hour. But it's so fast, it's really unexpected. That. Ye Qing thought for a while, and asked straightforwardly, Senior Li, my world is suddenly stuck at 999 kilometers, and I can't cross the limit of 1000 kilometers. Is it true that I have been promoted from the first level to the second level World Master? What other conditions need to be met? Okay. Li Jian was stunned, and said in amazement, didn't you already exchange high-dimensional fragments? What? You are useless. Ye Qing? He exchanged high-dimensional fragments to create indestructible. But now, according to Li Jianyi, this high-dimensional fragment seems to have other uses? He does know that high-dimensional fragments can be integrated into the world and enhance the world's personality. But he said that it doesn't matter, whether you want these things or not. All he wants is no fire bait. At this time, Li Jian became more and more strange when he saw Ye Qing like this, and then said, if you want to advance to a second-order world in the first-order world, you must use a large number of world law fragments to perfect the laws of the small world. Or, just use high-dimensional fragments to directly improve the world and enhance the world's personality, and you will be able to successfully become the second-order world master. As he said that, he looked at Ye Qing more and more strangely, didn't you already buy the high-dimensional fragments? What? Is it possible that you have other uses for these high-dimensional fragments? Ye Qing grinned, it's okay, you are busy with your work. With that said, he returned to the quiet room again. This kid is very weird. Li Jian shook his head and smiled when he saw this, and then glanced at the quiet room next to him. In this quiet room is that little girl Zhang Yuqing. Zhang Yuqing also exchanged corresponding treasures, moreover, most of the treasures exchanged were low-level treasures. He could tell that Zhang Yuqing was still laying the foundation. However, with these resources going on, Zhang Yuqing must be able to do well. This year's college entrance examination is even more intense than previous years. Li Jianyi said with emotion. Not to mention Ye Qing, Zhang Yuqing is rare in previous years. I just don't know what's going on with the world masters in other provinces. He shook his head and stopped paying attention. And at this time, in the containment world. After Ye Qing figured out the situation, he descended again. Looking at the world area of 999 kilometers, and then looking at a small piece of mirror-like fragment in his hand, which is incompatible with the style of the small world. This is the high-dimensional fragments. However, at this moment, Ye Qing was very conflicted. He never thought that the key to promotion to the second-order world is the high-dimensional fragments. No wonder the college entrance examination rewards these things. The point is, he still wants to use this thing to create fire lizards. Why are these things needed everywhere? He thought that too many high-dimensional fragments would be useless, but now, looking at it now, there are not enough high-dimensional fragments at all. The immortal lizard needs to be created, and high-dimensional fragments are just needed. The world also needs to be promoted to the second level, and high-dimensional fragments are also just needed. Plus he was really tangled, and for a while, very uncomfortable. You don't need to think about it, you know, the second-order world will definitely bring about a qualitative improvement, and he will definitely become stronger accordingly. The foundation of his small world is so good, there are not only epic creatures, but also legendary creatures. With such a bonus, once he becomes a Tier 2 World Master, then maybe he himself will also become an epic tier. At that time, his strength will be changed drastically. Moreover, once he is promoted to the second tier World Master, he can also trouble Zhang Wenchuan. However, I don't know how long it will take to create the immortal lizard. He struggled, for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Forget it, let's advance to the world. Ye Qing's eyes flickered, and the immortal lizard can be put back for a while. His own improvement is the most important thing. He still has to look for that Zhang Wen'er next, and today, Gao Lo is going to find trouble with that guy. Therefore, to become stronger is to truly become stronger. The moment Ye Qing made up his mind, he merged the high-dimensional fragments in his hands with the containment world without hesitation. At this moment, in the void, one after another buzzing sounded, one after another space fluctuation spread, and above the void, there were a series of strange laws appearing, which began to spread to the entire containment world. Under the spread of the ripples, the creatures in the whole world seem to feel something at this moment, as if they feel something, and they seem to be unaware of anything. But Ye Qing felt the deepest. For example, if his small world was just a 2D flat cartoon animation, then, at the moment when high-dimensional fragments are integrated, the world transitions from 2D to 2.5D, with a certain depth and height, and with a certain sense of space distance. The most intuitive expression is that on the sky, the gatekeeper emitting golden light becomes clearer and more pleasing to the eye. He is really like a sun, spreading light to the world. A sense of satisfaction is born from the bottom of my heart. That is the feeling conveyed by the world consciousness. At the same time, boom! With the fusion of high-dimensional fragments, the containment world seemed to break through some kind of shackles, and the world barrier expanded again, and the 83 kilometers that were not covered by the world barrier before were completely integrated into the containment world. Even, because of the high-dimensional fragments, a horrible devouring power spreads from the world, devouring the energy in the void and starting to grow. In the end, his small world will be 1010 kilometers. It's not much, but it's a whole lot. And at the same time, within the containment circle, countless creatures also seemed to feel the shock in their hearts. It seemed that some kind of shackles in their bodies were broken at this moment. They had a feeling that they seemed to be able to go to a higher level and go further. Countless creatures are ecstatic. With such a change, what they can think of is naturally Ye Qing, the creator god, the creator. One by one, they began to worship the statue of Ye Qing again, praying sincerely and wishing sincerely. The world lord is their everything, their god. Today, the Lord of the world has made the world stronger, and they are praying and praising from the bottom of their hearts. Praise my Lord! Praise the Lord God! Countless beliefs began to gather, and the power of countless beliefs surrounded Ye Qing. Not everyone can contribute the power of faith. But even if only 1/3 of the creatures can contribute the power of faith, even if each of these 1/3 of the creatures can only contribute a little power of faith, Ye Qing can harvest 160,000 to 70,000 powers of faith. The power of faith of 160,000 to 70,000, transformed into a storage point is 16,000 to 700,000 storage points. Including the more than 600 storage points he originally owned, this adds up to more than 2,000 storage points. Twice 10 in a row. 20 consecutive draws. Tisk tisk. Ye Qing smiled, sure enough, it's good to improve yourself first. Doesn't this manifest itself? 20 consecutive draws? Of course, there is no rush. Soon, Ye Qing took out various corresponding props. That miniature wormhole, that particle reorganization device, that demigod bloodline. These are the materials used to create Abel's special exchange. Ye Qing did the same, and with the consumption of Shen Yuan, not only a human figure appeared in front of Ye Qing's eyes, but also a coffin, and even the black cube outside the coffin. The miniature wormhole merged with the human form. The demigod bloodline also merged with the human form. That logical restructuring device is fused with the coffin. Finally, one person, one coffin appeared in front of Ye Qing. However, at this time, he could not be called Abel. Similarly, he and the coffin are not a whole. Accompanied by Ye Qing taking out Abel's card, that card was pasted on that person's forehead by Ye Qing. Surrounded by golden lights, at the same time, a wave of information, a force of traction, appeared on that person, and a mark of truth was imprinted in the coffin. Ye Qing could see clearly, according to Xianxia's words, the coffin was imprinted with Abel's true spirit. According to the containment universe, the coffin records Abel's source of information. In short, from now on, even if Abel dies, he will continue to be reborn because of this coffin. The sacred Horcrux belongs to Yes. Finally, with the flashing golden light, Abel was finally created. Shua. The moment Abel opened his eyes, a cold light flickered, and his eyes were full of ferocity and violence. 927 However, after looking at Ye Qing again, a little clarity flashed in his eyes, and he knew the person in front of him. Existence is his creator, God is the creator of this world. Go. Ye Qing didn't say much, and threw the coffin into the top of the mountain in the newly born area. And Abel went with him. It doesn't matter whether Abel was slaughtered in various ways, or was taught to be a man by others, or any other situation. Abel, an extraordinary divine creature. The strength is so strong that it can even fight against epic creatures, even, as he gradually recovers his strength and his thinking, his strength will become stronger. It's finally done. Now, there is only one indestructible not uncreated left. Ye Qing thought so. Today, he has also become a second-tier world master. Although he has not yet been officially certified by the Alliance, his strength lies in that. With the thought, his consciousness returned to reality and returned to his body. At the moment when his consciousness came again, Buzz. A beam of light suddenly lit up on his body. Ye Qing could only feel that his eyes and ears were clear, and a power of sublimation surrounded his heart and stirred up his body. The world has advanced, and he has also become stronger. Epic. Ye Qing clenched his fist, feeling his own strength, his eyes full of novelty. Now, he can be regarded as an epic world. The power is stronger than before, the speed is faster than before, and even the vision and hearing have been strengthened in all directions. This is the most intuitive change in physical fitness. Ye Qing felt the power of her own world. Sure enough, the calendar of the world has also become stronger. If the power of the world before was a bottle of water, then his power of the world is now a bucket of water. Before, he could summon an epic creature to fight an extraordinary creature. Well, now, he can summon 2 epic creatures and 3 extraordinary creatures to fight. He can even barely summon the gatekeepers to fight. Of course, in that case, the power of the world that he can use himself is very little. But if I meet the 5th Demon King again? Well, let's not talk about beheading the 5th Demon King, but the gatekeeper can also fight the 5th Demon King 50 to 50. However, now it is not about the weight of the 5th Demon King. Ye Qing's eyes flickered. Now, it should be time to find trouble with that Wen Chuan. Zhongwen'er, the world area is 2,100 kilometers. The area of the world alone is 1,000 kilometers larger than him. This gap is still very obvious. If you want to kill Zhang Wenchuan, just to be on the safe side. System, I want to draw a card. Ye Qing said suddenly. To be on the safe side, use cards and storage items to kill that guy. Chapter 72. At this moment, accompanied by Ye Qing shouting system. At the same time, a corresponding panel appeared before his eyes. Immediately, cards appeared one after another, and at the same time, system notification sounds sounded in Ye Qing's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a divinity card. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got a green card. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got a blue card. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got 1,000 red cards. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got a white card. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got an orange card. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got an orange card. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got 1,000 black cards. See you again black cards. Ye Qing's eyes lit up. I used up a black card before, but I didn't expect to make up for myself so soon. Not bad. A smile appeared on Ye Qing's face. Although this black card has a certain degree of uncertainty, but if it is used well and luck is good, it is really against this guy. The 5th Demon King can be killed with one fist. It can be said that he is definitely an invincible existence below the legendary level. There is also a white card and 2 orange cards. Not bad. For this card draw, Ye Qing is very satisfied. The black cards were put away first, and then, Ye Qing looked at the remaining cards. This time there were very few containment cards, but a divinity card was released steadily. Let's see what the green cards can produce. Ye Qing flipped his wrist, and the green card fell into his hand. He didn't even hesitate, and directly flipped over the green card. Rays of light gathered in the card, and finally, in the green card, a strange polyhedron statue was formed. The polyhedron statue is completely black, like a 12-sided hollow dice, with a ball inlaid on each corner. Card title, Funny Statue Subtitle, Control plus CCTRL and V Category, Trap Description, if indoors, generate an infinite maze, the opponent can only escape with external assistance. If it is outdoors, this effect will not be obvious, but trust us this is very bad this is. Thoughts swirled in Ye Qing's mind, and soon he realized what kind of containment it was. Number 184, Architect. When the container is indoors, its characteristics will be activated, the space inside the building will change, it will be derived, it will expand the space, the walls will extend, and new spaces will be created. After about an hour, the area of the room will exceed 3 times the original size. At this time, new changes will appear, and the containment will create a new room. Well, the land is created by copying and pasting other rooms. After a period of time, the room will collapse, the space will be distorted, and gradually form a maze. Of course, everything, from the outside, will not change in any way. This thing is like an immature space folding device. Although this is called a trap card, if it is used in a room, it can expand the space and allow creatures to have more living space. You only need to grasp the speed, wait for the critical moment, and then take out the contents. At that time, a room that looks 10 square meters can even accommodate hundreds of people. Not bad. Ye Qing nodded and put the card away. Immediately, he looked at another card, the blue card. Blue card, the card that summons companions. With the experience of Dr. Clef last time, Ye Qing suddenly has some expectations for this blue card. At this moment, a blue light appeared on the blue card, and a shape doctor was quickly condensed. In the end, a slug-like thing was condensed on the card. Card title, Sea Slug. Subtitle, An Elegant Gentleman. Category, Companion. Description, create a sea slug as your companion. Carry an antimatter rifle, talk a lot. Can summon the ghost butler to complete your instructions, limited, 10 rounds of cooldown. Ye Qing narrowed her eyes. This guy, he knows. Number -1867, a gentleman. He is a sea slug who can communicate with people telepathically. He claims to be an explorer and naturalist, and he calls himself Sir Lakewood. He has explored many places and has many rich collections. He even talked about it, claiming to have hunted and killed 682 fire lizards in the parallel world, was number -662 Butler Bell, the former owner of the Ghost Butler, and visited unclean places, etc. Who knows if he's bragging or what? To put it bluntly, this guy doesn't have any fighting ability, he's nothing more than a telepathic sea slug. B. Ye Qing looked at the card, looked at the last description, but gasped. Good guy, are you born with an antimatter rifle? Maybe even summon a ghost butler? Let's not talk about the ghost butler, just talk about the antimatter rifle. This thing, in other sci-fi worlds, is also an epic weapon level. Whoever owns this antimatter rifle will definitely have a straight-up combat effectiveness. Also, this antimatter rifle. What the hell, can't it be researched? Research out the corresponding technology, and then mass-produce it. What the hell, when the time comes, all creatures in the containment world will have an antimatter rifle in their hands, isn't that against heaven? You don't need other guys to go out, just send a group of squirrels, armed with antimatter rifles, and you can sweep a big world. Very good. Ye Qing nodded with a smile, first put away this card, and then looked at the remaining cards. He looked forward to it more and more. Feeling lucky today. Red card. Equip weapon cards. Buzz. As Ye Qing flipped the card, streams of red light converged, and finally, a gun was condensed in the card. Card title, Gun that shoots people. Subtitle, Shooting and people. Category, Weapons, Long-range. Description, a very powerful 0.50 BMG. Definitely not something you want to use personally, give it as a gift to enemies, or wherever you want to see their last few seconds of life as a small, super dense howl the man called bullet. Dies after use. Tisk tisk, it turned out to be this thing. Ye Qing looked at the big gun in the card and was amazed. Number -2818. A gun that shoots people. This is what appears to be a Barrett M82 anti-materiel rifle. But this thing is not just as simple as an ordinary rifle. When you pull the trigger, what shoots out of the gun is not a bullet, but you. Yes. No matter who it is, as long as you pull the trigger, you will be compressed to the size of a 0.50 BMG bullet by a certain characteristic, and then fired as a bullet. This is definitely not an ideal weapon, but this thing is an ideal weapon to give to the enemy. It's just fried. This is AFG, proper artifact to deceive people. Coupled with his black card, cooperate with this big gun. Good guy, it's yes if you don't pay for your life. Ye Qing was amazed, and always felt that today's storage was weird. However, his mood is exceptionally good. Although this 2818 is not as good as the Spear of the Faithless, nor is it as good as time welding, it is still a good weapon. With a thought, he looked at the next card. White cards. He can look forward to the white card for a while. As the card was opened, streams of light surrounded it, and pieces of golden light converged. In the end, on that card, a phantom image of an angel was condensed. Card title, Angel of Mercy. Description, you have been resurrected. Effect, if he dies while holding this card, he will be resurrected with half of his life immediately. Oh! Ye Qing's eyes lit up, what the FK, resurrection coins. Time welding pocket watch plus angel of mercy plus elixir of life equals invincible. Skin. Ye Qing can only speak cowhide now. In the previous time, when the pocket watch was welded and repaired, it would die after the third use. Before, Ye Qing thought, this third time, it would be handed over to a creature in the small world to use. Now, with the angel of mercy in hand, and the elixir of life in hand, he said that he can be invincible. Go back in time, resurrect, and then restore the full state. What is this invincible? Can't beat? It doesn't matter if you can't beat it, I'll save it, let's do it again. Ebb. Only 2 chances to come. However, this thing is still a divine weapon, a truly heaven-defying prop. Good stuff. Today's luck is really against the sky. Ye Qing smiled, today's luck is really against the sky. Put it away now. This thing cannot be seen by others. This kind of props that can be resurrected can't be found even if you search all over Blue Star. If it is known by others, I am afraid that it will go crazy. Hey! After calming down his excitement, Ye Qing looked at the orange card. Orange card, the card that summons the containment. Before, he used the orange card to summon 106 scary old people. And now, Ye Qing directly flipped over an orange card. OM. As the orange card was opened, rays of light converged, and finally, in the card, a very familiar figure of Ye Qing appeared. That's a statue. It was a statue that looked like a peanut. This BCH is number -173, the statue. However, the only difference is that there is a hat on the statue's head. Card title, 173 wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Subtitle, Ay caramba, annotation. Spanish, obediently. Category, abnormal, structure, strengthening. Description, it is used to strengthen 173. When 173 wears a wide-brimmed hat, he will give up the life of folding his neck and chase the dream of dancing. Nearby entities may be overwhelmed by the urge to dance. 1. Hi, is it an enhanced card? Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, looking at the 173 in this card. He called it a good guy. Before, he thought that 173 was just like that, and that he was just a transcendent in this life, and there was no further progress. But I don't want to, he can still draw cards that strengthen 173? If you read this description, isn't it directly from the abnormal containment to the MIM containment? When you see 173, you will dance. Tisk. Strong control. Now, 173 can finally come in handy. Before, 173 was also in singles when fighting alone. It is useful, 1v1, Little Peanut is absolutely invincible. If you paste a photo of 096 on Little Peanut's forehead, it will be against the sky. However, with more people, it is still the same. But now, it's different again. Little Peanut has directly changed from a 1v1 mode to a group attack mode. No matter how many people you have, when you see 173, dance for me. Okay. Ye Qing nodded, although he didn't get the divinity this time, nor did he get the supreme divinity, but it's already very good. Immediately, Ye Qing looked at another orange card. This is the last orange card, even if it is not the highest divinity, at least it is a divinity. Ye Qing thinks so. In the next second, he flipped the orange card. Surrounded by orange light, finally, in the card, a figure condensed. To be precise, it is not an animal, but a heart. Card title, Evil Beef Heart. Subtitle, Beating in the Darkness. Category, abnormal, intellectual, biological. Description, the demon possessed by the flesh color of rapidity, terrifying and ruthless. Ye Qing was silent. He was still thinking about divinity and supreme divinity, but in the end, what happened? This thing is number -058. One should be the heart of a cow. The key point is that around the heart, there are 4 crustacean arthropod legs, sharp tentacles, and a sharp thorn at the back. It is malicious and aggressive towards everything around it. Like a deformed aberration monster. The point is, this thing can still talk. God knows how it can talk without even organs. However, this thing still has some combat power. It has a high probability of being an extraordinary creature. Alas! Ye Qing sighed. Obviously, I feel that I am in a good mood today, but after seeing this cow's heart, my mood is not very good. This new Xin strength is average after all, but it's nothing more than extraordinary. That's it. Can't go up or down. However, if the enemy sees the heart running around on the ground, maybe it can also cause a certain psychological shadow on others. Well, that's probably the case. Ye Qing shook his head. Now, except for one black card, all other color cards have been turned out. And now, there are only 2 storage cards and 1 divinity card left. Liao's, Ye Qing's eyes flickered, and soon, he directly pulled out the first containment card. Surrounded by light, groups of terracotta warriors appeared on the card. Name, the First Emperor's Mausoleum Guard Army, No 2101, Race, Human/Structure Level, Advanced Type, Containment Talent Skills, Ceiling, Active, Going Abroad, Passive, Description, the First Emperor's Mausoleum Guard Army, guarding one side. The corners of Ye Qing's mouth twitched, and he looked at the containment card speechlessly. It's not exactly a good card. This is a group of terracotta warriors and horses guarding a certain area, and there are indeed intelligent beings in that area, who call themselves Zhen, but the specifics are hard to say. All in all, it's complicated. To be honest, Ye Qing doesn't want to create this containment anymore, no matter how many materials this containment needs. He shook his head, and continued to open the next storage card. Surrounded by golden lights, finally, an airship made of wooden structure was condensed in the containment test card. Name, Qin Huang 5 Heavens Tower, number 580, Race, Equipment Level, Advanced Type, Containment Talent Skill, Sailing, Passive, Description, Qin Huang's 5 Heavenly Seats, patrolling the borders of the Empire. Okay? Ye Qing was taken aback. What is this situation, and how is it related to Shi Huang? Ye Qing frowned, and then looked at Yang, the last divinity card. He has a wonderful feeling that the words of this divine card. With a thought, he directly opened the divine card. At this moment, surrounded by golden light, rays of divine light converged, and finally, a figure was condensed in the card. It was a man wearing a black and red emperor's robe and 12 crowns on his head. He was extremely domineering, looking at the world with contempt, holding a divine sword and a jade seal in his hand, and staring at the void. Ye Qing's pupil shrank, and her heart was beating wildly. This is, the first emperor of Gu. Saint Qin Shi Huang. Chapter 73, Revenge won't last overnight, and today you won't be able to survive or die. Looking at the domineering figure in the card, Ye Qing felt his pupils constricted and his heart beating wildly. He just thought about it before, but didn't want to. Did it really appear? Saint Qin Shi Huang. What would happen if Shi Huang changed his surname to the Broken God? My Dakin technology is number 1 in the world. The Saint Qin Shi Huang is a divine existence in the peripheral settings. In another peripheral setting, Qin Shi Huang obeyed the original fire and believed in Fuxi, the god of brokenness, and became a corpse-dissolving fairy and fell asleep until the mother and daughter of Yadabosi broke through the seal and descended to the mortal world and manipulated the Diva tribe to attack the Qing dynasty. After waking up and manipulating the Terracotta army to expel the Sarkic forces colluding with it out of Kansai. Take the 5-day seat of King Qin to visit the Emperor God and get his blessing. After gaining the Xianyuan sword, the Jade Seal of Chuangguo and other things that prove the destiny to command the hearts of the people, the abnormal society overthrew the Qing dynasty and went into exile, and the Western Church of the Broken God also came to support, and finally created a mechanical army to launch a campaign to regain China to the Deva Empire. War. Qin Shi Huang in this peripheral setting is already a divine existence, and his strength is simply against the sky. With the addition of various terracotta warriors and horses, and various containment objects, the strength has almost reached the ceiling. The absolute perfect Qin Shi Huang. Before, he didn't want to comment on the army guarding the mausoleum of the first emperor, because the number -2101 is divided into 2 parts, one is 2101, he has a thinking, it should be the first emperor of Qin in the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin. Of course, this first emperor of Qin is the demonized first emperor of Qin, creepy and spooky. The number -2101 to 1 is the terracotta army guarding Qin Shi Huang inside. They are actually used to seal Qin Shi Huang. The setting for number -2101 is kind of f***ed up. Ye Qing does not want to create, nor does she want to evaluate. Knowing that this divine card turned out the Saint Qin Shi Huang, he was shocked in his heart. What else do you say? Make. What's the matter? Today is to sell iron, but also to create it. At the same time, before Ye Qing's eyes, the message of the Saint Qin Shi Huang also appeared. Name, Saint Qin Shuang race, human level, epic type, divinity talent skills, the prestige of the first emperor, active, corpse healing immortal, special, description, be ordered by the heavens, and live forever. Holding the Xianyuan sword, you can kill the gods. Hold the jade seal of the kingdom, and you can set the tripod of Shenzhou. Tisk tisk. Ye Qing looked at the panel of the Saint Qin Shuang, and couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. The Saint Qin Shuang, that is really against the sky. Even though the skills are rarely 390, but after Ye Qing learned about them in detail, he found that Qin Shuang's two skills are so heaven-defying that he has no friends. The prestige of the first emperor is overwhelming. Creatures below the epic level dare not even move in front of the first emperor, let alone have the slightest thought of resistance. And Shuang's corpse dissolving ability is also very special. Longevity is naturally easy and simple. To put it bluntly, it is the so-called legendary corpse dissolving immortal, the existence of the top boss in some horror novels. The strength is so strong, it is not a problem to hang some epic creatures. There is also the Xianyuan sword, and the jade seal of Zhuangguo. This thing was brought by the sage Qin Shuang. Xianyuan sword can cut gods and kill legendary creatures. The jade seal of inheritance of the nation, which sets everything on the tripod, has the coercion of the dragon emperor, can be used as the treasure of the town, and can enhance the strength of the will of the world. A Saint Qin Shuang, this is simply more powerful than a legendary creature. The sage Qin Shuang in his peak state, it is not a problem to make gestures with the goalkeeper. Re. Ye Qing glanced at the materials needed to create the sage Qin Shuang, and his eyebrows became deeper and deeper, but see. Number 580 Qinhuang 5 Heavens Block 0/1 Number 2101 First Emperor's Mausoleum Guard Army 0/1 Xianyuan Sword 0/1 Chuanguo Yuxi 0/1 Good Guy. Looking at the various materials needed for the creation of the sage Qin Shuang, Ye Qing called out the good guy. This is the first time he has seen the required containment to create another containment. The two containments before CO authoring were specially prepared for the sage Qin Shuang. As for the Xianyuan sword and the Zhuangguo jade seal, according to the description, these two are actually a kind of containment, but the good news is that this thing can replace it. This Xianyuan sword can be replaced by other divine swords, but at least it is an extraordinary divine sword. And the jade seal of Zhuangguo is the same, you can find something to replace it. Similarly, at least it needs to be an extraordinary grade jade. Xianyuan sword and Zhuangguo Yuxi are easy to talk about. But the 5 heavenly thrones of the Qin Emperor and the Mausoleum Guard Army of the First Emperor. Ye Qing was silent for a while, and after a long time, the materials needed to reopen the two containment objects came. Qinhuang's 5 heavenly constellations need to consume a spaceship, no matter what structure it is, whether it is a spaceship in the world of science and technology, or a ferry boat in the world of immortals, as long as it can fly. At the same time, 40 terracotta warriors and horses still need to be consumed. Aid, and the Tomb Guard army of the First Emperor consumes less, but still needs 3,000 terracotta warriors and horses, as well as a corpse of a corpse. Ye Qing frowned slightly as he looked at the things these two containments needed to consume. Now, if you want to get the Saint Qin Shuang, you need a supernatural sword, a supernatural jade seal, a spaceship, and the body of 3,040 terracotta warriors and horses. I don't know if it will work with a supernatural sword. Ye Qing waved his hand, and in his hand appeared the embryo of the sword that Li Jianyi gave him before. This thing is a divine sword that can grow into a legendary level. However, soon, the system showed that this thing is just a sword embryo, and it does not represent the carrier of Xianyuan sword. That's all. Ye Qing shook his head and sighed. Then, he looked at those so-called terracotta warriors. The terracotta warriors and horses are actually easy to create, as long as Ye Qing can create them himself, spend some divine resources, spend some special extraordinary clay, and create them one by one. That couldn't be easier. The spaceship is also simple, and the ferry boat is also cheap. The jade seal is also simple, in fact, you can carve it yourself, if you have the materials, you can even really carve a jade seal for the country. The most important thing is the corpse of the immortal corpse dissolver. Corpse execution fairy. This thing is definitely a powerful creature in the fairyland system. Corpse dissection fairy, the last time is an epic creature. The key point is that the dead body is immortal. If the dead body is successful, it is a fairy. If the dead body fails, it will fail directly, nothing will be left, and it is said that the dead body is the corpse of a fairy. This thing is simply a paradox. Ye Qing hurriedly took out her mobile phone and wiped it on the main official website of the world. The more you search, the deeper Ye Qing's frown becomes. Sure enough, he didn't find out about the corpse of Xianxia at all. On the contrary, quite a few world masters complained in the forum, saying that the corpse dissection immortal, which he cultivated with great difficulty, was about to succeed, but at the last moment, he failed again, and the corpse turned into fly ash, completely disappeared. The great strength of my own small world was gone. All kinds of crying. Everyone is saying that the road to the corpse is not easy to walk. Ye Qing is numb. The corpse of the immortal? What the hell, where can I ask him to find it? It's impossible. Go find a dead corpse, kill him, and use his body for refining, right? Well, it's not impossible to arrive. But, where would he find the world master who walked this way? The Xianxia system is also huge, and there are many ways to cultivate immortals. In the normal system of cultivating immortals, who takes the path of corpses and immortals? Only world masters who follow the elements of the horror world, such as zombies and ghosts, will take this path. Difficult. Ye Qing frowned deeper and deeper. He searched the internet for categories related to corpses. Well, there are a lot of dead bodies. What monsters, ferocious beasts, evil beasts, divine beasts, don't have too many corpses? Even, Ye Qing saw someone selling the corpse of a god. There is no corpse to dispel the corpse of the fairy. Ye Qing looked at the god's corpse again, his eyes flickered, thinking, after all, Xianxia is a little low, can he replace Xianxia's monkey corpse with the god's corpse? Then. No. Corpse Xianxia is corpse Xianxia. This thing is different from the characteristics of the gods themselves. Alas! Ye Qing let out a long sigh. Difficult. He was a little bored, left the quiet room, looked at the boundless starry sky, and sighed again. Squeak! At this moment, the door of the quiet room next to her was suddenly pushed open, and Ye Qing also came out. Hey? You came out so soon? I thought it would be a long time before you. Zhang Yu looked at Ye Qing lightly, a little surprised. She knows exactly how much Ye Qing bought. In her opinion, Ye Qing needs an hour to talk at least, right? As a result, when she came out, Ye Qing also came out? Encountered a bottleneck. Ye Qing fooled around casually, then looked at Zhang Yuqing, and asked curiously, how is it? Fine. Zhang Yu lightly smiled. She is now laying the foundation, and her strength grows faster, although there are certain gains, it is still inferior to you. You have become a second-order world student now, right? As she spoke, she looked at Ye Qing curiously again. Ye Qing smiled, that's right, the world has an area of 1,100 kilometers. It's not bad. Zhang Yu pursed her lips lightly. She really feels that the gap with Ye Qing is getting bigger. She looked at Ye Qing with some resentment, and sighed, it seems that this year, you are bound to win the first place. Are you talking about number 1 in the country? Or number 1 in the province? Ye Qing asked with some amusement. Well, let's be number 1 in the province. Zhang Yu said after thinking for a while. Hey? Why isn't it number 1 in the country? Ye Qing asked again. Number 1 in the country? What are you thinking about? Zhang Yu's eyes widened slightly. Immediately, he took out his mobile phone and began to check the information of previous national champions. Last year, the national champion, the world area is 1,800 kilometers. The year before last, the national champion, the world area is 1,550 kilometers. Going forward, the number 1 scholar in the country has no world area less than 1,500 kilometers. The gold content of the national champion is not something to talk about. Just Ye Qing's world area of 1,100 kilometers. Zhang Yuqing thinks that Ye Qing has the opportunity to go to the national stage to show his strengths, but if he wants to win the national champion with a world area of 1,100 kilometers, it can only be said that it is wishful thinking. Who doesn't have a card yet? Why have you surpassed the efforts of 3 generations in your poor 10 years? Looking at the conventions of previous years, one can tell that those national champions are all from prominent families. People have money and experience, plus they work hard on their own. You are a poor family, why should you surpass them? It's not that the poor family can't surpass the second-generation ancestors, there is definitely no way to surpass in the early stage, and we can only look at the development in the later stage and the accumulation in the later stage. But to be honest, it is really difficult for a poor family to surpass the second-generation ancestor. While you are working hard, others are also working hard. When you gain resources and become stronger, others also gain resources and become stronger, and even this resource source, or 10 times what you get. Zhang Yu babbled a lot, and finally concluded, you want to win the national champion, unless you cheat. Well, let's hang up. Ye Qing's heart moved, and he said with a smile. Zhang Yuqing rolled her eyes angrily, Ye Qing. Is it still on? How do you hang up? Although she doesn't know what Ye Qing has experienced these 2 days, she is very clear that Ye Qing has been busy for so many days, and the achievements he has achieved now do crush many people, but Ye Qing's current strength is just the starting point for others. She's not hitting on Ye Qing, that's what it is. Even Ye Qing himself is very clear. He knew it from the beginning. However, he is hooked. Just like Zhang Yuqing said, there is no way to win the national champion through normal channels, so why not open the head office? If you can't even do other people's tricks, then don't mess around. Okay, let's not talk about the #1 scholar in the country, this is not yet the college entrance examination. Ye Qing shook his head and ended the topic. His eyes flickered coldly, and he said quietly, it's time to find trouble with that guy. That guy? Which guy? Zhang Yu was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly came back to her senses, looked at Ye Qing with some doubts, and hurriedly said, you don't want to trouble that Wen Chuan, do you? That's right. It's Wen Chuan. Ye Qing's eyes flickered coldly. This is his first existence that has completely vengeance in reality. This BD just wanted the Death Star key in his hand. As a result, he didn't say anything about deals or other situations. Combine. Do you think that not many people care about the disappearance of a trainee World Master? Very good. Then if a Tier 2 World Master is missing casually, no one will care about it. Today, if you don't want your life to be worse than death, he won't be called Ye Qing. Hey, calm down, don't you want to develop for a while? His world area is a full 2,100 kilometers. However, at this time, Zhang Yuqing hastily opened his mouth. Although Ye Qing has also become a second-order world master, Ye Qing is only 1,100 kilometers away. It's 2,100 kilometers, a full 1,000 kilometers bigger than Ye Qing. How to fight this? Isn't going up to die? Isn't it just 1,000 kilometers bigger, and it's not like I haven't experienced it before. Ye Qing chuckled. Once, when his world was only 300 kilometers in size, he dared to do missions. And that world is more than 1,000 kilometers, and he still won? Zhang Yuqing naturally knew what Ye Qing was talking about, but she was still anxious. No, don't mess around, the purified world is a world without a master, without the blessing of the world master, you win, it's normal, but Zhang Wenchuan is a real world lord, if you fight so rashly, you will really be crushed. Zhang Yuqing's analysis is well founded. However, Ye Qing looked at Zhang Yuqing strangely, and suddenly said, who said that I have to use the small world to crush it? What do you mean? Zhang Yu was taken aback. I have 100 ways to make him unable to live or die. Ye Qing's eyes were dim. Since that Zhang Wenchuan killed him in Blue Star. Then why can't he kill that winner in Blue Star? Plain war? World confrontation? Hehe, what are you kidding? Of course, treat the person in the same way as the person. Chapter 74. At this moment, Ye Qing's eyes were cold, and there was endless murderous intent in his eyes. He had never thought of killing people in Blue Star. However, someone provoked him, and every time it was to his death. If he didn't have enough whole cards, he would have died a long time ago, let alone talk like this now. To be kind to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. Ye Qing is about to take Zhang Yuqing back to the extraordinary guild in a teleportation array. However, at this moment, boy, the officer is looking for you. A voice suddenly sounded behind Ye Qing. Very familiar. Ye Qing turned around and looked, it was Li Jianyi again. Ye Qing looked at Li Jianyi with a strange face. What's that expression on your face? Li Jianyi frowned, looking at Ye Qing's weird expression with some puzzlement, feeling a little malicious. Senior Li, after all, you are also a dignified third-tier world master, why do you start running errands for others? Ye Qing asked a little funny. Although the time of acquaintance with Li Jianyi is short, the two are also familiar with each other. That's right, Ye Qing started making jokes like this. You boy, I'm the only acquaintance. If I didn't call you, who would call you? I'm not willing to come. Li Jian snorted. By the way, sir, what's the matter with me? Ye Qing returned to the topic and asked curiously. What else can happen? It's nothing more than what happened to you before. Li Jianyi explained. Ye Qing killed the 5th Demon King directly before. Indirectly became the hero of this battle. Before the war was urgent, there was no time to find love. Now, the number of enemies in the 8 staircases has decreased a lot, even if the officer is free to look for Ye Qing. Soon, Ye Qing and Li Jianyi arrived at the headquarters barracks. Li Jianyi stood outside and did not go in. Zhang Yuqing was also signaled to stand outside and not allowed to go in. Ye Qing could only go in honestly by herself. In the headquarters, there are more people than before. There were several people standing around the sand table. One is the officer Ye Qing met, and the other two. A man and a woman. The man is handsome, elegant and dusty, looks to be in his 20s and 30s, and has an extraordinary bearing. The woman also looks like a fairy, wearing a Taoist robe and holding a float. She is a beautiful Taoist nun. As soon as Ye Qing came in, the man and the woman looked at Ye Qing in unison, with some curiosity and some inquiry. Come, come, let me introduce you to the two of you. This is the greatest hero in this battle, Ye Qing. The genius of Guangling No. 1 Middle School. The chief saw Ye Qing coming and hastily explained to the two with a smile. Oh? It looks like she has an extraordinary bearing and a good-looking talent. The glamorous Taoist nun was full of smiles, and she didn't have the coldness like a fairy at all. Not bad. The man also nodded, with a little smile on his face. Meet the two seniors. Ye Qing bowed to the two of them, and immediately looked at the officer, and asked curiously, Sir, I don't know, why did you call me here? Ahem, let me introduce you first. The officer didn't say the purpose, and first introduced to Ye Qing, this is the fairy of Xianyu Academy, the direct disciple of the old principal of Xianyu Academy, Lu Qingjian. This is the direct disciple of the old principal of Xianhuang Academy, Ji Wu Career. Lu Qingjian. Ji Wuya. Ye Qing's heart moved. He seems to have heard of these two names. Correct. He quickly remembered the famous officials he saw when Zhang Yuqing showed him the previous national champions. Lu Qingjian, the national No. 1 scholar 3 years ago, recorded a world area of 1,850 kilometers at that time. Ji Wuya, the national No. 1 scholar 4 years ago, recorded a world area of 1,820 kilometers at that time. Anyway, that's a genius. Meet the two seniors. Ye Qing hurriedly said. Hey, it's too cliché to be called senior sister. Lu Qingjian smiled lightly. Ji Wuya at the side also had a gentle smile on his face, and didn't say much. Senior sister. Ye Qing corrected himself. Since I called my senior sister also wants to ask you something. Lu Qingjian said with a smile, I don't know, your killing the 5th Demon King is a means, really. With a chill in Ye Qing's heart, he guessed that it was probably for this matter. If it was him, he was curious. Just a little trainee world master, how did he get this kind of means that can instantly kill a legendary level Demon King? The point is, the 5th devil is not an ordinary devil, but the most difficult to kill legend. However, he was still killed. If this method is used on other world lords, how many world lords will be instantly killed? In other people's minds, such a terrifying weapon is definitely not just as simple as the legendary level, it may even be even more terrifying than the legendary. The legend level whole card creatures can no longer be regarded as ordinary, let alone above the legend. This will only lead to more coveted people. Ye Qing was silent, and then smiled wryly, I got this thing by chance. I didn't know what it was useful for, but the situation was critical at the time, so I couldn't care less about it. Coincidentally, the 5th Demon King died there under that card. Lu Qingjian and Ji Wuya looked at each other, and Ji Wuya hurriedly asked, Did you just say cards? Yes, it's a card. Ye Qing nodded, and described, the whole body of the card is pitch black, and there are some complicated patterns appearing. When I got this card, I felt a feeling of palpitations. I have kept it safe all the time, and I didn't check the card. What exactly is it? I see. The two nodded. Whether Ye Qing is lying or not, the two can still tell. Ye Qing may be hiding something, but she is telling the truth. But then where did you get that card from? Lu Qingjian asked. The importance of this card is no less than a trump card. Whoever owns the mysterious black card will have the chance to instantly kill high-level legends. Such a heaven-defying thing, but not heart-moving? They couldn't wait to find out where Ye Qing got this card from. Even the officer pricked up his ears. Ye Qing was silent for a while. When the two of them saw it, they were panicked. Lu Qingjian withdrew her impatient look, and hurriedly smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand me, I also care about me. You know, this matter is no small matter. The news about you killing the 5th Demon King has already spread, and those who care will always Lenovo, the so-called innocence and guilt. Next, you are bound to be coveted or targeted, and I am willing to exchange the remaining black cards with treasures of equivalent value. At that time, I will also release news, with my sister is the backstage, no one dares to do anything to you. What do you think?" The corner of Ye Qing's mouth twitched. "Senior sister, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, it's just that these cards are too heaven-defying, and it's a blessing to get one, let alone the others, I'm just a coincidence." Ye Qing said, then thought for a while, then smiled wryly and said, "Forget it, since that's the case, I will tell my senior sister that this thing is unknown. I also encountered a small world invasion once, and I was lucky to win, and later, I was lucky, obtained such a card, the black card has been kept until now, until I met the 5th devil." In Ye Qing's words, 10 out of 10 sentences are true. Yes, the words he said are all true. It is true to encounter a small world invasion, and after the invasion, because of the system, good luck, it is also true to get a black card. However, when Ye Qing said this, it was inevitable that the two of them would associate. Sure enough, the two were guided. Nagwia hurriedly asked, "Which small world is the small world you encountered?" "It's a group of Jedi Knights, it should be the world of the Force." Ye Qing opened his mouth and answered honestly. "Force world." Jiwia and Lu Qingjian looked at each other. Of the two of them, one came from the fantasy system and the other from the fairy tale system. These two systems are both major systems, and some small systems beside them, they didn't take it to heart at all. Even the magic system with the same name as the Xianhuan Xianxia was scoffed at by them. Not to mention the world of the Force. This is a niche world system that can no longer be niche. However, now, hearing what Ye Qing said, what kind of big move does this Force system seem to be making? It seems that there is something hidden in it. It seems that it is necessary to adjust the Force system of Xianxia. The two thought so. Immediately, the two chatted some more, encouraged Ye Qing a few words, and then left in a hurry. Their goal is the black card. Now, Ye Qing has said that there is no black card, and some other information has been revealed, so of course they have to go. Could it be that he still calls Ye Qing brothers and sisters? Ah! What are you kidding? Seeing the two leave, Ye Qing curled her lips secretly and didn't say much. "Oh, Xiao." At this time, the voice of the officer sounded again. "Sir." Ye Qing came back to his senses, ruined his ceremony, and said. "This time, it's thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how many people would have died. This is a little resource card, and I don't know if you can use it. It can be regarded as some compensation for you. A few resource cards are coming. Sea-level plant card, after use, generate 100 kilometers of high-level tree resources. B-level meat-eating pigs, after use, generate 1,000 high-level meat pigs that can be used, even if they eat dirt, they can live and grow. A-level metal veins, after use, generate 600 kilometers of rare metal veins." Ye Qing saw it, and immediately said with a smile, "Sir, what are you talking about? This is what should be done. In fact, it is also for self-protection." 0. Seeking flowers. Ye Qing was modest and courteous. Of course, these 3 resource cards ended up in Ye Qing's pocket. In fact, it is not a very precious resource card. In Ye Qing's opinion, the metal or vein card is still somewhat useful. "Anyway, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, Lao Li would have died." The officer was a little emotional. This time, there were not a few Tier 3 world masters who died. Ye Qing also expressed heartache. "It's really rare to have someone like you among the trainee world masters. Maybe we can see you on the national stage in the future." He encouraged Ye Qing a few more words, and finally let Ye Qing leave. Well, although there are not many goods received this time, there are still 3 resource cards. And these 3 resource cards. Ye Qing went out, looked at Zhang Yuqing beside her, and said with a smile, I'm giving you this thing. As Ye Qing said, he handed over 3 resource cards. He really doesn't need these things. For him, it's really mosquito legs. Metal veins are somewhat useful, but not very useful. Oh. Zhang Yuqing took the 3 resource cards in a daze, looked at them, and then fell silent. She naturally needs any resource card. She is still laying the foundation now, and she can never have too many resource cards. However, Ye Qing sent her off one after another. Leaf Qing, you. Zhang Yuqing wanted to say something, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know what to say for a while. I'll keep it if I give it to you. What's the matter? Why don't you show me how to be a good boy? Ye Qing teased with a smile. Sell your size. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes lightly, and the emotions that were brewing before disappeared in an instant. Let's go. Ye Qing shook his head, turned around and left, then, he suddenly thought of something, paused, turned his head to look at Li Jianyi, who looked like a door god, and smiled. You boy, what are you holding back? Li Jian narrowed his eyes, and there was a dangerous golden light in his eyes. He can guarantee that if Ye Qing mentions a door god or 2 today, he promises to let Ye Qing go back lying down. Ahem, it's nothing, just a question I want to ask you. Ye Qing hurriedly said. Oh? What's the problem? Li Jianyi was still very vigilant, squinting his eyes, ready to go. Don't be tense. Ye Qing laughed twice, then hurriedly returned to the topic. By the way, senior, do you know about the immortal corpse Ji? Corpse Ji Xian? Of course I know. As soon as Li Jian said that, he paused for a moment and asked, why do you ask this? Could it be that you want to go this way? Well, yes or no? Ye Qing said vaguely. Speak human. Li Jianyi said angrily. Ahem, curious research, I want a corpse of the corpse. That's all Ye Qing could say. Curious to study. Li Jianyi looked at Ye Qing suspiciously, but he also thought about it seriously. The dead body is very mysterious. Generally speaking, it will not leave a corpse. If it succeeds, then attaching to something, directly becoming a fairy, the old body will also disappear. And if the military solution fails, the body will disappear into the world, the corpse will not keep the body. Ye Qing frowned. Seeing Ye Qing like this, Li Jianyi suddenly said, however, it's not impossible. Generally, cadavers will not keep their old bodies, but some cadavers who take a special route may keep their old bodies. Old body? Oh. Ye Qing's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, please tell me, Senior Li, zombie. Li Jianyi often let out a breath, and said quietly, if the corpse is successfully dissected, but the corpse becomes a zombie for some reason, then the corpse will not rot, and, is also a very strong combat force. If you need to dispel the corpse of a fairy, it may be feasible to find the zombie world. Zombie world. Ye Qing pondered for a while, and after a long time, Beta said, thank you Ji Qian. Small matter. Li Jian nodded. Looking at the backs of Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing, Li Jian shook his head and smiled. I don't know what kind of fart this kid is holding back. Anyway, it's not a good thing. Also, that kid's previous killing intent. He suddenly thought of the time when he was looking for Ye Qing. Ye Qing is still too immature, Zhang Yuqing can't feel it, but he, the third-tier world master, who has been fighting and killing all year round, can naturally feel it clearly. That is definitely killing intent. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Did someone offend that kid? Looks like it's time to check it out. Although he didn't say it, and he might not even show it, but Ye Qing's life-saving grace, he can't forget it. How can a sword embryo compare to his life? Find the guy who troubled Ye Qing, and the forces behind it if possible, he would directly uproot it. This can be regarded as a return gift to Ye Qing. Chapter 75. Extraordinary Guild Teleportation Room. Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing ride the teleportation array back and come back again. Came back. At this moment, Ye Qing felt as if it was the next day. At the same time, at this moment, a patterned message came from Ye Qing's mobile phone. Congratulations, Trainee World Master, Ye Qing. Because of your outstanding contribution in the recruiting battlefield, the Alliance rewards you 3 billion blue star coins, 10,000 contribution points. Ding, SMS reminder, your account income amount plus 3 billion. Account balance, 3.257 billion. Ye Qing's cell phone vibrated one after another. Task completion reminders, reward reminders, and even 10,000 contribution point reminders. Not only Ye Qing has. Zhang Yuqing's mobile phone also sent a series of reminders. Congratulations, trainee world master, Zhang Yuqing. Because of your contribution in the recruiting battlefield, the Alliance rewards you 1 billion blue star coins, 3,000 contribution points. Ding, SMS reminder, your account income amount plus 1 billion. Account balance, 1 billion. Ye Qing came over to take a look, and immediately smiled. Oh, you have transformed into a little rich woman. Ye Qing teased. I was so excited about exchanging military merits on the battlefield before, I almost forgot that this recruitment is a mission, and after completing the mission, the reward will come down. The blue star coin reward is not bad, a full 3 billion. Of course, it must be incomparable with military merit, and military merit is naturally the most valuable existence. However, Ye Qing didn't use any of his military achievements, and Zhang Yuqing was the same. Now, blue star coin and contribution points have been credited to the account, which more or less makes up for the lack of funds. Bah, what little rich woman, it's really ugly. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes lightly, Ye Qing, but she still had some joy of July 20th in her heart. Billion. Although it is incomparable with Ye Qing's 3 billion, it is also a fund that she has never seen before. In the past, their family could barely come up with tens of millions, and they had to empty out their family fortune. But now, she just walked around the battlefield, killed less than 200 monsters, and there are so many funds in the account. XH. The feeling was indescribable for a while, anyway, a little excited, a little happy, and a little unrealistic. After a long time, she finally accepted the reality that she had won 1 billion. Once, she thought it would take a long time for her to make money. Even if you sell world creatures and local products, it will take a long time, and you can only do it after the small world develops. But now, she has made money, 1 billion. This is much more than the investment. After a long time, he looked at the so-called contribution points with some curiosity, looked at Ye Qing, and asked curiously, Ye Qing, what are these contribution points for? Contribute. This is the source of evil, all desires. I'm afraid you won't be able to control this kind of pain, so turn around quickly, I'll help you. Ye Qing said with a smile. Pooh. Zhang Yu lightly snorted again, speak seriously. Well, in terms of contribution points, 1,000 contribution points can be used as 100 million. However, it is only limited to the main official website of the world to exchange for treasures. Ye Qing said. Isn't that 300 million again? Zhang Yuqing was delighted, it was 300 million again. Looking at Ye Qing's 10,000 contribution points, she was envious again. However, she believes that in the future, she will also earn more contribution points and earn more blue star coins. Okay. This 1.3 billion is a small goal. Yes, small goals. Zhang Yuqing thought so, but still couldn't hide her heart. 1.3 billion. How many resources can she buy? Those who once longed for, but never dared to buy, now have the opportunity to buy it. After getting out of the teleportation room, Zhang Yuqing was so excited at this moment, those shops were looking east and west, looking left and right. Want to buy anything? Now that she is rich, she always feels that she needs everything and wants to try everything. Ye Qing smiled, taking advantage of Zhang Yuqing's inattention, he turned around and went up to the 3rd floor, here is the place to send things. The courier here is just like the courier on the main official website of the world, the courier robot will directly cross the space, find the corresponding person, and then wait for the other party to sign for it. Of course, this also requires the consent of the individual. Whether it is on a computer or on a mobile phone, you can receive messages. Overall, this thing is just as convenient. But what Ye Qing wants to send is not a good thing. Ye Qing took out an envelope and handed it to the courier. At the same time, he began to fill in the courier information, and even paid an expensive courier fee. Kamikaze Express, the mission must be achieved. But the fees are really expensive. Sir, let me confirm. The recipient's name is Zhang Wenchuan, and the address is. At this time, the courier stepped forward, holding the courier slip, and confirmed. Not bad. Ye Qing nodded. Okay. The courier nodded, wrapped Ye Qing's envelope, and quickly handed it over to a robot. Kamikaze Express, the mission must be fulfilled, sir, welcome to visit next time. The courier smiled. Ye Qing nodded with a smile, In his eyes, an ice-cold light gradually flickered. The envelope he sent was naturally just an ordinary envelope, but there was a photo in the envelope. Of course, that photo is just an ordinary photo, but the content in the photo is not ordinary. Yes. Ye Qing sent the photo of 096. Soon, Ye Qing found Zhang Yuqing, who was looking at all kinds of treasures again. Zhang Yuqing didn't even realize that Ye Qing had left. At this time, she was still in the world of countless treasures. And at the same time, Number 367, Cultural Street, Guangling City. In a dark hut, the ordinary-looking Zhang Wenchuan sat in front of two computers. In the computer on the left, there are lines of data streams, and in the computer on the right, there is a person's file. On the photo in the file, it is Ye Qing's student photo. This is Ye Qing's profile. With the emergence of the computer data stream on the left, the information in Ye Qing's file is becoming more and more detailed, and even the size of the world where Ye Chu is awakening is clearly marked. Still a little genius. Zhang Wenchuan looked at the information in Ye Qing's file, chuckled, lit a cigarette, leaned back on the chair, and began to puff. Now, he only needs to find out what kind of world Ye Qing's world is, and then, according to some high-tech equipment in his small world, use the brain algorithm to locate the Death Star key in the void, and then he will be able to find the key to the Death Star up. However, at this moment, ding dong, you have a courier waiting to be signed for, would you like to sign for it? At this moment, a prompt appeared, and immediately, such a prompt box appeared on his computer. Hey? Express delivery. Zhang Wenchuan frowned slightly, looking at the prompt box displayed on the computer with some doubts. He can't remember what he bought? Or, was it sent to him by someone else? Is there a new pose on it? What's the matter? He frowned, feeling a little wary in his heart. He generally would not accept this kind of express delivery from unknown sources, but things are different now. He was afraid that there would be some instructions from above, and it would be inconvenient to use communication for a while, so he used express delivery. He thought about it, and finally chose to receive the express delivery. Kamikaze Express is the fastest express, and at the same time, it is also the safest express. It is impossible to send any dangerous items through the express, and even if there are dangerous items, they will be protected, so impossible suddenly a bomb came and killed him. That being the case, why would he hesitate? Directly choose to receive express delivery. Buzz. At the same time, as he was receiving the courier, a portal suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The purple light of the portal flickered, and immediately, a robot walked over from the portal. Kamikaze Express, the mission must be fulfilled. Please sign for it. The little robot held a courier box and said in that cold mechanical electronic voice, and the electronic eyes scanned Zhang Wenchuan again. Zhang Wenchuan was familiar with the way, and signed for the delivery directly. The little robot stepped back. In the room, silence and darkness were restored again. Express. Zhang Wenchuan held up the express in his hands, wanting to see who sent it. Well, as expected, there is no information at all. He swayed slightly again, very light. This was his first feeling, it was like an empty box with nothing in it. But immediately, he felt a little vibration in the hand holding the box, and there was something inside. Very light. Paper, holy? Cards? Zhang Wenchuan thought for a while, but in the end, with a vigilant face, he opened the courier with a full face of defense. Then, after the express was opened, nothing happened. At the bottom of the box, an envelope lay quietly. The envelope is very thin and he is very light. Zhang Wenchuan picked it up with a frown, looked at it repeatedly, and found that there was nothing wrong with the envelope. At this moment, in his mind, he had already begun to think that this was a courier sent by his superiors. Otherwise, who would be so bored to send an envelope? I'm afraid, in this envelope is the next step. He thought so. Immediately, he opened the envelope and took a look inside. Sure enough, there was a photo of the printout inside. The next target. Zhang Wenchuan thought so, and immediately, without further ado, he took out the photo. However, the moment he took out the photo, his brows couldn't help but frown. In that photo, there is no normal person at all. It was an extremely ugly humanoid monster with distorted and hideous face and pale skin. What? Zhang Wenchuan frowned, and then turned it over again to check the back of the photo. Sure enough, there are words behind the photos. Give you a present, Ye Qing. Zhang Wenchuan's pupil shrank, and his figure subconsciously took a step back. Ye Qing. The name is too familiar to him. Perhaps he was not very familiar with it before he did it, but after that, he began to investigate various information about Ye Qing, and he felt like throwing up after reading these two words. And now, a person who has died, Fu came with a photo. In an instant, Zhang Wenchuan only felt a creepy feeling in his heart. A gust of cool air rushes straight from the tailbone to the Tianling guy, a little penetrating, a little panicky. Pretending to be a ghost. After a long time, he calmed down again, his eyes were cold and stern, and he was very unhappy. So what if you don't die? How about finding out your identity? Not dead, but better. Finding a Ye Qing is much easier than finding Ye Qing's small world. Not dead, I let you die again. He sneered. Although I don't know what kind of means Ye Qing used to escape the bombardment of the previous dead light, however, he is also very clear that any world master should not be underestimated, even a trainee world master has certain trump cards. Perhaps, it was the whole card that was obtained in that D-level purification world mission. He thinks so. Yes, even the D-level missions that Ye Qing received in the Extraordinary Guild were picked up by him. A little adventure is normal. However, with your strength, it's a bit ridiculous to come to me to fight against you. With a sneer all over his face, he immediately bare. That inexplicable ugly monster photo was burned by him, and even the envelope and the courier box were also burned together. He turned around and sat in front of the computer again, typing on the keyboard with both hands quickly. A series of data streams appeared in the computer. He is looking for the trace of Ye Qing. At the same time, in the Extraordinary Guild. With a thought, Ye Qing seemed to have sensed something, and with a wave of his hand, a little person appeared in his hand. This little man is naturally a shrunken version of 096. However, at this time, 096 started to cry, crying deeply, very tragically, even accompanied by bursts of screaming and wailing, as if he had been abused generally. Yes, on the blue star, creatures can also be summoned. However, the current blue star is no longer the former blue star. Today's blue star, with a volume of 4.6, is several times that of the little broken ball in the past, and its personality is even higher. It can be called a god's domain. That is to say, some creatures in the small world are mostly only the size of a palm after being summoned. Some weapons in the small world, etc., have limited strength on the blue star. But overall, the features remain the same. The characteristics on the blue star can be compatible with all the characteristics of the heavens and myriad worlds. The characteristics of 096 are no exception. And at this time, 096's state is obviously activated. No need to think about it, it must be that when Chuan received the courier, and saw the photo of 096. Ye Qing smiled, and immediately looked at the 096 little figure in his hand. At this time, I saw that 096 had stopped crying, and was heading towards one direction aggressively. Of course, under Ye Qing's order, 096's speed is not very fast. Ye Qing can catch up with a little quick step. As for Zhang Yuqing, then let her go shopping on her own. This kind of bloody thing is not suitable for her to participate in. At this moment, Ye Qing quickly followed 096 out of the gate of the Extraordinary Guild. 096, the most heaven-defying radar. Even if you are thousands of miles away, as long as you look at the photos of 096, you will be located by 096, eventually found, and brutally killed. Soon, Ye Qing found that he seemed to be on the cultural street. This way. Ye Qing murmured. If it is this way, it proves that Zhang Wenchuan is at home? Are you at home? Hee. Today, let your life be worse than death. In his hand, a ceramic mask, a statue, and a dodecahedron that looked like a die slowly appeared. Chapter 76. Zhang Wenchuan's home. At this moment, one of the computers in front of Zhang Wenchuan still has countless data appearing. Accompanied by Zhang Wenchuan's keyboard tapping, the data is still being generated line by line. At the same time, pictures appeared in the computer next to him. Looking at the picture, it is astonishing that there are surveillance cameras all over the place. He was looking for where Ye Qing was. Monitoring is undoubtedly the most labor-saving and easiest way. He only needs to input Ye Qing's general character information, and the system will automatically capture which surveillance camera Ye Qing appears in. Technology is not as advanced today as it was hundreds of years ago. The current technology is even more against the sky, more cowhide, it has risen from technology to science fiction. Found it. Suddenly, Zhang Wenchuan's expression froze, because he finally found Ye Qing's figure in a surveillance system. It was a surveillance camera on the road outside the Extraordinary Guild. Before, Ye Qing walked this road, which was faithfully recorded by surveillance cameras. Look at the time, it was about 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago? I want to see where you want to go. Zhang Wenchuan smiled, and immediately followed Ye Qing's route, searching all the way and watching the past. It's just that the more he looked at it, the more he frowned. He always felt that this section of the road was very familiar. However, the monitoring perspective is ultimately different from the first-person perspective. He just felt a little familiar, but for a while he couldn't remember where this section was. Then, he went all the way through the surveillance to check Ye Qing's route. That very familiar sense of sight came to my mind again. He changed the surveillance camera again, and then, he saw Ye Qing suddenly standing at the door of a family. What the hell does this kid want to do? Zhang Wenchuan frowned, looking at Ye Qing in the surveillance screen. He couldn't figure it out for a while. However, at this moment, he saw that Ye Qing in the surveillance screen suddenly raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. 3 times in a row. It's like ringing at the door of your own house, it's very crisp. Pole. This seems to be the door of your own house? Zhang Wenchuan's pupil shrank, and he suddenly turned his head, looking at the door of the room with some doubts. What the hell is this 08? This kid actually came to the door. Is he really not afraid of killing him himself? Plus. At this moment, an unreasonable panic suddenly rose in his heart. This panic came out of nowhere, it was a bit weird. So, he was very angry. Oh shit! What are you afraid of? Plus. What is there to be afraid of, old man? Isn't it just a trainee world master? He can kill him by sending any little guy at will. What's so crazy about a trainee world master? Damn, dare to come to the door, I think you are looking for death. His eyes flickered coldly, and with a wave of his hand, a small device suddenly appeared in his hand. Buzz. He pressed lightly, and suddenly a red light flashed on the small device, and a small plasma light blade dagger appeared in his hand. He walked over quickly, however, before he could open the door. Bang! A small hole was knocked out of the door in an instant. In the small hole, a human monster that looked a little weird and scary got in. As soon as the horrifying humanoid monster came in, without saying a word, it jumped up and scratched him with its claws. Xiang! That Zhang Wenchuan also reacted quickly, his pupil shrank, and without saying a word, he slashed at him with a dagger. In an instant, sparks flickered, and the plasma light blade dagger collided with the little monster's claws. A terrifying reaction force shocked Zhang Wenchuan's jaws to numb. Fortunately, he was also experienced in many battles, so with a flip of his wrist, he instantly sent that little monster flying. With a puff, the sharp knife pierced into the flesh, and the little monster hit the wall directly. Zhang Wenchuan is very confident that this blow will definitely kill that little monster. Hee, boy, don't think that you can kill me if you have some adventures. I also licked blood from the knife and went to the battlefield. Zhang Wenchuan's eyes turned hard, and he went to open the door without saying a word. 2. Squeak. The door opens. Is there anyone outside? The point is, outside this door is not the corridor he is familiar with, but an empty living room. Zhang Wenchuan? He looked at the living room in a daze. What's going on? Opening and closing the door, the road outside the door, he has been walking for so many years, he knows how to walk even with his eyes closed. But now, there is a weird living room outside the door? Plus? Can't the ghost hit the wall? Zhang Wenchuan was in doubt. His gaze subconsciously turned to the previous door. Before, the door that was broken open had been blocked at some point. Moreover, on the ground, at some time, a regular dodecahedron appeared, with a hollowed-out cube with a small round ball on each corner. What is this? Zhang Wenchuan frowned, subconsciously picked up the small cube. He looked at it carefully, but he couldn't see anything special about this gadget at all. This thing looks like an ordinary art statue, it does not have any research value, and even the material is not satisfactory, it is an ordinary statue. For a while, he couldn't figure it out. Beyond the living room is the living room, the weird little cube, plus the little monster brought in by the kid earlier. It's just some small tricks, you think you can trap me like this? He disdainful, smiled mockingly, walked forward with big strides, and continued to open the door. But obviously, behind this door is still the living room. The space where his home is located seems to be infinitely extended. No matter how many doors he opens, the living room is still outside the door. He looked left and right, opened the window, behind the window was the living room, opened the toilet, and the toilet changed, inside the toilet was his bedroom. Enter the bedroom, and then open another door of the bedroom, boy, it's the living room again. Enter the living room and then open the kitchen, boy, is there a toilet in the kitchen? There is a door in the toilet, if you open this door again, what the hell will you run into the bedroom again? Zhang Wenchuan went around like this, and then got lost in his own home. He couldn't find where the original living room and bedroom were. Every time you open the door, there will be a different surprise. The key is... Pfft. Suddenly, a black light appeared from behind him, and immediately, a sharp claw appeared, and a claw clawed towards his back, 3 scratches appeared, blood and flesh flew, and Zhang Wenchuan twitched in pain. FK. His eyes were dark, and he turned around and slashed that little monster into the air. Look at that little monster again. But see, at this time, 2 wounds appeared on the little monster's body. One of them is so deep that you can even see the golden bones in the little monster's body, which he just slashed. And the other wound has healed and is almost red. Has a powerful self-healing ability. Hard to kill. This was the first thought in Zhang Wenchuan's mind. There's something, but that's all. Zhang Wenchuan sneered, shaking his hand, and immediately, a small Ninghuang spear appeared in his hand. Aim the energy gun at 096 and pull the trigger. Boom. In the next second, from the muzzle of the gun, Peng spat out an energy beam, which hit 096 in an instant. Pfft. The heart was pierced in an instant, and in an instant, 096 lay motionless on the ground. Vulnerable. Zhang Wenchuan sneered, without looking back, turning around and entering the bedroom. Then, he looked at the surveillance screen. However, when he saw this, his pupil shrank. Because, at this time, Ye Qing was still standing at the door, waiting there. The door is still the same door, and the monitoring is also a real-time picture. This is... It's not a ghost hitting a wall. It must be some kind of strange device. Although Zhang Wenchuan is not very familiar with this aspect of knowledge, he knows that it is not enough for ghosts to hit the wall. He follows the sci-fi system, and to be honest, there is really no way to deal with that supernatural means. Now that it's confirmed that it's not a ghost hitting the wall, and he hasn't detected any ghost aura, then it's easy to handle. You just need to find a way out, and then kill that kid, and this weird space should be unlocked. He turned around and started looking around for a way out. The window is a dead end, the door is a dead end, and the door is a dead end. He's really lost and can't find his way out. However, he knows. To deal with the maze, you only need to touch the wall with your left hand and walk along the direction of the wall. There may be some detours, but you can still get out in the end. Without saying a word, he started to try directly. He didn't know how many living rooms, how many times he went into the toilet, how many times he walked through the kitchen, how many times he spared the bedroom. He went round and round, but couldn't find his way out. The way out was really blocked. This is so weird. Damn it, where is it? Zhang Wenchuan gradually lost his patience, looking at the wall, his eyes turned cold. He took out the plasma dagger, and without saying a word, he began to blast violently over the wall. As long as you walk in one direction, you can always go out. If there is a wall blocking it, then break the wall directly. Maze? What the hell, only children can walk the maze. Adults open and hang directly. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Zhang Wenchuan did not know how many pieces of the wall were chopped into pieces. He was moving forward all the way, destroying everything around him. What furniture, what twisted corridor suddenly appeared, he didn't care at all, he destroyed it all the way, and went straight to the exit. However, this road seems to have no end, and there is no exit at all. If you have a high-dimensional perspective at this time, you can see that Zhang Wen'er at this moment has actually been spinning in a circle and can't get out at all. There is an anomaly in the space, and the structure has changed. Even Zhang Wen'er's own spatial perception is abnormal. Fortunately, he finally found himself spinning in circles. He looked at the destroyed wall in front of him with an ugly face, and looked around, all of them were broken walls. He gritted his teeth, looked at the wall next to him, and began to destroy it again. His eyes are already red. He vowed to go out and kill Ye Qing, hack that son of ABCH to death. But there is no doubt that after that, he is still caught in an endless loop. The key is... Suddenly, his heart tightened, a warning sign rose, his pupil shrank, and he suddenly turned to look behind him. However, behind him, there was nothing. Crack! Suddenly, a heart-piercing pain came from his calf. His leg bones twisted abnormally at 180 degrees in an instant, making him look extremely hideous. The screams like killing a pig resounded in the empty room. Zhang Wenchuan's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he looked down, but at some point, a weird little statue that looked like a peanut appeared in front of him. He didn't make up his mind at first, until the statue broke his leg, and he came back to his senses. What the hell is this? He gritted his teeth, stepped back, took out his dagger, and started attacking the statue. However... Tang, clang, clang. The short plasma blade was draped over the body of the statue, just sparks shot out, and it couldn't hurt the statue at all. Number ++ his face changed again and again, he stood up on one foot, and while stepping back, he pulled into his arms. Immediately, the syringe appeared in his hand, and without saying a word, he directly injected the green liquid from the syringe into his thigh. Ka ka ka. At the same time, with the injection of fluid from the syringe, his leg also began to recover, the bones healed again, the wound healed again, and the leg also twisted back to 353*. Except for a little pain, his leg is completely healed. It wasn't until after all this was done that he noticed something unusual. When he was injured at the time, he just wanted to heal his leg first, and it was a good show. However, with this time, any random enemy would be enough to kill him 800 times. Not to mention, the statue is still in front of us. The statue, isn't it moving? Disposable props? Or what? Zhang Wenchuan was in doubt, subconsciously took 2 steps back, then turned his head in an instant, and looked at the statue again. Sure enough, the statue moved. Although he didn't notice it, it was indeed moving. Moreover, the speed is very fast, and it has already appeared at his feet. Visual distraction? Zhang Wenchuan thought about it, but he couldn't care less. He stared at the statue, stepped back, and entered another room. Bang! The door closed instantly. Zhang Wenchuan heaved a long sigh of relief, the cold sweat on his forehead had already wet his hair, and his whole body was even more wet. Da-da-da. However, at this moment, the sound of crawling arthropods suddenly sounded. Zhang Wenchuan's pupil shrank, he turned his head suddenly, and then his scalp went numb. What the hell is this? He was horrified in his heart, subconsciously stood up, and looked at the deformed monster with some horror. Okay. Not a monster. What the hell is a walking heart with arthropod tentacles and spikes? Number 058 Heart of Darkness. The point is, while this heart is walking towards Zhang Wenchuan, there are still sounds coming from the chamber of the heart. I have a concubine's dream, and it's wonderful to sigh. The quiet love is long, and the body is in the heart. The old is healed, and everyone knows it. Crack, clap. His low voice resounded throughout the room. At the same time, the whip like the tentacles also lashed the void, causing the void to explode. Zhang Wenchuan was so stunned. What kind of monster is this again? Is that kid so weird? What the hell is this one after another? I also search for the enlightenment of the sages. The sun is cold and embers, and the dream is foolish. The pool of black blood is withered and worn away. If you don't envy the sheep, you will be eaten by snakes. The two-legged sheep tree is surrounded by autumn snakes. That Niu Xin was still talking, the whip was whipped on Zhang Wenchuan's body in an instant, Zhang Wenchuan's skin was torn apart, and his body was instantly smashed against the wall. Hiss! Zhang Wenchuan endured the pain, gritted his teeth, hurriedly got up, an energy gun appeared in his hand, and pulled the trigger towards the cow's heart. It's a pity that Niu Xin's speed is extremely fast, and Zhang Wenchuan can only use strokes. Squeak! However, at this moment, the door next to Zhang Wenchuan was suddenly opened. Immediately, a plastic villain with a ceramic mask suddenly appeared. After looking at Zhang Wenchuan, a strange but sincere voice came from inside the mask, this way, come with me, I'll take you out. Chapter 77. Okay. At this moment, Zhang Wenchuan looked at the little plastic man coming out from the crack of the door, and was taken aback for a moment, then, without saying a word, he slid over there. He couldn't think so much anymore, there was a weird statue behind him, and that weird deformed monster in front, and now a guy suddenly appeared and said he wanted to take him away. What else can he do? Of course, trust him first, and then make plans. Bang! The door closed instantly. In the empty living room, that Zhang Wenchuan sat down, gasping for breath. Immediately, he looked at the tall man in front of him, who looked like a handmade statue with a ceramic mask, first frowned, and felt a little vigilant in his heart, subconsciously asked, "Who are you? Why did you help me?" This guy is none other than the number 035 who occupies the mask. Occupying a mask, he has a high IQ, a high EQ, and an active mind. If it weren't for his weird characteristics, he would be a perfect companion. At this time, just listen, occupying the mask and said, "I am no 035, and I was sent from above." No 035? Sent from above. Zhang Wenchuan was taken aback, looking at Occupy mask with some doubts. What was sent from above? What number 035? What is this all about? However, no matter which world, no matter which organization, it is common to use numbers for numbering. There is nothing too abrupt about occupying the mask. Before Zhang Wenchuan could ask any more questions, at this moment, occupying the mask opened his mouth and said, "The superior inspected, that Ye Qing has a certain number of cards, and in the previous world, he has obtained many adventures, escaping from the death light is also one of the methods should not be underestimated, so, send me to assist you." Okay. Zhang Wenchuan was taken aback again, a little confused. If Ye Qing hadn't somehow sent a photo, he wouldn't have known that Ye Qing was still alive. But why did the higher UPS know it so quickly? He still had some doubts, and always felt an indescribable strangeness. After completing this ticket and getting the key to the Death Star, you will definitely be reused by the superiors. When you go to the headquarters, you will definitely be promoted. At that time, we will have to rely on Brother Zhang. Occupying the mask is like a model again. He clasped his fists at Zhang Wenchuan decently, and spoke with a smile. This Zhang Wenchuan couldn't figure it out for a while. The number 035 in front of him spoke decently, as if there was such a thing. Headquarters, reuse, promote, it's like no 035 is really one of them. Even Zhang Wen didn't feel any part of lying, whether it was words, deeds or demeanor. That's all I've said since I came up, it's just like my own person. Zhang Wenchuan was still a little skeptical. For a desperado like him who licks blood on the edge of a knife, it is impossible to trust others so easily. What else does he want to ask? However, at this moment... Boom! The door was instantly shattered. The weird oxheart whipped his whip, his limbs swung, and the direction that looked like his head was aimed at Zhang Wenchuan and Occupy mask. A wave of malice is coming. Endless suffering, the punishment of the fool. The heart is shallow, and only knows sauna. The fish and meat are common, and the daylily is peeled. The silver blade pierces the back, and kills in bliss. In that heart chamber, there was still an inexplicable sound, extremely weird. Let's go. Occupying the mask let out a low voice. As he said that, he was protecting Zhang Wenchuan. It's just a little monster. I killed him with a single shot. Zhang Wenchuan was dark and ruthless, shaking his hand, and an energy gun appeared in his hand. Immediately, aiming at the weird heart, he pulled the trigger again. 2. Bayu bayu bayu. 3 energy beams hit the heart of darkness, but he didn't want to. The heart of darkness was faster, and the limbs bounced, dodging the bullets that were fired at high speed. No hit at all. There is no way, if you don't hit, you don't hit. It's not that he stroked the marksmanship, but that the speed of the heart of darkness was too fast. This thing is extremely maneuverable and can accelerate to 90 km per hour in 2 seconds. In other words, he can run 25 meters per second. The bullet speed of the energy gun is indeed fast, ranging from hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters. But, those are bullets. It takes time for Zhang Wenchuan to pull the trigger, and it takes time to aim. The heart of darkness directly predicts and jumps away. If Zhang Wenchuan can hit, there will be ghosts. Whoosh whoosh. Heart of darkness dodged left and right, and immediately, the tentacles suddenly grew sideways, turning into long whips, and immediately, a whip lashed towards Zhang Wen. Before, Zhang Wenchuan took the whip firmly, knowing the horror of the whip. If he hadn't possessed an epic body, he might have died long ago. However, if this is the case, he will still feel uncomfortable after receiving a few more whips. His pupil shrank, and he wanted to escape. But he was really tired. He was beaten half to death by 096 and 173 before, and with so many circles around, his state has reached the bottom. Seeing that the whip was about to fall on him. Let's go. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong force coming, and in an instant, he was pushed back behind the door. But see, the guy who called himself No 035 stood in his original position. Snapped. Boom. At the same time, the whip pierced through the air and hit 035's body directly. The plastic was broken, and his limbs flew around. He was killed on the wall in an instant, with one leg broken and one hand broken. It was extremely miserable. Zhang Wenchuan's pupil shrank. Although it is not a flesh and blood body, but looking at it like that, it is really worrying. BD. I'm fighting with you. Zhang Wenchuan gritted his teeth and shook his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying and huge fort appeared directly in front of him. OM. The turret was charged, and a terrifying red light blasted towards the cow's heart in an instant. Boom. The violent annihilation and death light erupted in an instant, filling the room in an instant, and even blasted a huge hole in the wall in front of it, and opened an unknown distance. The way. Of course, no matter what the road is, it is in the room. Da-da-da. The cow's heart was blasted against the wall at the end, the limbs were still trembling, and the tentacles were also trembling. Obviously, this time, he was really injured. But, fortunately, not dead yet. Let's go. Zhang Wenchuan saw it, without saying a word, hurried forward, helped 035 up and left. Although he still had some doubts, it was right that 035 saved him before. Or maybe it was the words of 035 before that played a role, so he subconsciously ran with 035. Finally, after turning around, Zhang Wenchuan didn't know where he went. He only knew that it was an empty bedroom with no computer or bed. Fortunately, it is safe to be around. It wasn't until this moment that Zhang Wenchuan put down 035. Seeing how miserable 035 was, he subconsciously frowned and asked, "How are you doing? I still have some recovery potions here, I wonder if you can use them." As he said that, he took out some genetic medicines, all of which are technology and hard work. However, looking at 035's body made of plastic, he encountered another difficulty for a while. What's the matter? No problem, in fact, I have already transformed into a special life form. As long as the mask is not broken, I am still alive. You just need to find another humanoid body, whether it is iron or plastic, I can do it. Controlling, it can be regarded as resurrection with full blood. 035 said, indeed, there was no weakness in his tone. Is that so? Zhang Wenchuan was a little surprised, and subconsciously said, I heard earlier that there seems to be a transformation plan for the World Master above. It seems that the above has succeeded. 035 was moved in his heart, and immediately shook his head calmly, and said, it is not considered a success, if the mask is broken, I will still die. Moreover, after losing some authority of the World Lord, I will not be able to play the role I once had. For the power of the World Lord. He sighed, still looking decent. Oh. Zhang Wenchuan thought for a while, and then said, then how can you exert your full strength? This. 035 hesitated. What's wrong? Zhang Wenchuan asked. Oh, that's all. After a long time, 035 shook his head and sighed, actually, our transformed World Master no longer has a real personality. Now, our transformed World Master has become a prop for some adults. Props. Zhang Wenchuan's pupil shrank. Transform the World Lord and treat him as a prop. Destroy humanity. This is simply devoid of humanity. Certainly. As for an outlaw like Zhang Wenchuan, of course he doesn't think so much, so what if he loses humanity? As long as the strength can be improved, it doesn't matter. However, he still showed shock and anger on the surface. Then you. He pretended to say, with some worry on his face. Our life is not long, and we are satisfied to live in another form. 035 said with a smile. It's also, living like this, at least you can continue your life. Zhang Wenchuan nodded, and immediately looked at 035, and asked curiously, then what are your abilities? Well, there is still a trace of the authority of the World Lord, which can bless the power of the world. After wearing me, it is equivalent to having the power of 2 worlds. I used to be a second-order World Lord, and the world area is 1,800 kilometers. Although the world the strength is not strong, but at the critical moment, it is still useful. At the same time, I will strengthen part of the body's function and improve the body value. 035 said. So that's it, it's an auxiliary item. It's not bad. Zhang Wenchuan nodded, and at the same time, his eyes flickered the power of the 2 worlds. A world area of 1,800 kilometers is not considered weak. Of course, it is definitely incomparable with other geniuses. However, if you think about it, you will understand, why are those geniuses reduced to experimental products? He wanted to ask something else, but at this time, 035 sighed again. However, after all, I can't be considered a perfect creation, I can only be regarded as a semi-finished product, and I still have certain side effects. There will be varying degrees of corruption. As he said that, he glanced at the body made of this sculpture. As expected, there were some rotten places on his body. Asterisk, not a big problem. However, Zhang Wenchuan said that it doesn't matter, this level of corruption can be recovered after 2 tubes of genetic medicine. He can tell that the rate of decay is not fast at all, as long as there is a recovery potion. What is that decay? Compared with the effect of 035, this side effect becomes dispensable, it doesn't matter. Come on, put this on. At this moment, Zhang Wenchuan's heart moved again, and in the next second, a statue appeared in front of him. The statue is carved lifelike, wearing a military uniform, with a majestic face. The most important thing is that that face is exactly Zhang Wenchuan's face. This is obviously a statue in his small world. Collect statues of faith, every world has them. It's just that it's a bit smug to make yourself so mighty and domineering. Of course, 035 doesn't dislike it either. At this time, Zhang Wenchuan took the initiative to get started, took off the mask, then looked at the broken plastic statue that gradually disappeared, and then looked at his own tall statue next to him. After thinking about it, he still put the mask on the statue. He had some unreasonable thoughts, thinking about taking this mask for himself, but, as far as the current situation is concerned, 2 people are better. At least there's a padded back. When the time comes, he has plenty of ways to take the initiative to make this so-called 035 hand over control, let him take the initiative to put on a mask. He was indeed interested in this peculiar prop. Maybe, after this battle, I won meritorious service, got the Death Star key, and even more rewards from above, how about I reward myself with this mask? He might even get some other strange props. At this moment, he is full of anticipation. Ka ka ka. At this time, 035 next to him changed into a statue's body, and the body also became active, and the statue's body made noises. After a while of activities, he was a little surprised. This material, isn't it bad? It feels like there is a steady stream of power coming from the body, and even, I feel like I have an epic body. Of course, this is a statue that I specialize in collecting beliefs. I spent a lot of material to make this statue. Zhang Wenchuan smiled proudly. Zhao zhao zhao, before, this statue could not be moved, if it could be moved, he would have an epic battle power again. It's good now. The mask fits the statue perfectly. Okay, let's go out first and kill that kid. At this time, 035 said. Good. Zhang Wenchuan nodded. Immediately, 035 at the front led the way, as if he had really groped the house aside, he really knew which way to go out, and took Zhang Wenchuan around. However, at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, a big hole was knocked into the wall. In the next second, that creepy villain 96 came out of the hole. The sharp claws were attacking and killing Zhang Wenchuan. Zhang Wenchuan's pupils shrank. Isn't this thing dead? He remembered that he shot through the heart with a single shot, so it is absolutely impossible for this thing to have a means of resurrection. He looked cold, and without saying a word, the plasma light blade appeared, slashed the 096 flying. He still wants to pursue. However, at this moment, a feeling of heart palpitations suddenly surfaced in my heart, and then... Kika. One of his legs was snapped off and turned 180 degrees. A strong pain came from his leg, and his forehead was dripping with cold sweat due to the pain. Looking back, good guy, that weird statue caught up to me at some point. There are wolves in front and tigers in back. The most important thing is... Da-da-da. In the distance, the jointed limbs vibrated, and the weird heart of the cow caught up again. The whip was waving, whipping the air, and bursting out bursts of explosions. Those three guys are catching up again. It's over. His eyes went black for a while. How seemingly endless rain. What the hell, are you really going to die here? Hurry up and recover, I'll block them. At this moment, 035's voice suddenly sounded, and the burly statue blocked Zhang Wenchuan. Chapter 78. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena was chilling. Zhang Wenchuan looked at the statue standing in front of him, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, "Brother, stop, I'll help you soon." As he said that, he quickly took out the potion and began to inject himself to recover. At the same time, 035 and 096, Heart of Darkness, and Peanut fought. Boom boom boom. The wall collapsed, and the terrifying fist erupted with bright light. The 096 was constantly blown away, but the stone chips whipped by the tentacle whip of the Heart of Darkness flew all over his body, and horrible wounds appeared day after day. And that little Peanut, who started to unload his legs at every turn. 3 against 1. In other words, 035 is the body of the statue, otherwise, the scene would be extremely bloody. Fortunately, this statue is not an ordinary statue, the material is different, and the strength displayed by 035 is also different. He punches one by one, either blasting 096, or blasting the Heart of Darkness. He felt no pain and no physical exertion. Simply a perfect creation. What Zhang Wenchuan saw was splendor, with a greedy smile on his face. It's just a statue, and it can display such strength. If it is worn on its own body, doesn't that mean that his combat power can skyrocket even more? The potion was injected and he had recovered. However, at this moment, he was not in a hurry to step forward to help. He was still lying on the ground feigning injury. But at this moment, that 035 is called an incomparably brave man. That weird little Peanut statue was kicked away by him directly, and the terrifying and ferocious 096 was also slapped away by him. It was like hitting a fly. So the Heart of Darkness is a little more troublesome. Heart of Darkness's speed is very fast, and the attack range of the whip is also very far. Almost the moment you see him, the whip falls on you. 035 Most injuries are caused by this Heart of Darkness. At this time, 096 and the Heart of Darkness came up again. A sharp claw, surrounded by a shadow of a whip. 035 Hurry up and concentrate on dealing with these two guys. However, at this moment, the statue suddenly approached 035 quickly. Zhang Wen's heart moved, and his eyes fell on the little Peanut statue. His eyes fell, and little Peanut suddenly stopped moving again. Zhang Wenchuan's heart shuddered, his eyes flickered. Pfft! At this moment, 035 punched hard, finally hitting the Heart of Darkness. In an instant, the Heart of Darkness seemed to be unable to bear it, and it exploded directly, leaving only one jointed limb still trembling there. 890 ha ha ha. 035 laughed loudly, turned to look at 096 again, and laughed mockingly, "It's just a little monster, watch me kill you." As he spoke, his big hand grabbed again. When 096 was caught, he couldn't move for a while, and was bound by the palm of the statue forcibly. Simply brave. There is no doubt that these three monsters are not worth mentioning in front of 035 who has changed his body. Zhang Wenchuan's eyes became brighter. Looking at the motionless little Peanut statue, he glanced at 035 again. Suddenly, with a thought, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then, he quickly looked away from the little Peanut. Whoosh! In the next second, that little Peanut stepped forward in an instant, approaching 035. Crack! In the next second, one of 03's legs was abruptly removed by little Peanut. Boom! 035 couldn't support, his center of gravity was unstable, and he fell to the ground with a bang. What? 035 was shocked. At the same time, 096 in his hand also broke free, and rushed forward to break 035's mask. 035 could only grit his teeth and blast 096 into the air. However, he cared about 096, but he didn't care about 173. The figure of Little Peanut quickly appeared behind 035's neck, and the short hand folded towards 035's neck crack. The head abruptly turned 180 degrees and broke immediately. Boom! The headless statue crashed to the ground. But the head of the statue with the mask rolled down in front of Zhang Wenchuan. "Brother Zhang, quickly change my body!" 035 hurriedly shouted. Zhang Wenchuan had already recovered, and he just stood up now. He even rested for a long time, and his strength has recovered. However, facing 035, Zhang Wenchuan kept looking at the Little Peanut statue from the corner of his eyes. At the same time, he also glanced at the beaten 096, who couldn't get up for a long time, and the dark land that had become a pool of flesh and blood. Heart. It can be said that the battle was almost resolved by 035. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, but he still hesitated on his face. He sighed and said, "That's the only statue that collects beliefs. Now it's gone, and I don't have any extra statues." Hearing this, 035 was stunned, and subconsciously said, "Then what should we do? The little monster won't be in a trance for a long time, so hurry up and find a way." Indeed, the monster has already stood up leisurely at this time. Zhang Wenchuan frowned, thought for a while, and suddenly said, "Well, why don't you let go of the authority and let me wear you?" As soon as these words came out, 035 hesitated. "Why are you hesitating? That little thing is coming soon, and I'm not in my prime. If you hesitate any longer, none of us will be able to escape, and it would be ridiculous to die at the hands of a trainee world master." Zhang Wenchuan was anxious, speaking quickly extremely fast. B. 035 struggled for a while, and finally sighed, "All right then. At the same time, a faint light lit up on his body, as if he was really opening the authority. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wenchuan smiled, then stretched out his hand, and directly took off the mask. Looking at this exquisitely crafted ceramic mask with a painful face, Zhang Wen was excited. With such a special prop, 2 world masters in one is equivalent to doubling your own strength. He has a strong urge to wear a mask. The impulse even overwhelmed his rationality. For a while, Zhang Wenchuan couldn't tell whether it was because he wanted to wear a mask or for some other reason. Anyway, at this moment, he put on the mask directly. At the moment when the mask was put on his face, he suddenly felt a little strange, his thinking suddenly became chaotic, as if he was being suppressed by some consciousness and was being erased. "Brother, how do you feel?" A chuckle suddenly sounded in his mind. "This voice is very familiar, isn't it the voice of 035? This is how back thing." Zhang Wenchuan intermittently, his consciousness was fuzzy, and he felt that something was wrong. As expected of being the lord of the world, the consciousness is also really strong, but anyone else would have been obliterated by me. 035's chuckle sounded, with some emotion. "Are you cheating on me?" Zhang Wenchuan was stunned. Until now, he was in a trance, as if he hadn't seen everything in the room clearly. But see, the heart of darkness that was beaten into a pool of flesh and blood stood up again, not injured at all. Even that 096 stood up, crouched in place, covering his face. And the Little Peanut statue, also standing in place, motionless. He suddenly realized that he had been cheated. He was a little dazed. "Of course I'm lying to you." At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Ye Qing walked in slowly with a chuckle. "You?" Zhang Wenchuan was surprised, his eyes widened, and he looked at Ye Qing in disbelief. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. "This mask, also, is your way, what?" Ye Qing smiled and didn't speak. But at this time, Zhang Wenchuan only felt his body bent down uncontrollably, and said to Ye Qing, "My lord." Zhang Wenchuan's headache became more and more serious, and his consciousness was completely chaotic and fuzzy. Damn it! From beginning to end, he was played around like a fool. "What else did you say to make that 035 wear it voluntarily?" Zhang Wenchuan endured the headache, his eyes were red, he looked at Ye Qing, and gritted his teeth with the remaining consciousness. "Unexpectedly, I fell into the hands of a trainee world master, you." He still wanted to say something, however, the next second, his voice stopped abruptly. No matter how strong the world lord's consciousness is, he can't match the obliterating effect of occupying the mask. His consciousness was completely annihilated. So far, there is no more Zhang Wenchuan in the world. Only the 035 that occupies the mask. The great Lord God, it's a good luck not to disgrace your life. At this time, 035 opened his mouth, knelt down on one knee, looked at Ye Qing with fanatical admiration, and at the same time, held the dodecahedron in his hand. Dice. Ye Qing put the dice away and put them into the box. At the same time, the wireless expansion effect of this room also stopped at this moment. Very well, you did a good job. Ye Qing nodded with a smile. Relieved. At this moment, Ye Qing was really relieved. The mood of being hunted down one after another by Zhang Wenchuan before finally calmed down. Even, now took his body. 035, try it out, can you enter Zhang Wen'er's small world? Ye Qing ordered. At the same time, he also put away Heart of Darkness, 096 and Little Peanut. Yes. Zhang Wenchuan said, and immediately began to communicate with the small world in the dark. A little hard and a little inexperienced. However, to occupy the mask is to occupy the mask, forcibly seize the property, erase the original consciousness, and become this person instead. For the small world, the creator is still the creator, but with a different personality. This is no different from patients with schizophrenia. Although they have different personalities, everything is their own, and they can be opened naturally, it's just a matter of proficiency. After a long time, 035 finally came to the small world. His figure appeared above the small world as a sacred golden light body. At this moment, he also experienced the addiction of the creator. Not to mention, the feeling of omniscience is simply intoxicating. Is this the feeling of the main god? 035 felt it a little bit, with a smile on his face. However, he did not forget the business. He looked at the small world in front of him, 2,100 kilometers of world area. There are high-rise buildings everywhere, full of sense of technology. There are even maglev speeding cars coming and going, and even in the void, terrifying and huge warships are deployed. Electromagnetic railgun, energy gun, sword. Groups of Jedi soldiers, groups of scientific researchers. And robots and more. What a world of technology! No, it should be said, to restore the original calendar. There are several races in this Force world. Among them, the most are the same as human beings, it should be the human race. Then, there are some small beings like goblins, and some typical aliens like the Greys. What other humanoid races like flies, fly people, and so on. Among them, in this world of Force, most of them practice Force. However, the Jedi Knights in this Force world are also divided into two factions. One faction focuses on killing, expanding and aggressing a faction of the Empire, known as the Dark Jedi. This Dark Jedi Knight is a bit extreme in his thinking and extreme in his actions. And the other faction, the Jedi Knights who focus on peace and practice the force of light. They are upright in their thinking, have their own beliefs, and disdain to be mighty with the Dark Jedi. Of course, when the world is expanding and the planes are in war, they will unite and will not bring out their ideas in the world of Force. Among this group of Jedi warriors, the most powerful is a Dark Jedi. Just by looking at it, he probably understands that he should have the strength of the epic peak. However, the strongest strength does not mean that he is the highest combat power. The real highest combat power is actually a huge void battleship that is close to a kilometer in size. That void battleship can emit a terrifying destructive death light, which is 100% at the level of a legendary weapon. Soon, 035 reported all this to Ye Qing. Sure enough. Ye Qing nodded. He didn't believe that Wen Chuan had no cards. He had encountered that destructive death light twice before. I didn't notice it before, but I realized later that Zhang Wenchuan probably summoned the spaceship to carry out a blockade attack. Coupled with its advanced technology, stealth should not be a problem. The technology that sealed off the space was also found. The technological level of this force system is really advanced, and even developed a curvature engine, direct space jump, deep research on space, space blockade, precise strike hitting is no problem. Zhang Wenchuan's force system small world civilization level and its top level 4. Of course, Ye Qing also knew that it was because of the backing. What kind of technology? Just download it directly from the official website of the God of Science and Technology. You only need to pay a certain price, and the level of science and technology can rise. In a short period of time, becoming a 4-level civilization, V-level civilization is not a problem. This is the benefit of taking the flow of technology. The science and technology gods are definitely the hidden fourth gods. It takes a long time to develop in the early stage, but after the development, it will definitely catch up with the sky. Today, the technological gods are also faintly showing signs of rising. Of course, Taji doesn't care about these. Give me the permission. At the same time, open the door of space. Ye Qing ordered 035. Yes, my lord. 035 opened his mouth, directly giving Ye Qing permission, and at the same time, the door of the space was also opened. To this, Ye Qing smiled. A spaceship, isn't there? Moreover, it is still a spaceship equipped with legendary weapons. Of course, Ye Qing didn't let go of the resources in the Force world, and took them all away. However, Ye Qing confiscated the things with a strong system atmosphere. For example, those people and races who practice the Force. Ye Qing also only collected basic resources, such as mineral veins, trees, and even high-tech robots, etc., all turned into resource cards and packed away. Even the spaceships in the void, Ye Qing didn't let go, and took them all away. Although in this way, Ye Qing's world will inevitably have the shadow of some technological systems, but Ye Qing doesn't care. His main direction is not the technology system, and there is no need to climb the technology tree, just grab it and use it. It is not necessary to figure out the principle. Even if you figure it out, you may not be able to create it. So far, 035's small world combat power has dropped a lot. Ye Qing doesn't care either. Of course, Ye Qing didn't forcefully gobble up that small world, it's still useful to keep this small world, he can send 035 to do missions and earn money. In this way, he doesn't need to take the initiative to shoot. Thinking of this, Ye Qing's expression was a little strange. Tisk, I suddenly have the illusion that a small one is raising a big one? Chapter 79. No matter what, in general, Ye Qing has a second-order world master as his subordinate. After occupying the mask, after occupying this Wenchuan, there is no way to take it back into the small world, otherwise, Ye Qing can really wake up with a smile. At this time, Ye Qing looked at the room. Due to the transformation of the contents in this room, the space has been distorted and changed. That is an established fact, even if the dice are taken away, after the space is changed, it will not disappear. Therefore, after Ye Qing ordered 035 to tear down the surrounding walls, he got an extremely large room. During a period of time, the internal area of the room has already reached several thousand square meters. Such a huge space is enough for 035 to toss around. From then on, he will continue to live as Zhang Wenchuan. As for the issue of Zhang Wenchuan's body being corrupted, this is not a big problem, and that kind of corruption is not irreversible, as long as there is a corresponding medicine, it can still be restored. In other words, Ye Qing has a permanent world lord younger brother. As for those above Zhang Wenchuan? No way, 035 doesn't have Zhang Wenchuan's memory, so many things can't be done. I don't even know what to go home or not to go home. Even, Ye Qing checked the corresponding communication equipment. There is no doubt that they were all calling from the opposite side, and Zhang Wen never took the initiative to call. A lot of information is extremely confidential, and even some information is not sent by newsletter, but delivered on paper, which will be destroyed after reading. For a while, Ye Qing didn't know how to find Zhang Wenchuan's family. However, wait until the superiors contact Zhang Wenchuan, and then deal with it by yourself. 035's IQ is very high, Ye Qing basically doesn't need to worry about this. For many things, only 035 needs to be in charge. Ye Qing has absolute control over 035, so there is no need to worry about 035's rebellion at all. Finally, I looked at Zhang Wenchuan's assets. Good guy, this Wenchuan has more assets than Ye Qing imagined. A full 30 billion. Yes, that is 30 billion. Who knows how Zhang Wenchuan gave so much money? With a wave of his hand, Ye Qing left 035 billion, and the rest went to his account. What? No password? What's wrong with no password? Fingerprints are enough. In these years, who still uses passwords, which are risky security measures? However, it's also cheap. Ye Qing. After receiving the news that the funds had arrived, Ye Qing. Today, his capital is a full 32.2 billion. He doesn't even want to forget a fraction. More than 30 billion. Tisk. Ye Qing was in a trance. In his previous life, this would be regarded as inflation. Who knows how money works in this world. However, Ye Qing is also very clear that no matter how huge the funds are, they are only in the hands of a few people. Don't think there are many masters in the world, it's because Ye Qing has entered this circle. In fact, the existence of world masters is only a minority. Take Guangling No. 1 Middle School as an example. There are a total of 10 classes in the third year of high school. There are about 40 or 50 people in a class, and the middle number of 45 people is taken. There are 450 students in one grade. And among the 450 people, only 15 world masters appeared. On the bright side, there is only one world master in 30 people. But the actual ratio has to be adjusted down. To be stable, there will be one world master among 50 people. Now the global population has finally recovered to 7.5 billion people. If the whole world is added up, there are only about 150 million world masters in total. It looks like a lot, but there are more ordinary people. Even, not all world masters have a lot of money. Zhang Wenchuan has saved money, or in other words, he may still have a part of mission funds, which makes it appear that he has a lot of money. Looking at Ye Qing's 30 billion, it's actually not uncommon. 3 billion. Ye Qing murmured, among the world masters, he is considered a rich man, right? He thought so, and then smiled wryly. What are you thinking about so much? Just use it if you have money. He shook his head, and immediately instructed 035 for a while before leaving here. Of course, 035 stays at Zhang Wenchuan's house, and let him also be the master of the world. At the same time, after he is proficient, Ye Qing will let him take on the task and purify the world. It is even possible that Ye Qing wants to pull 035 into his anomalous system, so that the small world of 035 is just a subsidiary world of the containment. Of course, it's too early to say these things now, and we'll talk about them later. Soon, Ye Qing returned home. As for Zhang Yuqing, Ye Qing said hello, and then transferred 2 billion to Zhang Yuqing. Zhang Yuqing? When Zhang Yuqing saw the sudden extra 2 billion in the bank account, everyone was dumbfounded. Who could give her 2 billion with such arrogance? She changed her mind. Besides her parents, there was only Ye Qing. But the parents have no money, so Ye Qing is the only one left. She hurriedly called Ye Qing. Ye Qing looked at the caller ID, smiled, and connected directly. What? Seeing so much money, are you shocked? Do you want to make a promise? Bah! Promise you with your body. Why did you transfer so much money to me? Zhang Yu asked lightly. At the same time, she was still a little flustered. She knew that Ye Qing was rich, and she got 3 billion after completing the task before. But what kind of operation is it to transfer 2 billion to her just like that? It's nothing. I found the person who offended me before, and he apologized deeply. The 2 billion is to compensate for the damage to your home. Ye Qing made nonsense lightly. You went to look for him. Zhang Yuqing's heart trembled, and she immediately had a bad premonition. What did you do? You didn't kill someone. Zhang Yu said lightly, then hurried to a place where no one was around, whispering. She felt that something was wrong with Ye Qing before, but after Ye Qing left, she was always worried, and when she saw the 2 billion transferred, she was even more frightened, for fear that Ye Qing would kill him. Hey, what are you talking about? We are good citizens who obey the law and enforce the law. How could we do such a thing as murder? Ye Qing said with a smile. Really did not kill. Anyway, it's just erasing consciousness. The matter of seizing a home, can this be called murder? Obviously not. Anyway, Ye Qing thinks so. But obviously, Zhang Yuqing was a little unconvinced. It's obviously an enemy, why should he pay 2 billion? Pattern? Of course, I was hibernated by my heroic arrogance leaked from my wise and powerful domineering, and successfully became my little fanboy. The 2 billion compensation is nothing more than a trifle. I also got an epic battleship. Ye Qing said with a smile. Bah, listen to your nonsense. Zhang Yu snorted lightly. How about an epic battleship? Why didn't you say you got a legendary battleship? Okay, it's okay, you can spend this money with peace of mind, change to a villa, and say sorry to Uncle Zhang. Ye Qing said. He shouldn't have involved Zhang Yuqing today. However, he didn't know either. In the end, it also caused the destruction of Zhang Yuqing's family. That's a bit of a pity. 2 billion is not much. Of course, Zhang Yuqing didn't think so. However, Ye can lift Zhang Yuqing's heart very much. The 2 billion was within her acceptable range. It's too much, Zhang Yuqing really doesn't want it. Anyway, for Ye Qing, there is no loss. He is worth 30 billion. Okay, that's it, hang up first. Ye Qing said, and immediately, regardless of what Zhang Yuqing thought, he hung up the phone. Soon, he took a taxi and returned home. Because of the time to weld and repair the pocket watch, there is no problem in his home. However, this home is also time for a change. In this kind of ordinary community, it is really not safe, anyone can run in. You still have to go to the residence of a special world master. In that kind of residence, there are always alarms and monitoring around, and even the room has its own protection, arrays, technological devices, everything that one expects to find. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can install everything. Of course, there is no rush. Or wait until after the college entrance examination is over. But at this time, Ye Qing's thoughts moved, and her consciousness descended into the containment world again. Before, because of the need, he summoned the Heart of Darkness in advance, as well as the number -184, which is the dice that can expand the space. That Heart of Darkness is indeed extraordinary, anyway, it's not bad, and this battle has also played a role. But now, Ye Qing looked at the remaining cards, pondered for a while, and finally set his target on 173 Little Peanut. In the next second, Little Peanut appeared directly in front of his eyes. The statue was still the same statue, dumbfounded and motionless. The original game, now, it's time to strengthen it. Ye Qing said with a smile, and immediately, a card appeared in his hand. That card is surprisingly the card used to strengthen 173. Ye Qing gently put the card on 173's body. Tom. A streak of golden light appeared, and the card turned into little rays of light and penetrated into Little Peanut's body. At this moment, Little Peanut began to tremble, and golden lights enveloped Little Peanut. A slightly stronger breath spread out. Finally, when the golden light dissipated, a new Little Peanut appeared in front of Ye Qing. Well, my body looks much newer, more three-dimensional, and more rounded. These are still secondary. The biggest change is that there is a wide-brimmed hat on Peanut's head. 0. Seeking flowers. Ye Qing had a thought, and in the next second, the upgraded and strengthened Peanut attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Sombrero Statue, No 173, the original work of Peanut, Race, Structure Level, Epic Type, Inheritance Item Talent Skills, Dancing, Passive, Neck Twist, Passive, Speeding Warning, Passive, Description, a statue wearing a wide-brimmed hat, giving up the life of a folded neck, and chasing the dream of dancing. After seeing it, the nearby entities were overwhelmed by the urge to dance. Remarks: when the wide-brimmed hat is removed, it will still give a speeding warning, twist your neck and kill it, epic. Good guy. Ye Qing was amazed, but looking at his skills, it's not surprising. Adding a statue with strong control means, combined with the previous skills, what is this if it is not epic? It's just that, now that he twisted his neck to kill him, he had to take off his hat, which was a bit troublesome. However, it doesn't matter, after all, he is manipulating. With a thought, he can decide whether Peanut is wearing a hat or not. When I need it, when I put on the hat, everyone around me dances for me. When you don't need it, just take off the hat and you will be warned about speeding. This is his first advanced income. The contents are gone. Not bad. Ye Qing nodded, and put the Little Peanut back casually. Immediately, another card appeared in Ye Qing's hand. Among the cards is a Barrett anti-material rifle. With a move in Ye Qing's heart, he flicked his hands, the card turned into a little golden light, and immediately fell into Ye Qing's hands, turning into a Barrett anti-material rifle. However, he didn't intend to use this thing, so after flipping through it for a while, he also put it away. This thing, keep it for later use. For the rest of the cards, Angel of Sadness is naturally reserved. The last unused card is naturally the Sea Slug. That is the number -1867. With a thought, Ye Qing used that card directly. Immediately, the card turned into a little bit of golden light, and finally, a sea slug was condensed and suspended in front of Ye Qing. That sea slug was only 11.7 centimeters, no different from normal sea slugs. However, he has wisdom. The moment he was summoned, his compound eyes turned to look at Ye Qing, and immediately, telepathy was used, and a male voice sounded in Ye Qing's mind simultaneously. "Hello, Shai Wu." He was friendly and inquiring. Ye Qing smiled as a response, and at the same time, he set his sights on the sea slug's back. There was indeed a tiny mini rifle in there. Apparently, this is the so-called antimatter rifle configuration. Just too small. At the same time, specific information about sea slugs appeared before Ye Qing's eyes. Name, Sir Theodore Thomas Bull Lakewood, number, 1867. A gentleman, race, sea slug level, intermediate type, containment talent skills, telepathy, active, wisdom, passive, description, a talkative explorer and naturalist. Intermediate, just a simple intermediate. That's not far off from those squirrels. Ye Qing shook his head, and immediately looked at the antimatter rifle on the sea slug's back. Then, relevant information appeared in front of his eyes. Name, antimaterial rifle level, epic type, technological creation description, a high-tech product in the world of science and technology, with a terrifying destructive habitat, really. Ye Qing knew that although the gun was very small, the damage it caused was absolutely the same. Antimatter rifles fire antimatter bullets, once fired, what can't be annihilated? Of course, Ye Qing doesn't understand the specific scientific principles, but you can leave it to Dr. Clef to study and study, it doesn't matter if the research is good or not. Immediately, Ye Qing greeted again, told the sea slug, and then threw it into the ocean. Of course, Ye Qing didn't forget to say hello to the Lord of the Ocean. So far, the last 10 consecutive draws, all the cards are finally done. But, the only problem now is, the sage Qin Shi Huang. Ye Qing glanced at the spaceships surrounding the containment world. Now, is there a spaceship, or is it equipped with a legendary space battleship that destroys the death light? For the terracotta warriors, he can also create them by waving his hands. He can also carve the jade seal himself. He can also create the extraordinary sword by himself. The only problem is the corpse of the immortal corpse G. Do you want to find a zombie world to purify? Ye Qing thought to death. Chapter 80. Zombieland is definitely a must. It must, without a doubt. However, before that, we still have to let the containment world develop for a while, let's get used to the second-order world first. Moreover, the sky is gradually getting dark, and after a busy day, it is finally time to rest. Of course, before that, Ye Qing did not forget to order Dr. Clef to drive those spaceships and warships to clean up all the meteorites around the containment area. Pack all back to the containment world to increase the area of the containment world. Similarly, Ye Qing also gave the number -184, that is, the dice, to Dr. Clef. This thing can increase the area of the room. At that time, his containment area will only appear to be 1,100 kilometers on the surface, but in fact, each room may reach thousands of kilometers. A small world with a big space, unlimited real baby. Immediately, Ye Qing returned to the room and began to rest. Perhaps because of being too tired during the day, Ye Qing slept very sweetly this night. Until early the next morning, Ye Qing was woken up by Zhang Yuqing's phone call. Ye Qing looked at the caller ID and sighed. After answering the phone, after a while, I got up sleepily, washed and brushed my teeth, and finally went out. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the community, Zhang Yuqing was already waiting here. Hey, it's for you. As soon as he stepped forward, Zhang Yuqing handed over a transparent bag with steamed buns inside. Yo, the service is so considerate. Ye Qing smiled, took the buns and ate them directly. Bah, who serves you? Zhang Yu snorted coldly, and then muttered again, my father insists that I give it to you. This bun, Zhang Yuqing's mother made it herself. Zhang Yuqing naturally talked about the day's affairs. Although a home was lost, everything is easy to do if you have money. Although it is too late to decorate, the things you need to buy will be delivered directly to your door, and it will not cost you much to reinstall. Maybe March 20th is a little troublesome, but it's not a big problem. Of course, because of 2 billion, Jiang's father and Jiang's mother often talked about Zhang Yuqing. Tisk, Ye Ant's craftsmanship is better. Ye Qing said vaguely while eating the steamed stuffed bun. I can't even shut your mouth after eating. Zhang Yu pouted lightly. Soon, the car came. Ye Qing ate up the buns in twos and soon, the two got into the car and drove to the school. It's just that when they got into the car, the two of them talked less. It was only at this moment that Ye was free to check the world log. Log, at the beginning of the Third Era, due to the large amount of resources invested by the World Lord, the containment world has entered a stage of rapid development. At the same time, because of the strange objects given by the World Lord, the containment world has begun to build a large number of houses. The containment area seems to be only 1,100 kilometers, but in fact, the combined area of all houses and other spaces has exceeded 11,000 kilometers. Early Third Era, under the leadership of Emperor Tiankai, the entire containment world began to farm the land, began to introduce soil into the expanded space, began to introduce plants, and began to introduce animals. Early Third Era, under the leadership of Emperor Apocalypse, build houses to expand space, and at the same time send Protoss to drive spaceships to collect meteorites and space magic mines in space. Early Third Era, with a large number of space meteorites and space magic mines being transported to the containment world, the world area of the containment world is also rapidly increasing. The middle of the Third Era, after a long period of mining, the space meteorites near the containment area were almost completely mined. On this day, Emperor Apocalypse drove a legendary space battleship to the deep space and found a 1,000-kilometer meteorite. Huge magic mine. Middle of the Third Era, under the order of Emperor Apocalypse, all members of the containment world were dispatched to start mining the huge magic mine 12.3 light-years away from the containment world. The middle of the Third Era, in the process of mining the magic mine, I encountered a group of void monsters. After a round of firefights, the Emperor Apocalypse led his army to wipe out them all, and continued to mine the magic mine. Middle of the Third Era, along with the mining of magic mines, the containment community has gradually begun to use magic mines. According to research, the ores produced in magic mines are the most basic energy ores, which can be used for various energy consumption, and even placed in small rooms. Be a small solar energy source in the space world. Late Third Era, containment continues to develop, build houses, expand space. The log is over. It's the end of another era. Space area, world area. Ye Qing was a little dazed, and for a moment, she was really curious. Immediately, his mind moved, and in the next second, his thoughts directly descended into the containment world, and began to check the containment world after an era. However, as soon as Ye Qing came to the containment world, he was stunned. At this time, the overall world area of the containment area has expanded to 1,600 kilometers. The meteorite mines around him fully increased the world area by 500 kilometers. Of course, part of it was because of the huge magic mine. In one night, the area of the world skyrocketed by 500 kilometers. Well, that's normal. This is actually a novice benefit for an apprentice world master. After the surrounding mining is completed, it is normal to have a world area of 500 kilometers. However, Ye Qing frowned slightly, looking at the containment world at this time. At this time, the containment world has undergone great changes. The containment world is divided into two layers, one in the sky and one on the ground. The sky was dark on the ground, and buildings rose from the ground, occupying most of the entire world. Only above the sea area, it is still the same as before. The buildings were densely packed, and tall buildings rose from the ground. And the second floor is built on top of all buildings. The same buildings rose from the ground, and the former Sky City has long since ceased to exist. Now, all the second floors are all Sky City. However, the buildings on Sky City are more or less sparse compared to the dark ground, but the rows are also well located. On the surface, no animals can be seen on the ground at all, and all the animals have all entered the expanded space in the room. Ye Qing looked at the buildings, but he saw that every room was sunny, with grasslands, mountains, rivers, and even some artificial oceans. As it is on the first floor, so it is on the second floor. Looking up, Ye Qing saw an 18-story building with similar small spaces on each floor. A building is a parallel world multiverse. And each floor has 1,000 square meters. One building is 18,000 square meters. And on the ground of the entire containment area, there are a total of 13,000 small buildings of this standard with 18 floors. The entire territory is a full 234 million square meters. Good guy. Ye Qing is speechless. That's not counting the castle in the sky. Sky City is similar to the previous layout, divided into 8 regions. The first city, inhabited by the dragon people, is located in the east. The second urban area, inhabited by the tiger people, is located in the west. The third city, inhabited by the lizard people, is located in the northeast. The fourth urban area, inhabited by the Protoss, is located in the central area. The fifth urban area is inhabited by a family of dragon snails. It is located in the south. The sixth urban area is home to the Squirrel Crusaders. It is located in the southeast. The seventh city, inhabited by the Dowdy Rabbit clan, is located in the southwest. The eighth urban area, inhabited by the Winged People, is located in the north. There are 30 buildings in each area, each building is also 18 stories high, and each floor is also 1,000 square meters. A full 4.86 million square meters. And that's not counting the sea area. There are also buildings under the sea area, and those buildings also have expanded space. There are also 10 buildings under the sea area, and each floor has a space of 1,000 square meters, and each building has 18 floors. Together, it is 180,000 square meters. Number asterisk. Ye Qing called him a good guy. How much does this all add up to? He made a rough calculation, and then was shocked. At the same time, a related world panel also appeared in front of his eyes. World, Containment World Area, 1600 km/239040 km Total population, 1.2 million races, gods, dragons, tigers, lizards, murlocs, wings, dragon snails, squirrels, gluttonous rabbits. Civilization level, 3 system, abnormal and normal area of 1,600 km. And an additional area of 239,000. Ye Qing was speechless. He called it a good guy. An additional area of 230,000 km. What is this? 10,000 km is the third order world master, and 10,000 km is the fourth order world. What the hell, he became an invisible fourth order world master in one night. Of course, this is a joke. Additional space is additional space, which does not count towards the world size. No matter how much additional space there is no way to improve the world level, and there is no way to let the world lord. Therefore, Ye Qing is still a tier 2 world master, and her strength hasn't changed much. It's just that the extra world area can make more and more creatures. The living area is not a problem. With a larger population and a larger base, Ye Qing's strength can still be doubled. It can be said that just relying on this additional space area, if there is another big explosion in the population and the ranks of countless creatures go up, as long as there is enough time, then he can be called the strongest second-order world master, who will come. It doesn't work anymore. Sure enough, the containment is the most heaven-defying system. Ye Qing sighed. In other worlds, even if there are space formations and means of space expansion, but whether it is the means of Xianxia, magic, or technology, they are limited after all. Ye Qing's is the containment. It's completely unreasonable, and I don't tell you any scientific principles at all, and I don't tell you the principles of metaphysics. The containment is a bug. What does the card bug tell you? But at this time, Ye Qing felt a little bit of world consciousness. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that the world consciousness felt a little overwhelmed. World consciousness is like a giant tortoise. You build a house on top of the giant tortoise, expand your home, that's all right. However, once the limit is exceeded, the giant tortoise can't bear it. Now it has just reached a certain critical point. If it continues to expand, the world may collapse. Sure enough, although the containment is buggy, the world consciousness is still a normal system. Ye Qing sighed, let Dr. Clef stop for a while, don't build any more buildings. If it continues to be built, the world will collapse, so what's the point? In this regard, Dr. Clef seems to be very aware of this. He seems to have been regarded as the son of destiny, and he can vaguely feel part of the world consciousness. Therefore, for a long time, he did not use 184 to expand the space, nor did he build buildings. The most important thing is to look for meteorites and expand the real world area. Only in this way can there be a higher upper limit. Well, I don't know if there is a way to strengthen the world consciousness. Ye Qing murmured, thinking in his mind it would be great if the world consciousness can also be transformed into a containment object. In this way, there is no need to worry about the world collapsing, and there is no need to worry about the world consciousness being overwhelmed. Of course, even if the world consciousness is not transformed into a containment object, there are ways to strengthen the world, for example, the law fragments and high-dimensional fragments. Alas! As expected, high-dimensional shards and law shards are always in short supply. These things are hard currency. Ye Qing sighed. So far, Ye Qing has finally found out the current containment world. Immediately, with the thought in his mind, his consciousness returned to reality. Hey! He let out a long breath, and immediately looked at Mei Yuqing beside him. But see, Zhang Yuqing woke up early, and then, blinking her big eyes, looked at Ye Qing curiously. What's wrong? I still have flowers on my face. Ye Qing raised an eyebrow. How's it going? Tell me, how's your development going? Zhang Yuqing was in high spirits, and hurriedly asked. Well, the area of the world has expanded to 200,000 to 300,000 kilometers. Ye Qing said with a smile. Bah, I believe you ghost. Zhang Yu curled her lips lightly and snorted softly, forget it. Ye Qing smiled, what's the matter, no one believes the truth? Well, of course no one believes it's not that there are no world masters with an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, but what Ye Qing said is too outrageous. It was only 1,000 kilometers yesterday, but today it has directly become 200,000 kilometers. Who would believe that? Of course, Ye Qing's area of more than 200,000 kilometers is not the real area. How are you doing? Ye Qing didn't bother to talk about herself anymore, looked at Zhang Yuqing curiously, and asked with a smile. Oh, I've encountered a bottleneck. Zhang Yu sighed softly. What's wrong? Ye Qing was surprised, isn't it worth 2 billion? Why is there still a bottleneck? There are not enough races of biological species in the world. Zhang Yu said softly, and then told what she encountered. Her current system still focuses on the reproduction and birth of new creatures. In the current super leaf realm, human race, beast race, demon race, beastman race, beast demon race, and Warcraft human race have entered an endless loop. Even if they reproduce with each other, it is impossible to give birth to any other new races. If the infinite loop goes on, it is possible to give birth to some other epic Warcraft human race, but it is almost impossible to give birth to an epic. Now, she needs a unique, new race to join the super leaf realm, so that the balance can be broken, so that there is biological diversity. In her current situation in 5.1, the world area has expanded again. From last night to now, with various resources tilted, the void is used to mine meteorites, and even mineral veins. The world area has already reached 702 kilometers. But these 702 kilometers can't be converted into combat power. The so-called sparsely populated land is exactly what it is. Ye Qing pondered for a while, and then asked again, tell me, what kind of beasts does your beast clan have? If possible, you can let some of my creatures go to your world to leave some seeds. 7. Zhang Yuqing blushed, spat, glanced at the driver secretly, and then pretended to be innocent and said, the primitive beast race there are cows, horses, lions, tigers, snakes, sheep, monkeys, and pigs. Zhang Yu said a lot, of course, including some weak herbivores and the like. But all land creatures. Of course, there are also some flying in the sky, but they are all small animals, which are not counted in the combat power. Is there no sea life? Ye Qing asked. No. Zhang Yu lightly shook his head, at present, the ocean has not been added, only land animals. Even if there are no marine life, there is no reason to enter the bottleneck. Different beasts can also give birth to new species. Ye Qing said. However, Zhang Yu lightly shook his head and said, I've tried it, but it doesn't work. There seems to be a gap between different beasts, only orcs, monsters. Maybe the law is not perfect, or maybe the world's personality is not enough. Ye Qing speculated, then shook his head and said, forget it, it's pointless to think about it. On my side, dragon people, tiger people, winged people, etc., I think you have 3 special races here. One is the dragon snail family, the other is the gluttonous rabbit family, and the other is the dragon race. It is a special demon family, maybe it can help you a little bit. Chapter 81. Dragon snail? Gluttonous rabbit? Demon-hearted clan? Zhang Yu was slightly taken aback. These 3 are really races that she has never heard of. But what is this Demon Heart clan? Her attention instantly fell on the Demon Heart clan. This Demon Heart clan has a similar name to her demon clan, so she is obviously more curious about what this is. Well, the Demon Heart clan can be regarded as some kind of deformed monster, so you can treat it as a heart-spirited one. Ye Qing explained with a smile. Yes, this so-called Demon Heart clan is actually number -058, Heart of Darkness. That's right, the Heart of Darkness, after entering the containment world, has a tendency to form a family after a long period of development. It will hunt other creatures, others, meat pigs, ordinary rabbits, ordinary chickens, and ducks, etc., are fine. However, after he hunted and killed the cow's heart mutated strangely, and a second heart of darkness appeared. Ye Qing also doesn't know how to distinguish between the male and female of these things. Anyway, the second heart of darkness, and the first heart of darkness, began to reproduce and give birth to offspring. Although the speed at which their descendants are born is very slow, so far, there are only 8 hearts of darkness in total, and they do not yet have the conditions to become a family, but Ye Qing believes that if this thing continues to develop, it will definitely become a family. So, he just said it before. However, Zhang Yuqing was even more at a loss and puzzled. Heart becomes refined? What is this explanation? She doesn't understand it at all. I don't even know what kind of collapse setting this is. Seeing this, Ye Qing smiled, waved his hand, and in his hand, suddenly there was a demon heart with arthropod tentacles and spikes. Zhang Yu looked at it lightly, and her face changed. The distorted feeling, the weird sense of disobedience, almost made her faint from fright. Forget it, this kind of creature is not suitable for my world. Zhang Yuqing waved his hands again and again, with a small face. This heart is really too weird, she was terrified to see it. 11 That's all. Ye Qing smiled, the golden light flashed in his hand, and the devil heart disappeared instantly. Then, his heart moved, and there was another golden light flashing on his hands. These are the other 2 species, one is the dragon snail family, and the other is the gluttonous rabbit family. Ye Qing said. Accompanied by Ye Qing's words, the 2 groups of golden light on his hands finally condensed into 2 different creatures. Zhang Yu looked curiously. But see, on Ye Qing's left hand, there is a snail, which is not bad like a normal snail, but the only difference is that the head of this snail looks more like a dragon's head, with 2 horns, shining brightly. The golden eyes, the skin pupils, and the opening of the mouth, even more flames appeared. In those eyes, there is a light of wisdom. Obviously, this is not some irrational monster, but an intelligent creature with high intelligence. And on Ye Qing's right hand is a snow-white rabbit. It looks like a normal rabbit, its eyes are red, its nose is twitching, and it looks dumb. There is no doubt that this snow-white rabbit is very poignant. Her eyes were shining brightly, and she subconsciously held Tutu in her arms. Wow, bunny! She was delighted, even the aloof world lord couldn't hold back after seeing such a cute creature. However, suddenly, there was a burst of chewing sound. Zhang Yu was taken aback. What's the sound? Ye Qing had a strange complexion, and subconsciously set her eyes on the rabbit in Zhang Yuqing's arms. Sure enough, at this time, the rabbit was chewing and seemed to be eating something. Zhang Yuqing also lowered her head subconsciously, looking at the rabbit who was still eating something. She was also dumbfounded. What to eat? She didn't see what the rabbit was eating before. 2389, she feels cold. Break apart the rabbit and see. Shua. At this moment, her face instantly turned red. This dead rabbit is actually eating her clothes. If she were not in the car now, her high decibel scream would definitely resound through the sky. Awkward. It's so embarrassing. As soon as the rabbit was in her arms, she started eating her clothes. Just because he was kind, he ate a large piece of clothes, and the clothes that were not bad at all broke the situation in an instant. The point is, Ye Qing is still watching. Don't look. Zhang Yu stared lightly, her face getting redder and redder. Fortunately, there was a flash of light on her body. She changed her clothes instantly, and then hurriedly kept the rabbit away from her clothes. Humph! Bad bunny! Rogue! Zhang Yu tapped the bunny's nose. However, the rabbit suddenly opened its mouth and bit Zhang Yuqing's slender hand. That's why Zhang Yuqing reacted quickly and quickly pulled back her hand, so she didn't get bitten. She looked at the rabbit in front of her with some doubts. What kind of rabbit is this? It doesn't matter if it eats clothes, why is it biting people? Zhang Yuqing was a little confused. This is the first time I have seen such a weird rabbit. Rabbits also exist in her world. Of course, these rabbits are mainly used as food. Compared with the rabbit Ye Qing, it's like a world. I've said it all, this thing is called gluttonous rabbit, it's not an ordinary carnivorous rabbit. This thing can eat anything. It's really just like the legendary gluttonous rabbit. It even occasionally eats from its own tail. And eventually eat yourself. Ye Qing explained. Ah! Zhang Yu was slightly stunned. And this kind of rabbit? Is it okay to eat by yourself? However, don't worry, even if you eat yourself, it will be reborn from it. Ye Qing said with a smile. I see. Zhang Yuqing's eyes were shining brightly, looking at this rabbit. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. There are these two kinds of power in the blood, but it's not clear whether the offspring can awaken and develop this kind of power. Ye Qing said again. I know this. Zhang Yu nodded lightly. She had always followed this path, so she knew the pros and cons of it very well. She licked her lips lightly, and immediately looked at the dragon snail in Ye Qing's hand, and asked curiously, what ability does this dragon snail have? Well, their basic ability is actually to breathe fire. Of course, they also have wisdom, which is a kind of intelligent creature. Ye Qing said, and immediately, with the thought, several dragon snails appeared in his hands. It's just that these dragon snails are all different. Ye Qing also explained, there are many dragon snails in. Talking, Ye Qing.to explain. The first one, called Soft Belly, is a cute and squishy little pal. Excellent red skin like a fire engine, small black horns and belly, and a spotted brown shell. Pretty robin egg like blue eggs. The second type, Ooze Dragon, curious little thing, with clean banana yellow skin, curly horns and striped shell, light brown shell, just like a chicken. The third type, the Slime Wyvern, dark blue-gray skin, flat shell and the uneven horns on the head make the Slime Wyvern look like a sea monster. Eggs are dreamy glass green. The fourth type, the Mob Worm, green and gold stripes, a pointed shell, and a single horn, and a fluffy tail, which make the Mob Worm look more like a pet. The eggs are flat and have silver color. Fifth species, Glowing Dragons, looks like blue-black soft bellies, until they light up. Yes, glowing dragons can glow in the dark. Eggs are golden with red spots. The sixth type, Mud Dragon, fat and plump, green skin, original shell. The egg is transparent, so you can see the little dragon snail inside. These dragon snails are all different species of the original dragon snails. And since they came to the containment world, with the reproduction and birth, different dragon snails were finally born and multiplied. Of course, although there are 6 species, they are all dragon snails, just like different breeds of cats and dogs. The appearance may be different, but the species is the same. This was originally a container created in the image of a pet. So many years of evolution and development have only improved the wisdom and fire-breathing ability of dragon snails. The strongest of the dragon snail clan is the leader created by Ye Qing at the beginning, and his own strength is only high level. Strength is not their forte, wisdom is. Of course, dragon snails have the blood of dragons. Apart from breathing fire, they can actually evolve stronger. However, the dragon snails in the containment world have not developed in this way. Ye Qing didn't care about this either. After all, his main combat power is not the dragon snail. At this time, Zhang Yuqing's eyes lit up even more after hearing Ye Qing's explanation. 6 dragon snails, 6 different snails. Looking at these slimy little monsters, Zhang Yuqing not only did not dislike them, but was even more delighted. It's just too pet-like. 6 different kinds of dragon snails are like pets in dreams. Not only is it a creature she has never seen before, the most important thing is, it is so beautiful. However, Zhang Yu lightly looked at the gluttonous rabbit and the dragon snail and fell into entanglement again for a while. She has some difficulty choosing. The gluttonous rabbit is very talented, it is simply a born warrior. But the setting of the dragon snail is also very good. There is no doubt that it can really make her world more biologically diverse. As for the rabbit, in fact, this is a question of talent. In the end, Zhang Yuqing chose dragon snail. Ye Qing was also generous. Without hesitation, he chose 12 dragon snails of different species, a pair of each species, and gave them to Zhang Yuqing. Just put them in a safe and warm place, and after 7 to 10 days, they will be born. Ye Qing said. Then I talked about some details about taking care of the dragon snail. A glass of water a day can feed some ripe vegetables. However, the most important thing is, if you accept my dragon snail, your world is likely to have some changes, and then the law is getting closer to my world. Can you accept this? Ye Qing asked. This is very important. Although the dragon snail was created, the containment is the containment. Although some characteristics of the dragon snail are in line with biological principles, but in fact, this thing, after careful exploration, does not conform to biological principles and scientific principles at all. The dragon snail is still a kind of containment, and it is still a bug in the world and a bug in the universe. Bug. Once the first bug appears in Ye Qing's world, more bugs will appear one after another in the follow-up, and eventually, it will become a containment universe. In other words, Ye Qing will join his god system and become a member of his god system. Zhang Yu pursed her lips lightly. How could she not know this? As the world lord, she couldn't be more clear about this kind of thing. But, looking at Ye Qing, in the end, she nodded slightly. No regrets? For now, your system is not bad. Ye Qing asked. No regrets. Zhang Yu nodded 937's head. She has been able to see the potential in her world. As long as no new settings and new biological species are added, then her world will be like this, and there will be no improvement. Instead of adding any fairyland gods, Xianhuang gods, and magic gods, it is better to add this wonderful and weird world system created by Ye Qing. Okay. Ye Qing nodded, and put the 12 dragon snail eggs in Ye Qing's hands. The moment Ye Qing placed the dragon snail's egg in the Che realm, the laws of her world had already begun to undergo some changes unconsciously. As long as the dragon snail clan is still in the super leaf realm, the super leaf realm will get closer to the containment realm. When the dragon snail clan's influence on Che realm becomes deeper and deeper, in the end, Che realm will become a subsidiary god realm of containment realm. Unless Ye Qing can grit her teeth and cut off everything related to the dragon snail, otherwise, she will be Ye Qing's person in this life. It's cheap for you. Ye Qing said with a smile. Humph, if you get a cheap price, you can still buy a good boy. Zhang Yu snorted softly. Ye Qing smiled and didn't speak. At the same time, his mind moved, and he seemed to feel a certain world that had a certain connection with the containment world. And that world is exactly Ye Qing's super Yeji. Of course, Ye Qing felt vaguely, after all, the dragon snail's egg had just entered the Che realm, and it hadn't caused much impact yet. Finally. Squeak. The sound of brakes suddenly sounded, and the school finally arrived. Zhang Yu looked at it lightly, and was not in a hurry to watch the dragon snail. He paid the money and got out of the car. Soon, the two went to the principal's office familiarly. Today is a new mock exam. I don't know what the content of today's mock exam is. If it is still to purify the world, then Ye Qing can directly declare that he is the number one. However, it is impossible to think about it. There's definitely more to the mock exams. Coming. The old principal watched Zhang Yuqing and Ye Qing enter, smiled slightly, and nodded immediately, his face full of kindness. At this moment, there are only Ye Qing, Zhang Yuqing, and the old principal in the principal's office. They come early. Principal, what is the content of today's exam? Ye Qing asked with a smile. Okay, the old headmaster looked at Ye Qing, then at Zhang Yuqing, and was silent for a while, before he let out a long sigh. I feel like this mock exam is a bit redundant. What do you mean? Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing were taken aback. You will know when the time comes. The old headmaster said with a smile. Could it be? Ye Qing thought for a while, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Principal, don't tell me that the content of today's mock exam is a ladder battle. Chapter 82. From the words of the old principal. It is not difficult for Ye Qing to guess that this mock test is very likely to be a ladder battle. Otherwise, there is no need for the headmaster to say that mock exams are redundant. Just like the old principal, do you know what they did yesterday? However, at this time, Principal Tu smiled lightly and shook his head. Oh? Isn't it? Ye Qing was taken aback. Yes and no, it's more complicated than you imagined. The headmaster said, and then said, you will know when the time comes. Immediately, the old principal chatted with Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing for a while, and soon, other students entered the principal's office one after another. 15 people, almost all of them arrived. Some are excited, some are looking forward to it, and some are apprehensive. The old principal didn't talk nonsense. The virtual warehouse rose from the ground again, and 15 virtual warehouses appeared in front of everyone. This time, the old principal did not let Ye Qing come forward alone, but let everyone enter the virtual cooperation together. Everyone already had experience, and soon, they connected to the virtual light curtain and entered the constructed virtual world. After the brain-computer connection is complete, do you want to start the simulation test? In everyone's ears, at this moment, a sound resounded. Everyone nodded in agreement, and in the next second, everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and immediately, the whole person appeared in a boundless void. In the boundless void, there is a huge world. It is roughly estimated that the area of that huge world is at least 3,000 kilometers. A big world of 3,000 kilometers. At this moment, all the students were shocked and looked at the world of 3,000 kilometers in bewilderment. They were all stupid. The world that was only 300 kilometers yesterday has directly become 3,000 kilometers today? What's the joke? Originally, after a day and a night of development, many people continued to expand the world area. Many people have already exceeded the world area of 300 kilometers, and they are full of confidence. But who would have known that in the second mock exam, the area of the world was actually 3,000 kilometers? Silly. Everyone is stupid. They looked at the huge world suspiciously, the corners of their mouths twitching crazily. In their opinion, let alone them, even Ye Qing, who is known as a genius against the sky, may not be able to complete this mock exam safely. This is a world area of 3,000 kilometers. However, just when everyone was wondering, a panel appeared in front of them, and at the same time, a sweet female voice resounded throughout the virtual world. Second mock exam, fending off the void world. Mock test content: all colleges are invited to enter the void world, sit in one side, command the battle, defend against the invasion of the demons from the cracks in the demon world, and the annihilation of the void world will be considered a failure. Immediately, the notification sound said some big exam content. This is a big void world. In the big void world, there are 8 ladders in all directions, and outside these 8 ladders, there will be abyssal monsters invading from time to time. What they have to do is to defend. Void world. At this moment, all the students suddenly realized. It turned out to be a defense mission. They really thought they were fighting against the 3,000 kilometer void world. At this moment, everyone was full of confidence again. At this moment, Ye Qing's expression became slightly strange when he heard the details of the mock exam. Sure enough. He knew it, although it was a little different from what he had imagined. But the situation is still the same. It is nothing more than turning the original ladder of defense against the enemy into a commander in command. This test is the commanding ability and the ability to grasp the timing. Of course, it also has the meaning of targeting the world lord's own ability. After all, in the real void world, there are countless world masters. And in this virtual void world, there is only one person. The good news is that here, you can summon all your minions. 8 ladders, 8 guards. No matter how bad the world master is, the 8 guards can still make it out. In response, Ye Qing smiled confidently. Soon, after the announcement of the rules, Ye Qing only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and in the next second, he appeared in the virtual void world. He is located in the headquarters, and there is a sand table in front of him. On the sand table is the projection of the entire void world. The size of the world is small, only 3,000 kilometers, compared to the real void world, it is not a little bit smaller. But this is an exam after all. Ye Qing didn't go to familiarize herself with anything, after all, she has seen the real ones, let alone the virtual ones. He walked out of the command post instead, looking into the void. The void is full of stars, and it looks extraordinarily real, without any false elements. At the same time, Ye Qing looked at the crack facing the front of the virtual void world again. That is, the chasm of the abyss. Ye Qing had an idea before. Since the abyss demons can invade, why can't we humans invade the abyss? However, he didn't ask at the time. Now, he wants to try. He pondered for a while, and then asked directly, "Principal, is the simulated situation inside the abyss crack real?" In the principal's room, upon hearing Ye Qing's question, the principal was stunned for a moment, then frowned. After a long time, he responded, "The data is missing, there is no internal situation of the abyss crack, only some data of the monster." Is that so? Ye Qing frowned. Sure enough, human beings don't have the internal data of the abyss rift. If there is, it will definitely be lost in this mock exam. Perhaps, someone went to the abyss rift, but did not come back, or maybe, there is no courage to go to the abyss rift at all. Whatever the case. Alas. That's all. Ye Qing sighed, then returned to the headquarters and started to watch the sand table. Soon, he had a general understanding of this void world. The virtual one is virtual after all, and it can't compare with the real void world at all. Before, the number 18 void world that Ye Qing went to had an area of at least tens of thousands of kilometers. There were 8 ladders, and each ladder had 10,800 steps. And this simulated void world has an area of only 3,000 kilometers. Although there are also 8 ladders, each ladder has only 360 steps. A simulation is a simulation after all. It is not a serious exam, nor is it a serious war. Hey! Ye Qing let out a breath often. Just then, in the void, sweet female voices sounded. The commander is in place, the abyssal monsters are about to invade, and the void war is about to begin. The enemy army still has 30 seconds to reach the battlefield, please get ready. When the reminder sounded, everyone's heart trembled. They hurriedly summoned their own creatures and sent them to the 8 ladders to guard them respectively. And Ye Qing sighed. Listening to the notification tone, he smiled slightly. Project the containment world, summon. Ye Qing said softly, and for a second, a huge phantom of the world appeared behind him and above his head. With a world area of 1,600 kilometers, plus the high-rise buildings made of reinforced concrete, it feels heavy. Surrounded by void battleships, spaceships stretch across the void, almost armed to the teeth. At the same time, following Ye Qing's thoughts, a statue of void appeared behind him. A statue with a wide-brimmed hat, an enhanced version of 173 Peanut. A snow-white rabbit the size of a dog. A grotesque humanoid monster covering its face. A horrible, terrifying, somewhat rotten old man. A tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex with a huge body and full of tyrannical aura. A coffin. A beak mask looks like a medieval doctor with a beak. A very well-behaved cat. And, a blonde woman with a cold face, wearing a divine armor. Little Peanut, gluttonous rabbit, 096, scary old man, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Abel, plague doctor, strange cat, holy Kaisa. 9 guys. Among them, only the epidemic doctor is still high level. Little Peanut, gluttonous rabbit, and 096 are epic. The rest are extraordinary. Immediately, Ye Qing dispatch. Void big world, 8 ladders, according to the 8 trigrams. Little Peanut and epidemic doctor are placed in the dry position facing the crack in the abyss, and the different cat is placed in the kun position behind the void world. The gluttonous rabbit is placed in the exchange position in the left corner of the dry position. 096 is placed in the sun position in the right corner of the dry position. Holy Keisha is placed in the off position on the left. The coffin, which is Abel, is placed in the right ridge. The scary old man and the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex are placed in the rear respectively, which is a good place for writing. At this point, 8 directions and 8 people are already in place. The reason why Ye Qing released only a high-level epidemic doctor is really helpless. Since the creation of the epidemic doctor, he has not been promoted by half a rank, so far, he is still a high rank. It always feels like something is missing. It was released this time to see if the epidemic doctor has a chance to improve himself and make himself stronger. With the strong control of Peanut, the epidemic and medical problems should not be big. If it doesn't work, he will take it down again. He still has a lot of ladder guardians to fill in. Finally, following the deployment of Ye Qing, each of the generals arrived at the end of the ladder where he was. When the 30 seconds were up, he could see that in the huge crack of the abyss, a monster with a terrifying figure and a vicious aura appeared. Here we come. At this moment, from the seat, Holy Kaisa looked at the crack in the void, looked at the dense monsters, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed, and she pursed her lips subconsciously. She was a little helpless. She originally thought that she would be able to fight the enemy, but she didn't think that the position she was assigned could only be regarded as the second echelon. The first echelon turned out to be that rabbit and that weird person. She sighed, but there was nothing she could do. At the same time, above the threshold, inside the coffin inside the black cube, the coffin lid rumbled, and immediately, a thin man with a grim face and somewhat dark complexion slowly sat up from the coffin. It wasn't until now that it was clear that the man had countless obscure tattoos of devil's face, which looked extremely hideous. Number 076, Abel. Abel woke up, got down from the coffin, looked at the black cube, his eyes flickered, and stepped out of the black cube without saying a word. After an era of adaptation, Abel's sanity became more and more clear. Today, he will no longer lose his sanity after walking out of the black cube. Stepping out of the black cube, Abel immediately noticed the crack in the abyss. Those densely packed monsters looked at people with numb scalp and terrified. Looking around, these monsters include the original abyss monsters, as well as fallen monsters. However, the strength of these monsters is generally not very strong, most of them are only middle level, and only a small part are high level. Abel curled his lips, completely interest. In his eyes, these monsters of the same level are no different from ants, or they will challenge stronger ones. In this direction, he said that it doesn't matter. And at the same time, with the appearance of monsters, densely packed, tsunami-like groups of monsters are rolling towards the simulated void world. They split into 3 groups. All the way to Peanut's position, all the way to the gluttonous rabbit's position, all the way to the destruction of 096. The three-way army is mighty, with the terrifying momentum of crushing, coming towards the void world. However, the first army suddenly froze when they were halfway there. Then, they started dancing on the spot. That scene was as funny as it could be. As for the gluttonous rabbit who had been converted, after seeing the densely packed army, his nose twitched, and then he opened his mouth wide. Roar! A terrifying animal roar suddenly erupted, and immediately, the heaven-defying suction swept from the gluttonous rabbit's mouth, good money, and the terrifying suction swept over the 2 armies. All of them were sucked into the mouth of the gluttonous rabbit like a whirlwind of clouds. The gluttonous rabbit pouted and licked its tongue, then continued to lie down on the ladder and began to doze off. Look at the 096's Sunda. The battle here is a bit slow. There is no other reason, at this moment, 096 is still crying. Seeing that the army had already arrived, and was about to go up the ladder, the hideous face of the monster was already in sight, even, the monster had already raised its sword and moved towards 096 hacked over. But at this moment, 096 stopped crying suddenly. Those eyes looked fiercely at the monster in front of him, and the next second, pfft! That something was pierced by a paw in an instant, chilling my heart. The killing begins. During the battle of 096, it will not cover its face. No matter who it is, as long as it sees his face, it will explode in a terrifying attack. It doesn't matter if it's too late to devour it, as long as it's finished killing, it's the same if you swallow it slowly. Compared with 173's dance and the gluttonous rabbit's gulp, 096's battle is even more bloody and terrifying. What a pile of dead bodies all over the field, piled up like a mountain. Under 096's claws, the densely packed monsters couldn't last around at all, so they were directly pierced and eaten. Middle level and high level are nothing but ants. Massacre, utter massacre. The fight only started for 3 minutes, and then it was over. And the dancing monsters at 173. The epidemic doctor finally started to kill the quartet. Although I am an enemy, I am a doctor. There is a plague in your body, and only I can heal you. The epidemic doctor strode towards the void, the eyes under the mask shone with light, and the long voice resounded through the void. Heal all, you, and be born again. Chapter 83. Finally, the epidemic doctor began to kill the quartet. That's a point, but all the monsters he touches will be instantly killed. Yes, kill them all. That tentacle of death is simply terrifying. The point is, those monsters have no way to resist. Under 173's strong control, who can resist? It's almost impossible. Therefore, the epidemic doctors pointed at each other, and they all fell down in a blink of an eye. The point is, this is not over yet. The epidemic doctor took out countless surgical instruments from his medicine box, and began to perform surgery on the spot, which is bloody and hideous. Then, those fallen monsters all stood up again. One by one, they all became the stitched deformed monsters, eyes not eyes, noses not noses, legs not legs. In short, the monster is still the original monster, but the body is dislocated in various ways, and the original appearance cannot be seen at all. Of course, it does not mean that it can be successfully cured every time, and this has nothing to do with probability. In the end, a total of 1,500 troops stood behind the epidemic doctor in unison, filling the entire ranking ladder, and all of them became the epidemic doctor's subordinates. Oh, no, it cannot be said that he became a subordinate. It can only be said that these monsters have all become patients cured by the epidemic doctor. These patients are just full of gratitude to the epidemic doctor, thinking that they must follow the epidemic doctor in order to repay. And at this time, the principal's room. The principal looked at the virtual projection screen on Ye Qing's cabin, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he looked at everything that happened on the screen with some progress. Good guy. You call this a cure? Do the creatures created by Ye Qing have any strange properties? Also, what kind of system monsters are these monsters? Cannot understand. The old headmaster scratched his head. He thought he could be regarded as a veteran world master, and he saw countless strange worlds, until he saw the world in Ye Qing's world. Well, that statue, he is familiar with, is the very first creature created by Ye Qing. Now, it just has a wide-brimmed hat. Others, such as the terrifying rabbit, swallowed all the monsters in one bite? This is simply not directly proportional to the cute appearance, and there is a strange sense of absurdity. And that humanoid monster? Good guy, that combat power is simply terrifying. How does this brain work? The old headmaster was a little surprised. It doesn't matter if you have a whimsical idea. In today's era, who doesn't have a whimsical idea? However, transforming this fantastic idea into real combat power is beyond the reach of ordinary people. 157 Ye Qing's side, that was the first wave of monsters destroyed. Look at the other students. Well, Zhang Yuqing's combat strength is also very good. There are 8 positions on the ladder, and the first 3 positions have 3 epic level female monsters. The rest are also epic level monsters. 3 epics, 5 extraordinary, strong fighting power. The first wave of monsters was almost crushed, and the time to finish the battle with Ye Qing was only 3 to 5 seconds behind. Look at Liu Yi and other students. Except for that Liu Yi who is still able to do a job with ease, the other students seem to be in a hurry. However, the strength of the first wave of monsters can only be considered average. Even if they are in a hurry, they can be solved quickly. Finally, the second wave of monsters is coming. Ye Qing over there. As the first wave of monsters was eliminated, the second wave of monsters quickly followed. This batch of monsters is different again. Basically, they are all high level, and there are 5 super level monsters. 5 extraordinary monsters, each with 3000 high level monsters, came to attack and kill in 5 directions. Undoubtedly, after encountering Little Peanut, a team got stuck and stood there and started dancing. The second team was also swallowed by the gluttonous rabbit. The third team, after 096 cried, started the massacre. The fourth team finally came to the Holy Kaisa side. It's finally here. Holy Kaisa was full of excitement, eager to try. Boom! At this moment, she was surrounded by air currents, and whirlwinds blew up in the empty space. Immediately, an invisible force lifted up the Holy Kaisa, and a golden sword appeared in her hand. Her eyes also had a golden light, and behind her, a pair of sacred golden wings appeared vaguely. In the name of God, heaven's punishment. Saint Kaimo looked at the abyssal monsters coming towards this side, raised his golden sword, and immediately towards those monsters 10. Boom! At this moment, dark clouds instantly gathered above the heads of the group of monsters, and the next second, thunder and lightning flashed. The terrifying divine thunder erupted, and the thunder rumbled, annihilating those 3000 monsters in an instant. Even, the extraordinary monster that took the lead didn't last for 2 rounds at all, and was wiped out in ashes. And Abel's sighed. Looking at the thousands of monsters, he glanced coldly, and immediately, with a move of his hand, a big black sword fell in his hand, BBD. The spinning blade erupts, and the holy slaughter begins. The pitch-black sword is deeper than the abyss, and the fierce battle is like a blooming flower of death. Every move is fatal. Although he doesn't have a large-scale obliteration skill, Abel did single out 3000. Killing one person in one step, blood spilled into the sky. For a moment, the battlefield between 096 and Abel was filled with corpses and blood. And Peanut over there. Undoubtedly, at the moment of being forcibly controlled, the epidemic doctor, and even those who were cured by the epidemic doctor, rushed up and began to kill these monsters. In the holy name, heal everything. The extraordinary abyssal monster still wanted to resist, but in the end, it was pointed out by the epidemic doctor and burped. Finally, after all the monsters burped, the epidemic doctor took out various medical equipment again and began to heal. Then, the monsters behind him grew more and more densely, stretching across the void. In addition to the previous ones, there are a total of 3000 distortion monsters. Hiss! The old headmaster gasped as he watched. Terrible, the doctor with the beak mask and the weird statue are simply the perfect match. One is in charge of strong control, and the other is in charge of killing. Even, it can supplement its own strength. The more you fight, the stronger you get. Because the strength of this second wave of monsters has been significantly enhanced, the students who were in a hurry before are even more embarrassed. Even Liu Yi felt a little bit of pressure. Some monsters had already climbed the ladder, which forced Lucai to send more monsters to stop him. Zhang Yuqing over there. It can be said that it is worthy of the existence of epic creatures. An epic creature that can completely crush everything. Of course, her supernatural beings, not although her supernatural creature types are very strange, and she has many special talents, but there are so many people on the opposite side, it is inevitable that there will be some pressure. Fortunately, the 3 epic level creatures can roam around on the battlefield, which can finally reduce the pressure to a certain extent. Overall, the pressure of the second wave is not great. It only takes time, and the monster can always be eliminated. So, how are you going to stop the third wave? The principal murmured, looking at Ye Qing. The third wave of monsters is coming. Boom. At this moment, the void began to vibrate. But I saw, in the crack of the abyss, an abyssal monster with a terrifying aura descended. Ye Qing is very familiar with the figure of the abyss monster. It is an abyssal demon with a slender figure, barbed elbows, and a single horn. A total of 7. Moreover, they are all epic monsters. Behind these epic level monsters, there are densely packed extraordinary level abyssal monsters. This is the third wave of monsters. Not only on Ye Qing's side, but also on other students' side, the third wave of monsters also appeared. They were all stunned when they saw the epic abyssal monster with a slender figure and a terrifying aura. Epic level. Someone swallowed, full of horror, full of disbelief. They are just trainee world masters, and they are supposed to face epic monsters? The extraordinary level before had already put them under a lot of pressure, and even some students' ladders were destroyed. The destruction of the sky ladder means that one party will miss and cannot go deep into the void to defend against the enemy. At that time, the pressure will only increase. In the end, the entire void world will completely collapse. It's so extraordinary. And now, there are 7 epics and countless extraordinary monsters. How to fight this? FK it. Can't beat it at all. Boom. At this moment, the army of the abyss began to invade. Just 3 minutes. One of the virtual cabins opened, and then, a student walked out of the cabin in a daze. The abyss invaded, the big world collapsed. In just 3 minutes, he was surrounded by dense abyss monsters. As the world lord, the moment he died, it meant that the mock exam was over. The point is, I don't know this student. In a short time, 3 more virtual warehouses were opened, and the other 3 students came out of the virtual warehouses in a daze. They've been through it all too. They are still in a trance. Then, discuss again looking at the principal one by one, they couldn't help complaining, "Principal, isn't this too perverted? Shouldn't monsters of this epic level come one by one?" "That's right, Principal. How can there be 7 at a time? The difficulty is soaring." "Yes, Principal. Are you sure it's not a system error?" the students said, and they still haven't come to their senses. However, listening to the complaints from the students, the old principal smiled, and he said quietly, "Abyssal monsters don't know how to teach you martial arts. Do you think it's unreasonable to come to 7 epic level abyssal monsters at once? But in fact, in real life during the war, let alone 7 at a time. Even if the devil comes personally, it is not impossible." As soon as these words came out, all the students were speechless. "Look at them and study hard," the old principal urged again, pointing to the remaining students who are still in the virtual world. 11 people left. They looked at each other. Some people are also in a precarious situation. 6 of the 8 ladders have disappeared. Perhaps, they will fail in a short time. They didn't pay too much attention to this. Instead, they set their sights on Ye Qing, Chuan Yuqing, and Liu Yi. At this time, Liu Yi also lost a ladder, and the rest of the ladders were being gradually destroyed. That epic monster is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, Liu Yi mobilized the combat power of other ladders, several creatures besieged an epic monster, and finally managed to kill it, and then continued to besiege the others. Maybe every ladder will be damaged to a certain extent, but as long as the speed is fast, a few can still be kept. Liu Yi survived this wave, so the problem is naturally not big. Look at Zhang Yuqing again. The situation on Zhang Yuqing's side is much better. With the advent of epic monsters, Zhang Yuqing's 3 witches also quickly stepped forward, 3 against 7. At first, the 3 witches were still at a disadvantage, but gradually, relying on their natural talents, the three witches began to kill one by one. Perhaps, this wave of monsters will consume a little more time, but in the end, it will be able to survive the third wave of monsters. Look at Ye Qing again. It's just that the more people look at it, the more weird it feels in one direction. Those monsters are dancing happily, even epic monsters are no exception. One location is empty, only a rabbit hiccups there. In the other two directions, two humanoid monsters raged, killing Wushuan, one sharp claw, one spinning blade, the terrifying killing breath spread, and corpses littered the field. Even epic creatures can't stop them with a grab and a sword. In one direction, there is a heroic, goddess-like existence, who holds a divine sword, summons storms and lightning, and blasts countless monsters to pieces in an instant. On the other side, an old man who looked slow was indeed walking on the battlefield with one hand in hand. The black corrosive slime on his body fell on some monsters, and was instantly corroded into a puddle of liquid. And that epic-level abyssal monster really disappeared without a trace, and I don't know where it went. There is another location, which is a tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex with a terrifying figure. This tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex was even more against the sky. With a roar, a terrifying dragon power spread, and all the abyss monsters under the pressure trembled and did not dare to step forward. Immediately, the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex fought with the epic abyss monster with its extraordinary body. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex was constantly injured, and the epic abyss monster was also constantly injured. However, at the end of the fight, the epic-level abyssal monster was overwhelmed and fell down. Only now did everyone see that the wound on the epic abyss monster still had thick water and dark green venom. Poisoned. A Tyrannosaurus Rex was so poisonous, who would have guessed it? The point is, the wounded tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex began to devour the corpse of the epic abyss monster again, devouring it with a big mouthful, and the flesh and blood flew everywhere. After that, the wounds on his body also healed quickly. And the rest, the abyssal monsters affected by Longwei. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex naturally didn't dislike it, and swallowed them all one by one. 7th Root Army, what a miserable situation. Gollum. At this moment, all the students who saw this scene swallowed, their eyes filled with horror. But, scary, is this the monster created by Ye Qing? Hiss, KO fan beats epic level creatures? Still not down? Terrible. Isn't it fake? The epic abyssal monster looks like a game in Ye Qing's hands. What kind of monsters are these? Why are they still dancing? Even, the army is empty all the way? Aren't there 7 abyssal monsters as promised? Why are there only 5? Hehe, you guys came late, I saw. That rabbit was terrifying, opened his mouth wide, and the epic-level abyssal monster was also swallowed. And that slow-moving old guy, when the epic-level abyssal monster appeared the moment he tapped it, the epic-level abyssal monster disappeared. There is a high probability that it will disappear. Damn it! Is it so against the sky? Cowhide. I can only say cowhide. Rabbit cowhide. That old guy is also cowhide. And that tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex is even better. Damn it, it's okay for Ye Qing to be evil, but the creatures created by Ye Qing are also so evil? I'm envious. If I have a creature that can defeat the strong with the weak, it won't be beaten out so quickly. At this moment, everyone was discussing, looking at Ye Qing's virtual projection screen. It was envious. Chapter 84. At this moment, in the headmaster's room, there were discussions among the students. At this time, in the virtual void world, Ye Qing looked at those miserable epic-level abyssal monsters who were beaten, and smiled slightly. Fortunately, it's still a little different from the epic abyss monsters in reality. Ye Qing nodded secretly. Normally speaking, creatures of different ranks have absolute crushing strength in terms of strength. However, this is a virtual world, which is simulated. Of course, it's not just because of this, but more importantly, because these creatures of his are actually very strong. Either it has strong characteristics, or it is itself very strong. Like the most ordinary and innocuous tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although it is still at the extraordinary level, it has already become an extraordinary high-level existence, and it is one step away from becoming an epic-level existence. In addition, it once devoured the flesh and blood of an evil dragon. At that time, it successfully evolved, and it also inherited part of the abilities of the evil dragon, possessing dragon power. Plus, it has a dragon ball in its body. With multiple bonuses, the strength is also against the sky, and it is not a problem to resist ordinary epic-level abyssal monsters. Ye Qing finally discovered that there is no way to increase strength by blindly cultivating. For example, Tyrannosaurus Rex, you still have to go to battle to kill the enemy, so as to break through the strength and become stronger. Of course, the epidemic doctor must be the same. His system itself is not a system of practice. Even if there is a thaumaturgy system, the Protoss is also deducing a higher level of the thaumaturgy system, but not everyone is suitable for the thaumaturgy system. Like a tyrannical T-Rex. It also does thaumaturgy, but it doesn't use it. What does that mean? It means that it believes that using thaumaturgy is not as fast as killing him directly. Some guys, who have learned thaumaturgy, can explode very strong combat power, but some creatures, who have learned thaumaturgy, can only be used as support. Sure enough, war and killing are still needed. Ye Qing murmured. He has already decided that when today is over, he will go to the Extraordinary Guild and find a zombie world to hone his skills. At this time, with the continuous killing, the epic-level abyssal monsters were wiped out, and this third wave of monsters was finally wiped out. The speed is very fast, not much different from the previous frequency. It's the third wave. I don't know what's going on with Zhang Yuqing. Ye Qing murmured, then shook her head. He didn't want to think about it that much. After all, it was just a mock exam, and it wasn't the real defense against the void. Moreover, Zhang Yuqing is also experienced. Instead, he began to think about what the next wave of monsters would be like. The first wave of monsters is composed of middle-level and high-level monsters. The second wave of monsters consists of 5 extraordinary and high-level monsters. The third wave of monsters is composed of 7 epics and extraordinary. Then this fourth wave. Ye Qing's eyes glowed with gold. Could it be that there will be legendary creatures appearing? If it's really legendary. In fact, it's okay, either he will be shot to death directly, or he will send a gatekeeper. Anyway, he has the means to deal with legendary creatures. However, at this moment, it was obvious that 8 monsters emerged from the crack in the abyss. Yes, only 8. Moreover, the most important thing is that the aura emanating from these 8 abyssal monsters is only extraordinary. Yes, only extraordinary. This is the fourth wave of monsters, 8 extraordinary creatures. At this moment, not only Ye Qing was stunned, but the students who came out of the principal's room one after another, plus the previous 4 students, a total of 8 people have been eliminated. The 8 people looked at the fourth wave of monsters on Ye Qing's virtual projection screen in bewilderment and disbelief. Looking at those 8 extraordinary abyssal monsters, they were completely dumbfounded. Extraordinary? This fourth wave of monsters is actually only extraordinary. Is it fake? Principal, please cheat, yet ask him to cheat. If I had known that the fourth wave was an extraordinary level monster, I would have persisted. Woohoo! Extraordinary monster, it's just an extraordinary monster? Principal, what the hell is this? At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. They were still wondering if the fourth wave of monsters were legend-level monsters, but they didn't expect that they were just a few extraordinary-level monsters? Not strong but weak? What is this? Go through the back door? Look carefully. The headmaster smiled and said, this is no ordinary extraordinary monster. Not an ordinary extraordinary monster. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at the virtual projection screen in unison. No matter how they looked at it, no matter how they felt, it was just an ordinary extraordinary monster. What else is special? They don't understand. And at this time, along with Ye Qing, 8 extraordinary monsters appeared, and Zhang Yuqing, Lu Yi, and other students also appeared 8 extraordinary monsters. Zhang Yuqing still has an epic abyss monster that has not been solved yet. Lu Yi also has 3 epic-level abyssal monsters that have yet to be resolved. Other students also have several epic-level abyssal monsters that have not been resolved. Similarly, there are even a large number of extraordinary-level abyssal monsters that have not been resolved. Even, several people's ladders have collapsed, leaving only 3 or 5 ladders. Seeing that there was another monster spawned, everyone's heart trembled at first, and then, after seeing that it was an extraordinary monster, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Extraordinary monsters. Don't worry if you have too many debts, don't itch if you have too many lice. So what if there are 8 more extraordinary monsters from the abyss? As long as the epic-level abyssal monsters in front of us are dealt with, everything will be fine. Epic-level abyssal monsters are not a problem, so what are extraordinary-level abyssal monsters? Everyone thinks so. Then, a cadet was still fighting with the creature that commanded himself barely reached the epic level, but didn't want to whoosh whoosh. Those 8 extraordinary level abyssal monsters indeed pierced through the void, crossed the ladder, wrapped in terrifying power, and descended into the void world in an instant. Then, chi. On the virtual screen, bursts of data streams flickered, and in the next second, the cabin opened directly. The student stood up from the cabin with a dazed face. Moreover, it wasn't just him, voices also sounded in the other 3 cabins, and that cabin was also opened. What happened? Someone saw it and hurried forward to ask. I do not know. The man spoke, still a little confused. Ask again, others are even more confused, and have no idea what happened. Before I was about to die, I seemed to see an extraordinary abyssal monster jumping in, and it punched me to death if I didn't talk about martial arts. Suddenly, someone spoke, in a trance, until now still in a state of confusion. The rest of the people were also in a daze, saying one by one, as if they saw something. But it was too fast, they didn't react at all, they just g. When everyone heard this, they were speechless, and then all looked at the principal. Principal, is this an extraordinary abyssal monster? Are you sure it's not a legendary Leiwin monster? What's the matter if you jump directly into the void world and fight the world? That's right, Principal. Could this be a bug in the system? A transcendent level abyssal monster, is it better than epic? Headmaster. Everyone was talking, chattering. Obviously, I don't believe that extraordinary level abyssal monsters can be so strong. It just doesn't make sense. Seeing the people asking questions, the old headmaster chuckled and said 2 words softly, divinity. Divinity. When everyone heard this, their eyes widened one by one, faces full of confusion and bewilderment. Then, someone reacted. FK, is it a divine creature? Principal, you mean, those 8 extraordinary abyss monsters are divine creatures? Good. The headmaster nodded. No wonder. I won't complain about losing. It turned out to be a divine creature. Divine creatures. Come and see 8 of them, how do you fight them? Hiss, it turned out to be divinity. At this moment, everyone was talking, murmuring, and gasped. Some people don't know what a divine creature is, and soon some students explain it a divine creature, that must be able to become the supreme existence. At the same level, those with divinity and those without divinity are simply 2 species. With divinity, even if you are only extraordinary, you can still beat the epic. This is the suppression from the divinity, the suppression from the personality. Hearing this, everyone was even more in a trance, feeling unbelievable. Wait, didn't you say that this is a supernatural creature with divine nature? How did it come to Ye Qing? It seems to be no different from ordinary supernatural beings. Suddenly, someone spoke. As soon as these words came out, it attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone glanced at the virtual screen where Ye Qing was. It's okay if you don't look. Seeing this, everyone was stunned again. But see, after the 8 extraordinary creatures appeared, they were stopped. One of them is dancing lightly in the dry position. The other one, swallow the roe in one gulp. Another one, stopped by the weird figure with its claws, started scratching frantically, and for a while, fell down. Another one was directly slashed by the man holding a big black sword. Another one, which was struck by the storm and lightning summoned by the holy Kaisa. Another one was caught by the slow-moving scary old man, and he didn't know where it went. Another one, finally with some supernatural power, crushed the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex, but after a while, there was no way to forcibly kill the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex. The last one is also the extraordinary divine abyss monster that has reached the position of Kun. After seeing the little cat, I was stunned for a while, and then stepped forward to stroke the cat, plus. I can't stand it anymore. Is it okay to pet a cat? People are stupid. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What about divinity? Ask for flowers. The result was pretty much the same as before. Look at Zhang Yuqing and Lu Yi. Well, with the appearance of divine and extraordinary creatures, the battle instantly became overwhelming. Lu Yi's epic level creatures were destroyed in an instant, and then those extraordinary level divine abyss monsters were killed in front of Lu Yi in an instant. Zhang Yuqing was not much better either. Even if Zhang Yuqing has more epic monsters in the abyss, he can hold on for a while at most. Divine creatures are really crushing. Chi. In the next second, Lu Yi's virtual warehouse was also opened, and then he walked out with a dark face. What is this? So strong? He was a little confused. Then he glanced at Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing who were still in the virtual warehouse, and their faces darkened even more. Ye Qing hasn't come out yet, he can understand, but Zhang Yuqing hasn't come out yet, he didn't expect it. A woman is stronger than him? He is a little hard to accept. Soon, amidst the discussions of the surrounding students, he understood why those transcendent-level abyssal monsters BB3. Divinity. It turned out to be a supernatural-level abyssal monster. He frowned. Can't even deal with an extraordinary divine nature? Look at Zhang Yuqing again, number Zhang Yuqing has already carried it down. Yes. After fighting off 2 epics and 5 transcendents, in the end, the 8 transcendent-level divine creatures were reluctantly spelled out. On the latter, there is only 1 epic witch left. And this epic level witch is also in a bit of a bad state, so you don't need to think about it, Zhang Yuqing will definitely be eliminated in the next round. Look at Ye Qing again. Of the 8 divine abyssal monsters of extraordinary rank, 6 of them have been eliminated. The remaining 2, one is petting the cat, even half of the body has been eaten by the cat without knowing it, obviously, it won't last long. There was another one that crushed and beat that tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex is strong, but at this moment, it seems stretched. It was beaten by the extraordinary divine abyss monster, and in the end, it was torn to pieces by the extraordinary divine abyss monster. It finally defended the dignity of divinity. However, at this moment, bang! A gunshot sounded suddenly. Pfft! The supernatural abyss monster, which was still a bit majestic before, was headshot in an instant, and immediately burped. From the end of the sky ladder in the great void world, a figure walked slowly, wearing a cloak, carrying a shotgun, with a wicked smile on his face, striding over, and immediately, kicked the corpse of the abyss monster away. Everyone who saw this was stunned again. Good guy, how many cards does Ye Qing have? A divine and extraordinary creature was shot in the head? Hiccup directly? They looked at the man in surprise. And this person, without a doubt, was Dr. Clef. And at this time, in the great void world. Sure enough, the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex is still too weak. Ye Qing sighed. Tyrannosaurus Rex, it's okay to hit a dozen ordinary epics, but it's not good when you encounter divinity. After all, the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex doesn't have any sky-defying characteristics. In this respect, it really suffers. No way, Dr. Clef is on. The 4th wave is divine-level extraordinary creatures, so the 5th wave should be divine-level epic creatures. Ye Qing pondered. God-level epic creatures, even him, feel a little tricky. Without revealing the whole cards, Dr. Abel Clef and his wife will be the only ones who can fight with epic divine creatures. The gluttonous rabbit is directly crushed, after all, the gluttonous rabbit is also an epic divinity. As for Abel and Dr. Clef, they need to fight for a while. For other containments, guys from all directions, it is still a bit difficult to fight against epic divinity. Little Peanut's strong control may be good for epics, and it is also good for extraordinary divinity, but against epic divinity Xian. It is estimated that the death tentacles of the epidemic doctor will hardly work miraculously. However, fortunately, the epidemic doctor has cured many monsters, and now he has nearly 5,000 younger brothers, so he can fight a wave of consumption. For 096, it should be 3 to 7, and for 096-3, the epic level divine abyss monster is 7. If it's a scary old man, I guess it won't work, maybe 19 to 10, there is only a 10% chance of winning. Holy Xianxia, there is no other way. Although the Holy Xianxia is also a divinity, it is an extraordinary divinity after all. She's different from Dr. Clef. Dr. Clef's battle is engraved in the instinct, guns and headshots. Are you afraid? So, do you need to expose your whole cards? Summon the gatekeeper? Ye Qing pondered, looking into the void. Finally, in the void, rays of light appeared. A terrifying abyssal monster exuding a tyrannical aura appeared on the battlefield. Epic Level Divine Abyssal Monster 1. Chapter 85. Epic Level Divine Abyss Monster. At this moment, everyone was stunned when they saw the Epic Divine Abyss appear. Although this was already expected, they were still stunned when they saw the Epic Level Divine Abyssal Monster appear. The extraordinary Divine Abyssal Monsters have already made them feel hopeless, and now, the Epic Divine Abyssal Monsters have appeared. Don't think about it, if it's them instead, stick to it. Oh no, there is no so-called persistence at all. After all, they are no longer able to deal with the extraordinary divine abyss monsters, let alone the epic divine abyss monsters. At this time, only Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing are still in the virtual warehouse. Everyone looked at Ye Qing, then at Zhang Yuqing. In the end, they still set their sights on Ye Qing's virtual warehouse. Although Zhang Yuqing resisted the previous extraordinary level divine abyss monster, but there is only one creature with combat power left under him. It is almost impossible to defeat this epic level divine abyss monster. If you want to see the operation, you have to watch Ye Qing. At this time, in the virtual void world, Ye Qing narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the epic level divine abyss monster gradually appearing in the crack of the abyss. This time, there were not many epic level divine abyssal monsters. There are only 3 of them. 3. Ye Qing let out a long breath. Luckily there were only 3. Before, he thought about whether he was going to expose the gatekeeper's trump card. But now it seems that there is no need to expose the whole card of the goalkeeper. This time, he was still very cautious. This time was different from the last time. This time, it was a serious need to summon creatures to defend against the enemy. If you cannot expose your whole card, you should try not to expose it. It's all right now. There are only 3 abyss monsters. There are also divine creatures under him. The gluttonous rabbit is also at the epic level, and it is also divine. Dr. Clef, although he is only an extraordinary divinity, but his combat power is even more against the sky. It is not a problem at all to defeat the strong with the weak. It is not a big problem to fight a dozen epic level divinity abyss monsters. And there's Abel. Extraordinary, divine. With Abel's fighting power, it shouldn't be a problem to fight a dozen epic level divine abyss monsters. With this in mind, Ye Dang started to adjust his position without saying a word. Put the gluttonous rabbit in the Kun position. Put Dr. Clef in the position and Abel in the position. 3 parties, it is not a big problem to deal with these 3 epic level divine abyss monsters. But at this time, at the moment when the epic level divine abyss monster appeared, 3 monsters, divided into 3 parties, invaded the void world respectively. Only a monster, go to the dry position, and then... Pfft. In the next second, the epic level divine abyssal monster opened its mouth, and directly swallowed the epic level divine abyssal monster. Swallowed. Straightforward swallowed, no follow-up. It's that simple, easy, and simple. Ye Qing is not surprised by this. However, the students who watched this scene were completely dumbfounded after seeing this scene. Swallowed. Gilu. Am I reading that right? That rabbit directly swallowed that epic divine abyss monster. Is it fake? Am I dazzled? Is this an epic level divine abyss monster? No, who is the monster? Isn't this rabbit so fierce? From the beginning to now, no monster can hold that bite. My boy, what kind of rabbit is this? All the students looked at this scene in horror, and they were all dumbfounded. And at this time... Hey! The last virtual warehouse finally opened. Zhang Yuqing stood up in a daze, and walked out of the virtual warehouse. She is still thinking about that epic divine abyss monster. Horrible. It's really scary. Instant kill. Her epic witch was instantly killed, and she didn't have the ability to resist at all. So, of course she came out. She finally came to her senses, only to find that all the students were gathered in front of Ye Qing's virtual warehouse, discussing one by one. At the same time, she also set her eyes on Ye Qing's virtual light screen. But see, at this time, the 2 creatures under Ye Qing's hands are fighting inextricably with the epic mythical creature. 1. The shotgun in his hand is full of fun, headshot with guns and guns. Even, not just a shotgun, he also pulls out heavy weapons from time to time, what RPG, what Gatling. But no matter what kind of weapon it is like a toy in the hands of that person, you can operate it however you want. Most importantly, there is no empty shot. Every shot hits the forehead of that epic divine abyss monster. There is also a man with countless monster face tattoos on his body. The man held a pitch-black big sword in his hand, and the big sword was waving like the wind, full of fighting spirit, surrounded by a terrifying killing intent, fighting the epic level divine abyss monster. The fight was also inextricable. There are only 2 epic level divine abyssal monsters. Hey, why are there only 2 monsters? Zhang Yuqing asked subconsciously for a moment. She still doesn't know that this is a divine creature, she only knows that the monsters of the 4th and 5th waves are very strong and against the sky. However, This is not the point is. Shouldn't there be 3 of the 5th wave of monsters? Why only 2? But at this time, following Zhang Yuqing's words, everyone realized that Zhang Yuqing came out. Immediately, everyone explained one by one. However, the more he explained, the wider Zhang Yuqing's mouth opened. The beautiful eyes finally fell on the snow-white fur rabbit. Swallow, swallow. She was a little dazed, a little unbelievable. She knew that Ye Qing had this kind of gluttonous rabbit, who would eat anything anyway. But she never thought that this rabbit would be so aggressive. Swallowed that monster in one gulp? What kind of power is that monster? Zhang Yuqing couldn't understand that too well. The creature she cultivated, under the monster's hands, was like a chick, and was directly beaten. But, look at Ye Qing again. At Ye Qing's side, he was swallowed by a cute rabbit. Asterisk. She even started to wonder if Ye Qing cheated. This is really unbelievable. Is it okay to be swallowed? The point is, it seems, listening to these guys, it seems that it is not as simple as it seems on the surface. It seems that the previous monster was also swallowed by this rabbit. More or less will be swallowed. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Yu was slightly startled. At this moment, she suddenly regretted that she did not choose this rabbit. This rabbit is the real horror. She sighed. Look at the other 2 monsters. Good guy, these 2 guys are also very fishy. Where did this monster come from? Headshots with guns, fatal with knives? Tatka. However, at this moment, the simulated plane war is over, time-consuming, 35 minutes. Student Ye Qing defended against 5 waves of monsters. Congratulations to student Ye Qing, who passed the mock test. At this moment, streams of data appeared on Ye Qing's virtual panel, and immediately, it turned into a piece of literature that was displayed in front of everyone. When everyone saw it, they were stunned. It's over? Is this over? Oh? No? Didn't the 2 under Ye Qing fight with those 2 monsters? Why did it end? What happened just now? I didn't see clearly. At this moment, all the students were stunned, looking at the virtual light screen in a daze. At this time, in the virtual world, Ye Qing looked at the message box that appeared in front of her eyes, and was also stunned. What's going on? It's not over yet? Is it over? Is this over too soon? He frowned, but soon, he reflected. Understood. He probably understood what it meant. It should be that the other students have been eliminated, and this is the case now. He has already become the undisputed number 1, and there is no point in continuing. All right. Ye Qing smiled, it was even better this way, and he would be able to expose less of his whole cards. Soon, with a thought in his mind, in the next second, his consciousness directly exited the virtual space, and when he opened his eyes again, the virtual warehouse had been opened. With a chuckle, Ye Qing stepped out of the virtual warehouse directly. However, after he came out, he felt that the atmosphere in the room was a bit subtle. Everyone looked at him, with some awe and some complexity in their eyes. The gap between Ye Qing and them was obvious. Some people didn't even survive the ordinary monsters, and some people were directly killed by the extraordinary divine abyss monsters. And what about Ye Qing? The rabbit under him was simply against the sky, swallowing the epic divine creature in one bite. In the eyes of everyone, that rabbit is definitely the strongest creature under Ye Qing's hands. Everyone thought about it, and then, one by one, they licked their faces again, flattering Ye Qing and complimenting Ye Qing. The polite words came as soon as I opened my mouth, without blinking. It's like they used to be Ye Qing's younger brothers. To this, Ye Qing just smiled. Soon, the rankings are out. This ranking naturally has nothing to do with Ye Qing. Ye Qing is the undisputed number 1. Others are ranked according to the time limit for being eliminated. The first one to be eliminated is naturally the last one. Ye Qing didn't pay much attention to this either. Soon, the rewards are coming. Ye Qing, the number 1, is naturally still a fragment of the law. As for the second and third place, the rewards were also replaced with corresponding resources. What monuments of civilization, various treasures, etc. Thank you, Principal, I still have something to do, let's sneak away. Ye Qing said, took the law fragments, and ran away directly. He didn't even care about Zhang Yuqing anymore. This kid. The old principal looked at Ye Qing's back, smiled and shook his head. It's too arrogant, you can't see anyone in your eyes. Liu Yi looked at Ye Qing's back and snorted coldly, a little upset. Hehe, if you have the ability, say it in front of others. Zhang Yu glanced lightly and sneered. As soon as these words came out, everyone also looked at Liu Yi with mocking eyes. Liu Yi's face was dark and gloomy. What was your attitude before? What's your attitude now? These guys are changing too fast, right? Is it strong? Hehe. When you fall from the altar. Liu Yi's eyes were full of coldness and hatred. Of course, Ye Qing didn't know about the episodes that followed. At this time, he is on his way to the Extraordinary Guild. Yes, he can't wait to find a zombie world to purify up. Of course, before that. With the thought in Ye Qing's mind, consciousness came back to the containment world. In his hand, a fingernail-sized shard of law appeared. This law fragment is the smallest law fragment, and even one piece can only increase the world area by 100 kilometers. Not as good as the standard law fragments, but not bad. Ye Qing directly used this fragment of the law, and in the next second, the area of the world directly increased by 100 kilometers, and the containment area increased to 1700 kilometers. With a world area of 1700 kilometers, although the world consciousness still felt a little overwhelmed, it was relieved somehow. Ye Qing doesn't care about how those guys use the extra world area. As soon as his consciousness moved, he immediately descended into reality again. He looked in the direction of the Transcendent Guild, thoughtful. I hope this time, I can successfully get a dead body of the corpse. He thought so, and soon, he had already arrived at the gate of the Extraordinary Guild. After paying the money, Ye Qing quickly entered the task hall of the Extraordinary Guild. In the mission hall, there are still many world masters waiting here, waiting to do missions. Ye Qing found a tablet and looked at the various tasks on the tablet. Sure enough, this time, there was no more recruitment. 1.9 is a special task after all, it is not always available. Ye Qing shook his head, and didn't care too much about it. He skipped the D-level quest and found the C-level quest instead. C-level missions, the worst ones have a world area of 2000 kilometers, and at the same time, there are a large number of epic creatures. This is the C-level purification world task. Ye Qing quickly searched from top to bottom, finding the so-called zombie world. Soon, his eyes were fixed on one of the tasks. C-level purification world mission, zombie world. Description: in the depths of the void, a second-order world master has fallen, and his world has been infected by zombies from the abyss, and all creatures have degenerated into zombies. At present, the world area has been reduced to 2,700 kilometers. According to investigations, there are a large number of epic zombies in this zombie world. System suggestion: at least a high-level second-level world master to challenge. Mission reward: 3 billion blue star coins. 2,700 kilometers. Ye Qing narrowed her eyes slightly. The world area is 1,000 kilometers larger than his own world. This is still the case when the World Lord has fallen and the world area has shrunk somewhat. There is no doubt that the peak state of this zombie world can travel at least 3,000 kilometers. Ye Qing pondered for a while, and then, received. Without saying a word, he directly accepted the task of this C-rank zombie world. For one thing, there is no better zombie world. Secondly, although there is a world area difference of 1,000 kilometers, it does not mean that they cannot fight. Since the mock exam, he has a clearer understanding of the creatures in his world. Therefore, he chose to accept this C-level zombie world purification task without hesitation. Chapter 86. Apprentice World Lord Ye Qing, identity confirmed. The teleportation destination is the second-order fallen zombie world confirmed. Mission: clear the zombie world. Are you sure to send? In the teleportation room, Ye Qing stared at the light curtain that suddenly appeared in front of him, his expression froze, and then he said in a deep voice, teleportation. Shua. In the next second, Ye Qing only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then he felt a burst of dizziness. After his sight was restored again, he appeared in the void again. However, this time, he appeared in the form of a divine body. Ahead, there is a huge world with an area of at least 2,700 kilometers. The point is, this world is lifeless, full of gloom, everywhere is full of soaring evil spirits, and everywhere is full of terrifying corpse spirits. An ominous aura spread from that world, and the coldness made people feel chills. This is the fallen demonized zombie world. This is his second cleanup mission. The point is, every time, he seems to be fighting by leaps and bounds? Well, forget it, that's not a problem. Ye Qing looked at the huge world of demonized and fallen zombies, his heart moved, and immediately he said directly, summon the world. Buzz. In the next second, in the void, his world was directly projected. The containment world is a world with only 1,700 kilometers on one side. However, compared to the huge zombie world, the containment world is more vibrant. One has a world master, one does not have a world master. Anyway, it's pretty much the same as the first time. However, the next second. Boom. Ye Qing suddenly felt her heart sink, and immediately, a pressure fell on her body, as if there was a heavy burden on her body. The confrontation of the will of the world began the moment Ye Qing summoned the containment world. Most obviously, the pressure fell directly on Ye Qing. Ye Qing frowned, and immediately let out a long breath. Fine. Compared with the first purification of the world, the pressure this time is really very small. Purifying the world for the first time, the gap between him and the world of demonized fallen dark elves is really big. But now, he can afford to fight against a world that is only 1,000 kilometers apart. Moreover, it's not just as simple as bearing with the confrontation of the will of the world. Ye Qing gradually felt that she seemed not afraid of this power at all. The zombie world with a world area of 2,700 kilometers seems to be like that. Ye Qing looked a little weird, looking at the zombie world with some surprise. It seemed that, with the passage of time, he even had a sense of relief. Well, that's the kind of feeling that you can easily crush it. Good guy. Are you floating or what? Boom. But in the next second, Ye Qing really felt his shoulders loosen, and the pressure disappeared. The will of the world fought, and he won. Ye Qing stared. Good guy. Really won? Ye Qing was amazed. What is this scenario? He was a little dazed, but soon, he reacted. If he guessed correctly, this should be the additional area of his own world. Because of the additional area, the will of the world in the containment world is overwhelmed, but also because of the additional area, the will of the world in the containment world has made great progress, with stronger resilience and better resistance to pressure. If you compare the consciousness of the containment world to a person, it is equivalent to carrying a heavy burden of 230,000 caddies on this person. But now, it's just a 2,000 jin confrontation, wouldn't that be easy? Ye Qing smiled, looking at it in another direction. This pressure is not necessarily pressure. Home game. At this moment, Ye Qing finally enjoyed the advantage of playing at home, and all creatures in the containment world increased by 10% as a whole. Although it is only 10%, it is enough. Better to have a bonus than no bonus. And at this time, boom. With the competition of wills between the two worlds, and the outcome is decided, the two worlds finally began to collide. The containment world and the zombie world began to invade each other. On the barrier of the world, a door of light also appeared. The light gate gradually became a gate from a line. A huge door of light lies between the containment world and the zombie world. Hoo! A gust of dark wind blows from the containment world, and blows into the containment world. Countless creatures, whether they are in different spaces or on the city of Tiangong, all of them are in unison. Look at the huge light gate. Before, they naturally heard that the Creator God said that the plane war was about to usher. And now, the plane war is finally coming. It's just that the world seems a little weird. At this moment, everyone frowned, only felt a chill down their backs, a chilling feeling. At this time, Ye Qing looked at the zombie world, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, it has to be a zombie. That's how it feels. I hope this time, there won't be any trouble like last time. Ye Qing murmured. Last time, he had chosen the lowest level mission, a D-level mission. In his opinion, this D-level task can be done casually. It's just that, who knows, a divine legend popped out at the end. As for the situation this time, Ye Qing shook his head. This kind of matter is really beyond his control. Every world master should not be underestimated, who doesn't have a whole card. What's more, he was the world master whose world area had already reached 3,000 kilometers. He is no exception with a little whole card. To be honest, in the zombie world, it is best to let the world master of the fairyland system to deal with it. After all, zombies also belong to the immortal domain system, which has a certain restraint effect. However, no problem. Ye Qing now only hopes that this time it won't be as messy as last time. Of course, I have a good idea, but I don't know what it is exactly. Ye Qing shook his head, and immediately, his eyes fell on the containment world. Well, it mostly falls on Dr. Clef. Dr. Clef, the current apocalypse. Take control of the entire containment world. Now it's his turn to manage the plane war. He heard that this plane war was aimed at a group of zombie-like monsters. To be honest, he is a little depressed, there is no world of dragons in his imagination. However, after all, it is a plane war, even if he is disappointed, he still has to fight. Soon, Dr. Clef will be deployed. Well, let the alien cat directly block the door of the containment world. He doesn't know if those zombies will eat or not, anyway, it's definitely not a problem to put the district cat at the entrance of the space. Immediately, he dispatched Hercules the Great Dragon King Herix and the Holy Kaisa. Hercules, the Dragon King, leads an army of 1,000 dragonmen, mainly fighting on the ground. Holy Kaisa, with a 1,000-winged human race, conducts an airstrike from air to ground. At present, we don't know what the zombie world is like, so we didn't send the Lord of the Ocean, Art. Ift bag. Dr. Clef doesn't think it's urgent, let Hercules, the Dragon King, and Holy Keisha figure out the situation in this zombie world first, and then talk about other things. Hercules, the Dragon King, and the Holy Kaisa took orders directly, each with 1,000 troops, passed through the gate of space, and arrived in the so-called zombie world. As far as the eye can see, it is because of the mountains. The mountains are undulating, like a dragon lying on the ground. The eyes are all barren and lifeless. Yin Qi, evil spirit. A terrifying power makes people shudder. This is a power they have never experienced. Look up again. But see, in the sky, a full moon hangs high. But the strange thing is that this full moon is not the usual bright color, but a strange red moon, like fresh blood. The red seeps into people, and the red people panic. Of course, the red moon is hidden in the dark clouds at this time, with some corners exposed, and the red light is not very strong. The whole zombie world is dark and gloomy. This zombie world is very unusual. At this moment, Hercules and Keisha looked at each other, without saying too much. Keisha nodded directly, took a 1,000-winged human race, flew directly into the sky, overlooked everything below, and began to patrol the entire zombie world. Soon, Keisha finished the tour with a 1,000-winged human race, and saw the 2,700 km zombie world clearly. Immediately, Keisha fell back to the portal again. How is it? Hercules asked, his golden eyes shining brightly. However, Holy Kaisa just shook her head, pursed her lips, and immediately said, I didn't see any living things, and there was no breath of life, as if all creatures in this world were dead. The pattern of the entire zombie world. Keisha said, and began to describe this so-called zombie world. This zombie world, east, is a group of rolling mountains. Close to central location with a small town just down the hill. The north is a world of ice and snow, and the west is an ocean. And the south, which is where they landed, is connected to the mountains on the left and the ocean to the right, and you can see it after a short walk. However, whether it is the ocean, or the mountains, or the small town, or the icy and snowy North Pole, there are no birds and no people, lifeless. Hey! After hearing Keisha's description, Hercules was taken aback, feeling a little weird. Although this is his first time to participate in a plane war, but I also heard some old people talk about the situation of the plane war. Logically speaking, for intruders like them, there will be enemies waiting at the moment of intrusion. Even if there are no enemies waiting, the enemies are not far away. But now, the reality of this situation made him puzzled. Is there anything else? Hercules couldn't help asking. Well, there are some discoveries. Keisha said, frowned again, and began to describe. It seems that there are some things like coffins. However, those coffins are scattered on the ground, everywhere, and I don't know what they are for. The coffin. Hercules whispered, and couldn't help but think of Abel. Abel seems to be lying in the coffin too. Could it be that there are monsters in these coffins? Well, didn't it mean that monsters in this world exist like zombies? Shouldn't the so-called zombies be densely packed, everywhere, walking around aimlessly? What kind of operation is this lying in a coffin? There are thousands of thoughts in his mind. Those coffins must be weird, just find one. Hercules said in a deep voice, and immediately asked Keisha to show the way. Soon, Keisha guided Herix and the others to find a coffin cemetery that wasn't too big. This is indeed a cemetery, surrounded by mountains, with a small opening, but Vankisha, if you know some metaphysical knowledge, you should know that this is a gourd-mouthed place where you can only get in and out, and the evil spirit is everywhere. This is a typical mortuary. And at this time, Hercules, with an army of 1,000 dragonmen, was fearless, stepped on the mountain road, quickly passed through the mouth of the gourd, and arrived at this gathering place. The night can't block their sight, they can see everything here clearly. The ancient trees towered to the sky, and in the center of the yin gathering land, 2 rows of coffins were neatly placed. 8 on the left and 8 on the right are all black coffins. On the coffin, a big Dian character is particularly eye-catching, making people panic. Of course, it's not just these 16 coffins. In front of the 2 rows of coffins, there is a high platform. On the high platform, there is also a coffin. This coffin is not an ordinary wooden coffin, but a dark sarcophagus. On the sarcophagus, unknown patterns are densely carved, the same gloomy, the same weird. They can see more clearly in the dark, but they also panic more. However, at this moment, hey! A dark wind blew by, and the red moon in the sky gradually revealed its true colors. When the red light shines, the red moon live will be full page. Hercules and the others don't know what's going on. However, at this moment, bang bang bang! At this moment, the tightly closed coffin lid was suddenly lifted by a terrifying yin energy. Chapter 87. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the coffin lids on the 16 coffins were directly bounced off under the terrifying yin qi, and the terrifying yin qi swept across the entire cemetery. The wind is blowing, ghosts are crying and wolves are howling. Hercules and the others shrank their pupils. At this moment, all the dragon army held their breath and looked at those coffins. They don't understand what the hell is going on. But just as Hercules guessed before, there must be something in this coffin. But it's not very clear what it is exactly. Everyone could only stare at it, seeing what would come out of the coffin. Then, swish, swish, swish. Among the 16 coffins, stiff arms suddenly stretched out from the coffins. Then, swish, swish, swish. Another figure stood up straight from the coffin. Yes, just stood up straight, that scene was as weird as it could be. Clatter. Immediately, I saw that group of zombies bent their knees and jumped, and those 16 zombies just jumped out of the coffin lightly. The clothes are grinning, the body is stiff. It should have landed heavily, but those zombies landed on the ground for a long time without making a sound. It's weird. Hercules and the others only felt their hearts flutter. Although those zombies are only the normal size of the Protoss, these dragon people are all 5 big and 3 thick, and even the shortest one is 3 meters long. But being big doesn't mean you're not afraid. In short, they are very uncomfortable. However, they still looked at this so-called zombie carefully. Well, this group of zombies are very weird. They are dressed in tatters, and they don't have any normal clothes. The body is stiff, and there are more or less white hairs on the body. There are even 2 long fangs in the mouths of these zombies, just like the legendary vampires. The eyes are green, and the people watching are even more flustered. At this time, on the top of the mountain, Hercules and Xianxia looked at each other, and the expressions of the two became serious at the same time. Things never seen, monsters never seen. It is very difficult to deal with just from the outside. What are they trying to do? Did they find us? Hercules asked in a low voice. I don't know. Xianxia shook her head, and couldn't tell why for a while. How does she know what these zombies want to do? However, they should not have been discovered, this group of zombies should have other purposes. Thinking this way, they continued to read. Yes, they were right, the group of zombies really didn't find out what they were most determined to do. At this time, after the group of zombies came out, they stood in front of the coffin on the high platform one by one. Their stiff bodies began to bend at this moment, and they began to bend towards the coffin. They are like a group of intelligent creatures, they know how to worship. Although this looks very weird. The coffin should be the leader of this group of zombies. Hercules murmured. Xianxia squinted at the coffin, and immediately nodded. She thinks the same as Hercules. Even a layman can tell at a glance that there must be a boss in this scene. As expected. Boom. At this moment, the sarcophagus coffin lid began to slide, and in the deep and dark coffin, more powerful corpse aura emanated from the coffin. Mead. A figure stood up straight from the coffin. Those closed eyes suddenly opened. The same miserable green eyes, but, in those eyes, there is more red, the red is so red. And the appearance of this zombie is also very strange. He was wearing a pitch-black official robe, a red hat on his head, and a long whip hanging from the back of his head. Compared with the other zombies, this zombie is dressed more gorgeously, it looks like a boss. This zombie is indeed stronger than those zombies, but at this time, looking at those younger brothers who woke him up, the official robe zombie was a little dissatisfied, and immediately roar. He roared, revealing those two longer sharp fangs. The horrible corpse gas spread from his mouth and suppressed the zombies. All the zombies retreated in unison, made way for a path, lowered their heads, fearful, fearful. Wow! Only at this moment did the official robe zombie lightly leap out of the coffin and stand in the middle. Immediately, the official robed zombie looked up at the red moon in the sky. With a low growl, he actually began to bow down and worship. Then, a strange scene appeared. The red moonlight sprinkled on the moon unexpectedly condensed at this moment, like fresh blood, penetrated into the body of the official robed zombie. And until the official robe zombie began to worship the moon, the surrounding zombies also began to pay respects one by one, shaking their heads. It was even weirder. What are they doing? Hercules didn't understand. I have no idea what this is all about. Should it be some kind of practice? Xianxia subconsciously said. They are all reality benders, so naturally they don't need to absorb external energy to increase their strength. And the thaumaturgy system in the containment world doesn't absorb energy in this way to improve its strength. So, for a while, they really didn't understand. What now? Hercules asked again. Go ahead, you don't look very smart. Xianxia said. They wanted to ask something, but obviously, seeing how brainless these zombies were, they knew it was impossible to ask anything. Moreover, these guys are really weak. Hercules smiled, clenched his fists, and stretched his waist, and there were bursts of bone explosions on his body. Just waiting for your words. He grinned grimly, and jumped out in the next second. Boom! A terrifying wave of air spread from his body, and his blood surged into the sky like smoke. Shua! At this moment, those zombies turned their heads in unison, looking at Hercules. Not only this movement, but also the terrifying energy and blood coming from Hercules. The blood fell into the eyes of those zombies, as if seeing the most delicious food in the world. In those eyes is the desire of Chiguakuo. The desire to eat. The official robed zombie flashed a certain light, and then let out a low growl. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the zombies around seemed to have received an order, and jumped towards Heracles in unison. Arto! It's too slow. Hercules sneered, kicked his feet, and a terrifying force instantly stepped on the ground to make a pit. Immediately, Hercules' whole body was like a cannonball. Rushed directly into the crowd of corpses. Boom boom boom. The terrifying fist brought out after images, and every time it was punched, a zombie was blown away. This group of zombies couldn't even take a punch from him, their chests were sunken and their bones burst. In just 2 breaths, those zombies were all laid down by Hercules. Heracles, a level 3 reality bender, possesses terrifying strength, even an unlimited force zone. Until now, Hercules looked at the official robe zombie, his eyes were full of provocation. The official robe zombie looked at Heracles coldly, his eyes were full of tyranny and murderous intent. Then, looking at the subordinates who were blown away, they roared with some dissatisfaction. Then, swipe, swipe. Those zombies who were knocked to the ground by Hung Fei, with their chests sunken and their bones burst, all stood up again. Hey! Hercules was a little surprised. After all this, he could still stand up? Really? He frowned, but it didn't matter, even if he stood up again, he would be knocked down with one punch. Boom boom boom. At this moment, he stomped on his feet and rushed forward in an instant, his fist was surrounded by afterimages, and he bombarded the zombies again in an instant. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies were blown away, their skeletons burst inch by inch, and even a big hole was opened in their chests. However, those zombies stood up again. Undead monster. Hercules was surprised. If you were a normal person, let alone resisting 2 punches from him head-on, you would be injured even if you were caught by his punches. And now, these zombies are still undead. This is very weird. However, he is very clear. In the face of absolute power, even if you are an undead monster, you will only be bombarded to the brim. Very good, come again. Hercules licked his lips, his eyes full of excitement. He didn't say a word, and rushed forward again. That violent fist bombarded everything. With one punch, that head was directly blasted. With one kick, the legs of those zombies were directly crippled. 2 more breaths, those servants finally couldn't get up. Either he lost his head or his legs, and he couldn't even think about it. This bone is as brittle as dry wood. Hercules laughed mockingly, then looked at the official robe zombie, and grinned. Now, it's your turn. Seeing that all his subordinates had been dealt with, the official robed zombie roared angrily, and without saying a word, rushed towards Heracles. The long, pitch-black nails shone coldly, stabbing Hercules fiercely. Hercules sneered, raised his foot abruptly, and directly blasted the official robed zombie into the air. Boom! He stomped his feet and rushed up at a faster speed. The fist aimed at the head of the official robed zombie and blasted out. Crack! There was a sound of bone explosions. However, the official robed zombie just fell down, and the head hadn't exploded yet. Of course, there were many cracks visible to the naked eye on that head, and black and red blood leaked from the wound. What a hard head! Hercules was surprised. This official robe zombie is indeed a boss. He even deliberately increased his strength by 2 points, but he still couldn't kill the official robe zombie, which shows how strong this official robe zombie is. Shua! At this moment, the official robed zombie stood up again, stabbing Hercules with his straight arms again. Crack! But Hercules was even faster, and between the strikes, the arms of the official robe zombie were directly interrupted. He stretched out his hand again and pressed it directly on the head of the official robe zombie, and then boom! The violent force erupted. Heracles' eyes were cold, and he slammed the official robe zombie's head on the ground. The ground trembled, and the entire mountain range rumbled. Crack! Pfft! At this moment, the head of the official robed zombie was smashed, and Hercules crushed the bones. Vulnerable! Hercules grinned. Stronger is stronger. But only slightly stronger than other zombies. In front of him, it's still the same. Hey! Hercules withdrew his hand, looked at a small wound on his finger, and frowned subconsciously. This should be scratched by the zombie's bone. What's the matter? At this moment, Xianxia also fell down, seeing Heracles like this, subconsciously asked Zero. It's okay. Hercules shook his head, shook his hands, and didn't care. Yes, even though he knew about zombies, he still didn't care. Because, the wound on his finger was so small that no blood even flowed out, only a little bright red. With his system, this kind of small wound will heal itself in a short time. He heard his father talk about monsters like zombies. It is said that if you are scratched, you will be infected with the zombie virus. But they all said they were scratched. It is neither a scratch nor a real injury for him. The problem is really not big. Chapter 88. The battle here is over, and it ended with Heracles single-handedly defeating the entire cemetery zombies. Of course, Hercules did not feel complacent, but began to summarize the battle with the zombies. This group of monsters still has some remarkable features. Their bones are fairly hard, especially their bodies. They are also very hard. Ordinary knives and guns are useless to them. Their lives are very hard, and ordinary attacks can't do anything about them. Kill them, a group of bloodthirsty undead monsters. Even, the level is high, and there is still a little intelligence. Hercules concluded, although these zombies did not cause any substantial damage to him at all, and he did not even notice it. What threat these zombies can pose to him? But, this is for him. If it is replaced by other dragon people, it will definitely take a lot of hands and feet. Is it such a high valuation? Xianxia was a little surprised. Heracles, who is now in charge of the Dragon Clan, is the king of the Dragon Clan, known as the mighty Dragon King Heracles, and she also knows this second brother. He is really strong. In the containment world, there are only a few that he is afraid of. One is their father, Tianlan. The second is, the legendary sun god in the sky. He doesn't even pay attention to the 2 epic creatures, the gluttonous rabbit and 096. He doesn't pay much attention to other ethnic groups. That's really eye over the top. Similarly, it is also because of his strong strength that this led to such a conceited situation. In general, he scoffed at any other races. But now, there is such a high valuation of this zombie family. Rare. It's really rare. Well, this creature is indeed remarkable. Hercules affirmed. Zombies are indeed a bit weird. Those ordinary zombies before, in Herac's perception, their strength is just ordinary, just like ordinary creatures. But this lowest level ordinary creature can withstand several punches from him. It is absolutely impossible to put it on other races. Even, Hercules feels that even the dragon race may not be comparable to this zombie race. If such an army of zombies is cultivated in the containment world, it will definitely sweep the heavens. Herax said, his eyes seemed to be faintly flickering with excitement. I don't know how high the upper limit is. Besides, these zombie monsters are a group of irrational walking corpses. If you want to form an army in batches, there will still be some suffering. Xianxia shook her head. It is true that Hercules thinks these zombies are remarkable, and their characteristics are not bad. However, the only problem is that there is no brain, no wisdom, and it is difficult to manage. If you don't know the upper limit, go find the upper limit shit. Hercules smiled and said, then looked at Xianxia and said, the next place, find a place with a lot of zombies. The initial exploration has come here, and he probably already understands what level this zombie is. Now, it's time to practice with stronger zombies. Naturally, Xianxia had no sense for this, and soon, she took Herax to another place. Here is a Xianxia on the mountain. This is a Yizhuang, which is a special place to park coffins. With the current situation in the zombie world, there is no doubt that there are all zombies in this Yizhuang. Soon, Xianxia walked in with Hercules. In the Yizhuang, all the coffins are parked, not only inside, there are even so many coffins placed in the yard. The coffins in the courtyard are scattered and piled up in disorder. Of course, there are also some empty coffins. Seeing such a messy scene, Hercules couldn't help shaking his head. I don't know what happened to this world. Look at the bright blood moon in the sky, and look at these coffins on the ground. Hercules went up and opened the lids of these coffins. Bang bang bang! The coffin lid was lifted, revealing the inside of the coffin. Among these coffins, a large part is empty, but there are also corpses in some. However, these corpses are stumps and broken legs, dead without whole bodies. Hercules could also feel some yin energy gathering in those zombies, and it seemed that they were gradually transforming them into zombies. Even, the wisps of red substance were absorbed by these corpses. Hercules probably understood that these corpses should not have completely transformed into zombies, or maybe there were not enough other opportunities. In short, they are still just corpses now. He is also welcome, no matter whether you are a corpse or a zombie, Hercules will not let go of any corpse, and all of them will be headshot, completely cutting off the possibility of turning into a zombie. Finally, all the coffins in this courtyard were opened by Herax, and those unformed corpses were also crushed to death by him. Until now, Hercules and Xianxia have entered the Yizhuang. With a glance, you can roughly see the internal situation of Yizhuang. This Yizhuang is very big, at least the place where the corpses are parked is very big. There are 12 coffins in a horizontal row and 8 coffins in a vertical row, all of which are black coffins. A total of 96 coffins. Each coffin is separated by a certain distance. Moreover, there is a long bench under each coffin, and a bowl on the 4 feet of the bench. It's just that there is no water in this bowl, and it is empty. Hercules and Xianxia naturally don't know what this is, and they don't know what it means. Walking all the way, looking at those coffins, not afraid of zombies jumping out suddenly. The two were very relaxed, of course, it was also because of their strength. Being strong, you can do whatever you want. Even if the official cloaked zombie popped out of the coffin again, they wouldn't be afraid. It was nothing more than a punch. However, at this moment... Hey, why is there a different coffin here? Suddenly, Xianxia was surprised, looking at the coffin next to her, her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. Yes, this coffin is different from the coffins around it. The other coffins are all pitch black wooden coffins, but only this coffin is made of pure gold. Yes. A solid gold coffin. It looks out of place with the surrounding coffins, and the unusual buttonholes are abrupt. This coffin, it seems that this is the so-called boss. Hercules laughed, knowing without thinking that the zombie lying in this coffin must be very strong. He wanted to challenge such a powerful opponent. He was about to go forward to open the lid of the coffin, but at this moment, his hand suddenly paused, and he looked at the coffin with strange eyes. What are the black lines on it? I don't know what's going on, but there are many horizontal and vertical lines on the coffin, whether it's the coffin lid, the coffin body, or even the bottom of the coffin are all filled with this black material. Like some kind of seal, it looks very strange. Don't worry about it so much, after solving the battle here, look elsewhere. Do you still remember the task assigned by the god of creation? Xianxia suddenly spoke, and said to Herux. The task assigned by the creator god. Hercules was stunned for a moment, and immediately, in his mind, he remembered the words that the creator god personally appeared to warn them before departure. Pfei. To find a special corpse, there are more or less strange objects on this corpse. Either hold a blade of grass, or a piece of wood, or a sword, or where there is water, or where there is fire. This is the orthodox path taken by the immortals who dissect corpses, pretending to rely on foreign objects, and then becoming immortals. Normally, the corpse will not leave a body, but if the corpse of the corpse becomes a zombie, then the meaning is different. Isn't this what I'm looking for? Maybe I came across it in this coffin. Hercules said, although he said it casually, he naturally wouldn't forget the task given by the creator god. Regarding this, Xianxia just shook her head secretly and didn't say much. Immediately, her gaze also fell on the golden coffin in front of her. In his opinion, this coffin should also be strictly hierarchical, I guess so. Anyway, the coffins she saw outside were some ordinary yellow wooden coffins. In her opinion, a yellow coffin should not be comparable to a black coffin, and an ordinary black coffin should not be comparable to a coffin made of stone, and the stone coffin is definitely not comparable to this golden coffin. Those who can use the golden coffin are either rich or poor. Although they don't think gold is precious, their father, the Emperor Apocalypse, personally appointed gold as currency and one of the precious metals, which also led them to have a certain concept of the value of gold. And now, a golden coffin was placed in front of them. And some black lines. Open it and have a look. Xianxia said, looking at Herux. Hercules nodded. This time, he was in no hurry. He really hoped that this golden coffin was the target of the mission he was looking for, so that he could play freely. Keeping this kind of thoughts and ideas, Hercules will reach out to open the museum without saying a word. However, at this moment, boom! In the sky, there were bursts of lightning and thunder, and dark clouds rolled. Previously, the bloody moon was shining on the earth, but now, the sky is indeed full of dark clouds. Clatter! Immediately, big raindrops fell from the sky, hitting the bricks and tiles with a clattering sound. It's raining. Hercules and Xianxia exchanged glances. Previously, they clearly saw that there was no cloud in the sky, but now, it was raining heavily. No matter how you look at it, it feels weird. There is no doubt that this must be the ghost of the world consciousness of this zombie world. Xianxia frowned, and found that things seemed a little complicated. Boom! Outside, the thunder is getting louder and louder, the lightning and thunder are deafening. Open! Xianxia said directly. If it is too late, things will change, and I am afraid that there will be some accidents along the way. Hercules nodded, and immediately reached out and touched the coffin. However, at this moment, boom! Crack! A loud bang came from the sky, and a terrifying thunderbolt as thick as an arm pierced through the roof, hitting the golden coffin with precision. Crackling! There was a burnt smell in the air after bursts of arc explosions. This kind of lightning naturally has no effect on Hercules and Xianxia, it's just that the golden coffin. Hercules frowned, stepped back, and looked at the golden coffin with some doubts. Surrounded by electric arcs, the lightning penetrated into the coffin. Suddenly, there was a terrifying roar from inside the coffin. There seemed to be something inside the coffin that wanted to push the coffin lid open. However, when the lid of the coffin was moved, the black ink fountain line on the golden coffin emitted golden light, binding the coffin tightly, making it almost impossible to open the museum. A stream of black smoke emitted from the coffin, and the stench of the corpse was accompanied by the smell of burning, which made people want to vomit. Bang! Finally, the golden coffin fell heavily. Hercules and Xianxia looked at each other, looking at each other, a little confused. Clatter! At this moment, the rain fell on the roof that had been pierced by lightning. It landed on the coffin and sank into the ground. The most important thing is that the black ink fountain line on the golden coffin gradually fainted under the washing of the rain. In the end, all the black ink fountain lines on the coffin lid were wet and completely out of shape. At this moment, the scene was a little silent, and the surroundings were dead silent, only the sound of the rain. Boom! Suddenly, there was a dull sound, as if a heartbeat from ancient times suddenly sounded. Jumping slowly, but extremely powerful. Just when Hercules and Xianxia were in doubt. Boom! A terrifying force came from inside the coffin, and the heavy golden coffin lid was blasted away. A hand stretched out from the dark coffin. That hand is also pitch black. The most important thing is that this hand is not as stiff as those zombies before, but more flexible, directly grabbing the edge of the coffin. Immediately, with a strong hand, a figure exuding black air sat up straight from the golden coffin. A breath of horror began to spread. Hercules frowned. Xianxia's expression froze. This breath is different from those zombies before. Powerful. Strong. This is a Corpse King. Chapter 89. Corpse King. At this moment, these two words directly appeared in the minds of Hercules and Xianxia. At the same time, the two of them also felt the horror of that breath. Extraordinary. And it's not just ordinary extraordinary, it should be a high level among extraordinary, infinitely close to an epic existence. Hercules and Xianxia looked at each other. Both of them saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Of course, being dignified doesn't mean that the two of them are really afraid. Although Hercules is only extraordinary, but he is a level 3 reality bender, his own strength can be infinitely improved, he can be called a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, and it is not a problem to step up and fight epics. Xianxia, on the other hand, possesses a trace of divinity. She is divine and extraordinary, not to mention ordinary extraordinary monsters, even epic monsters, in her eyes, that's all. Unless she encounters a monster that is also divine, she will remain invincible. Now, it depends on what kind of zombie this zombie is. Who? At this moment, a gust of wind blows away the black smoke from the zombie's body. Finally, the two of them saw the whole picture of the zombie clearly. His body was tattered, and he could vaguely see some dark official robes, but the one struck by the previous lightning bolt was no longer in shape. The zombie's body was also pitch black, as if it had just been fished out of the darkness, and some places were scorched by electric shocks. His face was distorted and hideous, with corpse spots all over his face. It was dark and strange. Those eyes have completely turned red, and the scarlet eyes slowly turned, and finally, their gazes fell on Hercules and Xianxia. A bloodthirsty desire came from the bottom of my heart. He stood up slowly, like a king, and looked at Hercules and Xianxia indifferently. Hercules, the surging energy and blood on his body is like a lighting lamp in the dark night, any zombie can't help drooling when seeing it. As for Xianxia, although she doesn't have that surging energy and blood, there is a certain characteristic in her body that makes the zombies more fascinated. That kind of trait is more attractive to zombies, as if taking a sip of her blood will make her stronger. For zombies, Hercules and Xianxia are the deadliest and most attractive poisons, and they can't wait to swallow them directly. It seems that you are not the target I want to find, so there is no need to keep you. Heracles pouted, looking at the objects on the zombie. Well, it shouldn't be what he wants. It should not be the kind of corpse that Zhuangxi Shen wanted. That being the case, then he can kill without restraint, he said. However, before he could do it, the Black Zombie King made the first move instead. Boom! A terrifying sound wave came, and a terrifying corpse gas approached Xianxia instantly at an extremely fast speed. Yes, compared to Herac's surging energy and blood, Xianxia's divinity is more attractive to him. That desire is an instinct derived from the bottom of my heart. Therefore, he chose to attack Xianxia without hesitation. To this, Hercules just curled his lips and didn't take it seriously. He took a step back, and then looked at the Black Zombie King playfully. Although his younger sister is not as powerful as him, her strength is even more against the sky. Father Gu said that this seems to be some kind of divinity, which can easily crush the existence of the same level. Now, the Black Zombie King is attacking Xianxia knowingly, isn't he courting death? As expected. Feeling the terrifying corpse aura, Xianxia just turned cold, and snorted coldly, surrounded by the golden light sword in her hand, and the next second, a huge black cloud formed a swirl above the black stiff head. Boom! A series of terrifying divine thunders gathered and struck down from the dark cloud, and struck the zombie directly. The already pitch-black body became even more pitch-black. Puffs of green smoke were rising, making it even more burnt. Crack! There were arcs of electric arcs on that black zombie, and he was so paralyzed that he couldn't move. Lei, Xianxia. Restrain all evil spirits in the world. Although Xianxia didn't know the setting of the fantasy fairyland system, she also knew that this thunder could kill many dirty monsters. Smash the darkness with redden. Purify evil with redden. This is her strongest method. Don't say anything extraordinary, even if an epic creature is here, if you meet Ye Qing, you will have to burp. 2. Sitsizi. The black zombie was surrounded by electric arcs, and accompanied by the crackling sound of the electric arc. Not only was the black zombie not annihilated into ashes by Ye Qing, but strands of electric arcs slowly melted into it. The black zombie seemed to have become some kind of nutrient for him. Xianxia was a little surprised. This was the first time that a monster resisted her. She frowned slightly, and immediately summoned a dark cloud. The terrifying tribulation thunder broke out again, the rumbling sound was deafening, and the terrifying Ye Qing fell on the black zombie again. But what doesn't work just doesn't work. No matter how many thunderstorms came, there was no way to completely wipe out that zombie. On the contrary, with Ye Qing's eruption, the zombie seemed to have a tendency to recover again, and its body began to move slowly. Is it because of the thunder before? Xianxia was thoughtful. Let me do it. Hercules couldn't stand it anymore. If it goes on like this zombie will be fed by this thunder. This is not a battle, but an enemy. Xianxia snorted, but didn't speak. Hercules squeezed his fist, smiled slightly, and stepped forward. That fist directly hit the black stiff head. However, Shua. At this moment, accompanied by bursts of arc flashes, the black zombie turned his head to avoid the punch at that critical moment. Hercules was a little surprised. However, at this moment, the stiffened expression froze, and a claw with a sharp figure grabbed towards Herax's heart. Quick! It was like a black light flickering. Herax's expression froze, and in the next second, he reached out and grabbed the stiff wrist. Dark and cold. Like the ice in the 12th lunar month, it is bitingly cold. But he reacted quickly. After a little trance, he exerted force with his hand, intending to break the zombie's wrist. Card. There was a faint sound. Hercules lowered his head in astonishment, looking at the pitch-black claw in his hand. He was stunned. Not broken. He didn't break it. Known as the Great Dragon King, his power is even more terrifying. A single punch is like a cannonball, and he can even crush a battleship with his bare hands. But he was like this, but he couldn't break the handbone of a super zombie corpse king. Yes, this zombie is indeed in existence at the peak of the extraordinary, and its strength is infinitely close to epic. But even so, he didn't think it could resist his strength. However, this zombie was carried down, there was only a slight bone cracking sound, and then there was no more. Hercules was in a trance, however, at this moment. Crack! Suddenly, a terrifying electric arc erupted from the zombie's claws. The electric arcs converged and bombarded Heracles in an instant. In an instant, Heracles was blown away, and countless coffins were knocked over, alarming the zombies in the coffins. The corpses stood up one by one, with red eyes, and began to look at Heracles. Lax is under siege. Roll! Hercules let out a low cry, and a terrifying momentum erupted, and the zombies that were crushed instantly trembled, unable to raise their heads for a long time. Hercules is PD. Looking at the black stiff, his face was darker than ever before. This is the first time he has been challenged in strength. It's just a zombie that was struck by lightning, and the bones are so hard that it's beyond imagination. Moreover, how can he control lightning? Zombies control the sky thunder, and the old heavenly masters will be scared when they come. But Hercules really doesn't believe in that evil. Boom! At this moment, he stepped on his feet, and a terrifying sound wave erupted, and the ground instantly cracked and shattered into a huge pothole. Ask for flowers. In an instant, Hercules was in front of the black servant. Boom boom boom. At this moment, one person and one corpse quickly fought together. That's punch to the flesh. A terrifying air wave erupted, and corpse aura erupted. When Hercules punched out, even the air whistled. The zombie also punched out, and the electric arc crackled, hitting Hercules, and his brain and body went numb. The more he fought, the more frightened Hercules became. This zombie, blessed by lightning, made him feel strangely paralyzed while hitting him, and his movements of raising his hands were a bit sluggish. But when he hit the zombie, he failed to cause much damage to it. His body is incorruptible, he is invulnerable to swords and guns, and his strength is infinite. He can compete with the mighty Dragon King like him. Hercules' face became more and more ugly, his strikes became heavier and heavier, and his fists became heavier and heavier. Even if he was punched by Ye Qing by that zombie, he would fight back. His eyes became more and more pure. At this moment, all he could see was the zombie in front of him. He must have stronger power, more absolute power. He wanted power, and wanted to forcibly blast this black zombie. At this moment, he didn't even realize that his strength was getting stronger and stronger. The air howled, and the space began to vibrate a little. Zero boom. At this moment, he was serious and focused, and punched violently. At this moment, the calendar has reached the extreme. Pfft. The stiff chest was pierced by this punch. Herix's hands are covered in black and viscous blood. Tick-tock, black blood gradually flowed to the ground. The blackness stopped, and Hercules also stopped. Boom, boom, boom. There was a muffled heartbeat. It wasn't until this moment that Xianxia saw clearly that Hercules was holding a heart in her hand, a heart that was beating slowly and powerfully. That is, this black stiff heart. The hearts of zombies generally don't jump, because they are dead things. But once it jumps, this zombie is extraordinary. Once this kind of zombie grows up, it will jump out of the 3 realms and not be in the 5 elements. But now, the heart of this zombie is held in the hands of Hercules. Under the burst of extreme strength, no matter how brazen and iron his arms are, he is not Hercules' opponent. Reality benders are so incomprehensible. Hercules looked cold, and exerted a little force on his hand. Pfft. In the next second, that heart was crushed instantly. But at this time, the zombie, as if it had lost all its sources of strength, fell straight on the ground without a sound. Oh! Hercules sneered, looking at the black corpse lying on the ground. His face was full of sarcasm. In terms of strength, he has never climbed over anyone. Dead. He gasped and rubbed his numb and cold arms. What's wrong? Xianxia asked. It's okay, this zombie will discharge, it's a bit troublesome. Herix shook his head, shook his numb hand, and soon started to move. The next step is to go. Hercules was speaking, however, just then. Roar. At this moment, a roar rose into the sky, resounding through the entire zombie world. That roar was full of terrifying coercion and terrifying corpse aura. Even, in that roar, there was a sense of royal domineering, terrifying and coercive everywhere. Accompanied by this roar, all the zombies in Yizhuang bowed in one direction, as if welcoming the emperor. Forward. Accompanied by this roar, Hercules' head suddenly became dizzy for a moment. There was another burst of numbness in the hand, and the eyes were a little red for a moment. Xianxia's pupil shrank, and she looked at Hercules with some doubts. Dead change. Son. Chapter 90. When? At this moment, Xianxia looked at Heracles with some doubts, and those eyes subconsciously fell into Heracles' hands. However, seeing this made Xianxia's pupil shrink. But see, at this moment, a lot of black silk threads have begun to appear on Hercules' hand, like a virus. Start with your fingers and spread all the way to your shoulders. This. Infected. Hercules, the existence known as the Great Dragon King, was actually infected by some kind of virus from that zombie? When? Xianxia was puzzled, and Heracles' previous problems quickly flashed in her mind. Well, during the battle with the Corpse King was bombarded with lightning throughout the whole process, and Hercules was not injured at all. Immediately, Xianxia thought of the past again. Correct. His expression froze, as if Hercules was really injured before. It's not very clear about the specific situation, but if Hercules doesn't care about it, it means that the wound is very small and shallow. Is this zombie virus so scary? Even such a small wound can be infected with the virus? Xianxia was in a trance, and her expression became more and more dignified. If Hercules really turns into a zombie, then it will be really troublesome. Hey! At this moment, Hercules let out a long breath of foul air, and dense sweat appeared on his forehead, as if he had suffered a lot before. He finally recovered his mind, regained his sanity. How are you? Xianxia hurried forward, looking at Hercules solemnly. Fine. Hercules said, and immediately frowned and looked at Xianxia, subconsciously asked, this is me, what happened to 257? Apparently, he didn't understand everything that happened before him. You. After a long time of silence, he quietly said, you seem to be infected by that zombie virus. Me. Hercules shrank his pupils and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. He suspected that Xianxia had misspoken, not that he had misheard himself. However, Xianxia nodded, indicating that she was right. Hercules was a little unbelievable, a little surprised. I've been infected? How is it possible? I am the mighty Dragon King, yet I am infected. What are you playing? Hercules was talking, and then he couldn't continue, because he saw his blackened right hand, invaded by corpse poison, and his arm was stiff. He was really infected. Hercules was startled and his expression froze. Are you really infected? When? Is it the corpse king from before? Or the official robe zombie from before? Hercules was a little confused, but also a little anxious. Although he is somewhat optimistic about the zombie family, it doesn't mean he wants to become a zombie. To be a zombie is to become one of those irrational monsters. When the time comes, just he opened his mouth, and for a while, he didn't know what to say. Now, back in the containment world, there must be a solution to the corpse poison. Xianxia said. Although Hercules was infected with the corpse poison, she did not believe that there was no solution to the corpse poison in the containment world. Leave it to me. I am the antidote, I can cure everything. However, at this moment, a deep voice suddenly rang in the ears of the two of them. Immediately, I saw a guy wearing a bird's beak mask, a long robe, and a medicine box walked into the Yazhuang. This is No 049 Epidemic Doctor. Why are you here? Hercules looked at the plague doctor in astonishment. He also knew that this guy known as the Epidemic Doctor was a veteran hero who accompanied his father to fight the world. It's just that after so many years, the Epidemic Doctor is still high level, and he is still standing still, so that he even looks down on this Epidemic Doctor. I was sent by the Emperor to support you. I knew that you were likely to be invaded by the virus, and sure enough, you have been tricked. The Epidemic Doctor said, and the eyes under the mask looked at Heracles, and the eyes in his eyes seemed to be somewhat surprised. You. Hercules looked the plague doctor up and down, his face was full of disdain and sarcasm. You are just a quack doctor, and you still healed me? Don't be kidding. Do you want to turn me into that kind of irrational Stitch monster? No, that's a cure. The Epidemic Doctor corrected, I cured them, the virus in their body has disappeared, I am the antidote, only I can save this world. A quack doctor is a quack doctor. Heracles pouted, completely disbelieving the Epidemic Doctor's nonsense. Anyone who knows the Epidemic Doctor knows that this thing is not a good thing. Even Xianxia, who has always been well educated, was a little bit dumbfounded at this moment. Who doesn't know what's going on with the Epidemic Doctor? As far as the Epidemic Doctor is alone, he doesn't have the slightest clue in his heart, so what is he doing to promote it? He is a good medicine for saving the world. If this world is really saved by you, then the world will really end. You guys don't understand. The Epidemic Doctor shook his head, and then sighed again, the Emperor does not allow me to use magic witch doctor techniques to heal you. Witch doctor technique? Hearing this, Lix and Kay looked at each other. When it comes to basic medical skills, they are really not afraid. After so many years, the Epidemic Doctor, as a being with normal intelligence, has more or less learned more skills. Although he is called a quack doctor, this is a forensic technical title for the Epidemic Doctor. If you really want to talk about medical skills, the Epidemic Doctor is really not bad. It can even be said that the medical skills of the entire containment community are supported by him alone. Although he has been propagating that these medical skills are based on writing, they are not on the table. But in the eyes of others, this basic medical skill is the greatest role of epidemic medicine. Some people even called him privately, an excellent quack doctor. And at this time, Hercules smiled slightly, and immediately said straightforwardly, okay, just use your basic medical skills to treat me. As he spoke, he stretched out his arms directly. But immediately, he paused again, and said, remember, don't use any magical witch doctor skills you use. Okay, I got it. The Epidemic Doctor curled his lips impatiently, then leaned forward and carefully observed Heracles' arm. His eyes seemed to be able to see the essence through phenomena. He murmured, it's weirder than the plague, but it's not as contagious as the plague, and everything has a solution. As he spoke, he immediately tore off a piece of black, hard dead skin on Hercules' finger. In this regard, Hercules frowned slightly. It didn't hurt, he didn't even feel the slightest bit, but felt some discomfort in the eyes of the Epidemic Doctor, who seemed to be looking at research materials. However, the Epidemic Doctor didn't respond at all, and even drew a tube of black and smelly blood from Hercules' finger. A piece of dead skin, a tube of black blood. Immediately, the Epidemic Doctor took out various instruments from his medical box. Because of the number 184 labyrinth investment, his medical box, which was a space prop, now has an even bigger space, a full 300 cubic meters of space. There are not too many things that can be placed, it can be called a mobile arsenal. But at this time, with the appearance of one after another, the dead skin was divided into 10 pieces, and even the tube of blackened blood was divided into one piece. Then, the epidemic doctor took out all kinds of things. Both are common items in the containment world. What unknown grass, what unknown seed, what unknown fruit, and even, there are many more. Hercules is more familiar with it. It is some edible food. The corner of Hercules' mouth twitched. Didn't you say you want to treat me? What are you trying to do with these things? Young man, you don't understand now. All things, mutual generation and mutual restraint. Even if it is corpse poison, it is the same. There must be something that can detoxify this poison. And here, I have tissue samples of all animals and plants in the containment world, and I will definitely be able to find a way to detoxify. The epidemic doctor said affirmatively. At this moment, if he changed his clothes into a long robe, and the bird's beak mask turned into an image of a kind-hearted old man with white hair and beard, that is simply the image of a generation of genius doctors. Hercules is speechless. After all, isn't it the so-called exhaustive method? Try one by one? Then when are you going to try? Hercules frowned. At this moment, he was a little upset, wishing he could bite the quack doctor's neck and suck his blood. Forehead. Hercules was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly came back to his senses. Why do you have this kind of thought? Subconsciously touched the fangs at the corner of his mouth, and then his pupils shrank. He subconsciously said, don't interrupt. However, the epidemic doctor just snorted softly, and immediately focused on his work. Samples were taken out one by one, and the black blood and dead skin were tested one by one. 0125012115 feel 0000323220. Of course, it doesn't mean that the epidemic doctor will only try for no reason. He will naturally choose some plants and animals that contain the power of light, and narrow the scope as much as possible. Of course, this still takes a long time. Some things fell on the dead skin and black blood, and they were instantly infected, completely blackened, and did not work at all. 10 parts of dead skin and 10 parts of black blood are definitely not enough. Then, he continued to draw blood, and continued to tear off the dead skin on Hercules' fingers. Hercules twitched most religiously. Good guy, do you really regard me as a research material? How much blood can I have for you to draw? How many dead skins do you want to tear off? Can't you find a zombie and try it on them? Hercules couldn't help asking. He suspected that this quack was deliberately targeting him. There are so many zombies in this place, can't you find them? However, upon hearing this, the plague doctor was stunned, and then said, "Ah, they?" Because of the roar before, they all gathered towards that side. They ran away long ago and disappeared. Hey! It wasn't until this moment that Hercules came back to his senses and looked around. However, at this time, what zombies are there? All the coffin lids were opened, and they all disappeared. Even the walls were knocked out by those zombies. Hercules' face was still dark. What the hell, even if he ran away without a trace, couldn't he send his men to catch one and bring it back? You quack, you're targeting me. With a dark face, he was about to say something. However, at this moment, found it. Suddenly, a soft cry sounded, and Xianxia and Hercules looked fixed, and hurriedly looked at the test bench in front of the epidemic doctor. After looking at the things in the black blood, Herux and Xianxia were stunned. Chi. At this moment, in the black blood, a small snow-white ball, the granule seeds are exuding a burnt-smelling blue smoke, and the black blood around them, under the action of this thing, quickly withers and evaporates. This thing, whether it's Hercules or Xianxia, is too clear. Isn't this the most common and unremarkable thing in the containment world, the so-called glutinous rice? The glutinous rice was named after their father, Emperor Tiankai himself, and it can be used as a food source for ordinary creatures and even low-level creatures. Such a thing can actually detoxify corpses. What is the principle? Hercules and Xianxia were puzzled, and some couldn't figure it out. However, before the two of them figured it out, the epidemic doctor held a ball of glutinous rice in his hand, and without saying a word, he slapped it directly on Heracles' hand. Chi. All of a sudden, white smoke rises, blue smoke. Ah! Hercules stared, the heart-piercing pain made the corners of his mouth twitch wildly. His hands were trembling uncontrollably, it felt like they were useless. After a long time, the epidemic doctor took his hand away and slapped the glutinous rice boy. It's all black. Looking at Hercules' hand again, well, as expected, the black corpse poison in his hand really disappeared and he was healed. Believe it or not, the epidemic doctor really used some means to cure 3.2 of a strange virus that had never been seen before. In the past, he would only be viewed with a strange look, thinking that he was a quack. His cure, for others, is poison. The basic medical skills he despises have become the object of everyone's pursuit. He was in a trance, always felt that after so many years, his direction seemed to be wrong. There is no distinction between high and low in medical skills. As long as it can save people, it is a good medical skill. He was in a trance. At this moment, there was a new change in his state of mind, and a series of sentiments surfaced in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt blessed, and the next second, he sat directly on the ground. Black lights flickered all over his body, and the aura of the epidemic doctor became more and more tyrannical. The strength that has been stagnant for an unknown number of years, at this moment, has signs of loosening and breaking through. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came. Like something broke. The epidemic doctor is surrounded by black light, completely wrapping up the epidemic doctor. An extraordinary aura spread from the epidemic doctor. Hercules and Xianxia looked at each other, and both took 2 serious steps back. How old is it this quack has finally improved? When the two of them were still a little surprised, finally. In the black light, wind and cloud gathered, and as the black light dissipated, the extraordinary aura was finally solidified. A figure appeared in front of Hercules and Xianxia. The epidemic doctor is still the same epidemic doctor, wearing a hat and a beak mask. The only difference is that the windbreaker has become a robe. The most important thing is that behind him, there is a pair of giant big black wings. Like an angel descending. No. 049 Epidemic Doctor, Epidemic Physician of Evolved Abnormal Body. Chapter 91. Okay. At this moment, with the evolution of the epidemic doctor, Ye Qing's expression froze over the space gate between the containment world and the zombie world, and he suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the epidemic doctor. Epidemiologist, evolved? Ye Qing is a little unbelievable, but also a little surprised. Good guy, I haven't evolved for so many years, and I suddenly participated in a plane war, and after a little bit of insight, I directly evolved and promoted to extraordinary. Ye Qing was a little dumbfounded. If he had known this, he would have started the plane war earlier, and it would not be today that the pox doctor made a breakthrough. However, he soon came back to his senses. It doesn't mean that the epidemic doctor will be able to evolve and break through when the plane war is started. Breakthrough needs time, accumulation, and timing. Only when the right time, place, and people are in harmony can a successful breakthrough be made. If the epidemic doctor hadn't accumulated enough for so many years, now that he encountered a new virus and was solved by his despised basic medical skills, he wouldn't have that kind of state of mind, and without that kind of understanding, he wouldn't be able to break through evolution. However, it is useless to say so much now. With a thought in Ye Qing's mind, in the next second, relevant information about the current epidemic doctor appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Epidemic Doctor Race, Human/Abnormal Body Level, Extraordinary Type, Containment Talent Skills, Baptism of Violet, Active, Heal, Active, Tentacle of Death, Passive, Description, a powerful immortal creature with super high potential, changed. At this moment, the face of the pox doctor changed. The most important thing is that in the column of innate skills, there is an extra baptism of violets. Ye Qing laughed. Sure enough, I knew it. The plague doctor, after having the baptism of violets, can evolve to a full state faster. Baptism of violet, when 12 creatures are successfully baptized by violet, the plague doctor will evolve to its full form. It can be said that after possessing this skill, Ye can completely see the epidemic doctor in peak state. Oh no, 15 yes. After the plague doctor baptizes 12 creatures, he will evolve into the terrifying Bai Ye. Even Ye Qing felt that this Bai Ye was at least a divine creature. The strength is so strong that it has definitely reached the level of terror. The most important thing is that he doesn't believe that other people have 1 sin and 100 goods, the abnormal body creature that can restrain Bai Ye. Although Bai Ye is not invincible, and there are other ways to kill Bai Ye, but if you want to kill Bai Ye in other ways, the price you pay is definitely very high. Games are games, reality is reality. There is too much room for manipulation here. Certainly. These are all later. At this time, Ye Qing stared at the direction where the epidemic doctor was, looked at the pair of huge black wings, and nodded with some satisfaction. This time, even if he didn't receive the corpse of the dead corpse, just the evolution of the epidemic doctor is already the biggest receipt. And at this time, the cause of Ye's Wang. Along with the evolution of the plague doctor, Xianxia and Herix looked at the pair of wings behind the plague doctor in amazement. Can it evolve wings? CO author, your beak mask is not a mask, the beak mask is your body, right? Good guy, I didn't know, I thought you were the winged human clan. Hercules and Xianxia are amazed after a long time. Hercules asked curiously, how does it feel? The condition is very good, and I even realized a new ability, do you want to try it? The epidemic doctor smiled and looked at Herix. Hercules turned green and shook his head decisively. Just kidding, because of the new ability of the epidemic doctor? He is very clear that the ability of the epidemic doctor is not a good ability. If you touch it, you will die, kill and heal and become a stitch monster. Who would want to try it? Try it and die. Oh, what a pity. The epidemic doctor shook his head regretfully. Let's go, it's time to deal with the boss in this zombie world. At this moment, Xianxia opened her mouth and looked at the two of them. Before that shout, all the zombies were summoned. There is no doubt that the owner of that voice is really strong, and he is definitely the son of luck in this world. They even felt that the son of luck was the zombie they were looking for. At least, the strongest is always a little special, right? In this regard, the Pox Doctor and Hercules have no opinion. Immediately, two were flying in the sky, and one was chasing on the ground. And those armies of wingmen and dragonmen were naturally dispatched by Herix and Xianxia to go to various parts of this zombie world to search for resources first. Boss, they come to push, the division of labor is clear, save time. Galloping all the way, finally, they saw a group of zombies jumping forward in front of them. The group of zombies naturally did not notice the three Herix behind them. They move on. Xianxia pondered for a while, and flew directly into the sky to check the situation ahead. Soon, she came back with an ugly face. What's wrong? Hercules asked. Xianxia took a deep breath, wanted to say something, but stopped, and then said, there is a mountain ahead, just go and see it. Hercules was speechless and had no choice but to go up to the hill to check. Soon, a group of three climbed to the top of the mountain in front of them, and immediately looked down. However, looking at it, it makes the scalp tingle, the hairs stand on end, and a cool air rushes straight from the tailbone to the sky. As far as I can see, there is a valley and low-lying land in front of me. However, in that low-lying land, there is a huge palace group. The palace group is well located, guarding a high-level official palace in the center. No, this is no longer as simple as a palace group. Around the palace complex, you can even see the majestic city walls. On the city wall, the years are modeled, and the old houses are old. This is a big city, at least a big city with a population of hundreds of thousands. There is no doubt that this is definitely the bustling center of the world, where all the creatures of this zombie world gather. At this time, countless zombies gathered densely in this city, and it is roughly estimated that there are at least tens of millions of them. Ordinary zombies, middle-level green zombies, high-level purple zombies, and extraordinary black zombies. Of course, this is only seen on the bright side. Whether there is an epic-level zombie stronger than the extraordinary black zombie, they don't know for the time being. But they knew very well that the roar before was definitely not something that an extraordinary zombie could make. That kind of domineering, commanding everything, KO fan does not have this kind of momentum. It is very possible that the owner of that voice is an epic, even stronger. There is such a big city here. Hercules turned his head and looked at Xianxia with a frown. Before, Xianxia told him about the whole zombie world. I only heard a small town, but I didn't hear any city. Impossible, this city is a small town, right? In the past, this was indeed a valley, without any special place, and even in this valley, there was no coffin. This city was born later. Xianxia said. Can cities be created out of thin air? Hercules was speechless. However, he also knows that this should be something unknown to me, and it will become like this. As for the specific changes, it is not very clear. Don't worry. I will cure everything. However, At this moment, the plague doctor suddenly spoke. You. Hercules looked at the plague doctor speechlessly, and he still hasn't spoken yet? What did you quack doctor say? Do you really think that if you become extraordinary, you will be invincible in the world? As extraordinary as the epidemic doctor, Hercules felt that he could hit 10. There is a big difference between extraordinary and extraordinary. The epidemic doctor didn't speak, but looked towards the direction of the city, already eager to try. Hercules shook his head, and didn't care about the epidemic doctor anymore. Instead, he turned his head to look at Xianxia and asked, "What should we do now? Attack and kill them? Kill them one by one." Xianxia rolled her eyes at Hercules, "Counting you and me, plus the epidemic doctor, there are only 2003 people in total. 2003 people, do you think there is a chance of winning against the hundreds of thousands of zombie army?" "Yes. Hundreds of thousands hit 2000, even if 10 hit 1, there is still a surplus. Employing a pile of people on the opposite side can push them out and annihilate the whole army. How to fight this? Can't fight at all. The most important thing is that those zombies are not weak. It's a bit difficult for Hercules to deal with a black zombie, let alone other dragon people. These 2000 soldiers and horses are just to feed those zombies. Then what?" Hercules frowned. "Now, it's time for me to appear." Suddenly, behind the three of them, came a rough voice. Immediately, Hercules and Xianxia felt a fishy smell of the sea blowing towards their faces. Looking back. But behold, a muscular man with a rough face and holding a trident, riding the waves, appeared behind them. The person who came was their eldest brother, the eldest son of Emperor Tiankai. "Lord of the Sea, Art. Why are you here?" Hercules frowned slightly. "Wherever there is the sea, there is my master of the sea." Ye smiled triumphantly, which is called insolence. "Oh." Hercules pouted secretly, but at this time, it was not the time to tear each other down. He looked at Ye, looked at the big brother, frowned and asked, "In this case, what can you do?" "Of course there is a way." Ye opened his mouth, pointed to the low-lying valley, and said with a smile, "When the ocean submerges this place, then this place will be my home field, and with the artifact bestowed by my father, I will seal everything." As he spoke, he raised the trident in his hand. This is no ordinary trident. Well, it can be said that before this thing was not even a trident. The trident on the top of the head was put on later. In fact, the main body is still the stick of the trident. This stick is nothing else, it is one of the contained items, number 2711 Ye golden cudgel. Can determine the existence of water. When the master of the ocean holds such a containment of 317, he is simply a seal maniac. As long as there is water, it can become a cage. With this thing in hand, Art, the lord of the ocean, is not even afraid of any enemy. You. Herix looked at the trident in Ye's hand with a complicated expression, and sighed. Sure enough, the father always preferred the elder brother more. Such artifacts are bestowed on him. And he himself doesn't have any artifacts. I am the lord of the ocean, and I will ban all evil in this world. At this moment, Ye and his pretend, and two of them, were lifted up by the waves, walking on the waves, looking down at the ancient city below. The sound was resounding and released, spreading to the ears of all zombies. In the next second, I will see you. Ye waved his hand, and in an instant, the terrifying sea wave was formed out of thin air, from falling from the sky. It is like the Tianhe River pouring backwards, and the water of the 9 heavens is tilted. Crash! Boom! The huge waves swept across the sky, the ancient city gate was instantly smashed, and the palace complex was also overturned by the waves. Everything was overturned. At this moment, the ancient city directly became Ze country. Those zombies are struggling with the turbidity, but to no avail. In an instant, the waves directly submerged the entire ancient city, and countless zombies wandered in the sea. In the ancient city, countless bubbles burst out. But obviously, water alone is not enough to annihilate these zombies. However, annihilating these zombies is not his purpose, sealing them is what he wants to do. I, Arter, the Lord of the Ocean, ban the monsters in this world today. Ye held the trident in both hands, looked cold and arrogant, and pretended to slowly insert the trident into the water. At this moment, the characteristics of Ruyi Golden Cudgel are activated. When Ruyi's Golden Cudgel touches the water body, an invisible ripple begins to spread. The water body is gradually becoming hard, and the spreading speed is very fast. It will hardly take long before the entire sea area will be turned into that sealed molten iron. Ye is naturally full of confidence. However, at this moment, Zhang! A terrifying sword cry resounded through the void, and a terrifying sword aura rose above the sea palace in the palace. Wow! The sea water that was supposed to be the ancient city of Seal was cut in half by the terrifying sword energy at this moment. At the same time, a majestic, like the voice of the Supreme Emperor suddenly resounded through the entire zombie world. I am the first Emperor of chaotic ancient times. Now I am resurrecting the corpse sword fairy. Where is the barbarian? How dare you make a mistake? Chapter 92. At this moment, accompanied by the questioning and shouting like an emperor, whether it is Ye who is facing such coercion head-on, or Xianxia, Herix and others who are hiding on the top of the mountain. At this moment, they only feel Alexander. It's like facing a high-ranking god, fear, horror, and chills. This sound of coercion made everyone breathless and their hearts developed. They didn't know who made the sound, they only knew that this sound made them extremely horrified. Strong. The sound alone made this idea flash in everyone's mind. At least epic level, even epic level up. Everyone looked solemnly into the sea area and at the tall palace. Especially Ye, as a client, he felt even more pressure. At this moment, he felt as if he was facing the gods in the legend, high above him, and sacred and inviolable. That is the coercion from an emperor, a real emperor, even more terrifying and powerful than his father, Emperor Tiankai. Don't think about it, it must be the legendary boss of this zombie world. I don't know what kind of strength this boss is. But no matter what, that monster must be very strong. At this time, Ye looked dignified, but before he could react, a man from the palace slowly walked out. He has a domineering sense of a dragon and a tiger, a burly figure, and a monstrous corpse aura, evil aura. His eyes are bright golden, carrying the pressure of the emperor. He was also wearing a black-bottomed gold-edged dragon pattern robe, looking like an emperor. No, to be precise, he is indeed an emperor, in this world, in a certain period of time. In his hand, there is a dragon pattern sword, which is shining brightly, with cold light flickering, extremely sharp. Just like a mighty and domineering Emperor Supreme. Of course, the corpse aura and even the evil aura emanating from his body have already shown his identity. Maybe he used to be a human, or some other race, but today, he has turned into a zombie. But, even as a zombie, that coercion still exists, and that wisdom still exists. It can be said that the combination of these two created this zombie supreme, already a sword fairy. At this moment, Hercules and Xianxia were startled by the terrifying aura of the zombie supreme, and then they looked up and down at the zombie supreme with bright eyes. Isn't this what the Xianxia god needs? Although this guy has spiritual intelligence, as long as his spiritual intelligence is obliterated, wouldn't he become the most perfect item? At this time, at the gate of the world, Ye Qing also looked at the zombie supreme who came out of the palace. Feeling the terrifying corpse aura of the zombie supreme, coupled with the incomparable imperial arrogance, Ye Qing's heart was moved. Isn't this the most perfect prop to create the sage Qin Shi Huang? He was very happy. This time, not only did the epidemic doctor evolve and become stronger, but he also found the exclusive props of the sage Shi Huang, conform to. It fits so well. That domineering saber, that face as cold as a knife, that sharp eyes, that majesty of a king who commands the world. All show the specialness of this zombie supreme. The key is... Ye Qing confirmed from the system that the zombie supreme in front of him can really be used as a material. Just knowing this is enough. Be sure to catch this zombie supreme alive. At this moment, Ye Qing directly issued an order to Xianxia, Herix, the plague doctor, and Ye. The four of them were stunned for a moment, and then their hearts trembled. They knew that it was the Lord God who was watching them, and everything here fell into the eyes of the Lord God. And what they can do is to listen to the orders of the Lord God, and listen to the orders. They will do whatever Ye Qing asks them to do. Capture the zombie supreme alive? The four of them squinted at the zombie supreme at the same time. There is no doubt that if he is captured alive today, he will definitely be rewarded by the Lord God. Not to mention the rewards of various treasures, just a few words of encouragement are enough for them to be happy. And now? Humph, what emperor, what sword fairy? What great emperor! He just knows how to play with swords. At this moment, Ye snorted coldly, opened his mouth and started to fight. Crash! In the sky, monstrous waves appeared out of thin air, and the waves roared like landslides, rolling towards the zombie supreme. The waves are like a tsunami, and the terrorist attack crushes away. Such waves can even destroy and crush everything. However, feeling the terrifying wave invasion head-on, the zombie supreme just squinted his eyes, and a disdainful smile suddenly appeared on his face. He lightly raised the Emperor's Dao Excalibur in his hand, and gently swiped towards the terrifying sea waves. In the void, it began to tremble, and a terrifying sword energy shot up into the sky. The sword energy instantly cut off the terrifying sea waves, splitting one into two, breaking one piece in two. Even, the sword energy remained undiminished, and even blasted towards Yate. Yate's expression froze and his pupils shrank. He hurriedly waved his hand, condensing endless sea water, trying to resist the bombardment of that sword energy. However, no matter how he condenses the sea water, the sword energy cuts through the void and cuts everything. Nothing is irresistible. Art's complexion completely changed at this moment, some on the forehead, dense cold sweat emerged. His ability was completely restrained by this zombie supreme, and he was completely crushed. Reality benders seem to have no solution, but if they encounter the existence of restraint, reality benders will have no way to resist. Especially now. Yate can create oceans out of thin air, which simply breaks the law of entropy increase and violates the laws of the universe. But that's it. Really, what if you could create oceans out of thin air, and manipulate oceans? When someone slashed with a sword, the terrifying sword energy pierced the sky. No matter what kind of sea water you are, if you should be cut, you will be cut. Even if you know how to manipulate and create again, that's all. Sea water is ordinary sea water. Unless there are other characteristics of sea water here, it is only possible to passively enhance Ader's strength, so there is no way. Yate sighed, as the Lord of the Ocean, he was defeated so easily by such a monster. He really has no way to stop this sword energy. He is one who controls the ocean, not one who weakens combat power. Reality benders are bugs, but not all bugs are unsolvable. Just when Art was waiting to die. Buzz. At this moment, Yate only felt that his body suddenly became lighter, becoming extremely light, even lighter than air. His figure even flew into the sky uncontrollably, narrowly dodging that terrifying sword aura. Hey! Art was taken aback. Just at this moment, a clear female voice came. Brother, sometimes, you still need to pay attention to the scenery in the sky. Holy Kaisa flew by, and a golden sword appeared in her hand. The moment the golden light long sword took shape. Boom! Kaisha thought, and in the next second, dark clouds began to gather above the head of the zombie supreme, lightning flashed and thunder thundered. Ked. Crack! A series of terrifying lighting annihilation to the zombie supreme. In the air, there was a burst of burnt smell. The arc fell on the surrounding sea water, causing a terrifying abnormal effect. The entire sea water was surrounded by electric arcs, and countless zombies still struggling in the sea water began to twitch and struggle, and immediately, black smoke spread from their bodies. Obviously, not all zombies can be killed with Ting's bombardment. Other zombies are like this, but that zombie supreme. Boom! At this moment, accompanied by a terrifying thunderbolt, the zombie supreme just snorted softly, the sword in his hand was shining brightly, and immediately, he slashed through the thunder. Kaka. At this moment, Tianlei was instantly cut off. The sky thunder annihilated, and the void trembled. That day the thunder spread towards the zombie supreme. In an instant, the zombie supreme's body was surrounded by electric arcs, and the horrifying and scalp-tingling aura began to spread. So. The zombie supreme was not afraid at all, he didn't even frown. He was surrounded by Lei Ting, just watching with cold eyes. Of course, it's not just looking at Keisha looking at the sea area again, because of the conduction, his zombie brothers were all smoked from the electricity one by one, and started belching. He narrowed his eyes, with a terrifying killing intent in his eyes. His subjects, his people. Because this woman, unexpectedly. You, damn it. He looked at Keisha coldly. Even if Nayate flooded the ancient city before, he didn't care. Because, even if they are submerged, zombies still won't die. However, conducting electricity now has indeed killed most of the weaker ordinary zombies. This is what he cannot bear. Therefore, his killing intent towards Keisha is even more intense. His subjects wouldn't have died if it wasn't for Keisha. Keisha frowned slightly. Until now, after facing the terrifying killing intent of the zombie supreme, she felt the horror. Strong is really strong. The killing intent was even more substantial, as if it would kill her in the next second. Strong and scary. She feels unusually uncomfortable, let Wang Zhao, however, the next second. Zhang. There were bursts of sword sounds, and immediately, a beam of sword light shot up into the sky, killing Xianxia in an instant. Xianxia's expression froze, and she dodged dexterously. She is the master of the sky. In this sky, she can naturally control everything, and if she wants to avoid this sword energy, it is naturally easy. However, she had just dodged the first sword chi, and in the next second, dense sword chi overwhelmingly crushed towards Xianxia. The dense sword energy makes people feel chills in their hearts. Call. Xianxia gently closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her eyes became extremely sharp. Buzz. In the void, the domain instantly opened, and immediately, an invisible barrier blocked her face. Puff puff puff, one after another sword energy bombarded the air wall, but it was impossible for the air wall to split. Fortunately hungry. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. At least, it can be regarded as having fought the first wave of attacks. However, just when she thought so. Zhang. The sword cry sounded again, and in the next second, a long sword shining with golden light pierced the void. Pfft. The air wall was pierced in an instant, and the long sword remained undiminished. Pfft. Xianxia shrank her pupils, only feeling a severe pain in her lower abdomen. She lowered her head in disbelief, looking at the long sword that pierced her lower abdomen. Her beautiful eyes gradually became dull. Chapter 93. Spike. Holy Kaisa, killed in seconds. At this moment, not only Xianxia was stunned, but Art, and even Hercules, who watched this scene, their eyes instantly turned red. Xianxia, they exclaimed. They are brothers and sisters of the same father and mother. Now, seeing their younger sister being pierced through their bodies, how can they not be in a hurry, how can they not be angry? At this moment, monstrous slavery is on the rise. Ye's eyes were red, and the terrifying sea water instantly invaded the zombie supreme. Give it to me. Ye shouted loudly. The violent sea water invaded instantly, and began to roll wildly, forming a terrifying sea spout, crushing towards the zombie supreme. Even, the sea water is still shrinking and concentrating. At this moment, hundreds of drops of water condense into one drop of water. The super heavy water gathers into a tornado, crushing everything. Xianxia is their own sister. Although they sometimes don't necessarily care about this sister, the family relationship is absolutely inseparable. Usually it doesn't matter what happens, but at this moment, he really can't bear it. Regardless of whether he restrained or not, he manipulated the sea water and attacked the zombie supreme. Even, at this moment, he felt that he had even exerted an ability countless times beyond his previous ability. Of course, not only Ye, but also Naharux. Hercules grows closer to Xianxia. Now, seeing his own sister being pierced through the body, the anger overwhelmed the reason. With red eyes, he jumped straight into the arena, regardless of the sea water around him, and that punch packed with terrifying power killed the zombie supreme in an instant. Boom! At this moment, the space trembled faintly, and Herax even used countless times more power than before. The vigorous Dragon King completely untied all the restrictions, and killed the zombie supreme at all costs. It's finally interesting. The zombie supreme looked at the terrifying sea tornado, then looked at Herax, sneered, and with a move, the long sword that pierced Xianxia trembled, and he pulled out directly. The sword light pierced the sky, and the long sword fell directly into his hand. Clang! He blocked with his horizontal sword, and a terrifying trembling erupted. The blade of the sword collided with the terrifying fist, the long sword trembled, and a terrifying force came, and his figure was blown away uncontrollably, crashing straight into the invading sea water. Crash! The sea water rolled over, carrying the terrifying power of annihilation, sweeping the zombie supreme. That is super heavy water condensed from countless sea water. Every drop even has a terrifying gravity, just falling on the body makes people unable to move. This is the super heavy waterspout. Clatter! His body began to disappear, from his wrist, then to his arm, and then to his body. Even, in a short while, half of his body was wiped out to ashes. The pitch black, foul-smelling corpse blood infects the sea water. It worked. At this moment, Art's eyes lit up. And Hercules also looked happy. However, they were not in a hurry to look at the zombie supreme, and the two turned their heads to look at Xianxia almost at the same time. Immediately, they breathed a sigh of relief. Because, they saw, the plague doctor had caught Xianxia long ago, and gently put her on the ground. Although the long sword only pierced Xianxia's abdomen, that sword was no small matter. At the moment when the long sword pierced through the body, the sword energy shook, almost obliterating all internal organs in Xianxia's body. Anyone else would have died from this horrible injury long ago. Fortunately, Kaisa is the lord of the sky, the holy Kaisa, and even an extraordinary creature with divinity. Even if the internal organs were smashed, to her, it was only a serious injury, not a fatal injury. But Hercules and Ye did rush forward, looked at the epidemic doctor, and asked nervously, "How is it?" "Don't worry, there is no serious problem, and your life is safe," the epidemic doctor said. "Even if he evolves, his memory, BFBH, his medical skills, will not disappear. He still will." Hearing this, Hercules and Art could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it's okay. But, looking at Xianxia's pale and bloodless face, the two big brothers are not lying in their hearts. Seeing with their own eyes that their sister was so seriously injured, it was a ghost for them to feel better. Even if life is safe, it is still injured. However, this also proves that the zombie supreme is really fishy. Xianxia, as an existence who inherited a trace of divinity from Emperor Apocalypse, is almost crushing the existence of the same realm. Even if it is a battle beyond a level, it is not a problem. But now, he was given a second by the zombie supreme sword. One can imagine how strong this zombie supreme is. There must be epics, and they even suspect that this zombie supreme has a trace of divinity. Although the zombie supreme didn't show real power from beginning to end, nor did he show the power of divinity. But being able to kill Xianxia in seconds is absolutely no small matter. But it doesn't matter if you are divine or what, if you dare to hurt my sister, don't think about it today. Hercules gritted his teeth. Xianxia Shen said that the zombie supreme should be captured alive. There is no way to kill it. However, it can make him unable to live and die. What about zombie supreme? What about the ancient emperor? What about the corpse sword fairy? Today, he is going to let this so-called zombie supreme show off his absolute terror. Don't worry, I have new abilities that can cure her. At this moment, the epidemic doctor suddenly said. Baptism of Violet. The epidemic doctor knew very well that his violet baptism would definitely heal Xianxia's injury completely. So, Herrick's and Yates' expressions changed, and Hercules stopped him quickly. Don't. You just need to take good care of her before she dies. Wait for me to avenge Xianxia. Not bad. Hercules also nodded. Hey, why don't you believe me? The epidemic doctor sighed. His newly awakened power is really powerful. Too bad those two guys stereotyped him too much. Don't believe in your abilities? Hercules and Art looked at each other, and were about to say something. However, at this moment, not bad. It's a bit decent. Suddenly, a chuckle sounded behind them. Hercules and Art shrank their pupils and turned their heads suddenly. Immediately, not far from them, the zombie supreme appeared in the air. The most important thing is that the arms and lower body of this zombie supreme are recovering at an extremely terrifying speed. Terrible self-healing ability. Art and Hercules gasped. This monster has such a terrifying self-healing ability? From the very beginning to now, this zombie supreme has exceeded their imagination one after another. If you have intelligence, you can move freely. Now, it has shown such a terrifying self-healing ability. This is still like this? Captured alive? The corners of Hercules and Art's mouths twitched. They can only say that the Xianxia god thinks highly of them. It's not something they can do at all. They want to cripple it, and it can't be customized. What to do? The two of them were thinking quickly. But at this time, it was no longer their turn to think about it. At this moment, I saw that zombie supreme slashed towards them with a sword. The pupils of the two shrank, subconsciously tilted their heads, and narrowly dodged the sword. However, pfft. Even so, a wound was still drawn on their faces by the aftermath of the sword energy. Dots of bright red blood slipped from their cheeks, and a trace of warmth came, and cold sweat fell down their foreheads involuntarily. As long as they dodge a little slower, this sword will land on their necks. With such a sharp sword, they have no doubt that they can cut off their heads with one sword. Crash! Ye was quicker to react after all. With a thought in his mind, in the next second, the sea water under his feet was attacking the zombie supreme, and the sea water condensed a big hand, covering the servant supreme. Trouble. The zombie supreme glanced coldly, and in his hand, the long sword carried a terrifying power, and he slashed across. In the next second, the terrifying sword energy vibrated, cutting off the big hand in an instant, but obviously, even if the sea water is cut off, the sea water is still under Ye's control, and the sea water in the air gathers again, and in an instant it becomes a water whip immediately. A fist packed with terrifying power hit the zombie supreme's face firmly. Boom! At this moment, the zombie supreme was instantly blasted into the sea, and was submerged by the waves in an instant. It's now! Hercules shouted. Ye didn't talk nonsense, directly took out the trident, and forcibly walked on the sea water. The ripples began to spread, and began to invade a little bit. Ding Gaishanzhen is really Dingai Ding Shui. As long as there is water, it can be sealed. It doesn't matter what you are, as long as you enter the water and be fixed by the Ding Gaishan needle. Unless the Ding Gaishan needle is taken out, no one can get out of this water prison. The artifact is indeed an artifact, but the only problem is that the speed is too slow. Number F sharp. Art can control sea water. At this moment, the endless sea water is rolling towards the zombie supreme, and the terrifying pressure falls on the zombie supreme, like a great burden, like carrying a mountain in abyss. As long as it is not interrupted in the middle, the cooperation between Ye and Ding Gaishanzhen is the most perfect. And at this time, in the sea, feeling the terrifying pressure turbulence around, and even being bound, the zombie supreme narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes fell on Ye. Sure enough, you can't underestimate any opponent. If I knew it, I would have killed you first. He murmured. Better think about your own situation. Ye snorted coldly, I am the Lord of the Sea, as long as there is sea water, I am invincible. He proudly raised his head, looked down at the zombie supreme, and seemed to have forgotten the embarrassing situation where he was almost killed by a sword. However, in the current situation, there is nothing wrong with him pretending to be forceful. Invincible. However, the zombie supreme suddenly laughed. In this emperor's era, who dared to call himself invincible? Who dared to say he was invincible? They're just a bunch of clowns. That era? Haha, your era has long passed, but you are just a remnant of the old era. Ye dismissed the doctor. Zombie Supreme nodded slowly, and immediately said quietly, then let me, a remnant of the old era, tell you what is the absolute power gap. He gently closed his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to be gathering some power. Boom! Boom! A terrifying heartbeat sounded suddenly, like a heavy drumbeat, resounding in everyone's heart. OM! The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light burst out from those golden eyes. Jun's landing! Supreme Wang Chuan! One sword, open the sky! Boom! At this moment, following the voice of Zombie Supreme, streaks of golden light converged, and immediately, that golden light condensed into a terrifying sword. The big sword is like a pillar supporting the sky, connecting the sky and the earth. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying big sword cut down. Instantly. Chapter 94. The sword blares, the sword light soars into the sky, and the terrifying sword energy shakes. At this moment, the entire zombie world even began to change color. The dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the terrifying sword energy shook the void, and the extreme oppressive pressure made people horrified. Especially Art. At this moment, his pupil shrank. Because this terrifying sword is aimed at him. The pressure he feels will only be stronger and more terrifying. It seemed that in the next second, he would be chopped off by that terrifying sword. The point is, the sword really cut down that day. Hey! The speed of the big sword was unbelievable, and it slashed towards Ye in an instant. Ye's pupil shrank. This sword was aimed at him, it was aimed at him. His figure moved, the goose wanted to pass the sword. However, Ye's face suddenly became ugly. It's not that he can't move, but that he can clearly feel that he is locked. He even felt that no matter where he hid or fled, he would be hit by this sword. There is no hiding, there is no avoiding. Helpless. Ye's face was extremely ugly, and he never thought that it would become like this. He could only watch helplessly as the sword slashed towards him. A sword cuts through the sky, a big sword cuts through the sky, and cuts everything. The sword light annihilated everything, and immediately, Ye only felt his eyes go dark, and then he didn't know anything. But others can see more clearly and see more clearly. Everyone watched that ray of sword light pass by, and the terrifying sword energy shook. Immediately, a horrifying bloody light erupted from Naos' body, and then he fell to the ground with his head up. Boom! The ground was forcibly smashed into a pit, smoke and dust were everywhere, and blood was continuously gathering at the bottom of the pit, and Ye lost consciousness. Herrick's pupil shrank, and he rushed forward to check on Ye's injury. The epidemic doctor is also following closely. The moment they saw Ye again, their expressions changed in unison. But I saw that at this time, Ye had one arm broken, and his body was bloody, all of which were densely packed with wounds cut by sharp sword lights. The most critical thing is the inside. The bones burst, the meridians were broken, and the dantian of the lower abdomen was almost destroyed. The epidemic doctor said, and informed Ye of his injury. Fortunately, I still have a breath, and I'm not dead yet, not dead. Indeed not dead. It is possible that the zombie supreme kept his hand, or it was something else. Anyway, Art survived. DJE. Hercules looked at Ye who was so injured, but his face was a bit ugly. The bones burst, the meridians were broken, and the dantian was destroyed. However, any other cultivator with such a terrifying injury would definitely be regarded as abolished. This zombie supreme deliberately spared Ye's life, and he just rushed to destroy Ye. Murder. This zombie supreme just wants to kill people. Hercules took a deep breath. Fortunately, Ye is not a traditional practitioner, otherwise, from a high existence in the past, now he has fallen from the altar, and has become this person who is neither human nor ghost. I don't know how many days I will be hit. Next, I'll leave this to you. Herrick turned to look at the plague doctor, and said quietly. Don't worry, the epidemic doctor said. Although Ye's injury looks serious, as long as he still has breath, he won't die. Today's epidemic doctors are much stronger than ever. Until then, Hercules turned his head and looked at the zombie supreme, but I saw, on the surface of the sea, the zombie supreme stood with his hands behind his back, glanced at Art indifferently, and then looked at Hercules again, and said indifferently, now, it's your turn. He is extremely conceited, with a terrifying sense of domineering. Have great confidence in your own strength. He didn't bother to engage in a sneak attack, he wanted this alien with horns on his head to see with his own eyes what would happen to him against him. Of course, as the great emperor of ancient times, he even disdained to do sneak attacks. And now, the Phyllis genus, hey, you are really strong. Hercules looked at the zombie supreme with an unprecedented solemn expression. His younger sister, who was stronger than him, was instantly killed, and his elder brother, who was holding an artifact, was also instantly killed. Now, only me, who looks neither strong nor weak, is left to confront the zombie supreme head-on. He took a deep breath. No matter how strong the enemy is, today, he must win. This is no longer because the task of the creator is so simple, it is already related to the face of the entire containment world, and it is related to the face of their royal family. Therefore, today, he must win. However, the zombie supreme, listening to Heracles' words, and looking at Hercules' cold eyes, felt the will to win in those eyes. Do you think you can win? Can you win? Your elder brother and your younger sister are powerless, but what can you do? Zombie Supreme looked at Hercules and said contemptuously. Hercules didn't speak, just remained silent, and looked at the Zombie Supreme. In his eyes, there was still the belief of victory. Very good, then let this emperor see your strength. Zombie Supreme felt the faith in Herrick's eyes, and smiled, full of fighting spirit. Obviously, this Zombie Supreme is also a fighting maniac. No matter what, he can let others have the chance to kill him several times, but if you are like this in the end, he will kill him without hesitation. Well, of course, it's not just a killer, he will use different methods according to different situations. Sometimes, it can make life worse than death. This is what a real boss should look like. Then let you see my power. Herrick stared at the Zombie Supreme suspended in midair and surrounded by divine swords. With one punch, he blasts towards the Zombie Supreme. However, too slow, too light. Zombie Supreme just lightly blocked it with his sword, and took Herrick's punch very easily. Hercules gritted his teeth, flashed his figure, and punched out again. But obviously, no matter how fast his fists are released, or how terrifying his strength is, in the eyes of the Zombie Supreme, it is nothing more than that. The strength is too light, the strength is too weak. This is what Zombie Supreme says about Herrick's. If this is the only strength you have, then you can go die. Zombie Supreme looked at Herax, who was punching again, and opened his mouth lightly. The long sword around his body was even aimed at Herax's heart. Yes, it's the heart. He really wants to kill Hercules with one blow. For Zombie Supreme, the weak are not even necessary to exist, and have no value at all. Clang! At this moment, when a sword struck, Hercules' pupil shrank, and his body shifted instinctively, narrowly dodging the sword. Similarly, because of this sword, his figure fell down uncontrollably, and he no longer had the force to attack. It's not bad to be able to do this. Zombie Supreme looked at Herax, who fell on the ground, and commented lightly. In the past, Hercules could directly kill many zombies with his bare hands, but now, Hercules is looked down upon by a Zombie Supreme. It's just mental. But obviously, Hercules was not discouraged. He stood up slowly, took off his upper body clothes, revealing his muscular, golden ratio figure. The strength of a person can never be judged by his own strength, but by his desirability. When you have the invincible mind of a strong man, then you are invincible and you have absolute ruling power. Herax, as he said that, along with his breathing, his muscles became even more agitated, and his heart began to beat regularly. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying and strong heartbeat sounded gradually, the blood in his body began to circulate at an accelerated rate, a trace of sweat evaporated from his body, and white mist rose up, surrounding Herax. At this moment, his whole body was so violent that the soil under his feet even spreading around at this very moment. Ask for flowers. The airwave blew the lower half of the shirt, making a hunting sound. In that muscular body, there is terrifying and explosive power. Oh! An unprecedented new form. Zombie Supreme looked at Herax, narrowed his eyes, and finally smiled with a hint of interest. Is this your whole card? Then let me see how strong you are. Zombie Supreme said, his expression unprecedentedly excited. Then, behold, Hercules moved. Boom! He stepped forward, trampled on the air, and rushed towards the Zombie Supreme. Treading the air at extreme speed? It's interesting. Zombie Supreme saw Hercules' terrifying air-treading ability at a glance. It has to be said that at this moment, Hercules has completely changed from his previous form. The strength is so strong that it can be called the crushing before. The ground under his feet was like a flat ground. He stepped on the air like this, he leaped, as if teleporting, and appeared in front of the Zombie Supreme with the terrifying white steam. Boom! The terrifying and tyrannical punch instantly blasted towards the Zombie Supreme. Boom! The air began to vibrate, and the void began to tremble. 0. Horrific sound waves vibrated one after another, and the punch with violent power and speed instantly blasted towards the face of the Zombie Supreme. Good. However, Zombie Supreme looked at this terrifying punch, and just commented with great interest. But this evaluation is just two simple words, not bad. Boom! His long sword vibrated, and he slammed in front of him. Buzzing the long sword cicadas sounded, and the long sword began to bend and twist under the pressure of terrifying force. The Zombie Supreme's jaws were split open, and traces of black and red blood flowed out. However, the Zombie Supreme didn't react at all, and he exerted force with his hand, instantly blasting Herax into the air. The sound wave erupted, and Hercules uncontrollably smashed onto the rock not far away. Boom! Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and the earth shook. Only when the smoke and dust cleared away completely did the whole picture of Herax at this time be revealed. Who? At this moment, Hercules was panting, barely leaning against the rock, forced himself to stand up, and looked at the Zombie Supreme with a more dignified expression. Continue. Let me see your real strength. If this is your whole card, you will stop here. Zombie Supreme said lightly, with an extraordinarily flat and cold tone. Today's Hercules is indeed stronger, at least 3 times as strong as before. But for him, it's still the same, it's not enough to see. A little cold sweat oozes from Hercules' forehead, but before the cold sweat falls, he is overwhelmed by his terrifying body temperature. Evaporate and turn into white steam that surrounds the whole body. Judging from the previous fights, under normal circumstances, there is definitely no way to defeat the Zombie Supreme. Want to fight, want to win, unless there is a stronger force. Power beyond all. Crunch! At this moment, Hercules clenched his fists, and terrifying forces gathered in his body. On his wrists, arms, and even his upper body, there were even some fine wounds, and bright red blood flowed out. If you want to fight, you can only use overload state, open. Hercules snorted. At this moment, his eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and his body began to congeal with blood. Those blue veins are like ferocious swimming dragons. The momentum of terror rises into the sky. His heart began to beat violently, and the blood flowed in his body like a river. The bright red blood oozes from the poor wound. As the body temperature rises, the blood oozing from Hercules' body is directly evaporated, and the red steam surrounds Hercules like wolf smoke. Boom! A violent air wave surrounded Herux, flying sand and rocks, and the air wave flew up. Overload state. Hercules at this moment is 10 times stronger than before. 7. Chapter 95. Now it's finally interesting. At this moment, Zombie Supreme was very excited. Excitement like never before. If it was Xianxia before, he was just a little more serious. Naya can only be regarded as a little annoying. And at this time, Hercules is really qualified to be his opponent. Whoosh! However, at this moment, Hercules appeared in front of Zombie Supreme in a flash. So fast! Zombie Supreme shrank his pupils, he didn't even notice when Hercules moved, let alone when he crossed such a long distance to reach his face. However, at this moment, he can't think so much anymore. Seeing Hercules punched him fiercely, blasting towards him. Boom! This punch didn't hit Zombie Supreme, but just hit the air. Of course, don't underestimate this punch in the air, see you. Boom! The air was squeezed and vibrated by the terrifying fist wind, as if a white air blasted towards the Zombie Supreme terrifyingly. Clatter! The clothes of the Zombie Supreme blown by the tyrannical air pressure rattled, and his figure was uncontrollably blasted to the surface of the sea. However, this power is endless. Crash! The sea water invaded, and the air wave forced the Zombie Supreme to reach the ancient city on the bottom of the sea. In the ancient city, the hard blue stone bricks shattered, and the sea water was evaporated by the terrifying pressure. The sea water boiled, and there was countless blue smoke. Boom! In the next second, Herux's speed was 410 faster, and he appeared directly in front of the Zombie Supreme, and with another punch, he horribly blasted towards the Zombie Supreme. The scorching air blasted the formation of sea water, and the terrifying high temperature oscillated, and the sea water was even ignited by the terrifying fist wind. With extreme strength and speed, even air can be ignited. Boom boom boom! One after another of heavy punches and one after another of terrifying pressure, the Zombie Supreme Jade was forcibly immobilized on the bottom of the sea. Strong! At this moment, Hercules is really strong, unbelievably strong, and against the sky. Call! Finally, Hercules took a breath, stepped back, and landed far away on the top of the mountain again. Who? Hercules gasped. At this moment of consumption, it was really naive. He even felt that horrible pain all over his body, like being pulled out by a cramp. The bones all over his body trembled even more, it seemed that he was a little overwhelmed, his physical strength was also severely exhausted, and even his muscles were stretched and painful. Overload state, this is the first time it's turned on, so it's like that. Hercules whispered. In the past, all the enemies he faced were not enough for him to activate the overload state. And now, there is finally a suffocating enemy that allows him to activate the overload state, so that he can finally flex his fists and kill everything. He looked into the sea water. At this moment, his senses that had been strengthened countless times made his heart heavy. After receiving so many punches from myself, he can still move? Yes. He feels it. In the sea water, there is a terrifying figure leaping up with violent power. Good-do-do. The sea water boiled, and in the next second, the Zombie Supreme struck again from the sea water. Look at Zombie Supreme again. At this moment, whether it was Hercules or the epidemic doctor, their expressions were extraordinarily dignified. Good guy. No injuries? Yes. At least it seemed that the Zombie Supreme was not injured. Ha ha ha. Very good, your strength, I recognize it. At this moment, Zombie Supreme laughed wildly, he did not seem to have suffered much injuries, but only he knew it. If it weren't for his terrifying resilience in the previous few punches, there would really be no scum left. The power of that fist was terrifying to the extreme, so powerful that it was suffocating. The speed is so fast, the fist wind is so strong that even the air rubs against each other to produce sparks. It is conceivable that the strength is strong. However, in the face of praise and recognition, Hercules couldn't laugh. This zombie supreme is definitely the strongest enemy he has ever seen in his life. It is so powerful that it is unimaginable, and it is so powerful that it is terrifying. Is this zombie supreme? And at this time, at the gate of space, looking at the center of the battle, Ye Qing also frowned slightly. To be honest, he was really surprised. Unexpectedly, this Hercules actually has such a method? The ultimate strength, and then the physique is refined to be extremely strong. The speed alone can run through the air, and the wind of the fist can rub the air to generate heat, and violent flames appear. It's unbelievably strong. But after thinking about it, as a level 3 reality bender who specializes in strength, it is normal to have such strength. But now, after Hercules entered the overloaded state, Ye Qing even felt that ordinary epic creatures could only be instantly killed in front of the overloaded Hercules. However, even Herux, who has turned on the overload state, has not yet reached the legendary level, and at most has the epic high level, or epic peak combat power. However, this is amazing enough. Extraordinary level creatures burst out with peak epic combat power, which is simply unimaginable. Sure enough, no reality bender should be underestimated. Even, Ye Qing feels that Xianxia and Art have their own cards that have not been exposed. However, before they could reveal their whole cards, they were given a second by the impatient zombie supreme. On the contrary, Hercules, because of the last one, had the chance to show his trump card. Only even such a powerful Hercules can't deal with Nahi the zombie supreme? That terrifying resilience is simply tingling. At this moment, Ye Qing even thought of the 5th Demon King in the void world of Shibachang. Of course, the 5th Demon King was instantly killed with a black card before he showed his terrifying recovery power. At that time, he was still a little unconcerned. Until now, after seeing the terrifying resilience of the zombie, he was a little bit awe-inspiring. Such resilience is simply a nightmare for persistent fighters. If you want to destroy the zombie supreme, you must either use terrifying strength to directly crush him, so that he has no possibility of turning the tables, or you just wait to be consumed by him. The zombie supreme. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, looked at the zombie supreme, and began to perceive everything about the zombie supreme. However, soon, he shook his head and gave up the idea. Can't feel it at all. This zombie supreme has a very strong power of the world, and is blessed by this world. He is the real child of luck. Others can't perceive it at all. No way, we can only see if Hercules can win. Thinking so, Ye Qing continued to watch the battle. And at this time, in the battlefield, Hercules' fists trembling, his body was a little overwhelmed because of the overload, and the intense pain made him grit his teeth, watching the zombie supreme slowly flying in the sky. If it weren't for the support of that strong belief, he might have fallen down long ago. Are you holding on with one breath? Hehe. It seems that you have stopped here. The zombie supreme saw the situation of Heracles at a glance. So far, what you say doesn't count. Hercules panted, and until now, he is still stubborn, refusing to admit defeat. Hehe, your unleashed combat power is like a candle in the wind. Even if it is not blown out by the wind in the end, you will be exhausted. Before that, it is better to fight openly and openly, like this, only then can you please me. No way, I can still let your sister and brother die. Zombie Supreme said lightly, but there was excitement and eagerness in his eyes that didn't match that tone. Yes. He wants to have a hearty battle. The so-called crushing is really boring. Boom. At this moment, Hercules gritted his teeth and moved without saying a word. His figure was as fast as a flash of red light, and he appeared in front of the Zombie Supreme in an instant, and the fist wrapped in extreme violent power blasted towards the Zombie Supreme again. Clang! Zombie Supreme blocked it with his long sword, his eyes instantly caught Herx's movement track, and he blocked it smoothly. But obviously, it hasn't risen yet. Hercules was faster, his punches were not heavy, and he switched places again, and began to bombard violently. Boom boom boom! The violent forces began to collide. In the void, there is only a red light and a black light surrounded. In the blink of an eye, the two collided countless times. And with the berserk power, the Zombie Supreme was adapting to such a terrifying high-speed battle quickly. Herx is getting faster and faster, and the speed of Zombie Supreme is also quickly catching up. The eyes are sharp, and the long sword is shining coldly. Sword chi surrounds and oscillates. He seems to have some kind of talent that is so terrifying that he can adapt to the battle quickly. Before, when he received a punch from Herx, the tiger's mouth began to burst, and blood flowed from the corpse. But now, not to mention receiving 1 punch, even 10 punches and 100 punches, Zombie Supreme is still the same, and there is no trace of injury on his body. The Zombie Supreme, improve your strength in battle. It's like gaining experience in battle, it's terrifying. Sure enough, the title of the first Emperor of Chaos ancient times was not called for nothing. Even though this is just the Emperor of a certain clan in a small world. But as far as this guy's talent is concerned, he definitely has the hope of growing to the legendary level. And now, he has become a zombie, and his strength has leapt to the top. Although there are no other abnormalities in this world, this Zombie Supreme is enough to drink a pot. At this time, at the gate of space, Ye Qing looked at Hercules and Zombie Supreme in the battle, his eyes flickered and he murmured. Yes, he has already explored the entire zombie world, and almost all the luck in this world falls on the Zombie Supreme. That is to say, there are really no accidents in this mission, this Zombie Supreme is the final boss. But this last boss is really strong, and the talent is really terrifying. Who knows what was going on in this zombie world, that it gave birth to such geniuses and monsters. At this moment, with the thought in his mind, he suddenly looked towards the battlefield, where Hercules, who fell to the ground again, was out of breath. At this time, Hercules was even more dignified, and looked at the Zombie Supreme even more inconceivably. His strength has skyrocketed tenfold. However, that Zombie Supreme, even if he could withstand his bombardment, forcibly raised his own strength. This is no longer a question of being strong or not, this is simply a question against this guy. It seems that I have to use the last hole card. Herax murmured. At this moment, his eyes are extraordinarily determined. The last hole card is to use vitality. 2.3 Forget it, leave this matter to others. You step back first. However, at this moment, in Herax's mind, suddenly, a majestic and sacred voice sounded. Hercules was taken aback. This voice is very familiar to him. Isn't that Lord God? Before waiting for his reaction. Clang! In the void, a miniature wormhole suddenly appeared. In that miniature wormhole, strands of black unknown substance metal appeared in an instant, and in an instant it turned into a cage. The cage directly trapped the Zombie Supreme, up and down, left and right, front and back, all round and natural, just like the most natural one-piece cage. This is... What is the special material of the black sword summoned by Abel? Hercules was taken aback. Turning his head slightly, as expected, he saw that Abel, who did not know when, had already appeared on the other side of the mountain. Naturally, he had dealt with that black material sword of Abel, it was really hard, even if he tried his best, he couldn't bend or break it. It's like this thing has another mode of operation. Anyway, the material is very special and strong. The point is, can this thing trap that Zombie Supreme? Thinking so, Hercules turned his head and looked at the zombie in the cage again, and then he was stunned. But what I saw, the zombie was standing there, motionless, his eyes were looking forward blankly, as if he had seen the most extreme mystery in the world, he was in a daze, his eyes lost. Focus. Chapter 96. This is... At this moment, Hercules looked at the pitch-black material cage, a little dazed, a little dazed. He is too clear about the situation of the Zombie Supreme. But, the Zombie Supreme just stayed inside and didn't move? What's the situation? He is very clear about this black substance, it is the same material as that of Abel's weapon. But no matter how tough this thing is, the Zombie Supreme should have a way to break it. But now... Hercules stared intently at the black material cage, trying to figure out why. Then, he also froze. Because, he saw on the black material cage, there seemed to be some words engraved on it, like a secret. He wanted to take a closer look at what the text was, however, there was indeed a mosaic on the text, and he couldn't see it clearly at all. I can only vaguely see that it is a row of words. At this moment, they instinctively felt that the words were very important, an extremely important mystery. If you can see through that text, you can definitely bring something to yourself. Although he didn't know what it could bring him, he just felt that it was very important and he had to figure it out. Okay. Suddenly, Hercules was taken aback for a moment, and immediately, as if he had thought of something, his pupil shrank, and he suddenly turned his head to look elsewhere. It suddenly occurred to him that there were many similar things in their containment world. These things are like coded mysteries and legends, whether important or unimportant, they are all coded. Once, they didn't know what it was, but later, their father told them. That's a cognitohazard, a mim. And, Dr. Clef personally taught the subject of introductory mimetics. These 18 let them understand what a mim is. Of course, this also gives them a degree of mim resistance. And now, you actually engraved the mim on this black cage? To restrain the zombie supreme. Hercules thought about the details in a flash, and then waited. The existence of their containment world can have a certain degree of resistance to this mim, but this zombie supreme is not necessarily. Before the subject of introductory mimetics was ever publicized in containment. There's even been a crisis in the containment community with the advent of coding memes. This crisis is nothing but this coding meme. This coding meme is coding a certain thing, a certain short message. This certain thing may be very common, such as a teacup, such as other plants and the like. The words are also simple, either in the information documents, or they can be seen everywhere on the road. But it's such a simple coding meme, but it has caused countless people and countless creatures to fall into deep thought. They want to break their heads and want to know what is behind the mosaic. But when they tried all kinds of methods and finally knew what the coded thing was, they became more determined and crazier. I think that water glass, that grass, and that passage are more important to me. I want to understand the secrets behind these things, I want to know the origin of these things, and what kind of principle they are. Then, it's an endless loop. As a result, in the containment community back then, for a long period of time, a phenomenon of social collapse formed. Those who should work don't work. What should be done is not done. The same is true at the top, and so is the bottom. Fortunately, Dr. Clef finally announced the introduction to mimetics, which solved this social collapse phenomenon. A mim is a certain hazard to cognition. Only after special training, can you understand the resistance to memes. And for someone else. Hercules smiled slightly, and looked at the zombie supreme. To be honest, for a person as arrogant and powerful as the zombie supreme, after seeing the words on the black cage and feeling that it seems to be useful to him, what would he think? Of course, regardless of everything, we have to figure out what is behind the mark. And with Zombie Supreme's conceited appearance, it is obviously impossible to seek external help to understand what is behind this mosaic, only to scratch your head and think about what is behind it. If you can't figure it out, you have to think about it, and if you can't figure it out, you have to think about it, until you finally understand it thoroughly, and see clearly what is behind the mosaic. But obviously, even if he untied the mosaic, it was useless. He still can't understand it. But even if he couldn't read it, he still wanted to see it. In short, at this moment, the Zombie Supreme was really trapped. Hee. At this point, Hercules laughed, and he finally understood why the Zombie Supreme was like this. Well, guessing, he was still thinking, wait until he unlocks the mysteries of these words, and then kill him. It's a pity that a mim is a mim, and without the advice of outsiders, it is absolutely impossible to bypass the mim link. At this time, Zombie Supreme his situation, just as Hercules thought. At this moment, he frowned and looked at the mosaic in front of him, trying to see clearly what was behind the mosaic. He was completely immersed in his own thinking space. Before his eyes, only those vague words and mosaics remained. He can become the #1 emperor in the ancient times, and his understanding is naturally against the sky. But even so, he still couldn't figure out what that mahank was. He even felt at this moment that he had entered a certain state of epiphany. His thinking was clear, and it seemed that he had the blessing of luck in the dark to help him see through these mosaics. However, even so, he still couldn't see through it. If you can't see through, you can't see through. It's useless even if you have an epiphany. You have an epiphany, you have to have an epiphany, and you have a goal. But now, the Zombie Supreme doesn't even know what he should realize, what he should understand. Even if he had an epiphany, there would be no improvement in his strength or level. To put it bluntly, he was filled with a large group of meaningless gibberish. The most important thing is that he also thinks that this large group of meaningless gibberish is meaningful, very meaningful. Even with the blessing of the world, even with the help of world consciousness, he became a child of luck in the true sense. But what should he do, or what should he do? If you can't understand it, you can't understand it. This is a mim, a garbled code in the universe, a bug in the universe. It is not an existence that any rule system can understand. You can only adapt to it, but not understand him thoroughly. With regard to the contents, one cannot ask why or why. After you see something and know the principle, you can just use it directly, so why bother so much? Obviously, Zombie Supreme. In other words, the path that this world has taken is enlightenment, and it should even be a kind of immortal cultivation system. When you encounter contained objects, or even this kind of coding mem, you can only be blinded, and your eyes will be blackened. At this time, the Zombie Supreme is completely trapped in his own thinking space. I can't care about everything around me. He just stared at everything in a daze. In his mind, there were only mosaics and garbled characters, and he had nothing else. He entered a certain ethereal state with all his body and mind. He didn't even know that his whole body was taken away and brought into the containment world. Yes. This big boss was conquered so easily. Even if the consciousness of the world tried its best to block it and wanted to wake it up, even lightning and thunder, even wind blocking, even coercion and so on. None worked. The world consciousness can only watch frantically as the strongest boss Zombie Supreme is taken away. Seeing this scene, everyone is feeling emotional. Sometimes, he will let him be strong, and you only need to use your strength to succeed. And now? Tisk tisk, is it over? Ye Qing was also amazed. This command operation, he completely handed over to Dr. Clef, let Dr. Clef take command. Although there were certain twists and turns at the beginning, it was still a success in the end. Even if this is the end. The casualties this time. Well, that's Xianxia, Art was badly injured. As for Hercules, the injury is not serious. Although the overload state is turned on, it will be fine after a period of recuperation. Number F*G. On the contrary, it's all good news, and it's all accepted. The epidemic doctor successfully evolved into a supernatural being, and awakened to the baptism of Violet. The combat power has definitely improved a lot. And the others, the Zombie Supreme, are the biggest gains. After the zombie world collapses, even if the Zombie Supreme wakes up, he still has the original consciousness, and Ye Qing can completely control everything about him. In the containment world, he is God, he is everything. He can still easily kill the consciousness of a creature. 467 However, the premise of everything is to let this zombie world collapse. Thinking so, Ye Qing subconsciously looked at the zombie world. However, at this time boom! Above the sky, a ray of golden light suddenly converged. Immediately, the golden light fell, and fell straight into the western sea area. That sea area is the sea area where the zombie world originally existed. Boom! The world began to vibrate, and the space was even distorted. Even, with this golden light falling, the edge of the entire zombie world began to show some signs of collapse. The final counterattack. Ye Qing saw it and understood it instantly. The biggest trump card, the most powerful assistant, was kidnapped just like that. As long as the world consciousness wants to live, it will make the last counterattack when dying. Although the size of the world is shrinking, the world is collapsing. But as long as it wins, the world can still be maintained and survived. Who wouldn't want to live a little longer? Even if it's just a lingering life extension, it's enough. The world consciousness does not want to collapse and dissipate. And at this time, I saw that in the ocean, golden lights appeared, covering the sea area. Immediately. Ang ho! A somewhat low and hoarse dragon's cry suddenly sounded. The dragon chant shook the sky, and immediately, a creature like a long insect soared into the sky from under the golden light, circling the golden beam of light, sacred and majestic. Dragon. No, to be precise. That's just a dragon. 3 claws and 1 horn, no necessary dragon scales. Just a dragon. Even, it is just an epic creature. However, at the moment when the golden beam of light fell, the dragon's eyes shone brightly, and 2 claws grew out of the claws with a puff. Another horn grew on the head, the dragon eyes were ferocious, and many dragon beards and manes appeared on the neck, and the scales on the body fell off bit by bit, and new dragon scales grew out. Ang ho! At this moment, the dragon became more and more like a dragon, and a soaring dragon chant resounded through the zombie world, and the dragon's majesty was like hell. Gorgeous transformation. Flood dragon, evolve into a dragon. 5-clawed dragon. Chapter 97. Dragon. A real dragon. At this moment, Ye Qing looked at the Shenlong, and was slightly taken aback, a little surprised. Good guy, all these dragons have appeared? This zombie world still has such cards? Didn't all creatures turn into zombies? What the hell is this dragon? Ye Qing stared at the divine dragon soaring into the sky along the golden light, and was slightly taken aback, a little unbelievable. But Ye Qing looked around the entire zombie world again, seeing that the world area with only 1,700 kilometers left has fallen into silence. Letting a flood dragon successfully evolve into a dragon consumes 1,000 kilometers of the world's area. This is not just a simple collapse of world size. The world area of this 1,000 kilometers consumes the origin. That is to say, the world consciousness is completely using its origin to forcibly give birth, allowing the flood dragon to evolve into a divine dragon. Such consumption is simply cutting off the future of the world. It is impossible for any world master to do this. However, the world consciousness did this no way. After all, it is about life and death, about life. If he does not do this, there is still only one way to die. After thinking up to this point, Ye Qing finally figured it out. Sure enough, this dying counterattack did have a trick. The key is that dragon itself is only epic level. Now after evolution, it has directly become legendary level. Even though it's just a forcibly promoted legendary level, it only looks like a junior legend. But that is also a real legend. For other creatures, this legendary level is definitely a crushing existence. As for the zombie supreme? To be honest, after watching for so long, Ye Qing also knows the strength of the zombie supreme. Absolutely no arrival legend. But it has surpassed countless epic level existences. It is above the epic and not full of legends, so it can be regarded as a quasi-legend. Coupled with that terrifying talent and heaven-defying recovery ability, it is definitely not a problem to be comparable to legends. Of course, having said that, it is not a legend after all. Now, a flood dragon has evolved into a divine dragon, and Yuanran has become a legend. Tisk tisk. If you put all your belongings on that zombie supreme, I might still be afraid of you, but now. Ye Qing looked at the mighty, domineering, and hell-like legend Shenlong chuckled and shook his head. After all, it is just an ordinary legend. Let's do it. Ye Qing said lightly, and ordered directly. At this time, in the containment world, Dr. Clef, who had been sitting in the fortress of the castle in the sky, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then walked out of the gate of the palace. And at this time, above the palace where he was parked a huge spaceship that looked terrifyingly huge, like an aerospace aircraft carrier. With the golden light falling on Dr. Clef was directly led into the space battleship. Soon, he went straight to the operation hall. Looking at the countless buttons and virtual electronic screens above the operation hall, Hercules smiled slightly. In fact, he was already ready. Standing directly in front of a display screen, gently reached out and pressed on the screen. Buzz. Accompanied by scanning, soon, identity confirmation. The corner of Dr. Clef's mouth curled up into a charming civet-like smile, and immediately, he whispered two words, fire. The terrifying energy was mobilized in an instant and gathered in the muzzle directly in front of the battleship. Buzz buzz. The terrifying light beam converged in the muzzle, and the death light that seemed to annihilate everything surrounded everything. Boom. In the next second, the terrifying death light hit the door of the space in an instant, passed through the space, and hit the zombie world. Boom. The terrifying death light trembled, and in the blink of an eye, it approached the edge of the majestic dragon. Ked. Chi chi chi. Annihilation beams spread out one after another, and the dragon's upper body was completely annihilated without a sound. Boom. The terrifying death light pierced the sky, piercing through the barriers of the world in an instant, and the entire zombie world was in turmoil. Spike. This is the real spike. From the flood dragon to the divine dragon, it didn't even start to show its power. The next second, it was bombarded by the terrifying annihilation beam, and it couldn't die anymore. This is definitely the saddest legendary creature. As soon as he became a legend, he just hiccuped. Even if the vitality of the legendary level is very strong, even if the recovery power of the legendary level creatures is very strong. But the head is gone, and the heart is gone. The upper body is directly annihilated into light spots and disappears. Even if the lower body is still preserved, it is useless. Died. To death. It's also a legend, but how can a low-level legend that is forcibly promoted to fight against a legendary weapon? This is the biggest gap, and it is beyond the imagination of others. But at this time, with the dragon being annihilated, only half of it even fell to the ground. The world consciousness is really gone. He no longer has the extra source to forcibly raise another creature. Moreover, Judging from the situation of the previous shot, no matter how many creatures he spawned, it would not help. One shot down, still dead. This is the gap. But obviously, he can't just wait to die like this. As the half of the dragon corpse fell to the ground, the eyes of countless zombies thumping in the seawater instantly turned red. They ran wildly towards the direction where the dragon corpse fell, and in an instant, they arrived in front of the dragon corpse, opened their mouths, and began to devour the dragon blood on the dragon corpse. Obviously, this is also because of the control of the world consciousness. Still struggling. It's all like this, he still doesn't want to let go of any chance. No matter how small the chance was, he didn't want to give up. To put it bluntly, this is called persistence, and to put it bluntly, it's called dead banditry. Roar. But at this moment, as the countless zombies drank the dragon's blood, each of them roared to the sky with red eyes. Their bodies even began to grow fine scales, and some zombies even had 1 or 2 horns on their foreheads. Their already pitch-black sharp claws are even sharper and tougher. This is the blood of a legendary dragon. Even if it is just an ordinary legend, it is a great supplement to any creature. Not to mention these blood-sucking zombies. Blood is their source of strength, everything to them. As long as there is blood, their strength can be infinitely improved. Of course, dragon blood is stronger. The contagious and corrosive power of dragon blood is naturally more incomprehensible than zombies. Now, after absorbing the dragon's blood, these zombies have become so-called dragon zombies one by one. Tisk. The point is, the strength of these guys has also begun to become stronger. Ordinary zombies directly become high-level zombies, and high-level zombies directly become extraordinary zombies. Extraordinary zombies go straight to epic zombies. As for the zombies that were originally epic, their strength is even stronger and their intelligence is more transparent. This wave of dragon blood can almost be regarded as a big name. Looking around, there are at least 100,000 high-level zombies, 80,000 extraordinary zombies, and 8,000 epic-level zombies. 8,000 epics. No one will believe this. But that's all for now. 8,000 epic-level dragon blood zombies, although they may look terrifying, the number is astonishing. But in fact, it's still easy to fight. On the battlefield, Abel held the rotating blade and fought against 100 with one enemy, killing the epic dragon blood zombie that was 7 in and 7 out. Look at that Hercules. He is still in an overload state now, he doesn't need to change his lifestyle of play. That's a big punch, violently bombarding everything, it's against the sky. At this moment, the general attack begins. Under the orders of Dr. Clef, countless armies set out. The army of dragonmen tore zombies with their hands, and the army of lizardmen swept away everything. The army of wingmen interfered at high altitude, and the army of tigermen opened their mouths. Even the dragon snails spit out flames, forming a flame dragon, annihilating everything and burning everything. The gluttonous rabbit clan began to fight the autumn wind on the battlefield, and the Moxon clan also began to gallop on the battlefield. Messed up. At this moment, the entire zombie world is forget it. There is killing everywhere. Of course, these zombies are also really strong. After drinking the dragon's blood, the memory will be stronger. That is to say, whether it is the zombie world or the containment world, there are mutual casualties. Moreover, many zombies are 10 by 1. At first glance, Zombieland does seem to have the upper hand. But with the violent killing of Hercules and Abel, the balance of the battle instantly tilted towards Ye Qing's side. Finally. Boom. Accompanied by the continuous killing and the continuous extermination of zombies, the zombie world also trembled, the void trembled, and cracks appeared on the barriers of the world. The entire containment world began to shrink and collapse. This zombie world is about to be destroyed. At this moment, the world consciousness of the containment world began to fully invade the zombie world. The world consciousness of the world still wants to struggle and resist. But because the world keeps collapsing, and the world's creatures continue to die and fall, the world consciousness is naturally weakened, and the world consciousness that shelters the ghost can almost easily suppress it. Then, the containment community began to forcibly take over the entire zombie world. That wind, that water, every plant and tree in that world, every strand of it. Space, time, origin. At this moment, the world consciousness of the containment community took over directly. Of course, the fact that the consciousness of the containment world has taken over the zombie world does not mean that the zombie world can be maintained. At the moment when the original world consciousness collapsed, the entire zombie world began to collapse. Starting from the edge of the world, and then reaching the riddled barriers of the world, the whole world began to collapse, and began to dissipate into nothingness. The world of zombies is heading for extinction, the end. At this moment, the world consciousness is making a fortune, not to mention, with the tyrannical world consciousness wrapping the origin of the 10 zombie worlds and the large landmass of the zombie world, start to run away. Of course, it's not just the world consciousness that's starting to run away. Even those creatures who were still in the zombie world started to run away. Of course, before that, it is natural to make a fortune. It's over. At this moment, everything is over. Ye Qing watched the zombie world come to an end, and finally, it completely turned into dust and disappeared in the boundless void. In the next second, his consciousness returned to the containment world again. Seeing the world area suddenly skyrocketed in the containment world, the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. 300 kilometers. You just plundered 300 kilometers. Ye Qing was speechless. In such a big zombie world, you plundered 300 kilometers back? So useless? Ye Qing is a bit disgusted. Immediately, there was a chill in his heart. Well, the general idea is that some of them are too full to move. Only then did they barely plunder 300 kilometers of land resources. The world consciousness, what you want most is to improve your origin. Because the expansion space inside the containment circle is really too big, it has already greatly exceeded the load. Therefore, he used all of it to improve the source and make up the source. Generally speaking, he can barely bear the huge space inside now, and he can also have a certain amount of experience. Today's containment area has been raised to 2,000 kilometers. But the strength of the will of the world is comparable to 3,000 kilometers. Forget it, 2,000 kilometers is 2,000 kilometers. Ye Qing nodded, expressing that it doesn't matter. Victory in this battle, a real victory. Of course, before that, there is still a problem to deal with. Ye Qing's eyes turned, and she looked at the zombie supreme trapped in the cage of black matter. Chapter 98. Zombie Master. Accompanied by the destruction of the zombie world, the zombie supreme seemed to have a feeling in his heart, and subconsciously looked at the slowly closing space door. There was an inexplicable sadness in his heart, and then he looked at the slowly closing space channel. The zombie world is gone. His original world just disappeared. It is impossible for anyone to remain indifferent in the face of such a situation. Not to mention, he used to be the so-called son of the world, the son of luck. But now, with the power of the world around him fading, and looking at the black material cages around him, he finally fell silent. Then, he felt that for a moment his eyes flashed, and in the next second, a figure shrouded in golden light appeared in front of him, looking like a mighty and terrifying figure. The zombie supreme looked at the figure in front of him, felt the terrifying coercion of the person in front of him, and with a thought, he said, "You are the creator god of this world, the lord of the world, right?" Although it is a question sentence, the words of zombie supreme are extremely affirmative. Good. Ye Qing nodded, and immediately said, "You also know that your world has been destroyed, and you have become a prisoner. Huifeng surrendered to me." Ye Qing no longer wants to talk about those bells and whistles, nor does she want to talk about it with any big reason. In a word, would you like to surrender? If you want, you can become the king of the Xiaorong realm from now on. If you don't want to surrender? Hey! However, at this moment, the zombie supreme suddenly smiled, and said lightly, "This emperor has fought all his life, and he has never said anything about surrendering to anyone." He looked at Ye Qing proudly. Even though the person in front of him is the legendary world lord, the creator god, that's not enough to make him surrender. He has been arrogant all his life, and he has always only made others submit to him, and he has never surrendered to others. Nothing but death. People who have died once, aren't they afraid of death? Seeing the expression in Zombie Supreme's eyes, Ye Qing suddenly smiled. He understood what the Zombie Supreme meant. "Since that's the case, then I will fulfill you." Ye Qing opened his mouth lightly, and at the same time, he did not forget to say, "I will tell you that I have taken a fancy to your body, and from now on, your body will live in the containment world under another name." The containment world expands its borders and sweeps across the wilderness. Zombie Supreme looked at Ye Qing and frowned slightly. He probably understood what Ye Qing meant. But mediocre. Zombie Supreme stared at Ye Qing with burning eyes. He knew that 360 couldn't resist anything. In this containment world, when the original world he was in had perished, it was really a man-made sword and me as a fish. He just asked subconsciously. I don't want my body to be controlled by a mediocre person, but it will weaken his reputation. Regarding this, Ye Qing just nodded with a light smile and said, one of the 8 wildernesses, sweeping Liu He, is the first emperor of the ages. The first emperor of the ages. Zombie Supreme was taken aback. He was the first emperor of chaos in ancient times, and he also swept all directions and fought in all directions. It's almost like it was carved out of a mill. At this moment, the Zombie Supreme suddenly didn't want to die. At least, he wanted to see what the so-called first emperor of the ages was like. AR. Involuntary. Forget it, since that's the case, I have nothing to say. He accepted it frankly, thinking that it would be good to find such a back for himself. He closed his eyes and said lightly, do it. Ye Qing smiled, and stretched out his hand to touch the forehead of the Zombie Supreme, and immediately. OM. Surrounded by a golden light, in an instant, the consciousness of the Zombie Supreme was wiped out. The consciousness was blank, and the soul was washed clean, just like a newborn baby. Isn't there the body of Xianxia? Moreover, it is very strong. Ye Qing looked at the Zombie Supreme with dull eyes and no fluctuations in consciousness, and smiled with satisfaction. Finally. I finally got the most important material of the Sage Qin Shi Huang. Ye Qing really wanted to create the Sage Qin Shi Huang now. But in the next second, a prompt box automatically appeared in front of his eyes. Ren Zhang will pass on the World Master back to the Extraordinary Guild. Ye Qing stagnates, a little unresponsive. Only then did he remember that he was still doing tasks in the Extraordinary Guild. I have no choice but to go back first. Ye Qing thought so, and in the next second, he only felt his eyes blur, and after his sight was restored again, he appeared in the transfer room of the Extraordinary Guild again. Came back. Ye Qing let out a long breath. Compared with the last time, there were not many people watching this time. Ye Qing quickly re-entered the mission hall and found a tablet. The authentication was successful, and Ye Qing quickly logged in. Then, looking at the new news, after clicking on it, he frowned slightly. This new message is a reminder that the task is completed. Congratulations to the trainee World Master Ye Qing, who successfully completed the sea-level task and successfully eliminated the fallen zombie world. Mission Evaluation, Grade A. Reward, 2 billion. Grade A rating. A reward of 2 billion blue star coins. Ye Qing frowned, Grade A? He looked at the evaluation with some doubts. You just got an A grade? Before, he directly saw the demonized elf world collapsed, and then got an S-level evaluation. Now, he also destroyed a zombie world, but he only got an A-level evaluation? What does this mean? Could it be that the causal relationship of the S-level evaluation is not as simple as simply destroying the world? He thought about it, and then clicked on the details of this mission, and soon, he understood. The task this time is not only as simple as purification, but also investigation. Investigate the reason for the degeneration of this world. Besides the fall of the World Lord, there are other reasons in this zombie world, which caused the world to degenerate into a zombie world becoming what it is today. As for Ye Qing, without submitting a report, this task can only be an A-level evaluation. Also write a report? Write task details? Ye Qing was speechless, but shook his head helplessly. He had completely forgotten about this before, so he didn't investigate the specific situation of the so-called zombie world. A grade is A grade. Ye Qing shook his head. This A-level evaluation, he is not unacceptable. It's nothing more than a little less contribution point. Ye Qing really didn't care much about this. He already had enough for himself, and with the 2 billion in the account, he didn't pay attention to that little contribution. Moreover, this mission, he was not doing it for making money, it was for the corpse of the immortal corpse G. Now, with the things in hand, he is naturally satisfied. Ye Qing was not in a hurry to go back, but instead found a quiet room in the Transcendent Guild, and began to meditate, and in an instant, the consciousness came back to the containment world. No need to buy anything. He really doesn't lack anything now. OM. He beckoned, and in the next second, pieces of magic ore appeared in front of Ye Qing. At the same time, there were countless iron ores, refined iron ores and even extraordinary iron ores. There. In the next second, the fire was raging, and the fire instantly melted the magic ore, and the iron ore was also refined, and the refined iron ore was even more refined. Softened, began to twist and deform, and eventually turned into a long sword. Add a little power of faith. Inject magic ore and water with molten iron. That boundless sea water quenched. In the blink of an eye, a smoldering long sword fell into Ye Qing's hands. It is a very simple extraordinary sword, without any fancy procedures, and there are no too complicated steps. It is as simple as that 10 long swords of extraordinary level appear minister. This is the simplest refining method. Of course, it was mainly because the magic ore and the power of faith forcibly raised the level of the long sword. To be honest, the long sword. It has to be the sword in the hands of the zombie supreme. In this regard, Ye Qing directly used the means and authority of the World Lord to forcibly fuse the two swords. In the void, two long swords intertwined and merged with each other, and a brand new dragon pattern cold light, bid, sword appeared in Ye Qing's hand in an instant. The sword is still extraordinary. But the vague sword already has some epic atmosphere. After careful perception, this fusion sword already has good potential. If there are suitable materials in the future, it will not be a problem to become a legendary long sword, let alone an epic. And the only characteristic of this sword is sharpness. Sharp in the true sense. It was sharper than the extraordinary sword he drew when he drew the contents. Immediately, Ye Qing made a move, and another immeasurable amount of clay appeared in front of Ye Qing. The so-called kneading hands, kneading the terracotta warriors, the process is even simpler. It is nothing more than finding a few templates and kneading them into different images of terracotta warriors. As the master of the world, in the containment world, he can naturally do whatever he wants, making clay figurines as he wants. Soon, 3040 terracotta warriors appeared in front of Ye Qing. And that extraordinary jade seal. The so-called jade seal of the kingdom. Ordered by the sky, life will last forever. These 8 big characters, love is really familiar and can't be more familiar. Soon, a delicate and small-handed down jade seal shiu appeared in Ye Qing's hands. Surrounded by dragon patterns, it is thick and domineering. It also has an extraordinary aura. This sword and seal is not the Xuanyuan sword and the jade seal of Zhuangguo in the true sense. Moreover, Xuanyuanjian is not like this in the containment universe. But Ye Qing changed it into a normal long sword for convenience. Now, swords, seals, terracotta warriors, and even spaceships and warships should all be present, and even the corpse of the immortal corpse G should be present. With a thought, Ye Qing placed the 40 terracotta warriors on the spaceship and warship. Immediately, with a flick of his hand, a card also appeared in his hand. And that card is the Emperor of Qin's 5 celestial seat. Buzz. At this moment, the card landed directly on the spaceship battleship, and in the blink of an eye, the card turned into golden light, and bits of broken golden light surrounded and drilled into the spaceship battleship. Immediately, the overall metal and steel appearance of the spaceship quickly transformed into a wooden structure. It's not a downgrade, it just looks like wood. The material is still the original toughness. Even the annihilation and death light was loaded on this wooden spaceship. Finally, when the light dissipated, the spaceship directly turned into a wooden structure. However, the boat was still so big, and it didn't even reduce the appearance because it changed from metal to wooden structure. On the contrary, because of the dragon and phoenix patterns carved in gold and silver on the spaceship, it looks even more mighty and domineering. The muzzles on both sides really have gun bores, and there is no doubt that the gun bores on both sides can emit annihilation and death rays. On the spaceship, the 40 terracotta warriors also began to be revived because of the card, with a certain amount of vitality, and gradually began to move. They seem to be inherently bound to this spaceship, and they can control everything proficiently. Immediately, Ye Qing looked at the remaining 3000 terracotta warriors and horses, as well as the supreme Japanese. With a thought, he took out the card again. And the card this time is naturally the number -2101 Shi Huang Mausoleum Guard Army. Buzz. At this moment, the golden light began to disperse, and the card gradually turned into countless light spots and fell down. That large group of golden light fell on the body of the zombie supreme, while the other part of the light spot turned into 3000 parts and fell on the 3000 terracotta warriors and horses respectively. In the void, the eyes of the zombie supreme turned slightly. At this moment, he seemed to be re-given with life and its meaning. He seemed to want to say something, however, in the next second, an invisible barrier appeared, wrapping him, and even the 3000 terracotta warriors were wrapped inside. Ye Qing didn't say much. Now is the time to get excited. With a solemn expression, he looked at the extraordinary sword and the extraordinary jade seal, took a deep breath, and took out the divine card, Saint Qin Shi Huang. Emperor Qin's 5 celestial seats, First Emperor's Mausoleum Guard Army, Xianyuan sword and the jade seal of the kingdom. These 4 are the important materials that must form the sage Qin Shi Huang. At this moment, Ye Qing was a little nervous for no reason. He subconsciously clenched his fists, and immediately, his eyes gradually became sharp. The card directly turned into a little bit of golden light. That large group of golden light fell on the body of the zombie supreme, and the other groups of light fell on the extraordinary Excalibur, the extraordinary jade seal, the spaceship, and even the terracotta warriors. Except for the golden light on the body that has not disappeared, the rest of the golden light quickly converges. The Xianyuan sword became brighter and brighter, and a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to kill gods spread. That jade seal is even more heavy, carrying a sense of destiny, and even carrying a little will of the world. For the rest, those terracotta warriors and horses had vivid eyes, as if they understood more things, knew more things. All the terracotta warriors and horses, their eyes fell on the last group of golden light. The golden light slowly rose into the sky, and a phantom figure in the shape of a human was looming in the golden light. Everyone seems to have seen the black dragon blackbird robe, the 12 crowns, and the majestic figure that dominates the country. Suddenly, a sharp gaze fell on all the terracotta warriors and horses, and finally, that gaze fell on the array sword and Chuangguo jade seal. At this moment, the Xianyuan sword and the Chuangguo jade seal vibrated together, as if feeling the master's call. The next second, whoosh! The 2 rays of light pierced the sky and landed directly on the hands of the golden figure. A deep, magnetic voice filled with terror and coercion resounded faintly, I am ordered by the heavens, and my life will last forever. Crash! At this moment, all the generals of the Qin dynasty knelt down in unison, because Sakako's voice resounded like a mountain roar and a tsunami resounded throughout the containment. We welcome the return of our great Qin Shi Huangdi. Chapter 99. At this moment, in the void, streaks of golden light converged, and finally, the golden light spread out, revealing the figure in the golden light. It was a man with a cold face, staring eyes, a burly figure, and an incomparably domineering existence. Like the ancient emperors who came from the distant past, the natural emperor, the Wei is invalid. Contemptuously looking at the world, sweeping across Liuhe, and crisscrossing the world, this is the sage Qin Shi Huang, the great Qin Shi Huang. The welcome sound of the mountain and tsunami resounded throughout the containment area, and everyone looked at the terrifying figure on the sky. The Saint Qin Shi Huang, the existence of divinity, has no doubts in every move, as if the whole world will surrender. The soldiers of the great Qin even knelt down and greeted them, shouting to His Majesty. When the wind blows, even the entire containment community celebrates. Look at the sage Qin Shi Huang again, he has no resemblance to the previous zombie supreme. Save it, it can be said that today's sage Qin Shi Huang is more domineering, his imperial aura is more terrifying, and his emperor's will is even stronger. This is the sage Qin Shi Huang. At this time, in the palace of the Sky City, accompanied by the coming of the sage Qin Shi Huang, the current emperor of Apocalypse, Dr. Clef, is indeed concentrating. So strong. His expression was dignified, and he could clearly feel the breath of heaven emanating from the Saint Qin Shi Huang. Supreme General Terror breath. Stronger than him, strong enough to be terrifying. You know, it has been countless years since he joined the containment world, and it has been countless years since he became the Emperor of Apocalypse and conquered the containment world. Although he was not a born emperor, after so many years, he had already developed a terrifying temperament of a superior. He has long been in line with the true temperament of a great emperor. There is simply no one in the entire containment community who can write what he compares to. But now, a Saint Qin Shi Huang suddenly appeared. As soon as it arrived, the terrifying imperial coercion spread to the entire containment world. He is more in line with a great emperor than him. This is the real emperor, Shi Huangdi. The so-called one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. With him as the great emperor of Apocalypse, there is another sage, Shizhen. Chuang Shi Shen is playing with him? Dr. Clef wondered. Although he didn't care about the identity of the so-called Emperor Tiankai, this identity was created step by him, so he just gave up like this, and he felt more or less uncomfortable. Of course, it's not just Dr. Clef, those clans who once surrendered to Emperor Apocalypse, and seeing the sage in the sky, Empress Qin Shi, feel inexplicable. Looking at the bright Xianyuan sword, then looking at the heavy Chuangguo jade seal, they suddenly had a feeling of worship. Facing Qin Shi Huang, all living beings in the containment world had no choice but to kneel and submit. True domineering spirit. A look, a movement, there is no doubt, and I can't help but want to obey. The most important thing is that after seeing the jade seal in Qin Shi Huang's hands, everyone has a kind, this is the destiny, the emperor of destiny. And the so-called Emperor Tiankai is nothing more than a false emperor. Of course, this thought was only fleeting. It is said that some people are silent, watching the so-called Qin Shi Huang, waiting for the next move of Qin Shi Huang. But at this time, in the void, Ye Qing really didn't care about other people's reactions, he just looked at the sage Qin Shi Huang, his heart moved, and immediately said lightly, "From now on, you will have no life." Destiny. This is the destiny Ye Qing ordered. At this time, the Saint Qin Shi Huang just turned his head slightly, looked at Ye Qing's golden figure, and with a thought, he knew Ye Qing's identity. It is the god of creation. Facing Ye Qing, even if he is the sage Qin Shi Huang, he would not dare to make mistakes. With a slight salute, he restrained his domineering arrogance, and said, "Zheng, take the destiny. Get up." At this moment, Qin Shi Huang suddenly turned his head, looked at the great Qin soldiers who were still kneeling, and gave a low shout. The long sword in his hand was shining brightly. Wow! 3,000 spirits and 40 terracotta warriors stood up in unison. Unify the heaven and earth, sweep the wasteland and rebuild the great Qin with me. Qin Shi Huang yelled violently, and in the next second, his figure fell directly on the Qin Huang's 5 celestial throne. Conquer and kill, sweep Liu He, and unify the 8 wastelands. Wind! Wind! Windy! All the generals of the Qin dynasty shouted, the spears in their hands were shining brightly, the black and heavy armor was thick, and the killing spirit was awe-inspiring. Boom boom boom! The uniform footsteps resounded. Qin Shi Huang pointed his long sword obliquely. The first step is to conquer the containment world, and build the great Qin Di kingdom on this containment world. Ye Qing didn't think too much about it. Let Qin Shi Huang do it himself, he can't control so much now. However, staring at the back of the sage Qin Shi Huang, a panel about Qin Shi Huang also appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Saint Qin Shi Huang race, human level, quasi-legend type, divinity talent skills, the prestige of the first emperor, active, corpse healing immortal, special, description, be ordered by the heavens, and live forever. Holding the Xianyuan sword, you can kill the gods. Hold the jade seal of the kingdom, and you can set the tripod of Shenzhou. Pretty much the same as before. However, this special corpse dissolving fairy skill is somewhat interesting. It completely inherited the terrifying self-healing ability of the previous zombie supreme. As long as it doesn't disappear in an instant, it can heal itself. Of course, Xianxia has other means, so it's not a problem. And Qin Shi Huang's words. Because what he eats is the body of the zombie supreme, the innate ability of the sage Qin Shi Huang is above epic, which is the so-called quasi-legend. It can be said that the sage Qin Shi Huang at this time is really another powerful trump card for Ye Qing. Not only does it have quasi-legendary strength, but it is also a legendary weapon that sits on the Qin Huang 5 heavenly throne. Qin Shi Huang's integrated combat power is definitely number 1. However, the heroes of this battle have not been forgotten. Art, Xianxia, Hercules, Plague Doctor, Abel. In my mind, figures flashed one by one. These are all the heroes of this time. Of course, there will be various tribes invading the zombie world in the future, and this point has not been forgotten. Of course, the reward is the reward. In this battle, the biggest hero is definitely Hercules. What's more, Hercules doesn't burst into bright moments. Then there are Art and Abel, Xianxia, and the Plague Doctor. In short, in this case, the natural TV will distribute according to the size of the credit. For the top few, Ye Qing will naturally lose customized rewards. A person like Hercules focuses on strength, and then has that high explosive overload state. Ye Qing pondered, and soon, he thought of what to reward Herux. King Kong indestructible body. The so-called King Kong is indestructible, not afraid of being cut by a knife, not afraid of being burned, invulnerable by a knife or a gun, the King Kong is indestructible. Before, when Hercules was fighting the zombie supreme, Ye Qing discovered something. Hercules is really strong, it can almost be regarded as unlimited, and its strength is so terrifying to Jing Dong. This strength is not only the strength of the fist, but also the strength of the legs, and even the whole body. The strength in his legs is enough to make him explode at a speed exceeding the sonic boom. The ultimate power plus the ultimate speed, that is the ultimate terror. B. Hercules' strength is indeed unlimited, but Hercules' body has an upper limit. The body can't keep up with the terrifying power, and this is the so-called overload state. Ask for flowers. And once Heracles is strengthened into a terrifying body, then Heracles is truly extremely powerful. King Kong's indestructible body, that fits Hercules so well. Then came Art and Abel. Ye also had some bright moments, although he was beaten badly as for Abel. This time it was all thanks to the black matter summoned by Abel that he could trap the zombie supreme. Of course, on the surface it appears to be due to the mim effect, but in fact, even without the mim, the zombie supreme would not be able to break through the black substance. The black substance is known to be the strongest defense, and it is so hard that it is terrifying. So, the rewards for these two. Ye Qing murmurs. One is compatible with the law of water, and the other is proficient in combat. 1 point of improvement in their respective fields can be regarded as an improvement. And behind Xianxia and the Plague Doctor. KSA naturally rewards Law of Thunder affinity. This so-called affinity naturally means that there are different law fragments that can be fused to improve one's affinity for the law. And the words of the epidemic doctor. To be honest, Ye Qing really didn't know what reward to choose for a while. Forget it, after that, we will send more epidemic doctors out to work. The epidemic doctor can only effectively improve his strength if he fights and has enough materials. Others, such as various ethnic groups, Ye Qing is naturally given to God. According to different contributions, the number of gods given is different. Shen Yuan, this is definitely the hard currency of the heavens and the world. This thing can not only be used as materials for building, but also as a cultivation resource. In short, there is definitely nothing wrong with rewarding Shen Yuan. However, there will not be too many rewards. After all, there are so many people in the containment world, and there are more than tens of thousands of people participating in the war. No amount of money can afford it. Therefore, there are other rewards instead of Shen Yuan, some spirit stones, spirits, and so on. Soon, Ye Qing regained consciousness and began to buy various scraps. Some things are naturally expensive, such as the indestructible body. This thing needs at least 800 million. Ye Qing didn't even deduct it. He spent 1.2 billion to buy a better one, and the rest were fragments of various laws. This kind of law-recorded fragments is naturally cheap, not as expensive as imagined. Buying a few law fragments only cost about 500 million. Then, Ye Qing spent another 300 million to buy all kinds of gods. Source, Spirit, Spirit Stone Lotus. Now, the Xianxia coins obtained from the previous missions are basically used up. Soon, Ye Qing handed out the rewards, which naturally attracted wave after wave of cheers. Since then, everything is over. Call outside the extraordinary guild, Ye Qing let out a long breath. Now, created by the sage Qin Shi Huang, there is only one fire lizard left. Immortal lizard. Every time Ye Qing thinks of this, the corners of his mouth twitch. This high-dimensional fragment is really difficult to deal with. However, there is no problem. As long as you complete the mock exam and rank first 3 times, you can get high-dimensional fragments. For mock exams. I don't know what the last game is. Ye Qing thought, but this is not important anymore. Today, the area of his world has skyrocketed to 2,000 kilometers. In the past, it was definitely the first, enough to crush everyone's world area. As for this year, Ye Qing didn't bother to think so much. He doesn't care what the situation is like in previous years, he just needs to improve himself. Ye Qing thinks so. Just then, Ye Qing's communicator vibrated slightly. Someone sent a message. Taking it out and looking at it, Ye Qing's complexion immediately became brighter. See you. 035, boss, there is news from above, fan. Chapter 100. News from above. Seeing this, Ye Qing's pupil shrank. Top. Who is above? Of course it is Zhang Wenchuan's boss. And now, the news is coming. It's only been a day, so it's here? Ye Qing narrowed her eyes, and immediately asked directly what the so-called news was. You have to figure out what the purpose is before you can think about the next step. After a long time, the news that 035 occupied the mask came. When Ye Qing saw it, her eyes narrowed immediately. The news of 035 occupying the mask is. The people above were warned, the people who warned them are very powerful, and their background is also very strong, they are warned not to do anything to Ye Qing. But the higher UPS said that no matter what powers intervene, the key to the Death Star is imminent and must be obtained. This is related to a secret realm, a 3-star secret realm. Above, but the information collected by 03. And at this time. Secret realm. Ye Qing frowned, staring at the two words with her eyes, muttering, a little confused. What is this mystery? This is the first time he has heard of this so-called secret realm. Ye Qing was not in a hurry to reply to the message anymore, instead he began to search the internet for what the so-called secret realm is. But obviously, he didn't find anything relevant. Even if there is, it is just a strategy for clearing secret realms in some games. Ye Qing shook his head, turned off the phone, and fell into deep thought. Mystery. Since it's these two words, it should be pretty much the same as in the game 327. A small world? Or something else, what benefits can be obtained after entering the secret realm? This is the meaning of the existence of the secret realm. And this Death Star key is related to the secret realm. It cannot be said that this secret realm is related to the Death Star. Death Star key, Ye Qing pondered. Is there a possibility that the key to the Death Star is the key to enter a certain secret realm? Or some sort of qualification? Not to mention, there is such a possibility. Otherwise, it's the Death Star, the key, and the mystery. Why do you want to kill yourself desperately and take this so-called Death Star key by force? Mystery. It's still a 3-star mystery. What does this mean? Ye Qing was a little confused. However, if you don't understand, you don't understand. He naturally has high 035, occupy the mask. The personality that comes with it, the charm value is almost full, the speech is pleasant, the knowledge is more profound, and the level of terror in its language can be called a brainwashing container. With 035 occupying the mask, Ye Qing is not worried about not getting information at all. It's nothing more than spending a little more time talking. With just one call, 035 can analyze countless things. Ye Qing continued to issue orders to obtain information. Immediately, looking at the news that came, Ye Qing fell into deep thought again. Someone warn? Strong background? Strong strength? This? Ye Qing fell into deep thought again. Who? Warned his enemies behind his back? Could it be that it is Senior Li Jianyi? All he could think of was Li Jianri, who had a strong background and strength. But no matter who it is, facing such a warning, those guys are still indifferent, and still want to get the Death Star key, which shows that the Death Star key is really important. Now, let's see what's going on in this secret realm. In any case, all he could think of was to continue waiting for news from 035. I don't know what happened to 035. However, after waiting, Ye Qing didn't wait. Of course he has other things to do. Soon, he took a taxi and returned home. I don't care about the current situation in the containment world. Now is a good time to draw cards. Ye Qing poked his hand, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. It's been a long time since I drew a card, it's time to draw 10 consecutive rounds. His previous power of faith has been converted into a containment point, which can be used for 2 rounds and 10 consecutive draws. Smoked once before. Now, it's finally time to draw the second 10 rounds. System, activate 10 consecutive draws. Ye Qing said in a deep voice. This time the 10 consecutive draws, Ye Qing was thinking about whether he could strengthen his whole cards in the next line of the secret realm. He didn't know whether this so-called 3-star secret realm was strong or weak. Anyway, it's always right to improve your strength and enhance your whole cards. As the voice fell, the next second, a light curtain appeared in front of Ye Qing. In the light curtain, cards emerged one after another, and golden lights were shining one after another. At the same time, system notification sounds sounded in Ye Qing's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained an inheritance item card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a red card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got 1,000 red cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a red card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got an orange card. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 1000 orange cards. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got a yellow card. Legacy entry. Another legacy entry card. The third legacy entry card so far. The first inheritance entry card, Ye Qing got the number -173 Little Peanut. The second inheritance item card, he got the indestructible. Even though he hasn't created a fireless lizard until now. Of course, it doesn't matter. And this third inheritance entry card. Ye Qing shook his head, naturally he didn't open it immediately, but looked at other cards. 3 containment cards, that's not much to say. The most important thing is the color card. 3 red cards. 2 orange cards, 1 yellow card. The red ones are weapon cards. The orange ones are summon containment cards. Yellow is the card that gets money. Last time, he opened the orange card and obtained 100 million blue star coins. And this time, Ye Qing didn't hesitate, and directly opened the yellow card. In the case of knowing that this thing is profitable, it doesn't matter how much money you get. Buzz. At this moment, with the golden light appearing, the yellow card in Ye Qing's hand gradually gathered into a pattern. And that pattern? It's an abstract card, I don't know what kind of card it is. At the same time, the general information of this card also appeared before Ye Qing's eyes. Card title, Research Grant Description, you have received a grant for your academic contribution, congratulations. Spend it now, before the Foundation poaches you. Effect, received 300 million blue star coins. Ye Qing smiled and used it directly. The next second, a notification came from his mobile phone that he had a sum of money in his account. The current balance is 30.55 billion. Neither high nor low. Ye Qing shook his head, and immediately looked at other cards. First the red cards. Already familiar with the process, Ye Qing directly opened the first red sheet. Immediately, the card was surrounded by red light, and a weapon similar to a long sword appeared in the card. Immediately, another line of text appeared, introducing the situation of the contained object. Card title, Kmart Katana. Subtitle, only the most Asian style category, weapons, melee description, cheap sword, low damage, low attack speed. The best choice for suburban ninjas. When wearing a fedora, the value is deducted by 1 attack, this is. Ye Qing was stunned when he saw it, and then he couldn't laugh or cry. This thing was drawn by yourself? The point is, this thing is not a good thing. Ye Qing is too familiar with this containment. This is, number .572, with the unbreakable blade. Yes. This thing is not indestructible, it is indestructible. What is indestructible? It means that as long as there is something hard, this thing can't be destroyed. Of course, its efficacy may be due to the fact that the sword itself is not sharp enough. Serial number .572, a sword made of inferior steel. Its blade is not sharp, embarrassing for war. However, this weapon has an extraordinary feature, it can act on the mind, making the sword bearer believe that it is balanced and well proportioned and invincible. This effect cannot be eliminated by any known means, and affected subjects will stick to the above beliefs as long as they hold the sword. No 572 will force the subjects to perform dangerous and difficult actions, such as cutting a moving car in half, cutting a shotgun bullet with a sword, fighting with another sword and having a real sword duel with a swordsman during the training period, and so on, and so on. But because the sword itself is a piece of rubbish, most of these attempts will only end in the failure of the sword holder. To put it bluntly, this is a pretend sword. As long as the material of this sword is special, against the sky, it will not become such a waste of garbage. Ye Qing shook his head amusedly, this thing is simply a useless piece of trash. He used it directly, and immediately, he had a sword in his hand. It looked like a simple sword with no blade at all. Well, the so-called defective products of modern technology. But, at the moment Ye Qing was holding the sword, he suddenly felt as if he was holding a magic weapon. The so-called opening the sky with one sword, see my invincible momentum grow in my heart. The whole body is surrounded by sword energy, and the sword light is brilliant. He is like a real sword fairy, and his sword is so powerful. Good guy. Ye Qing knows the bottom of my heart, good guy. In other words, he is the lord of the world, so he quickly got rid of this mental state, otherwise, he would really be eager to try and run to the street to chop cars. He quickly put away the long sword, and immediately looked at the remaining cards. This card, the number -572 is considered useless. It depends on what the next red card is. He gently twisted one, and then, again accompanied by the appearance of red light, a book-like thing was finally condensed on the card. Card title, Introduction to Mimetics. Subtitle, Novice Course. Category, Ability, Mimetic. Description, allows the user to gain inner knowledge of simple anomalous memes, which can be very annoying if used correctly. Can be even more annoying if used incorrectly. Introduction to Mimetics. The corners of Ye Qing's mouth twitched. 0.1. Well, another piece of trash. In Ye Qing's containment world, Emperor Apocalypse has long promoted the introduction of Mimetics. Except for Qin Shi Huang, who else doesn't know how to get started with learning? DJJ. Ye Qing shook his head, and immediately looked at the last red card. Buzz. At this moment, a red light surrounded it, and in the next second, a book was once again condensed in the red card. However, this book looks more like a magazine than before. Card title, Introduction to Unethical Business Activities, 5th edition. Subtitle, MCD. Educational Products. Category, Ability, Mimetic. Description, the person holding the book gets +3 fluency, negotiation, sales, and deception abilities. Side effects include greasy, puffed back hair, and cheap suits. This. Ye Qing stared at the magazine in bewilderment. He was a little helpless to complain. Well, another piece of crap. Ye Qing sighed, put the magazine away, and then, looking at the remaining cards, fell silent. He doubted his luck today. This luck is so bad. 3 red cards, and in the end 3 trashes were turned out. Or, just turn over the inheritance item card first? Inheritance items, no matter what, there are good things, right? Ye Qing thought so, and immediately turned over the inheritance item card. At this moment, as the cards gathered together, surrounded by golden light, a figure gradually appeared in the cards. As for the card, Ye's pupil shrank. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.